do sometimes." Janet finally looked at me then, and I could see her eyes watering up. I had some other harsher things to say, but at that moment I couldn't do it. She looked sad, lonely, older. The wrinkles on her face seemed more pronounced these days. I softened my tone. "I don't want everyone hating you, okay?" After a moment, she nodded and turned her back to me so I couldn't see the tears falling. "Well, it looks like you've got everything ready. I'll go round everyone up and we'll set up outside." Janet didn't respond and busied herself with the food. "All right, guys, I've made a checklist of everything that still needs to be done and who's responsible for what," I said as we ate dinner. Everyone who had decided to go was here, sort of a last meal, I suppose. We had some tiki torches for lighting, and Josue had found some of those mosquito-repellent candles and had them spread out. It helped. I pulled out a notepad and opened it to the first page. Rachel moved her chair closer and snatched it away from me with a smart-assed grin and began perusing it. They were both in pretty cheerful moods lately. I glanced at Kelly, who grinned knowingly. Rachel fanned through the pages and looked up. "Zach, this so-called checklist is about 100 pages long," she exclaimed. Seth leaned closer and eyed it. 122, to be exact, I replied in between mouthfuls. "The mission order is comprised of the last 9 pages, of which I made copies for each vehicle." She arched an eyebrow at me. "You wrote this out in just one day?" Raymond asked. I nodded casually. "You think you could just give us an overview for the time being, big guy?" she asked amid a few chuckles. "Sure. We're going to take a total of 9 vehicles. That's why I made 9 copies, 1 for each vehicle. Actually, only 8 vehicles would be making the trip, but only a few of us knew that." "Which cars are we taking?" Cutter asked. I glanced at him briefly. I was going to go over all the details, including which vehicles we were going to take as I laid out the mission, and being interrupted was irritating, but I held off with a sarcastic retort. Instead, I exercised patience as I counted off with my fingers. The Stryker, our full-sized van, our work truck, Sarah's Humvee, Justin's Humvee, my truck, the 18-wheeler, the dually, and George's SUV. Captain Kitchens will be leading the convoy in his Stryker. I looked at the 2 brothers. "I figure you 2 can ride in the truck and pull rear security, yes?" "We can handle it," Shooter proclaimed and got a fist bump from his brother. I retrieved my notepad back from Rachel. I had blank spots beside each vehicle and filled in their names for the truck. "All right, tell me who wants to ride in what vehicle." "I want to ride in the Stryker," Sammy shouted excitedly. I looked at Seth, who smiled and imitated the brothers by giving Sammy a fist bump. We went down the list, and I dutifully jotted down who was riding in what vehicle. "Why so many vehicles?" Kate asked. "I mean, I'm not complaining, but it seems like we could fit everyone in half the number." "You're right, we could," I replied. It was then I noticed she was wearing makeup. In fact, Kyra was wearing makeup too. It seemed foolish. "Let me explain. First, we have the fuel. Now it'll be all of our fuel, but we must take into account that 1 or more of the vehicles may break down along the way. If that happens and we can't fix the problem immediately, we're going to unload it and abandon it. Simple. And then there is a possibility we may pick up people along the way, or if we're really lucky, we'll find an abandoned vehicle or 2 full of items we can make use of." "All right, Mr. Zack, what else?" Seth asked. He was smiling appreciatively or condescendingly. I couldn't decide which. "All vehicles need a CB radio with sideband capability and shortened antennas." "Why's that?" Cutter interrupted. I reminded myself to be patient, but it wasn't easy. I imagine I wasn't much different from other 19-year-olds when it came to patience. Mine had a short life. I held up a finger to signify that he should wait for the explanation. "Seth and Justin can correct me if I'm wrong. Military doctrine is to stagger out the vehicles when traveling in a convoy to reduce the risk of something like an airstrike. In this case, the convoy will travel closely. The first vehicle will always be within eyesight of the last vehicle. We'll use the radios to communicate, but we don't want their transmission range to extend any further than line of sight. So, the easiest way to do this is with CB radios equipped with a short antenna." "A short antenna?" Kate asked. "Yeah, the wattage of a radio and the antenna is what gives a radio range. We want to limit our range." I pointed at Josue. "Josue has volunteered to take care of this. George and I are going to help him." "No long talkie-talkie on radios with short antennas," Josue said. "Short words only." "Why not?" Kate asked. She was being unusually inquisitive and had been argumentative on more than one occasion in the past. I couldn't decide if it was Shooter's influence or if she was a young version of Janet. I mean, why are we limiting our range and why no long taki-taki? She made quotation marks with her fingers when she mimicked Josue. Only Shooter laughed. Justin cleared his throat. I can answer that. First, we must assume there are people out there who are monitoring radio transmissions with their fancy little Bearcat scanners. They may be good guys or they may be bad guys, marauders. So, we limit our transmission range and we only speak when we have to. Second, and this is what I think Josue is worried about, if you talk a lot on one of those radios that has a short antenna, it'll eventually damage the radio. See, Josue replied. Oh, Kate said. So, reiterating, all radio transmissions should be short and sweet, and we'll be changing frequencies often. I saw Kate about to ask another question, and I held up a finger. There is a pattern we're going to use when changing frequencies. It's all written down in the packet, so read up on it. I'd answered her question, but not to be outdone, she rolled her eyes and flippantly tossed some hair back. I had no idea why she didn't like me. I only assumed it was because she was sleeping with Shooter, and therefore she had to dislike me. Seth nodded and motioned for me to continue. Also included in the packet is an inventory list of essential gear. Whatever vehicle you're in, you'll be responsible for the gear, and of course, you can bring any of your personal property along. Keep in mind, though, that space is at a premium. I looked over at the passenger list and passed out the copies of the mission order. Okay, please take the time to read up on this, and if you decide to switch vehicles, please let me know. Any questions on what we've covered so far? Nobody said anything, not even Kate. Okay, good. Now we need to address our biggest issue, ammunition. We don't have a whole heck of a lot. Captain, what is your inventory of ammunition? Sarah asked. Ma'am, in the Striker we started out with 2,000 rounds for the .50 caliber, 100 grenades of various types, and 50 mortar rounds. But we only have approximately 200 rounds of 5.56. And each vehicle is going to have their own load of ammunition, I added. So, Sarah continued, we don't need to be going on any zombie safaris. Agreed, ma'am, Seth said. We only shoot in defense of life, right, Lieutenant? Absolutely, sir, Justin replied, and pointedly made eye contact with everyone to ensure they understood. If you have a stash of ammo, don't leave it behind. If there's some type of specialty item you think we'll need and you don't have it, let me know and maybe we can scrounge it up. Our departure is in 3 days. Major Fawkes and Captain Kitchens have agreed that a certain jarhead should be the road commander. There was laughter at this. Absolutely, Sarah replied. Seth nodded his agreement. Cool. Now, with George and Josue's help, I'll ensure that every vehicle is prepped and ready to go. It's up to all of you to ensure you have your essentials. I'm not sharing my toilet paper or toothpaste, so bring your own. Any questions? I looked around and waited. Rachel raised her hand. How long will the trip take? It took us 3 days to get down here, Seth responded. With the 18-wheeler and extra vehicles, I'd estimate an additional 8 to 10 hours. No more than 4 days, barring any unforeseen catastrophe. We're going to assemble at 0600 hours at the Concord and Nolensville intersection, Justin declared. That means all vehicles will be loaded up and ready to go the night before. We're going to depart no later than 0700 hours. Anyone not present will be left behind. Sheila wiped her mouth and spoke up. Zach, if I may ask, you have a lot of livestock. What's going to happen to them? I had considered acquiring a second 18-wheeler and hooking a cattle car up to it, but decided it isn't feasible. So I've worked it all out with Tanya. The school group is going to take over running my farm. What about that tour bus? Kate asked. Why can't we take it? We considered it, but after discussing the road conditions with the captain, I don't think the bus would be a viable means of transportation, so we're going to go with a van instead. But the bus has a toilet, she lamented. Oh, please, Sarah retorted. Kate's lips tightened, but she didn't say anything else. Okay, getting back to the fuel, we have the 2 tankers. One will be for diesel and one will be for gas. How much? Seth asked. I noticed Raymond had surreptitiously slid my notepad closer to him and was now reading it intently. Each tanker can hold up to 500 gallons, but we only have about 200 gallons of each, maybe a little less. With each vehicle filled up, we should be okay, but we may need to siphon a few tanks along the way. Raymond looked up. It looks like you've thought of everything, Zach. We need to set you up with the logistics team when we get home. Ray runs the logistics team, Sheila said. It's a lot of work, he lamented. I could certainly use some help. I didn't comment. The truth was, the only thing I really wanted to do anymore was run a farm, raise my kids, and chase Kelly around the house. I cleared my throat. If you'll note, I'm going to have the semi, work truck, the dually, and the van loaded up and ready to go on the eve of departure. Sergeant Caswell, I said and nodded toward him, has agreed to assemble a team to guard them that night. That's affirmative, he replied. True and Mann have volunteered. I pretended to look at my notes while I gauged the reactions of Justin and Seth out of my peripheral vision. I didn't detect signs of suspicion. Okay, I would like for each of you to read the mission order thoroughly and have a good idea of how this is going to be run. If you find a mistake or have a suggestion, please speak out. The rest of the evening was spent by everyone discussing what they should bring. Several questions were asked of me, that is, until I kept referring them to specific pages in the checklist and mission order. Everyone slowly ran out of steam and decided to retire to their respective homes. Brandon and his crew lingered behind and were the last ones to leave. Do you think it'll work? He asked. Yep. How's your scavenging going? We've been going at it hot and heavy. Tanya's been on our asses for shirking our duties. Blake scoffed and spat. I'll be one happy ex-soldier when we get out of that school. Yeah, Drew added. Well, anyway, we've found some stuff we can use. The rest we'll give to you. We ain't giving it to Tanya, that's for sure, Drew said. I chuckled. All right. We're still good with the plan? I asked. The three of them nodded. Good. I'll see you men in 2 nights. I started to walk back inside, but as I did so, their headlights caught the shadow of 2 figures standing beside the barn. I pulled my Kimber out and started to open fire. Wait, Zach. It was Sarah. She and Rachel emerged and walked over. What are you 2 doing? I asked as I holstered my handgun. Being nosy, Rachel responded cheerfully. Not cool, I rejoined. What's going on, Zach? Sarah asked. I didn't answer, only stared at her coldly in the dark. Does this mean you don't trust me? She asked in a softer tone. The 2 of your soldiers. You've sworn an oath, correct? Sarah didn't say anything this time. She merely stared at me. The answer is yes, you have, and I think the 2 of you don't give your word glibly. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm not going to answer you. You 2 are going to have to trust me and honor my request to not say anything about this. It'll all come to light very soon. Afterward, if you feel I've done something wrong, you can criticize me all you want. Does Kelly know? Rachel asked. Of course. Oh, good. We'll ask her, Rachel said, and headed for the door. Sarah reached out and grabbed her by the arm. Rachel scoffed. You're no fun. I want you 2 to stay quiet about this. I'll explain everything at a later time. They didn't like it, but they didn't argue and left soon after. Chapter 50. Departure. I was sitting on the tailgate of my truck, waiting for them with a thermos of coffee. It wasn't decaf, and I'd probably stay awake all night, but I couldn't help myself. They arrived promptly at 2300 hours in Rick's dually truck. They'd found a camper top from somewhere that fit nicely on the back. How'd it go? I asked. Blake inhaled deeply and let it out slowly. She knew we were going to pull guard duty here on these vehicles, but that didn't stop her from assigning me guard duty at the school. Well, that wasn't very nice of her, but you really don't have guard duty, I reminded him. Blake scoffed. Yeah, but she didn't know that. No worries, Brandon said. You can sit him back and catch some shut-eye. Hell, I'm too keyed up to sleep, but I got her back, he said. At the end of my shift, I fired off a shot and told them I spotted a zombie. All of them are awake now. I couldn't help but laugh. It served them right for doing that to Blake. Do you all have the dually all packed up and ready to go? Roger that, Brandon replied. All right. Well, I guess there's nothing left to say. If you get tired of seeing the country, this house should be empty and available. We appreciate you, Zach. Are you sure you can handle those officers? They might want to come looking for us. Not a problem. Don't even worry about that. You guys just promised me to take care of each other, I said, and took turns shaking hands with each of them. Without further fanfare, they loaded up and left. I went back to my tailgate and sat. You can stop hiding now, I said into the dark. After a moment, a small flashlight came on and the two women emerged from the barn. "Did you know we were back there the whole time?" Rachel asked. "How could you not be?" I responded. "You two are a couple of busybodies." "Look," I said as I used my own flashlight to point out two cups sitting beside me. "I was so certain you two were going to spy on me, I brought extra cups." I poured each of them some coffee and motioned toward them. "Drink up." They each took a cup and sat down beside me. "So, what did we just witness?" Sarah asked. "You just watched 3 soldiers resigning from their military obligation and going their own way." Sarah took a moment to digest the information. "And you helped them," she said with an accusatory hint in her tone. "Yep." "But why?" Rachel asked. "They're tired of taking orders." I told them about the bullshit stunt Tanya had pulled on Blake. That right there is a good example. They're ready to be their own men. "But why did they sneak off in the middle of the night?" "Because they didn't want any officers trying to pull rank and cause problems. They already said if that happened it was going to turn ugly. I believed them, and I prevented any possibility of it happening." "Lieutenant Smithson is going to take it personally," Sarah said. "That's why you're going to help me explain it to him." We couldn't sleep. All of us were keyed up. Instead, we talked the rest of the night. At about 4, we opted to surprise everyone with breakfast. "I know you two don't quite understand, but your mother is buried here." I glanced at Kelly as I said this. She was sitting across from us. It was the first time she'd come up to the mound since she helped me bury everyone. "But Kelly is your mommy now," I continued. She smiled quietly as she brought her camera up. "Okay, everyone, look at me," she said, and snapped a couple of photographs. When we made the decision to leave, she'd scrounged up a digital camera and took pictures of everything and everybody. I wondered if we'd ever be able to print them off once we got to Mount Weather. I said a few more words, wiped away a tear before Kelly noticed it, and led my family down the hill to Sarah and her Humvee. "All right, I've forgotten something. Let's ride back over to Fred's house." Sarah glanced at me as if to say, "You never forget anything," but she didn't comment. All 3 of them were standing there expectantly when we drove up. Getting out, I got some carrots out of the igloo cooler and walked over to them. Shithead was the first to walk over to me. "All right, you guys, you're on your own now. Take care of each other, okay?" Sate responded by bumping me with his head and sniffing me, looking for more carrots. It was a sad goodbye, almost as bad as a few minutes ago when I was up on the mound. I was tempted to load up a horse trailer at the last minute, even though we decided against taking them back when we planned out the trip. I gave each one of them a last scratch behind the ears. "I'm gonna miss them more than anyone at the school," I commented after I got back in the Humvee. Sarah nodded in agreement. "I'm telling you, man, I'll be okay," George declared. He was sitting on his motorcycle, gripping the handlebars while his sister tried to pry his hands off. We had loaded it up in the semi's trailer, but last night he apparently got a wild hair and unloaded it. It was obvious he'd washed and waxed it, probably after everyone had gone to bed. "It's not safe," Maria countered. "I can scout ahead, and I got this walkie-talkie to let you guys know if I see anything. When I get tired, I'll load it up and ride with you." I looked over George's motorcycle before glancing at Justin and Seth. Both of them shrugged apathetically. "It can't hurt, I suppose," Justin said. George grinned in triumph. When they walked off, Justin turned to me. "Apparently we have 3 men who were AWOL. It seems like I'm the last to know about it." I took a breath and explained it all to him. Sarah was standing off to the side, within earshot but far enough away to be out of the conversation. When I was finished, Justin let out a long sigh. "Why didn't you just tell me?" "They know how much you believe in duty. They weren't going to take a chance that you'd pull rank on them." "If I did, would they have listened?" "Nope, and you better believe they were ready to shoot it out if they felt threatened." "That wouldn't have happened," Justin claimed. "So you wouldn't have tried to stop them?" He didn't answer. "Yeah, you would have been pissed, and then Captain Kitchens would have felt an obligation to back you, and the next thing you know, it would have been a major clusterfuck." "Maybe," he conceded. "Don't get me wrong, I would have loved for them to be with us, but it was their choice, nobody else's. They took one of the M60s. I gave it to them." Justin stared at me with a frown. "If I remember correctly, when you first spotted True, you pulled a gun on him, and you're still not convinced man wasn't involved in the death of your wife." "I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, just like I have with you and Ruth." Justin snorted at this. All right, what's done is done, I suppose. We looked around. We're wasting time. Let's get this goat fuck underway. We had the convoy of vehicles lined up in proper order almost an hour before departure time. Everything seemed to be going as expected, and I hoped it stayed that way. Feeling I had to do something useful, I walked the line and checked the tires on each vehicle. They looked no different from the last time I checked them, and was about to have everyone check their headlights again when Tanya walked up. Looks like everyone's ready to go. All right. If you decide to visit my farm, I've disabled all of the booby traps except for the creek. The bottom is full of sharpened stakes. Oh, and if anyone decides to move in the home, the stovepipes and chimney are full of creosote. They'll need cleaning. I'll warn everyone, she replied and changed the subject. I'm still surprised you decided to go. And I'm surprised you decided to stay, I replied. They don't have anything I want or need. She looked me over and actually smiled. I bet one day I'll see you coming back down this road. I'll give it a year. Time will tell, I suppose. If it does happen, I hope my family and I will be welcome. Of course you will. She lit her little one-hitter and offered it to me. I shook my head, which caused her to snort. You're the most straight-laced kid I've ever met. I chuckled as I watched Mark and Ward walking around giving everyone a farewell hug. I gestured at them. I kind of thought they'd go too. They're scared of the unknown, Tanya replied. This is their comfort zone, same as everyone else who's decided to stay. I guess she was right. Mark, Ward, Gus, Rhonda, and the 2 nurses had decided to stay. I heard about the soldiers, she said. Oh, yeah? And you knew all about it. Word travels fast around here. Did they say where they were going? She asked. They said they were going to hit the open road and see the world. Dumbasses, she said in contempt. I chuckled, even though I disagreed with her sentiment. I wish they were going with us, but I was happy for them. I didn't tell her that Goober's death was the deciding factor in their decision. True pointed out how Goober had pulled guard duty 3 nights in a row, while others, Tanya specifically, had never pulled a single shift. I saw Justin giving the hand signal for everyone to mount up. All right, I said. This is it. Yeah, I guess it is. I pulled some papers out of my pocket and unfolded them. I made a hand-drawn map of our route and all of the waypoints, just in case anyone changes their mind. Oh, and I have a log of all of the cattle sitting in my desk at home. She looked at me with a sad smile, took the papers, and put her hands out. Give me a hug, kid. Well, that certainly surprised me. I obliged. It was awkward as hell, but I obliged. She finished with a pat on the back. You take care of these people, and make sure they get there in one piece, even those 2 idiot brothers. I'll do my best, I said. I know you will. She turned and walked away suddenly. I thought I caught sight of her eyes watering up, but maybe it was my imagination. I was about to jump in the truck when Mark and Ward caught me and surrounded me with a group hug. Kelly, not to be left out, jumped out of the Volvo and joined in. We're going to miss all of you, Mark said forlornly. Both of their faces were wet and puffy from all of the crying. After the hug, I looked at them sadly. Guys, we've certainly had our ups and downs, but I've grown quite fond of you 2. I'm gonna miss the hell out of you. Ditto, Kelly added with another hug. Rhonda ran up and joined in the tears and hugging. At least Gus held his emotions in check and offered a simple handshake. After a lot more hugging and snot-filled well wishes, we managed to get ourselves separated from them and the kids secured in the semi. Kelly got behind the wheel without asking. Do you think you can drive this thing with a trailer attached? I asked with a grin. Not only can I drive it, I can drive it better than you, she retorted with a smug wink before going through the startup procedure. I couldn't help but laugh, while Janet, sitting in the sleeper section, grunted. The radio crackled to life. All units, check in with your status, Justin ordered. Your scout is ready, man, George replied. Everyone followed suit, with either a 10-4 or some kind of simplistic variation, with the exception of Cutter, of course. Time to kick ass and take names, he shouted on the radio, and then gave a rebel yell. You almost couldn't hear him from the blaring of heavy metal music in the background. I groaned. What an idiot, Kelly mumbled. She had put on a pair of Ray-Ban aviator-style sunglasses and began checking the gauges. The combination of the glasses and her dark hair was cascading down her shoulders kind of turned me on. You're a mighty sexy-looking truck driver, I said. When she looked at me with a smile, I snapped a picture. "You set me up," she accused with mock indignation, and self-consciously ran a hand through her hair. "It's getting long," I observed. "I need to cut it. Maybe I'll cut it short, like Sarah's." "That's a big negative," I replied tersely. She smiled as I took more pictures, and almost as an afterthought, I took a picture of Janet sitting with the kids before setting the camera down and looking out the window at the passing scenery. "Are you nervous?" Kelly asked. "No," I answered quickly. "Maybe a little," I added after a moment. "I'm going to miss living here," Kelly lamented. "Did you ever miss where you lived before?" "Not really," she answered. "My parents lived in the same house that I grew up in. It wasn't that big. The only decorating they ever did was buy a new TV, and the neighborhood had gone downhill over the years." "That was in Birmingham, right?" "Yeah, a working-class suburb on the east side." There was a hint of sadness in her voice. "My dad worked in a factory, and Mom worked at the hotel where I was working at. She got me the job. She told me about them. Her mother had gotten infected, and she never knew what happened to her father." I looked back out of the window. It was a little bit sorrowful. I grew up here, and it was all I'd known. Hell, with the exception of my involuntary stay at Fort Campbell, I'd never even left the state. The thoughts I had of venturing into something unknown wasn't making me nervous, though. For some reason, it felt right. "Yeah, we'll be back one day." I don't know why I said it. It came without forethought, but the moment I said it, I realized it was true. George initiated the procession by riding a wheelie. Captain Kitchens and Sammy were the first vehicle in the procession, riding in the Stryker. They were followed by Earl, Sheila, and Raymond in the white van Julie and I had found way back when. Josue insisted on driving the work truck that Rick had brought home one evening. With it full of tools, it rattled loudly every time he hit a bump, but he'd fallen in love with that truck the first time he laid eyes on it. Maria was immediately behind him in their freshly waxed SUV. Sarah and Kyra were in the Humvee they'd brought from Oklahoma. We followed in the Volvo. Somehow, the dogs ended up with us and were being very rambunctious, despite Janet's admonishments. Behind us were Cutter, Shooter, and Kate in my Ford Raptor truck. I told Cutter in no uncertain terms I expected it to arrive in Mount Weather in one piece. Justin and Ruth brought up the rear in their Humvee. All of the vehicles were packed, but not completely full. I had to explain to a couple of the slower-witted individuals, specifically the Butter-Pooter duo, that we had to keep room for anything we scavenged along the way, or in case one or more vehicles broke down and we needed room to fit everything in. A lone zombie was walking along the sidewalk as we turned onto Bell Road. The fact that he was on the sidewalk, like a normal human, instead of walking in the middle of the street, seemed odd for some reason. He even stopped and watched as the convoy drove by him. His clothes were filthy, but I could see he had one of those Vietnam-era boonie hats on his head, held in place by the strings, and he even had a small knapsack strapped on. As I watched him in the side-view mirror, Shooter hopped the curb and ran over him. "Score one for Shooter," Cutter cackled into the radio. "Idiots," Kelly muttered. He better not have damaged my truck, I thought. Chapter 51. Monterey. I'd not been past Mount Juliet since the outbreak, and probably looked like a little kid as I pressed my face close to the window, getting an eyeful of everything we passed. Mostly there was nothing but weeds and that damned kudzu growing everywhere. It was even beginning to swallow up derelict vehicles that were parked a little too close to the shoulders. As we passed through Lebanon and got close to a small community known as Gordonsville, things became a little bit more macabre. "Holy shit, are you guys seeing this?" George asked over the radio. There were corpses hanging from the overpasses. One had almost a dozen hanging from it. "Yeah," Seth responded. "It was like this when we first came through, but I believe I'm seeing a couple of fresh ones." "We're not hanging around to investigate," Justin said. "Maintain our speed." I voiced my agreement. "It looks so eerie," Kelly remarked. "And desolate. It's sad." "Yeah," I replied. I had no idea who was operating within the Lebanon area. Nobody from the rendezvous claimed to have lived around here. "I think they're making a point of telling anyone traveling along the interstate this isn't a good area to stop and look around." "Like they're staking out their territory," Janet said. I nodded in agreement. I wanted to discuss it with the others, but was mindful of our agreed-upon radio discipline. It didn't stop Shooter from commenting about it, though. Justin must have read my mind and spoke up, telling everyone to change to a sideband channel. Yeah, I'm seeing almost every vehicle salvaged too. We got some rough players around here somewhere, but we'll talk about it later. And so we kept moving. Everyone was doing a good job of maintaining the proper intervals, and I saw Ruth and Rachel in the side view mirror manning their respective M60s. Our trailer was almost fully loaded, and so every bump and pothole on the road seemed to be magnified. At the scheduled check-in, Seth asked how the Volvo was holding up. A little rough, but no problems. The roadways are like this all the way to Virginia, more or less. There's one bridge that's too dangerous to drive over, but we found a detour. I hope you've brought extra tires just in case. I had. There were multiple sets in the trailer, along with some rims and a tire changer. I was confident the truck would hold up, but I wasn't so certain with the trailer. We'd visited a couple of truck stops and found one that looked to be in better shape than the rest, but there could always be hidden issues. "How's it looking, George?" Seth asked as we left Wilson County behind us and entered the next county. "Not too bad, man. Lots of potholes. I'm only seeing a zombie or two here and there. Nothing big." And so it went. Our goal was not to stop and kill zombies. Whenever we came upon one, we ignored them. George expertly drove around them, and if they were close enough, they'd try to grab at our passing vehicles. The result was they'd lose their balance and fall. Sometimes they ended up being run over. Our speed was slow, but fairly steady. However, sometimes we had to slow down to a crawl as we maneuvered through and around the permanent traffic jams. There were only a couple of times we had to use the makeshift bumper on the semi to force other vehicles out of the way. Otherwise, it was a peaceful journey. But leave it to the butter-pooter duo to break up the monotony. "Time to take a crap," Cutter blurted over the radio at about the same time we passed a barely readable sign informing motorists that they were entering Putnam County. Kelly glanced over at me. "As crass as he is, I need to go too, and I bet the kids could use a break." I looked back at Janet, who nodded. I grabbed the mic. "George, find a decent spot for the convoy to pull over." "You got it, man. There's a clear spot about a quarter-mile in front of you." Justin keyed up the mic. "All right, everyone, you know the drill. Stay with your teams. When you're done doing your business, take a peek in some of these abandoned cars. Maybe we can find something. But don't engage with any zombies if you can help it. We'll move out in 30 minutes. Little Frederick wasn't a problem. As soon as I got him out of the semi, he dropped his pants and relieved himself in front of everyone. Macy, on the other hand, was a bit fussy and didn't want me to change out her pull-ups, so Janet took over. Relieved of my fatherly duties, I grabbed Josue and the two of us walked back 100 yards, checking out the abandoned vehicles. Sadly, all of them had been rummaged through. Trunks had been popped open, gas tanks had been punctured and drained. A couple of cars were still occupied. Josue and I made quick work of them with knives, but there was nothing to be gained. "No good," Josue muttered. "Yeah," I agreed. We walked back to the main group and explained our findings. "Is it like this all the way to Virginia?" I asked Seth. "As far as the roads and obstacles, yes. We didn't take the time to search vehicles, though." Our conversation was cut short by the sound of gunfire. All of us instinctively brought our weapons up and crouched, fully expecting an assault of some kind. Justin was the first to spot it. "Those morons," he growled, before jogging over to the westbound side of the interstate. No surprise. The source of the gunfire were the Butter-Pooter brothers, who were laughing gleefully at their antics. Seth and I followed and caught up with Justin at the moment he was confronting them. "What the hell are you two doing?" he growled. "We're killing zombies," Shooter retorted in a tone to suggest Justin had just asked him an incredibly stupid question. I walked over and took a look at their vanquished foes. 2 zombies, definitely Category 1s, trapped in their car. Even with the advanced decomposition, it was obvious they were an elderly couple. I pointed at them and then glared at Cutter. "They're so rotten they couldn't even get out of their seatbelts. Why in the world didn't you two use your knives?" Cutter stared at me hard, but he couldn't seem to find a response, logical or otherwise. It looked like he was about to concede the mistake, but Shooter spoke up. "We'll kill zombies any way we see fit," he said defiantly. "You ain't our boss." I ignored him and continued staring at Cutter. "Here's a good example of what I've been trying to tell you. Your brother is an idiot." I gestured at him in a stupid smile. "We have a limited supply of ammo, but shit for brains here doesn't think about things like that. He'd rather waste it on a couple of old rotten zombies who'd have to put their dentures in before they could even take a bite out of you." I pointed toward the back seat and looked at the 2 brothers as if they'd just eaten a turd sandwich. For fuck's sake, one of them had to use a walker to get around. Shooter stared at me loathingly, trying to think of a clever retort, but like his brother, came up empty. Josue got the back door opened, retrieved the walker, and handed it to Shooter, who stared at it as Josue patted him on the back. "Nice prize," he quipped and walked off. "All right, everyone," Justin yelled loudly. "We made too much noise and wasted too much time, so let's load up and get out of here." At Justin's gentle urging, as if a career Marine could possibly be gentle when urging people along, everyone hustled back to their respective vehicles. But we only made it 10 more miles before Justin called for us to stop again. I jogged up to his Humvee just as he raised the hood. A cloud of smoke rushed out of the engine compartment, enveloping him. "What's going on?" I asked. Justin's expression was a combination of frustration and anger as he crawled under the vehicle. After a moment, he crawled back out. "Cracked exhaust manifold. It's the same one I welded back when we got back from Atlanta." He looked at me grimly. "I can't weld it again. It's too far gone." "All right," Seth said. "I'll get a defensive perimeter formed while you transfer the gear to another vehicle." "I'll take care of the fuel," I said. Ruth started unloading supplies. "Do you have a preference?" Justin asked Ruth. "The van has the most room," she said. He nodded gruffly, still angered about the Humvee. We were on the road 20 minutes later, but had only been traveling a short time when Cutter spoke. "We've got some company, dudes and dudettes," he said in his best California surfer dialect. "Do you think you can remember the protocol and be more specific?" Justin growled, obviously still pissed about the Humvee. "An SUV, 4 or 5 people in it. I'd say they're looking for trouble." I wanted to jump on the radio and yell at him to follow procedure, but Justin beat me to it. "Everyone stop in place," he demanded. Before I could get out of the truck, Justin strode past, his jaw clenched and an M4 in hand. I reached back, grabbed a shotgun, and quickly followed him. We met up at the Ford truck where the brothers and the sisters were standing outside. Butter and Pooter were busy looking Rambo-esque. The 2 sisters each had a handgun but were holding them like they were sticks of dynamite with a lit fuse. As opposed to the brothers, they weren't itching for any type of a confrontation. "Why don't you 2 link up with Kelly back at the semi and cover us?" I suggested. They didn't argue. "They've stopped," Justin said. The dark green SUV, it looked like a Land Rover, had stopped 100 yards back. Justin peered at them with his binoculars. "The windows are tinted, but it looks like there's 5 of them. They're just sitting there, staring at us." Seth had wheeled the Striker around and parked beside the Ford. He stuck his head out of the hatch and peered at the SUV with his own set of binoculars. "I'm going to try them on the CB," I said, reached inside the Ford and switched to Channel 19. After numerous attempts without a response, I tried Channel 9 with the same results. "They've got a radio," Justin said. "I can see the antenna." It's not shaping up to be a friendly encounter, I surmised. I was about to suggest the old tactic of one of us walking toward them with a white rag when Seth spoke up. "Well, I have a suggestion," he said. We all looked at him expectantly. "You guys load up in the Striker, and we'll drive down there and see what they have to say. I seriously doubt they have the kind of firepower to disable this bad boy." It sounded like a logical idea. The 5 of us loaded up, and Seth drove toward them, but they didn't react like they wanted to meet us. When we got within 50 feet, the driver put their vehicle in reverse and backed away from us. Seth stopped, and I once again tried to raise them on the CB. We tried it a couple of times with the same results. The last time, they continued backing up until they were once again 100 yards away from us. "I'm getting tired of this bullshit," Justin said. "Me too," I added. "They may be trying to draw the Striker away from the convoy, and their boys are going to ambush it." "Or they may just be fucking with us," Cutter said. "Whatever they're doing, I don't like it," Justin said. "All right, let's get back to the convoy." "Yeah, the problem is, once we get underway, they're going to keep following, I'm thinking," I said. Seth looked at me thoughtfully. "I believe I have a cure, if you gentlemen are agreeable." We all looked at him questioningly. He pointed up. "1 round in their engine block with a 50 will put a stop to this nonsense." "Do it," Justin responded immediately. I readily nodded. Seth aligned the crosshairs on the monitor, took aim, and popped off a single round. I took my fingers out of my ears and used Justin's binoculars. "Bullseye," I said. The radio crackled to life. "You sons of bitches!" one of them yelled irately. Cutter reached for the microphone, but I stopped them. "Fuck 'em," I stated. "They had their chance to talk to us like peaceful folks. I could see it in his eyes. He desperately wanted to give those men a bit of Cutter wisdom. I looked over at Justin, who at least wasn't glaring anymore, and he shrugged indifferently. "Oh, what the hell," I said to Cutter. "Give him your best." Cutter grinned and grabbed the microphone. "Don't let us catch you little shitbirds following us again, or else." Shooter stared at his brother with a disdainful look. "Dude, that was lame," he said. "Nah," I rejoined. "Short and to the point. I like it." We traveled until sunset, never encountering any other people or zombies, and stopped on the outskirts of Monterey. It was a pleasant night out with a clear, starlit sky, so Kelly and I opted to sleep on top of the 18-wheeler's trailer. "It's so beautiful and peaceful," Kelly said as we lay on our backs, staring at the heavens. "It's hard to believe the world is so screwed up when looking at all of those stars." I squeezed her hand in agreement, thinking of a night long ago when I was doing the same thing, lying on my back, staring at the stars with Julie and Macy. Kelly gasped and pointed. "That's the second shooting star I've seen in the past 5 minutes. Is that a sign?" I chuckled. "Could be." "The trip's going pretty well so far, don't you think?" she asked. "Yeah, I'd say so. Even the two dumb shits aren't causing too many problems." I glanced at my watch. "Looks like I have guard duty in 5 minutes. Either we can try for a quickie, or I'll relieve Sarah early." Kelly gave a short laugh. "Yeah, right," she said. I guess that meant guard duty. I stood and stretched. "All right, I'll be back in 2 hours." Kelly smiled in the dark and pulled a blanket over her. I took one last look at her alluring shape before descending down the ladder. 3, I whispered loudly as I walked up to the striker. Sarah was sitting on the top of it. I stopped several feet away and waited for the countersign, indicating she wasn't under any form of duress. 10, she answered. I walked up and climbed on top of the striker. "Kate and Shooter are out in the weeds doing the nasty," she said indifferently as she handed me the night vision goggles and pointed. "Outside of the perimeter." I shook my head in disgust. "It'd serve 'em right if they got bit." I sighed. "All right, I'll go rein 'em in." I guess I was lucky. They'd already finished and were mostly dressed when I walked up on them. I didn't need the night vision. One or both of them were smoking cigarettes. It was easy to find them. "Jesus, guys, this isn't safe at all." "A man has needs," Shooter responded smugly. Kate ignored me and walked back toward the convoy. "You're not jealous, are you?" Shooter chided as he zipped his pants up. "The point, Simon, is safety. We don't have to like each other, but we have to watch out for each other, and not do stuff like this without at least telling someone so they could watch out for you. Why didn't you tell your brother? He would have watched your back." Shooter, Simon, whatever, stared at me, the way he did whenever he wanted to reply with a clever, condescending retort, but his brain couldn't come up with anything, which was common. Finally, he sighed. "All right, whatever." I followed his backside as he walked back without waiting on me. Climbing up on the striker, I sat down beside Sarah. "All right, Major," I whispered. "You are properly relieved. Grab some sleep." "I'm not very tired at the moment. I think I'll hang out with you a little while." That was fine with me. Having someone to talk to, even if we had to whisper, made the watch go faster. I stood and did a full scan with the goggles before sitting. "The first day went pretty well, I'd say." I waited for a response, but got none. "I had a little talk with Shooter. I don't know if he listened, but at least he didn't argue with me." "Yeah, that's good," Sarah said half-heartedly. Several minutes passed in silence. Sarah was not a talkative type, but I could sense there was something on her mind. It could take days before she'd tell me, so I tried the direct approach. "Is something bothering you?" I asked. She didn't answer. I prodded a little. "You know, I always feel like if I have a problem and I don't want to discuss it with Kelly, I can always come to you. I hope you feel the same way." There was another long moment of silence, and I was going to let the matter drop, but then she spoke. "I'm scared, Zach," she finally said. I looked at her in surprise. "You? Scared?" "Yeah." "Well, yeah, I guess I'm a little bit scared of the unknown too," I said. She shook her head slightly. I barely saw it. "No, it's not quite like that. I mean, yeah, it is, but not like you're thinking." Okay. Now I'm confused." There was another long minute or two of silence. "I spent 2 years alone, totally alone. You have no idea how bad that was, Zach. After my buddy Rick died, I was totally alone for a couple months. It damn near drove me to suicide, so I can only imagine going through that for 2 years. Yeah, exactly. But you're not alone now. You have us, and you have Rachel. That's just it, Zach. Once we get to Mount Weather, who's to say she won't find someone else? I'm a few years older than her, and I'm not sure she sees me as anything other than a convenient partner until someone better comes along. She started sobbing then. She was quiet, though, not a woman who blathered loudly. I reached out and found her hand in the dark. I can't speak for Rachel. I've no idea what the heck she's going to do. But what I can tell you is that Kelly and I will always be there for you. We're family. She squeezed my hand tightly and sobbed some more. I didn't say anything else. It wasn't necessary. After a few minutes, she gathered herself and blew her nose. I guess this had been building in her ever since we first spoke of relocating. We sat in silence for almost an hour. When I stood to check the area, she stood with me. I believe I'm going to turn in, she whispered, reached out and hugged me tightly. Thanks, Zach. Chapter 52. Bristol. I'd always wanted to go to Bristol and watch one of the races, Justin said. We'd taken a break and were about 20 miles from the city, stopped in the middle of the interstate. Any of you ever been? There were shakes of heads. When I was a kid, my brother and I begged our father to take us to one of them, but he forbade it, Raymond said. He felt stock car racing was below our social status. I chuckled. I never went to one either, but it had nothing to do with my lofty social status. Raymond looked at me curiously. Did you not enjoy auto racing? He asked. Oh no, just the opposite. I loved NASCAR, but you see, I was what you'd call poor white trash. I don't follow, Raymond replied. I mean, no offense, but I always thought that NASCAR fans were, well, rednecks, Kelly finished. Well, yeah. On the contrary, NASCAR had fans all across the social spectrum. We just plain couldn't afford it. Zach was an orphan living with his elderly grandmother, Kelly explained. Oh, I see, Raymond said, a little awkwardly now. I didn't mean to be presumptive. I apologize. Nothing to apologize for, I said affably. A buddy of mine had a big screen TV and surround sound. It was the next best thing to being there. I decided to needle him a little. I bet you had a huge flat screen in your bedroom, am I right? He glanced at me again and nodded. We had one in every room. I even had one in my bathroom. I could watch it while taking a bath or sitting on the toilet. Wow, sounds nice. I suppose, he said, and quickly changed the subject. Well, what do you think is wrong with it? We were standing around in a loose group, staring at the van's engine. Gas, Josue answered plainly. I nodded at him. I liked how the man could say in one word what could be said in one word. Yep, I answered. Regular gasoline only has a viable shelf life of about a year. We've been lucky it's lasted this long. Are we leaving it? Seth asked. Yeah, we have to, I replied. It'd take the rest of the day to clean out the fuel lines. Justin scowled at the van a moment and then spoke up. All right, everyone, no need standing around here staring at it. Unload your stuff and split it among the other vehicles. One of them, Earl, I think, sighed deeply. I guess we should thank you for bringing extras, he finally said. Yeah, I seem to remember a couple of them wondering about my logic with that, and this would have been a good time to point that out and say something witty like, I told you so, but I didn't. I guess I was getting more mature. It was going to take some time to get everything sorted out, and my stomach had been rumbling for several minutes, telling me I better not hold off very much longer. I've got to make a visit to the little boy's room, I told Justin. You need me to go with you? Nope, I like a little privacy when I do my business. I won't be long. Be careful, Justin said, and went back to helping unload the van. I told Kelly the same thing before fast-walking off the interstate where a lone, dilapidated building stood. Quickly looking around to ensure I was alone, I set my weapons against a wall. Making sure my half a roll of toilet paper was handy, I dropped my pants and squatted. Within seconds, I heard something coming up from behind me. Before I could squeeze my butt cheeks and stand, I was bumped on the shoulder. Startled, I turned quickly, only to see that goofy-ass dog holding a well-used tennis ball in his mouth and looking at me the way all dogs do when they want to play. Damn it, Callahan, I'm right in the middle of something here. He panted and sat, dropping the ball at my feet, indicating he was more than willing to wait, but I should certainly hurry. "Damn dog," I grumbled and settled back into position. I was lost in my thoughts, wondering what the heck I'd eaten which was now causing me so much discomfort, and right at that joyful moment of voiding my bowels, Callahan suddenly stood, emitted a short bark, and ran back behind me, bumping me clumsily as he passed by. Someone was coming. "Why in the heck can't I get any privacy?" I muttered, and was about to unleash my displeasure with whoever was approaching when I heard that distinctive, raspy snarl. The bastard emerged from around the side of the building and lunged at me. I managed to roll to my side, not an easy thing to do with my pants to my knees and the paperwork not complete, if you know what I mean. The zombie stumbled into my fresh organic deposit before righting himself by flinging his arms up, causing shit to fly everywhere. Somehow, I managed to get to my machete and make short work of him. "Where the hell did you come from?" I rhetorically asked, and looked around for others before inspecting myself. "Shit," I muttered, not realizing I was making a pun, and tried the best I could to clean myself up. In the end, I sacrificed the rest of my toilet paper, a decent pair of underwear, and half a canteen of water. During all of this, Callahan kept picking up his ball and tossing it at my feet. I was tempted to toss that damn ball as far into the woods as I could, but with my luck he would have brought a bunch of zombies back with him. "Some help you were, you little bastard," I said, picked up the slobbery ball and tossed it in the direction of the caravan. And so we were down another vehicle. After Julie's death, I developed a special fondness for that van. Whenever I looked at it, it reminded me of her and how the two of us had discovered it. It was like our first date, our first real day together. I hated to leave it. Maybe I'd come back and get it one day. They had finished up repacking everything, and after everyone had taken their own restroom breaks, Justin gave the command to mount up, but before anyone could act, Sarah spoke up. "We've got movement coming down the interstate from the north." I looked quickly down the northbound lane. There were 5 to 10 of them, moving toward us at a loping run, snarling loudly as they got closer. "Get the kids secure," I yelled at Janet, who didn't have to be told twice. "They're danger close," Justin shouted. That meant we were to shoot the front ranks first. I picked the one heading straight toward me and made a clean headshot as the others opened fire. We dispatched them quickly and efficiently, and were about to congratulate ourselves when George yelled, "9 o'clock, 10 more at 50 feet. I swung around just in time. 2 of them were moving quick and got to within 10 feet before I could shoot them. George and Josue made quick work of them just as another one emerged out from behind a burned-out Mercedes. Josue took careful aim and hit him right between the eyes. His son grinned and gave him a pat on the back. When it was over with, we consolidated and caught our breaths. "All right, how about a quick debriefing?" Justin directed. "I believe they just tried a flanking maneuver on us," Seth surmised. "They're getting rather clever. If they ever figure out how to use weapons, we're really going to have our hands full," Sheila added. "At least they can't procreate," Rachel said, and then snapped her fingers. "I bet all of the zombie men's dicks have rotted off, and the women's woohoos have withered up." She stopped as Sarah gave her a withering stare. Everyone else began laughing, and soon even Sarah couldn't stop herself from shaking her head and grinning. It was mid-afternoon when we rolled into the outskirts of Bristol. It was once a quaint southern city with a population somewhere around 35,000. Now it was like every other city across the world, bleak, dismal-looking, a cancerous shell of what it once was. As we slowly traveled along Interstate 81, we saw nothing unusual. Abandoned, wrecked, burned vehicles, overgrown plant life, disintegrating and cracking asphalt was the norm. Even so, I used Kelly's camera to take a few photos. "Mother Nature is taking back her planet," Janet quipped. "It's not all daisies and lollipops anymore." I looked at her quizzically. It was rare that Janet joked around anymore. She saw me looking and grinned. "Now it's just rotten Peters and withered woohoos." "Look at that," Kelly said, pointing out of the window. There was a large commercial plane wreck just to the side of the interstate. The surrounding area around it indicated a large fire had taken place, and all of the surrounding vegetation was still dead. "Do you think there are any survivors here?" she asked. I took another photograph. "I see several cars that look like they've been searched, so yeah, probably." I retrieved the mic. "Come in, Seth." "Go ahead." "Did you guys have any contact with anyone in this area on your way through?" He'd already answered the question back when we talked about it in Nolansville, but I wanted confirmation. "That's negative," Seth answered. "I don't see any changes either." George interrupted excitedly. "Man, I see somebody right now." Kelly looked at me in surprise as I grabbed the microphone, but before I could speak, Justin jumped in and immediately called a halt to the convoy. George sped back to us without waiting to be told to and skidded to a stop. I jumped out as soon as Kelly got the truck stopped. Justin and Seth jogged up to us as George pulled his helmet off and began speaking excitedly. "It's a man sitting on the side of the interstate. He's beside a van that has the side doors open and a trailer behind it. I don't see anyone else." Shooter and Cutter, not wanting to be left out, ran up and joined us and demanded George repeat what he had just told us. "I was about 100 yards away when I spotted him. He was just sitting there, and then he waved at me, man. Is that bad?" Justin grunted and lowered the binoculars. "Looks like just one man," he said. "Hard to tell. The van he's sitting by has a side door open and it's full of stuff. What do you think, Zach?" Justin asked as he handed the binoculars to me. We were at a straight, level area of the interstate, very few derelict cars, and the man was about 200 yards away, sitting without a seeming care in the world. As I watched, he stood up, gave us a wave, and then dropped a piece of paper, seemingly by accident. He looked at it and pointed at it with a stiff arm for a few seconds before picking it up. I smiled grimly as the memory of Rick teaching me that very same trick came to mind. "Giving the wind speed and direction, huh, buddy?" I muttered and started scanning. "Did you say something, Zach?" Justin asked. I focused back on the man, who casually sat back down and scratched his beard. Yeah, he reminded me a little of Rick. "What are you thinking, Zach?" Justin pressed. I handed his binoculars back to him. "It looks like he came up from an access road. Since there's nobody else on the interstate, I'd say he's here specifically for us." Justin digested what I said. "Our route takes us right past him. Seems only prudent we should introduce ourselves," he commented idly. I thought a moment. "Why don't you two keep the group rock steady, and I'll ride up with George and introduce ourselves." "I'll keep him in my sights in case he tries anything," Cutter declared. "Oh, no, don't do that," I responded quickly. "I'd suggest not doing anything that might be considered threatening." "Why's that?" Shooter demanded to know. I looked at him as I got on the bike with George. "Because he has at least one sniper deployed, maybe more." Justin frowned at my statement and started scanning the area again as George and I rode off. "Been waiting on you fellas for the past hour," he said as soon as George cut the engine. He was casually sitting on a folding chair under one of those big picnic table umbrellas. Justin was right. He could have been 40 or 50. It was hard to tell with his thick beard, mirrored sunglasses, and bandana tied around his head the way bikers do. A braided ponytail snaked out of the back of it and ended an inch or two below his shoulder blades. "Yeah, we're a little slow-moving today," I responded as I got off of the bike and stood before him. "My name's Zach, and this is my friend George." The man stood easily and offered a closed fist for a fist bump rather than shaking hands. George and I responded in kind. His smile was pleasant, showing a healthy set of teeth, but his wariness was evident. "I'm Joe, Trader Joe." His manner was casual, although I'm sure he was just as suspicious of us as we were of him. He pointed at his van and the flat trailer behind it. "And this is my mobile trading post." "So, I'm guessing you saw our convoy and thought you could do a little business." "You are guessing correctly, my friend." He motioned toward a dry erase board leaning against the van before swinging his arms again. "I've written down today's specials. If you see something you like, point it out and tell me what you've got to trade for." I looked at him a moment as he smiled good-naturedly. The list, written in small but neat block lettering, filled the entire board. Candles, cookware, canteens, hand tools. But all of it was stuff we either had or didn't need. Not surprisingly, there were no essentials like toilet paper listed. He must have sensed it in my expression. "Like I said, I don't have everything listed. If there's anything in particular you've got an itching for," he finished with a wave of his hand toward the contents of his van. At his urging, I stepped closer and peered inside. One item jumped out at me immediately. He had bananas. Several of them. I pointed. "Are those real?" I asked. He grinned again, this time like a fisherman who just hooked a trophy bass. "They most certainly are. Grew 'em myself." I didn't know how he was able to grow bananas in this climate, but didn't really care. They looked mouth-watering. "They're for sale," he continued, "but they ain't going to be cheap. A case of ammo ought to do it. Any caliber is fine." I frowned at him. His smile continued. "Mr. Joe, if it's okay with you, I'm going to bring my people up. We're friendly enough, and we'll police our own if there are any transgressions, okay?" "Sure thing, friend." "Good. Please let your snipers know." His smile tightened for a microsecond, but it relaxed again as he once more casually slapped his hands. George and I rode back to the group, who had mostly all gathered around the armored vehicle while Josue provided rear security. I looked around, trying to make it seem casual, and after a minute, I spotted what I was looking for. A slight mound in the bushes, directly perpendicular to where our armored vehicle was parked. "Damn," I muttered, wondering what the odds would be that we'd stopped our convoy precisely at the point where Joe's sniper was hiding. "What?" George asked. "Nothing," I responded, and waited for him to stop the bike before jumping off. Once he killed the engine, I addressed everyone. "All right. His name's Joe, and he's running a makeshift trading post. He's got a few things, but he's being totally unrealistic in his valuation." I explained about the bananas and what he demanded in trade. "So, my suggestion is we ride up, exchange pleasantries, and then move on." Seth started to say something, but stopped when Raymond raised his hand. Zach, let's not be so hasty about riding off without trying to do some business. Do you know who are the best salesmen in the world?" he asked, and then answered his own question. "Politicians, of course, and I've been around the best of them and the worst of them most of my life." He looked around at all of us. "My parents were career diplomats with the State Department. If I may be so bold, let me do the haggling. I guarantee we'll come out ahead. Now, tell me, what do we have that we'd be willing to trade those bananas for?" I thought for a moment. "Since our makeshift refrigerator went tits up, those steaks are not going to last very much longer. And, of course, we have plenty of honey and beeswax." Raymond smiled gleefully in anticipation. "Perfect. Leave it to me and we'll all be eating bananas within the hour." "He is a pretty good bullshitter," Sheila commented. Her husband guffawed in agreement. "It couldn't hurt to try," Seth said. "I haven't eaten a banana in, well, shit, since I was in a banana-eating contest at a strip club outside of Fort Polk," Rachel remarked. There was some light laughter as Sarah looked at her questioningly. It was decided. "All right, Raymond, let's see what you can do." I motioned to Seth. "Let me borrow those binoculars for a minute, if you don't mind." Seth looked at me inquisitively as he handed them to me. "Something else going on?" he asked. "I'm going to give Sammy an impromptu training lesson," I replied, and motioned for Sammy to follow me. "Y'all go ahead. Sammy and I will be there in a few." I got a couple of curious looks, but everyone except Seth loaded up and moved the convoy down the 100 yards to where Trader Joe was patiently waiting for us. "Okay, curiosity has gotten the best of me. You mind if I sit in on this training?" he asked with a grin. "Sure." I waited until everyone left, and then gestured at Sammy. "Take these binoculars, look down that way and tell me what you see," I directed in a low voice. He brought the binoculars up to his eyes and peered down the interstate. "I see that Trader Joe man and his van, and everyone gathering around him. He's giving everyone fist bumps. I guess he doesn't like shaking hands." "Okay, describe him." Well, he's older. He's white. He's got a beard that has a lot of gray in it." "How tall is he?" "I can't tell." "That van he's standing beside is a full-size van. A full-size van is about 7 feet tall. Use it as a reference. Now, how tall is he?" 6 feet? "Yep. Now, how far away from us is he?" Sammy bit his lower lip as he continued staring through the binoculars. He finally lowered them and looked at me in confusion. "Remember when I showed you how to estimate distances by imagining the length of a football field?" He nodded in sudden understanding. "How many football fields away are we?" "Maybe 2," he answered uncertainly. "Not bad. Not bad at all. Now, here's something else to look at." I pointed back down the interstate. "Do you see that orange rock lying on the side of the road about halfway down?" He nodded. "It kind of seems odd-looking, doesn't it? A rock with bright orange paint on it, sitting out there all by itself." "Yeah." "Okay, good. Now, if you look close, you'll see a little flag tied on that CB antenna on the van, and another one tied onto the top of his umbrella." "Yeah, I see them," Sammy replied. "The wind is pretty gusty today." "We've talked about this before, right?" Sammy nodded in understanding. That flag shows the sniper where the wind is blowing from." "And what about the orange rock?" He furrowed his brow in confusion and looked at it again with the binoculars. I gave him a hint. "How far away is that orange rock from us?" "Halfway?" "Yep, so how far is that?" 100 yards. You could see the wheels turning in his head before his face lit up in understanding. "Someone put that rock there as a distance marker." He looked through the binoculars again. "And there's another one, 100 yards on the other side of Mr. Joe." "Yep, they're range markers. So what does that tell you?" "There's a sniper out here," he exclaimed in hushed understanding. I heard Seth inhale some air. Sammy started looking around intensely. Suddenly, his mouth dropped open and he pointed at the small mound of bushes. I silently nodded, and I think the two of them finally noticed I had my Kimber 45 out of its holster and holding it down by my side. I gave a tacit warning to Seth, who nodded in understanding and began speaking out loudly. "Sniper, I know your duty is to protect Joe, but I'd feel a heck of a lot better knowing you aren't pointing that rifle at my friends. Why don't you stand up and we'll walk down there together and join everyone?" He didn't respond. Instead, he continued lying perfectly still. The tip of the barrel, barely sticking out of the bushes, was the only sign he was there. "I know you can hear me, so let's not sit here all day in the heat." Actually, the steady breeze made it pleasant out, but I knew from experience that lying prone in a ghillie suit hiding in a bunch of weeds and bushes all day was mighty uncomfortable. Yet there was still no movement or response. I glanced at Seth, who gave a slight shrug. We were at an impasse. I didn't want any violence, but this sniper was trying my patience. "Well, I guess I'm mistaken. Fellas, I need to pee first, and then we'll go down and join everyone. You know what? I think I'm going to piss all over that spot where I'm imagining a sniper is lying down." "Yeah," Seth added. "I'll join you. My bladder is about to burst." It took maybe 2 seconds now before the small mound began moving and a figure in a ghillie suit slowly stood up. "Please keep your weapon pointed down," I said. He did as I suggested, but even through the camouflage I could sense a tenseness. I kept my handgun pointed at the ground, but I wasn't quite ready to holster it just yet. "I'm Zach. This is Captain Kitchens with the United States Army, and my buddy here is Sammy." I gestured toward the others. "We're traveling through here and not looking for trouble with anyone. I hope you can see that." The sniper reached up and pulled his headgear off. When he did so, Sammy gasped. "Zach, that sniper's a girl." I don't know why, but I was as surprised as he was. Her face was painted in various shades of olive drab, but there was no mistaking the feminine features. Her hair was a wild mess of mahogany brown, and a pair of bright hazel green eyes glared at us. Seth chuckled. "Well, this is turning into an interesting day. What's your name, ma'am?" he asked. "Riley," she answered in a somewhat defiant tone. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Riley. Come on, let's join the rest of them," I suggested. As we walked down the interstate, Seth and I tried to make small talk with her. She wasn't having any of it, though, and walked along in silence. As we approached Trader Joe and his van, he stopped talking with everyone and started jogging toward us, worry etched on his face. I holstered my handgun and held my hands out in front of me. "Mr. Joe, there's no cause for alarm, right, Riley?" He glanced at me for a microsecond before focusing on Riley. "What happened?" he asked her. "They spotted me," she replied and glared at me again briefly. "I'm sorry, Dad." Seth laughed and then caught himself. I spoke up quickly. "Joe, you can see we haven't done anything to your daughter, so would you do me a favor?" I asked, to which he focused on me suspiciously. "Would you make that hand signal to your other sniper, letting them know everything is okay? You know, swinging your arms and slapping your hands together. Would you please do that so nobody gets shot by accident?" Joe stared at me a second, frowning. "Was it that obvious?" he asked before his smile returned and he gave the signal. "Looks like we need to work on our tactics. Come on, let's go have a seat and jaw at each other a while." "So, how did you know?" Joe asked Seth. Seth shook his head and hooked a thumb at me. "Don't look at me. Zach's the one who figured it out." Joe looked at Seth a moment as if to see if he was being bullshitted before directing his gaze at me expectantly. I saw Kelly looking at me, and her expression may have been one of pride at my astuteness, or it may have been a silent admonishment not to go acting like a know-it-all. I took both interpretations to heart. "I guess your casual demeanor was the big tip-off." I gestured toward everyone with a wave of my hand. I mean, here's a convoy driving up the road with an armored vehicle leading the pack, and yet you didn't seem particularly antsy about it. The orange rocks, the flags, the hand signals, all of those clues helped, but Kelly was right. No reason to let on that I spotted all of that. There was no need to brag. How in the heck did you find Riley, though? I had her hidden pretty good, and trust me, I've had a lot of experience in that particular area. I shrugged and glanced at Riley, who had stripped out of her ghillie suit and was now wearing a pair of short camouflage shorts and a skimpy brown tank top. She was a little on the petite side, skinny but toned. She'd wiped most of the camo off of her face, which revealed a very cute girl in her late teens, but she must have been hunkered down for quite a while because she was covered in sweat and grime and wasn't smelling very pleasant at the moment. In addition, her unshaven legs had several mosquito bites. And it was obvious she wasn't wearing a bra. I pretended not to notice, but those idiot brothers were staring unabashedly. Even George was staring, which kind of embarrassed me. After all, Joe was no dummy. He had to have noticed as well, but he ignored it. You got lucky, Riley contended in a husky voice. The glare was toned down, but it was still present. I nodded in agreement. Yes, we did. Sammy here has good eyesight, and he happened to spot the tip of your rifle barrel peeking out. Well, my son is undetected as yet, and I think I'll leave him out there just in case. No offense. None taken, Seth replied. So, you guys never said where you're heading, Joe casually queried. I glanced at Seth. Mount Weather, he replied. Joe nodded. I had an inkling. You know of Mount Weather? Raymond asked, to which Joe gave another small nod. How so? Raymond pressed. My father used to work for the government, Riley said. Joe gave her a look. She ignored him and spotted Kelly, who was over by the Volvo watching as Frederick peed on a tire. Callahan was not to be outdone and hiked his leg on it as well. I hoped I wouldn't need to change that tire anytime soon. At least little Zoe trotted off into the woods before squatting. Who is she? That's my wife, Kelly, and my kids. I think I'd like to say hello. Riley promptly lost interest in us and walked over to her. I watched as Kelly smiled, and the two of them immediately began what appeared to be a friendly conversation. The key phrase is used to, Joe said. I've got no desire to be involved with any government of any kind anymore. Do y'all live in Bristol? I asked. He shook his head. We've got a place out in the east end of the county. Bristol was too dangerous. I guess every city was about the same when the outbreak first began. How is it now? Earl asked. Joe shrugged noncommittally. It's calmed down some, but you still gotta be careful. Yeah, Nashville is about the same, I said. Joe stretched and smiled. Why don't we do some trading? He suggested. Sounds like a good idea, Raymond replied with his own grin and motioned toward the van and trailer. We watched in amusement as the two men soon became involved in the preliminary verbal jousting, and I had to admit, Raymond was indeed a good bullshitter. He used a lot of preamble and foreplay before mentioning what we had available for trade. When he did, Joe actually emitted a small gasp, and I could have sworn I heard his stomach growl. He recovered quickly and tried to regain control by throwing out a challenge. Well, now, I'm not a man to call anybody a liar, but I'd sure like to see some proof of what you're claiming. Justin and George helped me. Soon we had one of Joe's tables filled with several sirloin steaks and 2 mason jars of honey. Raymond smiled smugly, knowing victory was his. When it was all said and done, we had all of the bananas and a goodly amount of strawberries to boot. When the bartering was completed, I suggested we go ahead and grill some of the steaks. Joe and Riley readily agreed. Do you want your son to join us? I asked. Joe thought a moment and then gave a hand signal. After a minute, I saw a figure emerge from the dense bushes on the opposite end of the interstate. He, too, was wearing a homemade ghillie suit similar to Riley's. He was a little bit shorter than me, lanky, with a ponytail similar to his father's and a scruff of a beard on his chin. He's named after me, so we call him Little Joe. Introductions were made all around, and then I went back to the trailer to get the fancy Weber grill I'd taken from the farm. I didn't realize Joe and Riley had followed me until I heard a long, low whistle from behind me. You people have a little bit of everything in there, he remarked. I nodded affably and handed down the grill. We're relocating. I didn't see any reason to leave everything behind. I jumped out of the trailer, shutting the doors and padlocking them. Joe seemed a little put off by that. He obviously wanted to look over everything we had. "If you don't mind my asking, why are you relocating? Is it that bad where you came from?" "We had a few setbacks with cattle and crops. Probably nothing you haven't gone through as well." "Doesn't seem like that would be the deciding factor," he said as we walked back to the group. "If I didn't have family, I don't think I would have left, but I have to take their welfare into consideration." Before I could speak further, the little Tasmanian devil ran up from wherever he was and attacked one of my legs in a bear hug. I hoisted him up on my hip. "This is why," I responded as Janet walked up holding Macy. "These are my 2 kids, and this is Janet, my monster-in-law." Janet glared at me as Joe laughed and introduced himself. Macy hid her face in the cleavage of Janet's shirt, which if I didn't know any better, I'd say there were a couple of extra buttons open that normally weren't. Joe laughed again. "She's a shy one. So your decision has to do with your kids?" "Yep. There are several things that Mount Weather can offer that I can't provide for," I continued as we all walked back to the main group, which were all gathered around Joe's van. "Such as?" he asked. "Medical care, a formal education for the kids, and me for that matter, a military presence, and an overall greater access to resources." I glanced at Janet, who was trying and succeeding in making pointed eye contact with Joe. He replied. Whether he was hmming at my statement or at Janet's cleavage, I had no idea. George had rounded up some kindling, took charge of the grill, and started getting a fire going. Josue had gotten our folding chairs out of the truck, and everyone was getting comfortable. Little Joe had walked over to the side of his father's van, stripped down to his waist, and was doing his best to clean himself up with a wash rag. Both Kate and Kyra were giving him the once-over too, much to Shooter's displeasure. Kelly pretended not to notice, which was nice. "How about you guys? What kind of community do you have set up?" Seth asked. "We have a few farmers, locals and their spouses." He intentionally didn't tell the specific numbers. Seth noticed and looked at me suspiciously, but he didn't push it. Joe picked up on our tacit exchange. "A couple of winters ago we had a cholera outbreak. We lost a few people, but I'm not sure I'm trusting enough to tell you our actual numbers." "We understand," I said. "May I ask how it happened?" "When everything went bad, a group of us banded together. We had a decent operation going, for the most part. Everyone had job assignments." Joe made a face and shook his head. "We had this one knucklehead. He was a poster child for laziness. We all know the type. Well, unfortunately, he was assigned water duty. Come to find out, he wasn't boiling the water we were drawing from a well." "And the well was contaminated," Grant said. Joe nodded. "And it's a wonder all of you didn't die." He then gestured toward me. "He distills his drinking water." Joe looked at me questioningly. "Filtering removes sediment. Boiling kills bacteria, but only distilling can remove heavy metals." "That's a lot of time and effort involved. Are you certain there are heavy metals in your water?" "I don't have any test kits, so no. I'm only guessing, but think about it. The groundwater is contaminated by toxic spills everywhere. I think it's prudent, especially when it comes to my kids." Joe continued staring at me as he grunted thoughtfully. "How did you people contain the cholera?" Grant asked, his interest now piqued. "Well, sir, one of the first to get sick and die was our doctor. We quarantined the rest." "Did anyone who had become sick survive?" he asked. Joe frowned. "Quite a few died. Riley got pretty sick, but she lived through it." I looked over at her. She smiled demurely. At least she wasn't glaring at me anymore. At one point, she dropped down to about 50 pounds. "Now I'm stronger than ever," she exclaimed, and flexed her right bicep. She indeed had muscular arms. Small, but muscular. Just like Andy. "Nice," I said. She smiled again, and then I saw Kelly looking at me out of the corner of my eye. I turned to Joe and changed the subject. "How has it gone with the infected?" I asked. "About what you'd expect. Once we figured out they can't do shit when it's below freezing, we went on a lot of search and destroy missions. We killed off quite a lot." "We've killed the shit out of them," Riley declared. "We lost a few people, though," Joe said. "It hasn't been easy." "Are you people everyone that's left over from Nashville?" Riley asked. No, there's a few who decided not to join us and stayed behind. Any men? She asked, and cast a quick glance at George this time. Joe spoke up. My little girl is in heat. Dad, Riley scolded. Even through the grime, I could see her cheeks redden. Little Joe, who had emerged from the side of the van wearing a semi-fresh baseball jersey, chortled. Yeah, my son is too, Joe added. His son was suddenly quiet and started blushing too. I pointed at the jersey. Did you play baseball in high school? I asked. Yeah, he answered, thankful that I changed the subject. He loves his baseball, Joe added. He had the state record for home runs and was going to have a full ride at Virginia Tech when it all broke out. Now he hits home runs upside zombies' heads, Riley said. It's gross when their heads bust open. At least he takes his sexual frustrations out with a bat instead of using all of our spare batteries on a vibrator. Most of us laughed loudly now. Riley's cheeks turned even redder. She stood quickly and grabbed the wash rag from her brother before disappearing behind the van. Starting about a year ago, we began noticing a distinct change in behavior in quite a few of them, I said, and told them some of the stories. Have you seen anything similar, Joe? A little bit, Joe admitted, but didn't elaborate. What's the largest horde you guys have seen? Grant asked. I suppose the largest was during the initial outbreak. The whole city of Bristol seemed to be infected. He thought for a minute. A lot of them died off after the first year. We ventured a little way into the city from time to time and tested the waters. The stench from the rotting bodies is just awful. You got that right, little Joe said. Riley's B.O. smells exactly the same. Asshole, Riley retorted from behind the van. We've killed quite a few as well. Let's see, I'd say in the last year the biggest group of them we've seen together at one time was about 500 to 1,000. What do you think, son? Yeah, I guess, he answered. I mean, I didn't take the time to count each one of them, and Riley can't count that high. Oh, that's rich, coming from a dumb jock, Riley retorted as she emerged. She'd wiped most of the grime off of her face, and it looked like she'd even brushed her hair a little. How did y'all react? I asked. Joe grinned and held his hands up in a shrug. We hid. They came out of the city, Riley said as she blew a tuft of hair out of her face. They were all walking together. We don't know where they were going, but they were walking south, Joe added. I nodded and was about to give my opinion when Cutter spoke up. Yeah, we've been studying them, he said with a little bit of puff in his voice. There's some of them that are evolving, and they've figured out they need to travel in order to find fresh food sources. Riley looked at him curiously. What kind of studying? She asked. Cutter obviously wasn't prepared for that kind of question and started stammering. Mostly through observation, I said, hoping to stop him from making himself out to look like an idiot. I mean, we all knew he wasn't all that smart, but he was a reflection of us. Although we captured one a while back and conducted some rudimentary tests. No shit, Joe asked. I nodded and pointed at Grant. Dr. Parsons and these two Marines were with a unit called the Chemical Biological Incident Response Force when the plague broke out. Later on, they spent some time at the CDC. They'd conducted a lot of research. Did anyone figure out the cause? Joe asked. It is a previously unidentified virus, but a lot of data was lost or otherwise compromised. The group of scientists at the CDC had made significant progress. I must admit, I'm confused, Joe said. Doctor, if you were at the CDC doing research with other doctors— There were other doctors, correct? Grant nodded. Then why are you here now instead of at the CDC? Joe looked at us, waiting for an explanation. The three Marines spent the next hour telling the story, but left out the part about my kids and me. When they were finished, the look on Joe and his kids' faces was one of wonder. Well, now, that is one hell of a story, Joe said. You must be one tough motherfucker, Riley said while looking admiringly at Justin. I suppressed a smile when I saw Ruth's eyes narrow. But you never did say if a cure was developed. Grant moved his mouth a few times in that annoying way of his when he was preparing a response. Possibly, he finally answered. But there have been no clinical trials, and it has not yet been manufactured in large quantities. Yet another reason to relocate to Mount Weather. Joe sat up in his seat. You said not in large quantities? What does that mean? Grant is one of those people that when you hear of something he does, you sit back and go, I answered. One of the crazy things he did was he inoculated himself with a test serum. Everyone who was listening started, and I think there was even a collective gasp. Up until now, the only people who knew were Justin, Ruth, Kelly, and me. "Well, does it work?" Joe finally asked. There were a few nervous chuckles, but even so, everyone was waiting for Grant's answer. "I administered the dose to myself back last winter, 6 months and 14 days ago, to be exact. I had flu-like symptoms for the next 48 hours, but as you can see, I appear to be healthy with no obvious side effects. But the only way to be certain is to be purposely exposed to the virus, under strict conditions, of course." "Are you going to do it?" Cutter asked. Grant looked at him and smiled ruefully. "Zach has refused to allow it." "What the hell does that mean?" "Simple. Zach said no." "What a load of bullshit," Shooter declared loudly. "You should do it." "Pipe down, Simon," Sarah scolded. The others laughed. Grant looked at Trader Joe and his daughter. "I'll spare you two a long-winded story, but briefly I'm indebted to Zach, so I'm going to respect his wishes. Perhaps when we get to Mount Weather." I changed the subject. "What about gangs and marauders?" When I asked this, Riley hastened a quick glance at her father, who merely shrugged. "There have been a few here and there." "I can't imagine a gang coming upon your trading post and not robbing you," I replied questioningly and gestured toward Riley. "Or worse." "We can hold our own," Riley replied defensively. "Sure, I can see that." I started to say more, but I didn't think it'd be productive, so I let it go. Joe looked around at everyone as we talked. "I see a few of you wearing combat utilities," he remarked as he gestured towards Sarah and Rachel. "We're military," Rachel responded. "I'm with the Army, along with Captain Kitchens. Major Fawkes here is a pilot in the Air Force, and of course the Marines standing there all serious-looking. Lieutenant Smithson spends most of his waking hours looking like he ate persimmons for breakfast." We laughed lightheartedly. Rachel, our self-appointed comedian, especially liked to make digs at the Marines at any given opportunity. Seth gestured at the other 3 delegation members. "We're the only ones from Mount Weather. Back a few months ago, we established radio communications with this group from Nashville, along with small pockets of survivors in other parts of the country. The president issued a directive to send out delegations to the known survivors and invite them to come live at Mount Weather until the country stabilizes itself. And before I forget, you and your kids are more than welcome to join us." "So, he's still alive," Joe commented under his breath. Raymond spoke up. "Alive and well. Restoring society is our #1 goal, and it's been hard work." "How?" Riley asked. "Several things. One of our duties is to conduct a census among any survivors we encounter. We attempt to get an accurate number, where they're located, and lines of communications reestablished. I'm sure that from your perspective nothing is being done, but I can assure you many positive gains have been accomplished. Not to mention a possible vaccine being developed," Sheila said. Joe, who had taken his sunglasses off while we were talking, was silent a long moment. I'd noticed he was looking us over carefully during the conversation, studying us. I got the opinion this man was a lot more intelligent than he appeared. "It seems like all of you are putting a lot of faith into this." Raymond started to respond, but Joe held up a hand. "Now, I believe I know what you're going to say. You're going to talk about the importance of a hierarchy of government, the belief in the president, and the rebuilding of society, all of those post-apocalyptic platitudes." I chuckled. "Yeah, you're right. But don't get us wrong, we've not been brainwashed." "That's good, because there's something you should know," he said, and gave a sardonic grin. "I went to college with that man." "The president?" Sheila asked, to which Joe nodded. "You went to Harvard?" "Yep, we were even in the same fraternity." "What kind of person was he back then?" Rachel asked. Joe snorted. "The same as he is now. He was a politician." He paused a second. "I voted for him, but make no mistake, he's a politician in everything that word means." "I take it you're not interested in Mount Weather." Joe rubbed his face, appearing to be in deep thought. "I'll admit, there are some valid points to the argument for relocating." He paused again and looked around. "I assume a few of you went to college. Any of you versed in history?" There was a moment of silence, and then Seth cleared his throat. "A few of us have been to college, yes. I'm an attorney." "What do you know about the Roman Empire?" There was a collective silence now, and then Janet spoke up. "Don't just sit there," she said as she gestured at me. "You know good and well you know all about it." Joe looked appraisingly at Janet and her cleavage before focusing on me. "I know a little bit," I admitted. Kelly grunted. "He's being modest. What do you want to know? He'll know the answer." Joe scratched at his beard as he gazed at me. "So, you know a little bit about it?" he asked. "When did it come into being?" "That seems like a subjective question, Joe. Rome was founded about 600 BC, but they didn't have any kind of major expansion until 300 years later." Not bad at all. "When did it fall?" "I'll go with the end of the Fourth Crusade. If I remember correctly, I'll say that was at the beginning of the 13th century. Now, Joe looked at me in surprise. 1204 to be exact. That was the Eastern Roman Empire. Also known as the Byzantine Empire, I added. "I see someone paid attention in school," Joe said as he looked at his two children. "You seem young for a college man." "I didn't go to college." Joe nodded thoughtfully. "So, the empire falls, but for years many Europeans were convinced it still existed." I snapped my fingers. "You're equating the fall of the Roman Empire with the current status of the U.S. "You are correct, my young friend. Those bozos up in Mount Weather, or wherever they are, refuse to believe the Democratic Republic of the USA no longer exists." "And the option, Joe?" I rejoined. "We can continue living in small communities, mostly isolated from the rest of the world, slowly reverting back to a Stone Age state and eventually dying off." I stood and picked up Macy, who squealed with delight as I kissed her on the cheek. "I don't want that for my kids." Joe was staring at me intently now as he continued fingering his beard. I couldn't help but notice Riley was now staring at me with renewed interest. I'm sure Kelly spotted it as well. "You make a good argument, Zach," Joe finally said. "I can certainly see why your friends look up to you." "Yes, we do," Sarah said. Joe stood and stretched, popping some vertebrae that were out of alignment. "A good argument indeed," he repeated. "But before making such a decision, I'd have to talk it over with my people." His gaze wandered back at our trailer with the kind of look an alcoholic has when staring at a closed liquor store. "You people have a few hours of daylight left. Are you going to get moving or settle in for the night?" Seth spoke up quickly. "We still have a little over 300 miles to go. I think we should take advantage of the daylight." Most of us nodded in assent. Grant started to say something, but seemed to think better of it. "What is it, Grant?" I asked. "Oh, I was just going to ask if they had any medical problems I might be able to help with." "Do you have any saltpeter?" Joe asked as he pointed at his kids. "These two are in desperate need." We all laughed as Grant shook his head. They weren't very forthcoming with census information, but Grant managed to talk them into providing blood samples. "I'm especially interested in Riley's sample," he confided in me later. "It may have been a case of cholera, or it may have been something else." I couldn't criticize him. He was a doctor, a pathologist whose mission was still clear: find a cure. Kelly and Sheila took a couple of pictures before we headed out. I was itching to get an idea of what the striker was capable of, so I opted to ride with Seth and Sammy for this leg of the journey. "I'm pretty sure we can make it to Roanoke before dark," Seth said. "Sounds good," I replied. "I'd like to get there as quickly as possible." Seth hit a pothole, causing Sammy and I to bounce around. "This vehicle rides rough," I commented. Seth laughed. "Yeah, it was designed for combat, not comfort. That's why my three friends don't want to ride in it." "Tell me about this thing," I asked. Seth looked away from his driving sights for a moment and looked at me. "The striker?" I nodded. "Well, I only have a rudimentary working knowledge of it. Sergeant Martin, that was Clyde, he was the expert. Let me see. It has a diesel Caterpillar engine with a top speed of a little over 60 miles per hour, and I can change the tire pressure on the fly to overcome any terrain considerations. It's designed to hold 9 soldiers, along with a driver and a commander. It's almost impervious to all small arms fire. The steel cage surrounding the vehicle stops RPGs, and the undercarriage is specifically designed with IEDs in mind." He gestured at the sights. "As you can see, driving can be done through these viewfinders, or you can open the hatch and stick your head out. You're supposed to have an additional soldier assist you with observing your route, but I've gotten the hang of it. It also has thermal imaging, so you can drive at night in blackout mode and can see up to 7,800 meters. There are 10 different variations. This one is the command version. The weapons platform is a 50 caliber machine gun and the Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher. It's controlled by that. He pointed at a computer screen and a joystick. He pointed at another computer system. That's the communications system. It's known as the FBCB-2. It looks pretty complex, I said. Seth nodded. Yeah, Clyde was training us on it, but... I nodded in understanding as I looked around the interior of the vehicle. There was a stack of cardboard boxes with the familiar MRE labels on them, and there were some wooden crates of similar size. I looked at the markings and realized they were cases of fragmentation grenades and mortar rounds. Seth saw me looking at it. We also have a 60mm mortar on board. Nice, I said and nodded. I had to admit, I couldn't wait to play with it. The striker, the mortar, all of it. What kind of impression did you get from Joe and his kids? Seth asked. All three of them were healthy looking. Little Joe stayed hidden until his father gave him the signal. That shows a strong amount of discipline. Seth nodded in agreement. Did you notice how vague his answers were when we asked about the infected and marauders? Yeah, he was being very guarded, but it was probably just a matter of not wanting to be an open book with complete strangers. I paused a moment. It's possible he was sizing us up for an ambush later. Possible, Seth surmised, and patted the bulkhead of the vehicle. They'd need some heavy hardware to overcome this bad boy, though. Our conversation was interrupted when Justin came over the radio. All units, status check. We listened as everyone responded. When the last person checked in, Seth checked his watch and nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, his trade goods weren't much to speak of, and other than the fresh fruit, he didn't have any canned goods or essentials like first aid equipment or toothpaste. He's smart enough to know you don't trade away things like that. Exactly, unless they're already out of those items. After a moment's pause, he glanced over at me. If I may pay you a compliment, you seem to be a very intelligent man. Thanks. No, I mean it. You spotted the snipers rather quickly, and you made a good analysis of Joe and his setup. You have very astute observational skills, and that stuff with the Roman Empire was pretty good, too. I appreciate that, but I'm the first to admit I've still got a lot to learn. What did you do in the Army? Seth chuckled at the question. I was a JAG officer. That's Judge Advocate General in layman's terms. I know quite a bit about military law, but very little about actual soldiering. Well, let me amend that last statement. During the past 3 years, I've learned a lot about soldiering, but I don't think I would have ever spotted Riley. You're a lawyer. Yep. I've been through a couple of combat arms schools, but the bottom line is I'm nothing more than a fancy attorney wearing a uniform. Is there a judicial system in place at Mount Weather? In a manner of speaking, it's more like a civilian arbitration panel to resolve petty disputes. We haven't had to court-martial anyone or try anyone for any type of felonious crime. He looked at me questioningly. Why do you ask? Because there are 2 of us within this group who have killed members of the military. How do you intend to address that issue? He took his eyes off of the road for a second and glanced at me. I imagine that at some point there will be a board of inquiry, he replied cautiously. He said it in a low tone, and it was difficult to hear him over the noise of the engine. I thought about it. I wasn't too concerned about myself. Nobody witnessed the fight I'd had with Saul, and I believed I had a pretty good case for self-defense if it came to that. Janet's act of slitting Coltrane's throat might be another matter altogether. So, getting back to Joe and his kids, Seth said, a little louder now. I think Joe had 2 motives. The first one was honest enough, he wanted to trade. He mentioned ammo, so I'm betting they're running short of it, much like we are. He tried to be sly about it, but when he and Raymond were haggling, he mentioned ammo more than once. What's his second motive? He was checking us out. If we were marauders, there wasn't much of value we could have stolen from him other than the fruit. He wanted to see what kind of people we were. If you ask me, I bet there are less than a dozen people in his community, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's just the 3 of them. When you said we were leaving, I caught a very brief moment when he looked downright sad. Riley and her brother, too, but I could have misread them. You think they could be a part of a marauder gang? He asked. I nodded. Could be, and I'll do you one better. If they are a gang, I wouldn't be surprised if Joe is the leader. He seemed pretty sharp. Riley and Kelly seem to have had a nice long conversation. Yep, I said. She unknowingly gave up a lot of information. How so? She said there were no other women close to her age left in her group, and... I stopped mid-sentence and snickered. What? Seth asked. She asked Kelly about all the single men because she hasn't been laid in the past 2 years. Seth chortled and then frowned. She seems a little young. 17, I replied. Seth's frown deepened, and now he let out a deep sigh. Damn. What? I asked. I'm 10 years older than her, and she smelled to high heaven, and yet I was still having nasty thoughts about her. I laughed at him. Believe me, I understand. Oh, well, maybe I'll pay a visit to Bristol in a couple of years and say hello. So, these other women, I gave him a look. He glanced back with hopefulness. Well, let's see. Kelly is with me. Obviously. Yeah. There's Janet, my mother-in-law. She's a little hard on her daughter. I looked at him a second in confusion before it sunk in. Oh, no, she's not Kelly's mother. I gave him the Reader's Digest version of how I first met the Friersons, the ensuing conflict, and how Julie and I had finally hooked up. Believe it or not, I was going to kill her at one time, but decided against it. I'm not sure I'd wish her on you. She's... what would be the proper word? Ruth called her a man-eater. Yeah, that's one description. What about Maria? Maria is single. I don't know if she considers herself available at the moment, but she's very sweet, pretty too. George and Josue are very protective of her. That was some shit about her kid. You're telling me. The image of little Jose falling out of that snake's belly sprouted up. I rubbed my face heavily, trying to erase it. What about those two sisters? Seth asked. Kate and Kyra. Yeah, they're both fine-looking women. They got that, what do you call it, a sultry demeanor. Kate seems to have a thing for Shooter, although I have no idea why. Kyra's pleasant to be around, but she doesn't seem to be interested in men. She had a boyfriend that was murdered not too long ago, so perhaps she's still grieving. And then there's Sarah and Rachel. I kind of figured out they're a couple. Yeah, and I've been meaning to speak to you about that. Is their relationship going to be a problem for them when we get to Mount Weather? No, not for the most part. There are a couple of knuckleheads who refuse to be a part of the 21st century, but other than a few sarcastic remarks, there hasn't ever been any issues. I chuckled. What? He asked. I pity the fool who makes a snide remark to Sarah. Seth chuckled. Yeah, she seems pretty tough. So, there's the rundown of the women of Nolensville, Tennessee. Seth grunted. Even in post-apocalyptic America, dating is tough, he lamented. I laughed. Yeah, I guess so. Aunt Kyra farts in her sleep, Sammy said suddenly. So does Aunt Kate, but not nearly as much. Seth and I looked at each other and burst out in laughter. Sammy seemed nonplussed and pointed at the steering wheel. Can I drive? Chapter 53. Roanoke. The scenery's pretty, Kelly remarked as she drove. Interstate 81 ran alongside the Blue Ridge Mountains, and as we traveled northward, the trees and other fauna had ignored the apocalypse and were thriving in almost ethereal beauty. Yeah, it's nice. We rode along, admiring the view, when Seth came in on the radio. George just gave a hand signal. It looks like we have a single vehicle heading our way, coming down our side of the interstate. There was a pause. Well, damn. Don't worry, I think I know who it is. That doesn't tell us very much, sir, Justin said. The two of us need a bio break, too, Rachel enjoined. All right, everyone, stop and stagger. No, belay that. Park in a column. Now that sounded odd. Staggering the vehicles increased our sectors of fire. Kelly pointed out of the window to the semi. What the hell? I looked and agreed with the sentiment. We exited the truck and walked to the front of the column, where Seth was talking to a man who was wearing old, worn-out jeans, a flannel shirt with the sleeves cut out revealing muscular arms, and hunting boots. I'd say he was in his mid-30s or so, but that wasn't what I was wondering, or anyone else, I'd say. Seth rattled off everyone's names. Everyone, this is Melvin, Seth said. Melvin tipped his hat, a very worn and sweat-stained Stetson. Well, hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to meet you. Nobody answered. He saw what we were looking at. Melvin had a big four-wheel drive truck with oversized mudder tires. He'd fixed his truck up much like I'd fixed up my Ford Raptor. He'd caged the windows, rigged a supplementary lighting system on the roll bar, and had a camper on the back, but nobody was paying attention to that. They were all looking at what he had affixed to the front grille. The grill guard was one of those aftermarket products most off-road enthusiasts and rednecks had on their trucks, but he'd modified it. He had a metal chair bolted onto it, but the most interesting part was that he had a person secured to the chair with duct tape. It was obviously a female. She was wearing jeans and a tight-fitting black tank top that could barely contain an enormous set of breasts. The person's face was hidden by a full-coverage motorcycle helmet with a tinted face shield. The face shield was plastered with dead bugs, which told me she'd been there for a while. Melvin saw us all looking at it. "Everyone, this is my wife, Peggy." He raised the visor, revealing the face of a person with advanced stages of the zombie infection. She hissed. Melvin smiled. "Peggy said she's very pleased to meet all of you." "You married a zombie?" Sammy asked. Melvin looked down at Sammy, and his grin faltered a little. "No, son. She was my wife before all of this started." "Melvin and his wife had what you'd call a tumultuous relationship," Seth informed us. "Isn't that right, Melvin?" "I suppose that's one way of putting it," he replied with a rueful smile. He glanced at his wife before looking at Seth. "What's shaking, Captain? You out on another recruiting mission?" "That'd be affirmative, Melvin," Seth answered and introduced everyone. "They're from Tennessee and are coming to live at Mount Weather." "What's wrong with Tennessee?" he asked. "Not a thing," I said. "It's a beautiful state." I gestured at his wife. "Your treatment of your wife kind of seems peculiar." "Zach, is it?" he asked, and I nodded. "Zach, have you ever been married?" "Yes, he has and is," Kelly said. Melvin quickly doffed his hat, revealing a short burr haircut. "No offense, ma'am. If I remember Seth's introductions, your name is Kelly?" His recall of names was pretty good, but still I was wondering about his level of sanity. "Yes, and for the record, I'm not so sure I like you," Kelly added. "Ah, because of your perception of the awful manner in which I'm treating my beloved wife. Would I be correct?" Kelly nodded. "Well then, I feel compelled to tell you all about dearest Peggy," he said. "Here we go," Seth muttered. Melvin glanced at him for a microsecond and then ignored him. "Back when I was active duty," he paused and gestured at Seth. "I was Army, just like Pretty Boy here. Well, anyway, I've been in Afghanistan for an unusually long time without any female companionship, if you know what I mean. So, I think God was conspiring against me when I got back stateside. I went to a—" He paused and glanced briefly at Sammy. "A gentleman's club one night with my friends, and there she was." He gestured at Peggy. She was the prettiest, blonde-haired, blue-eyed gal I'd ever seen, with a sexy little gap between her two front teeth. I watched her dance all night and drank almost a whole bottle of bourbon before I got up the nerve to speak to her. I was drunk and most likely said something a little, shall we say, brazen. He chuckled at the memory. She slapped the hell out of me. "So, what'd you do?" Shooter asked. "Hell, man, I slapped her back." "Nice," Shooter complimented. "Yeah, real nice," Kelly said scornfully. "Well, now, Miss Kelly, it wasn't quite like you think. Sure, I was wrong, but instead of being offended, Peggy here got turned on by it." "Right," Sarah said. Melvin looked her over curiously. "I swear to God. So, like I was saying, I slapped her back and the bouncers saw it. There was a big fight, but those bouncers were no match for me and my buddies." He made a hand gesture at Peggy. "She drug me out the back door and got me out of there before the cops came. We went back to her place and made mad, passionate love until the sun came up." He smiled. "We got married a week later." He gestured at her again. "You see those honkers? I bought 'em for her. Damn, those things were expensive." "So, what happened?" I asked. I could see by the expression on Seth's face he wished I hadn't asked. "Oh, the honeymoon didn't last. You folks may not believe this, but she was a little on the crazy side." "You think?" Rachel asked with a fake look of disbelief. "Oh, yes, ma'am. She did any drug she could get a hold of and slept around like an alley cat in heat. That included sleeping with most of my so-called friends. During the middle of it all, she drained our bank account. When I confronted her, she called the police and filed a false police report against me." Seth spoke up. "She put a restraining order on him," Seth added. "It got him kicked out of the Army." "Yeah, kicked out of the Army, kicked out of my own apartment. She even took my car and sold it for crack. She wouldn't even let me have my own toothbrush. There was only one of my friends she hadn't been with. He was kind enough to let me sleep on his couch." He looked around to see if we were listening, which was unnecessary. We were collectively infatuated. "Well, it turns out Felton, that was my buddy, the reason he hadn't slept with her was because he was gay." He laughed at the irony. "He was a good guy, though. he said a little more quietly. He died. So, anyway, here I am, out of the army, out of a job, homeless, and facing some bogus domestic violence charges, but God finally took pity on me. Melvin's uncle is a Virginia senator, Seth said. Yep, Melvin said. He got me a job at Weather. Since I was facing charges, the only job he could get me was a groundskeeper. Bummer, Shooter said. Yeah, Melvin replied. Whatever, Kelly said. You still haven't said how she ended up taped to a chair that's bolted to the front of your truck. Melvin looked at Kelly and then glanced over at Peggy. Yeah, well, about a year after, I went looking for her. I found her in my apartment. She'd been there the whole time. He looked around at us again. You see, this woman drove me to the brink of suicide. When I found her, infected... He didn't finish. He cleared his throat. Well, now she's my reason to keep living. She goes with me everywhere. He tried to bring her back to Weather, but obviously we wouldn't let him, Seth said. Yep, they think I'm crazy, Rachel chortled. Those Mount Weather people are pretty smart, she said. Melvin had a sidearm holstered on his left side. I watched his hands closely in case he went for it. Instead, he grinned. Yep, I'd say you're right. He looked at his wife, who was staring at him with her black eyes. Well, it was nice meeting all you people. I'm sure we'll see each other again, but Peggy and I have got to be going. He winked at Sammy. Things to see and people to do. Good to see you, Seth. Tell the general I said hello and go fuck himself. Excuse my French. With that, he flipped the visor back down on his wife's helmet, got into his truck, and used the open lane to drive off. Now I understood why Seth didn't want us to stagger the vehicles. If we had, Melvin probably would have never left. He was a highly decorated soldier, Seth said as we watched the truck disappear down the interstate. His last mission was a tough one. A lot of his fellow soldiers were killed. I think it got to him. Do you think he's still tapping that? Shooter asked. I laughed in spite of myself. That is, until I saw Kelly glaring at me. All right, ladies and gents, I said. This looks like as good a place as any to set up for the night. What do you say? We reconfigured our vehicles for defense and got the cooking utensils out. Kelly and Janet argued over what to cook before deciding on potluck. That meant George and I were going to be peeling a pot full of potatoes. Frederick and Macy played with the dogs, and the rest made preparations for us to stay the night. It smells good, Earl said, as Janet stirred the big cauldron. Those steaks were delicious as well. That was the last of them, I said. The rest of our meat has been smoke-cured, and although it's still good meat, it's not quite the same as a fresh grilled steak. I glanced over at him. How well do you know Melvin? Not very well, he said. He mostly kept to himself, only talked to some of the soldiers. He lives somewhere around Weather. He gestured at Seth. Seth's been to his house. You have? I asked. Yeah, he's a good man, just a little off in the head. He built himself a nice cabin, and he's turned out to be a pretty good farmer. How many farmers and cattlemen are up there? Maybe 10 who actually know what they're doing. There are a few more that dabble at it. Seth paused and chuckled. There's this one guy, Harold. Everyone calls him Hoghead Harold because he has a head as big as, well, as a hog's head, and he runs the pig farm. Sounds like an interesting dude. Oh, yeah, that's one way of describing him. He has a house up on stilts in the middle of the farm. So he's surrounded by pigs who stink to high heaven, but he says he's perfectly safe. I guess I can see that. Pigs are tough. There's no way zombies could get through them. Yep, that's his logic. He's even got a video of a few zombies trying to attack a pig one day. The pigs tore them apart. Yeah, I believe that, George said. Pigs can be mean as hell, man, and they'll eat anything. How many acres do y'all have for crops? I asked. They cleared a lot of land around the compound. I don't know the exact number, a couple of thousand, I think. Several of us have our own gardens within the compound. We have informal contests. My tomatoes did pretty good this summer, but I somehow managed to kill my cucumbers and squash. Our conversation was interrupted by gunfire. I cursed under my breath. If those two are wasting ammo again, I'm going to whip their asses. Earl looked at me in surprise as more gunfire erupted, and we each began walking toward the source of the shots. We spotted them at almost the same time. Oh, shit, Earl lamented. Get to a vehicle, I shouted, grabbed my rifle that had been leaning up against a chair, and ran toward the two idiot brothers and Kate. Kate was running to the safety of the vehicles, but the two brothers were standing in the middle of the interstate, shooting toward a horde of approaching infected. Kate ran by me as I took up a shooting position beside the striker, but that's when I noticed Cutter was limping badly and could hardly walk. He was shooting over his shoulder as his brother was trying to drag him along. It wasn't looking good for them. The horde was loping toward them and closing fast. "Damn," I muttered, loaded a fresh magazine, and then ran to them. Cutter paused in his shooting as I ran up beside him. "We're in the shit now," I jabbed a finger at Shooter. "Ride and piggyback. I'll cover," I shouted and began firing. Cutter needed no further instruction. He jumped on his brother's back and the three of us began moving. Thankfully, the others were smarter and had jumped in the vehicles. There were individual rounds of gunfire now from our group, and zombies started dropping. But there were a lot of them, and they were close. Too close. And I didn't have my machete. I only managed to reload once before they were on us. It's funny how you think of insignificant things when you're in the midst of an adrenaline-pumped, balls-to-the-walls situation, like fighting for your life from bloodthirsty zombies. There I was, butt-stroking left and right, and the only thing I was thinking about was these things looked fairly decent, comparatively speaking. They still smelled, but the decomposition was minimal, and some of them it was almost non-existent. Chunks of rotting flesh had completely scabbed over, and their blackened eyes actually looked like they had moisture. The gunfire coming from behind me was almost unnoticed now, like white noise in the background, rain on a metal roof. Instead, I was concentrating entirely on surviving. The only good thing at the moment were the skulls of the infected seemed to be softer than normal. One good whack and they'd burst open like a ripe melon. "Keep moving," I shouted at the two idiots, but I was talking to empty air. Once his brother had hopped up on his back, Shooter broke into a run and the two of them were almost back to safety. I applied one more satisfying butt stroke and then turned to make a sprint toward the striker. Another one of those random thoughts entered my brain as I realized nobody was shooting anymore. No matter, I had no doubt I could outrun any zombie, and I only had a 100-yard sprint. And then, the unthinkable happened. I tripped and fell. Maybe it was a piece of debris in the roadway, maybe a zombie clutched at my foot, or maybe it was nothing more than my own clumsiness, like the inept bimbo in a B horror movie. What I did know was now it wasn't going to matter how immune I was. They weren't interested in infecting me. They were going to eat me alive. The one closest to me was a big one, a man who looked like he could have been a sumo wrestler at one time. As he bore down on me, I kicked him in the chest as hard as I could. It pushed him back a couple of feet, which momentarily slowed up the others trying to get at me. Suddenly, there was a loud eruption of gunfire. I realized it was Seth. He'd opened up with that .50 caliber machine gun, and he wasn't taking any prisoners. The fact that very few of his shots were headshots didn't matter. The kinetic energy of those .50 caliber rounds were literally causing the zombies to explode on impact. It was both terrifying and fascinating. I spider-crawled backwards as fast as I could, not daring to stand up and catch a round by mistake. When my head hit the front of the striker, there were 5 or 6 left, but they stopped their attacks suddenly and attempted to run away. Seth shot them each in the back. "Don't shoot us, bro," Justin shouted as he and Ruth emerged from behind the striker and crouched beside me. They kept their assault rifles pointed at the wood line, allowing me to get back on my feet. "Are you hurt?" he asked excitedly. My ears were ringing, my mouth had an acrid coppery taste, and I had quite a bit of black goo splattered on me. It was only then that I saw everyone had driven the vehicles forward and were now immediately behind me. "All right, we don't need everyone exposed," Justin shouted. "Everyone except Zach and me get in your vehicles and reestablish a perimeter, just like we've rehearsed. Move it." Grant ignored Justin's order and rushed up as we made it behind the striker. "Let me check you out, Zach," he begged. I stood still as he donned a pair of nitrile gloves and began closely inspecting me. Looking around, I saw Kelly in the Volvo looking out at me with a mixture of fear and concern in her expression. The kids were beside her, and Frederick even had his face mashed up against the window. I gave her a nod to let her know I was okay. The top hatch of the striker opened and Seth stuck his head out. When he saw that I was okay, his worried expression turned ecstatic. "Thank you, Captain. I told you this thing was the shit, but I couldn't shoot until I had a clear field of fire," he explained. "When you fell down, that was the best thing to happen." I nodded in understanding. "I don't see any bite marks, but you've got some of that stuff on your face," Grant said, went into his medical bag and came up with a plastic bottle of isopropyl alcohol. His other hand had some gauze. He soaked it and started wiping me down. "So what the hell happened?" Justin asked. I explained and then pushed the doctor's hand off of my face. "I'll finish cleaning up later. Why don't you go check on Cutter?" He nodded and jogged off. "You saved those two idiots' lives," Justin remarked. "Yeah," I muttered. He sighed deeply at the butter-pooter duo's latest nonsense and looked around. "It'll be dark soon, but we probably shouldn't camp here for the night. There may be more around here." "Yeah, they may come back in larger numbers." Justin digested my opinion, looked up at Seth, who conceded my point with a nod of agreement, and slapped the top of the striker. "It's not a problem. This baby is fairly easy to drive at night with the imaging equipment. Everybody just needs to stay close, and we can get an hour or two between us and them." "All right," Justin said angrily. "We'll head out just as soon as I go have a word or two with those knuckleheads." "Yeah, most definitely. But first, let me show you two something." They followed me as I worked my way around the fallen bodies until I came upon one, a rather rotund man who was probably African-American at one time, although it was hard to tell. I raised my rifle, but realized he was dead. I pointed at his chest. I hurried my shot, and instead of a headshot, I hit him center mass. At first, I only thought it disabled him, but look. Both men inspected the wound carefully. "It killed him," Seth observed. "Well, that's something new," Justin remarked. "If that's what killed him, it means their circulatory system is functioning again. Maybe." "That could be a game changer," Seth said. "Are you going to cut him open?" Justin asked. Seth frowned and looked at me. "Nah, we don't have time." "Have you cut them open before?" Seth asked. "Yep, their insides are very interesting. They stink even worse when you open them up, but it's still interesting." Seth grunted in thought and then looked pointedly at me. "Say, Zach," he said as we began walking back toward the group. I stopped and looked at him. Here it comes, I thought. "You know, if something happens to you before we get to Weather, I may as well go live with Melvin and Peggy. Just saying." "Point taken," I replied and began walking again. I knew that was going to be all he said on the matter. Kelly was going to be a different story, I suspected. Grant was wrapping Cutter's knee with an elastic bandage as we walked up. "Hopefully he just wrenched it," he said. "I'll know more when we get to Weather." "What the hell happened?" Justin asked them. "We were scavenging," Cutter replied. "I guess we got a little too far away from the convoy." Shooter joined in. "When we first spotted them, we took off running, but my idiot brother tripped on his own 2 feet. He finished his sentence with a reproachful scoff. I looked them both over. Shooter had that same stupid smile he always had. Cutter looked ashamed. I wanted to chew them out, but I just didn't have the energy. I turned to Justin. "I'm going to wash this crap off of me. Give me 10 minutes, then we can get underway." Justin nodded and took off to tell the others. I started to walk away when Cutter shouted out to me. "Hey, man." I stopped and turned. "Thanks," he said. "We would have been goners for sure." I looked at him a long 30 seconds. He seemed sincerely grateful. Shooter, however, just kept smiling that stupid little smile. It made me wonder if Shooter would have stayed with him, or when they got too close, he would have dropped him and took off. Kelly watched from the open door of the Volvo as I stripped and used a wet rag she provided to wipe myself down. "You worried the hell out of me," she said. No silent treatment this time, at least not yet. "You did the right thing getting the kids in the truck. They're more important than anything." "If you really thought that, you would have been inside the truck with us instead of risking your life saving those two." I looked up to see a tear running down her cheek. She quickly wiped it away. "What will we do if you're dead?" she asked angrily, and disappeared into the truck before I could answer. She reappeared a moment later and tossed me some fresh clothes. I changed quickly. I heard the back of the trailer slam shut, and a moment later George and Josue emerged from behind it. "We loaded up the bike. I think I'll ride in the car from here on out." I nodded at his wise decision. "Justin, this is Kelly," she said into the microphone before I even had a chance to get seated. "We're ready." She stared straight ahead, not saying anything. Even I knew she was upset and I needed to make things right, but wasn't sure what to do about it. I listened as Justin got confirmations from everyone as the sun disappeared below the horizon. "All right, everyone, code Romeo 8 and give me a click." It was a simple code that I had made everyone memorize during the mission briefing. Romeo meant radio. Whatever number of the code, we subtracted 1 and then went backwards the appropriate number of channels on the CB. When Justin counted the correct number of clicks, he spoke. "We're going to try for at least one more hour of drive time, and then stop. I know everyone is tired, so you need to help each other stay alert and watch your intervals. Once we stop, nobody's to venture more than 10 feet away from your vehicle. Copy?" Everyone clicked in acknowledgement. "Excellent," he responded. "I'll assign guard duty once we stop." I spoke up. "You drove all day. You must be tired. Why don't you let me drive?" I suggested. Kelly shook her head. "I'm fine." Her response was clipped as she released the air brakes and started forward. We drove 5 miles in silence. Yep, it was the silent treatment now. Even Janet and the kids were quiet. "I love you, Kelly." She looked over at me and her eyes started watering up again. "I love you too, you shithead." It was the second time she'd ever called me that. She must have been really upset. "I'll do better, I promise." "Bullshit," she said. Frederick chose that particular moment to venture out of the sleeper and jump in my lap, the heel of his foot landing squarely on my groin. I gasped in pain. "Serves you right," Kelly quipped. Chapter 54. The Arrival. "It's not too far now," Raymond said excitedly over the radio as we turned onto State Route 277, and as soon as we made the turn, there were noticeable changes. It was subtle at first, but quickly it became obvious there were humans at work. Seth glanced at me with a grin. He had the hatch open now and was driving with the wind in his face. "Notice anything different?" he asked. "Someone's cleared the roads of the derelicts." "Yep," he replied. "We did that and more. Wait until we hit Blue Ridge Mountain Road. We repaved it." He nodded in satisfaction. "Now, we had to table a lot of our work while we sent out delegations, but we're going to start back before the cold weather gets here." "What's on the drawing board?" I asked. "Well, I think you'll like the answer. There's a detailed report, even longer than your mission report. You'll spend hours joyfully reading it." He laughed at his own joke, which I didn't find very funny. Soon we began seeing people. They were in groups of 4 or more, most of them working the fields. They waved as we drove by. Some even ran to their vehicles and fell into the convoy. It was after 5 when we turned onto Old Blue Ridge Road, and we now had several vehicles following us. A couple of minutes later, Seth stopped the striker. There was a long pause before he spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mount Weather." I think all of us were in a state of wonder. The people who were following us had exited their respective vehicles too, and had crowded around us, welcoming us and introducing themselves. A couple of golf carts appeared from around a building. I recognized the passenger in the leading cart. "I've radioed ahead," Seth whispered as he pointed. "The President is most anxious to meet you." Chapter 55. Journal entry, August 4th, 3 AZ. I'm writing this while sitting in a small but rather pleasant suite of rooms, 3 floors underground. We had arrived at Mount Weather about an hour before sunset and were greeted warmly by people we'd never met. Everyone was friendly, but there were no handshakes or hugs, no physical contact whatsoever. Rachel made one of her humorous comments about how it must be because of how we smelled, but then a serious-looking woman candidly explained that there was to be no contact until it was proven we weren't infected. Then we were forced to sit and wait at the front entrance making small talk, while the medical staff performed blood tests. It was frustrating, but necessary, I suppose. But I mean, really, you don't need a blood test to spot a zombie. And hell, the medical staff was fully aware of who I was. They even called me by name. So after a couple of hours, the doctors declared us plague-free. Big surprise, right? And then came the friendly handshakes. The gates were opened, and we were welcomed inside the compound. That's when the second sticking point arose. Somebody, an older man with a pompous air about him, demanded we disarm. Seth spoke up on our behalf, and before we knew it, we were being introduced to the President. He made no attempt to shake a hand or anything physical, and instead greeted us with a pre-planned generic speech. He'd probably used it a couple of other times for visiting dignitaries back in the day. I know, I'm being a little cynical about the man. I should reserve judgment until after I get to know him. The Marines, 10 of them, watched us warily. After all, we were within 10 feet of the man, and most of us were armed. Justin had made some small talk with them while we were being tested, but I haven't had a chance to ask him about it. Afterward, we all enjoyed a pleasant dinner, even though every time I got a forkful of food in my mouth, someone would invite themselves to sit down and ask about the zombies. It confirmed my suspicions that these people had very little interactions with the world outside. I wondered who cleaned out the infestations around here. The Marines, probably. I'd ask about it later. Finally, we were shown to our living quarters. Like I said, they're quaint, but nice enough. Secure, that's the big thing. All of the living quarters are underground and cordoned off with thick steel doors and security locks. There's going to be a debriefing session tomorrow. Seth said it'll start after breakfast and will probably last most of the day. Expect a lot of naive questions, he said. That's my take of these people. Naive. None of them, with the possible exception of a few of the soldiers, have the hardened expression of someone who's had to fight every day for the past 3 years just to survive. These people are a very diverse bunch. There are at least 2 military generals, senators, congressmen, doctors, university professors, bureaucrats, you name it. I am indeed a small fish in a much bigger pond than quaint little Nolensville, Tennessee. It's a little intimidating. But they are, what's the right word, naive? Yeah, naive, but also soft. Give them the once-over, and you can tell most of them had never experienced what we have. They'd never had to wonder where their next meal was going to come from. They'd never gone for days without sleep protecting their loved ones. They'd never engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a bunch of infected things that wanted to eat you alive. When the red balloon went up, most of these people were whisked away to the safety of this shelter, built and stocked with taxpayer money. I overheard one of them saying there was enough stored food to last 200 people another 5 years. 5 years worth of freeze-dried and preserved food for 200 people? Damn. If all that isn't enough to cause a man to develop hemorrhoids, after the debriefing tomorrow they're expecting me to meet with the doctors for tests. We'll see about that. I'm going to end this journal entry by saying this. I want this to work. I really do, but I'm also wary, although I'm not sure why. Maybe I've become more like Rick than I've realized. Asocial, skeptical, paranoid even. Well, if this doesn't work out, there's always Nolensville. This concludes Destiny by David Accord, narrated by Graham Halstead. Copyright 2015 by David Accord. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Severed Press and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mount Weather by David Accord. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Chapter 1. Passin' Through. Riley tried to remain still, but she couldn't help herself. She'd not shaved in almost 3 years, and for some crazy reason, she decided to last night. Everything below the waist was fine, but her armpits itched like crazy. At least she wasn't scratching her crotch every few minutes. She wasn't sure why she did it. Maybe it had to do with the group from Nashville that had passed through last week. There were a few single men with them, and she'd caught at least a couple of them eyeing her frequently. But they didn't stick around. With the exception of her brother, the men in her group were all old, much older than her. Lately, though, she'd started having notions about Ben. He turned 50 the day before. He was a handsome man, trim, salt and pepper hair, and nice teeth. He was a successful businessman back before, with a beautiful wife and 2 kids in college, who were now dead. Whenever he saw Riley, he'd smile and give her a wink. At his birthday party, Riley caught him alone and kissed him. He turned red, mumbled something unintelligible, and hurried back to the crowd. Riley fumed at the memory. She'd never been with a man before and wanted Ben to be her first. She had it all planned out, but those plans went to hell the moment he ran off. While she stood there, fuming and red with embarrassment, her older brother had walked by and made fun of her hairy legs sticking out of her cut-off shorts. She retorted with a snide comment of her own, but she also wondered if it was the reason Ben was frightened off. Maybe he wasn't frightened. Maybe he simply found her unattractive. That night, she found a disposable razor and went to town. The next time Ben saw her wearing short shorts, and she was going to wear them until he did, he was going to regret not kissing her back. Riley scratched herself again as she sat in her makeshift sniper pit. She hated guard duty. Sitting in a hole in the ground, sweating, getting bitten by mosquitoes, not her idea of fun. Well, with the exception of getting to shoot zombies when they came wandering through. She peered through the rifle scope down at her dad. He was sitting under one of those big umbrellas beside their van, fanning himself with a fly swatter. Riley gritted her teeth. Why couldn't she be the one who sat in the shade waiting for prospective customers to come along? Besides, if any cute guys came through, how was she going to attract them like this? She didn't know why they kept up with this trading post nonsense. Nobody had come through since those people from Tennessee, and that was 4 days back. The only bright moment happened a few hours ago, when she spotted 2 zombies slowly walking up the interstate. Both of them were adolescents, a boy and girl somewhere around Riley's age. They looked like they'd recently turned. Neither of them bore the scarring and blackened skin of old zombies. No, these 2 still had festering wounds and nasty bite marks. The boy's face and neck had been chewed up pretty good. No surprise there. Once those nasty things got a hold of you, they went crazy. The girl was odd-looking. She was wearing camouflage shorts, hiking boots, and nothing else. In addition to multiple bite marks on both arms, her breasts no longer existed. It looked like they'd been torn off. Her face was still mostly intact, though. She would have been a pretty blonde at one time. She found it strange. If they were freshly turned, they couldn't have traveled far, yet Riley did not recognize either one of them. It didn't matter, though. They were infected, and there was only one thing to do about it. Kill them. Riley waited until they had lined up in her sights and fired. The bullet entered the right eye of the girl, exited out of the back of her skull, and entered the cheek of her male companion, lodging itself in the C1 vertebrae. Both of them slumped to the roadway without making a sound. Grinning, she turned her scope back on her father. He signed to her to leave them both lying in the roadway. She settled back, thinking about maybe taking a nap, but her thoughts were interrupted by the rhythmic sound of hoofbeats. She turned slowly and peered through the camouflage down the opposite side of the interstate. A man on horseback was making his way down the road. He barely glanced at the 2 fresh zombie kills as he rode by. Riley remained perfectly still. She was hidden well enough, she was sure of it. After being spotted by the cute, blue-eyed boy, Zach was his name, she took a lot of ribbing from her brother about it. She worked hard on her new sniper pit after that. Nobody could spot her now. She sat motionless as the man on horseback casually rode up. Much to her consternation, he stopped on the road no more than 10 feet away from where she was hidden. The horse looked in her direction and snorted. The man on the horse looked down the interstate at her father, took his hat off momentarily, and wiped his brow. "Excuse me, miss," he said as he put his hat back on. "I'm wondering if you people could spare some clean water from my horse." "How did you spot me?" Riley demanded. "I didn't," the stranger replied. "My horse did." Riley stared at him, wondering if he was joking with her. She glanced over at her father, who was smiling good-naturedly. The stranger was older than her father by a few years. Tall and lanky, he had a deeply weathered face, most of which was covered by a thick beard. His eyes were cold, strained, belying the fact he'd had a hard few years. He was pretty stiff when he got off his horse, and a momentary expression of pain had flashed across his face, making her wonder what had happened to him. "Your horse didn't know I was a girl," Riley argued. "Sure he did," he said, and offered a small, forced smile. "What brings you around these parts?" her father asked. "Just passing through," the man answered. It was a vague answer, as were all of his responses. When Big Joe introduced themselves, he nodded pleasantly and said he was pleased to meet them, but he didn't bother offering his own name. Father and daughter exchanged glances, but they didn't push it. Joe looked over at the man's horse, which was picketed under a nearby black locust tree. He had a saddle, a rifle and a scabbard, saddlebags, and a tarp rolled up and tied to the back of the saddle. Joe also noticed the six-shooter holstered to his waist. The leather holster looked well broken in. For some reason, Joe had no doubt the old man knew how to use that pistol. "You look like you're traveling light," Joe commented. "Yes, I am. I'm afraid I don't have anything to trade." "No matter," Joe said as he looked over at his daughter. "We were about to take a break for lunch when you came riding up. Would you like to join us?" "I'd be most appreciative," the stranger replied quietly. "He didn't have much to say," Riley said as she and her father watched him ride away. "Nope," Joe replied. "He didn't even tell us his name," she said. "I guess he thought it wasn't necessary." "We could have killed him and taken his stuff." Joe looked down at his daughter. "We don't do that anymore." Chapter 2. Mount Weather. They were everywhere. I was alone in the guard shack and down to my last magazine. I'd killed dozens, but there were hundreds more. "Someone bring me more ammo," I yelled, but somehow I knew nobody was left alive. Shooter and his brother were lying outside of the guard shack, currently being chewed on by several zombies. I fired my last round at one of the things who had managed to crawl up and into the guard shack. Pulling out my machete, I began swinging wildly as they came pouring in. One of them, an ugly, gaunt-faced male of indeterminable age, grabbed me in a bear hug. I tried to push him away, but his face moved inexorably toward mine, his teeth gnashing. I could even smell his hot, rank breath. He then stuck his tongue out and licked me. I jerked awake, sometime during the second or third time Zoe licked my face. When she saw my eyes open, her tail started thumping against the floor, which caused Callahan to jump up on the bed and give my face a lick as well. I guess they needed to go outside and were telling me they'd be most appreciative if I got my butt out of bed. I reached out and acknowledged them both with a head pat, rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, and tried to calm myself from the nightmare. Kelly stirred beside me. "What time is it?" she murmured. I glanced at the luminescent dials on my watch. "Almost 5. Kelly voiced her displeasure with a groan of irritation. I gave her a kiss on the cheek, ignoring her morning breath. "Go back to sleep. I'm going to walk the dogs." Upon our arrival at Mount Weather the evening before, we were greeted with open arms, more or less. Even President Richmond gave a welcoming speech. We were fed MREs, which I never liked, but didn't complain, and then were assigned to rooms that were located underground in the famous top-secret bunker. I found out the private rooms were reserved for the VIPs, and the rest of the personnel were relegated to either small, single rooms or the dormitory. So far, we'd been treated wonderfully. Sammy Hunter, our recently adopted 10-year-old kid, almost 11, he was quick to point out, was sleeping on a cot in the den, but when I entered, he was instantly awake. "What are you doing?" he asked sleepily. "I'm going to take them for a walk," I said, gesturing at the dogs. "Do you want to go with me?" He readily agreed and began dressing. The elevator hummed smoothly as we ascended to the surface. "How do they have electricity?" Sammy asked. "According to Seth, it comes from a dam that's located about 200 miles from here." I saw Sammy looking at me in puzzlement. "The dam supplies hydroelectric energy," I explained. "What's that?" he asked. I gave him a look. "It's when water is used to create electricity. We're going to have to get you enrolled in school." Sammy made a face. "Can't you teach me?" I smiled and gave his shoulder a squeeze. "Sure I can, but I want you to be smart." "You're smart. Everyone says so." "I want you smarter than me," I said. The elevator door opened. Zoe and Callahan ran ahead and waited anxiously at the main entry door. "Where's everyone at?" Sammy asked as we watched Zoe sniff around before finding a suitable spot. She'd grown a lot since she was given to us by a gentleman who called himself Hillbilly, but there was still a lot of puppy in her. I made a mental note to ask if there was a veterinarian here. "I guess they're all still asleep," I replied. It was a humid gray morning. It felt like rain was on the way. I looked around at what I could see of Mount Weather. I'd read about it once on the internet, and I got the impression it was a massive, fortress-like facility. So I was a little surprised when we got here. There were multiple buildings, all built without seeming regard to symmetry or efficiency. I was told they were all connected by tunnels, but I had not had a chance to get that far yet. There were a lot of things present that I'm sure were added after. Greenhouses, a couple of barns, someone had even built a small smoker, and lots of clotheslines. I'd seen the laundry room down below, but I guess some people felt like energy conservation was important. The fencing looked like it had been reinforced several times. I could see the original fencing, and then there was additional fencing, added posts and concertina wire, lots of concertina wire. It was full of trash. I guess keeping it clean was not a high priority. There was a guard shack down at the main entrance. It was supposed to be manned 24 hours a day. "Let's go say hello to the guards." The main guard shack had been constructed sometime within the first or second year. It was at the northern edge of the property where State Route 601 and Old Blue Ridge Mountain Road intersected. They'd erected large concrete barricades with a heavily fortified steel gate. The guard shack was surrounded by HESCO barriers like the military uses. For added protection, a couple of those badass strikers were parked at angles on either side of the roadway with machine guns mounted. They also had a decontamination station set up outside of the gate, which consisted of a water tank and a gas-operated pressure washer. When we'd arrived yesterday evening, a gentleman dutifully washed down our vehicles while we disinfected our hands and shoes. I pointed at the strikers. "Those are awesome, aren't they?" Sammy nodded. "I want to learn how to operate them." I smiled. "Me too, buddy. Maybe we can get Seth to train us." I could see two men manning the post. One was reading a book. The other one had his chin propped on his chest. snoring heavily. "Good morning," I said as we walked up. The one reading the book jerked and looked up, startled. "Oh, don't do that, man," he said. "You just scared the shit out of me." I gave an apologetic shrug. So much for diligent guarding of the compound. I hoped it wasn't this lax all of the time. He closed his book, stood, and stepped out of the guard post. "You're the new people, right?" he asked. He was in his mid-20s, lean, sandy brown hair, scruffy face. I noticed he was wearing marine combat utilities. "Yes, we are," I said. "My name's Zach, and this is my partner, Sammy." I then pointed. "Those are our dogs, Zoe and Callahan. Callahan never met a human who wasn't a friend. Zoe's mostly the same. Mostly." "Good to know," he said. "Oh, I'm Conway, Brett Conway, and Sleeping Beauty here is called Joker," he said as he slapped the side of the shack. Joker went from a deep snore to instantly coming awake. His eyes darted around and settled on us. He was also wearing marine combat utilities, but he had maybe a week's worth of beard growth and long hair. "These are the new people," Brett informed him and introduced us. Joker stood and stretched. "Yeah, good to meet you," he said rather indifferently as he scratched his crotch. "What are you guys up to?" Brett asked. "We woke up early and had to let the dogs out, so we thought we'd look around." I glanced around. "Are you two the only guards on duty?" Brett hooked a thumb behind him. "There's another 4 guard shacks posted around the perimeter of the compound, and when we have the manpower, we have roving guards. It's probably not enough, but it's worked so far." He looked at his watch. "Speaking of which, it's time to call in and let the OD know we're still alive." "OD?" Sammy asked. "Officer of the Day," Brett replied and gave Sammy a grin. "When you're in the military, you use acronyms whenever possible." "Oh," I pointed out their clothing. "Those look like marine combat utilities." "Yep, we're Marines," Joker said with a scoff. "But it's not too much to brag about these days." They certainly didn't look like Marines. Both men were in their 20s with scruffy faces, long hair, and sloppy-looking uniforms. No, they certainly didn't have the military bearing like Justin, Ruth, and Seth had. Even Grant shaved every day. Joker continued. "Yeah, nowadays we sit in guard shacks, mop floors, clean toilets, and haul trash." I frowned in puzzlement. I would have thought there'd be no lack of combat work for you soldiers. "If you mean action in the way of Zeds or other hostiles, the answer is no," Brett answered after he got off of the field phone. "When we first set this place up, we had a kick-ass captain. We'd go out on regular patrols and hunt down Zeds. We did a good job, too," Joker added. "Yeah, we did such a good job we've been relegated to bullshit work," Brett finished. "Every once in a while we'll get a few Zeds wandering in," Joker said. "But we've killed most of them off around here." "What about hostiles?" I asked. Brett shook his head. "Back in the beginning we had some attempted incursions, but we had superior firepower on our side. There were more than a few idiots who thought they were Rambo and tried to attack us. They died needlessly. To be honest, I don't think anyone within 100 miles lives around here anymore." "There definitely ain't any women," Joker lamented. "None worth having." "Do you do any patrolling?" I asked, hoping I could get in on the action. Conway shook his head. "Maybe one a month. They decided the fuel could best be used for other things, like the delegations." "Too bad," I said. "Who's your CO?" Both men gave a look like I asked them if they had pierced nipples and liked to dress up in drag on Saturday nights. "We used to have a squared-away captain by the name of Jones," Brett said. "He wasn't big on formalities. Everyone called him Jonesy. He was a good man, but he got sick and died. The doc said it was dysentery." "He shit himself to death," Joker said. "Now we have this Navy ensign." He scoffed and spit on the ground. I guess that meant Joker didn't like him too much. He scratched himself again and snapped his fingers. "Hey, somebody said you guys had a couple of Marines with you." "Yep," I replied. "Major Grant Parsons, Lieutenant Justin Smithson, and Corporal Ruth Bullington." I was surprised they hadn't introduced themselves to the Marines already. Maybe that was planned for today. "Bullington is a girl?" Joker asked. "How's she look?" "She looks pregnant with Justin's child," I said. Brett chuckled in understanding. "Aren't there any single women?" Joker asked. "A couple, but don't count on me to play matchmaker." I looked around. "I've never been in the military, but it seems to me this place can't be too easy to guard." Brett frowned. "You got that right. Let me tell you about this place." Joker groaned. "Here we go." Brett ignored him. It started out as a weather station, which is the reason for the name, I guess. During World War II, it was set up for conscientious objectors to do some kind of work rather than going to war. But at some point, they decided this would be a good place to hide Congress if D.C. was attacked. At that time, there were only two buildings, the dormitory and a lab. In the 50s, they built the underground bunker. You know, the Cold War and all that shit. Since then, they've added all kinds of buildings, and any idiot could see there was no strategic planning done when they were laying shit out. We got buildings scattered everywhere, making it a tactical nightmare to defend. The whole place is about 430 acres, and we only have 13 Marines. How many soldiers in total? I asked. Well, let's see. If you include all of the officers, 19? I furrowed my brow. Doesn't seem like very many to protect this place. Joker grunted in agreement. And most of these civilians don't know squat about soldiering. If a large number of marauders raid this place, we'd be in trouble. Brett glanced over at him. I'm not so sure about that, but a well-trained recon team could easily infiltrate this place. He pointed around. Don't get me wrong, we've made improvements. He pointed at the guard post. Like this, for instance, he said. And we've reinforced the perimeter with wire and additional guard posts, but it isn't enough. Hey, where did they put you guys up? Joker asked. A suite of rooms on the habitation level. Joker cussed. They still have us living in the dormitory, even though there are spare rooms sitting empty. Have you looked around in the bunker? Brett asked. I shook my head. Well, now, the bunker is what sets this place apart from any other place. There's a hospital down there, dining and recreation areas, a water reservoir, an emergency power plant, and a television studio which has been wired in to communicate with all of those satellites up there, he said, pointing skyward. Yeah, Seth told me about the satellite feeds. The nation's leaders sat in the comfort and safety of their bunker, watching their country implode and being impotent to do anything about it. There's even a crematorium down there, Joker said, interrupting my thoughts. Brett nodded and then gestured around in the growing dawn at all of the buildings. All of them are connected by a tunnel system. It's all pretty complex, but unless you have a special access card, you won't be able to get in them tunnels. How about sewage? I asked. There's an on-site sewage treatment plant, but we still have to haul off the trash. Food scraps go to a nearby hog farm, and all other trash is burnt and dumped in a nearby landfill, along with any zombies we kill. It's a big place, I remarked. Brett nodded. When it was at full capacity, this place had around 900 personnel, give or take. And now? Brett's brow furrowed. About 130, give or take. When it went bad, the place went on lockdown. A lot of folks didn't make it inside before they sealed up the bunker. Did you see the entry door? That big blast door at the entrance? I asked. It's hard to miss. Yeah, Brett replied. That thing weighs 34 tons. It takes 10 minutes to shut and secure it. So you've been here since the beginning? I asked. Brett nodded. Yeah, both of us. We were at D.C. and escorted a group of senators here. We stayed in lockdown for 30 days, Joker said. Someone finally got the idea to send us Marines outside to check things out. He shook his head at the memory and spit. I'd sure like to hear about it, I prompted. It was about what you'd expect, Brett said. Utter chaos. We lost a lot of people during that fiasco. It took us weeks to clean up the bodies, Joker added. They insisted on shutting that big blast door every evening. Finally, I guess about the second year, a decision was made to leave it open and only close in the event of an emergency. This place was specifically designed for Armageddon, but even so, it took everyone by surprise. Even with the FEMA gurus, it took a while before we got it sorted out, Brett said. The biggest problem was all of the politicians think they know everything, and they debate every little decision. It took 3 full months to convince all of them to let us outside and do what we were trained for. We must have killed thousands, Joker said. He offhandedly pointed toward the north and east. The Zeds came wandering out of the big cities. The first year we had a mild December, so they were active. A cold snap rolled in the first week of January. He frowned at the memory. Man, it was cold, and it snowed like crazy. The good thing is the Zeds froze, and it gave us time to work on hardening this place up. We were also able to go into towns and load up with supplies. But the first year was the roughest. He looked over at his friend. I'd say we lost 50% the first year, right? Yeah, Joker answered. Sounds about right. A lot of them know-it-all government pukes did stupid stuff. They got themselves killed and other people who were trying to protect them killed. He grinned suddenly and chuckled at a memory. There was this one senator. Where was he from, Vermont? He asked. Brett nodded. Yeah, Vermont. Old white-headed dude. He and his entourage of butt sniffers went into D.C. one day. When was that, May? Yeah, Brett said. May of the first year. They got it in their heads it was safe to go into their offices and retrieve all of their important paperwork or something. They never came back. He made a sour face and shook his head. We lost our only 2 MRAPs and the 4 Marines who were ordered to go with them. What are MRAPs? Sammy asked. They're military vehicles, Joker said. They're designed to protect soldiers from roadside bombs and rocket-propelled grenades, but they also turned out to be exceptionally good anti-Zed vehicles. Oh, Sammy said. Brett continued. The president sent us on a recon a couple of days later. We got into the outskirts of D.C. and saw thousands and thousands of Zeds. Jonesy ordered us to abort and we headed back. Joker then gave me a look. Hey, why don't you give us the 411 on those Marines? The 3 of them were with the CIBRF, I answered. What the hell is that? Joker asked. Conway glanced at him. The Chemical Biological Incident Response Force, he said. Oh, Joker replied. Yeah, Major Parsons is a pathologist. He's more of a doctor than anything else. Justin and Ruth are squared-away Marines. They're good people. Well, we certainly need the people, Joker muttered. We talked some more before putting the dogs up in one of the kennels and making our way to the cafeteria. There were some lights on, but the main dining area was still empty. I heard movement in the back on the other side of some double doors, which I assumed was the kitchen, and walked back there. As we were about to walk through the doors, we were almost run over by a man pushing a cart bearing one of those large stainless steel coffee urns and a stack of cups. Good morning, he greeted with a pleasant smile. I'm Jim Hasberg. I'm Zach Gunderson, and this is Sammy. He gave us both fist bumps and then motioned for us to follow him as he pushed the cart. Yeah, everyone knows who you people are. When Seth sent the message all of you were coming, it's all we've been talking about. He maneuvered the cart into a spot between buffet servers and locked the wheels. Coffee? He asked. Absolutely, I replied. Sammy wanted to fit in, so he nodded. Jim poured 2 cups. I hope you like it black. Cream and sugar are somewhat of a rare luxury, but we have enough freeze-dried coffee to last for the next 100 years, he said with a chuckle. Breakfast won't be ready for about an hour, but you're welcome to hang out. Not a problem, I said agreeably. Are you the designated chef? Jim laughed. We rotate duty assignments. This week it's my crew. Monotony is a mind killer, so we swap things up, unless you have a specialized skill. Sounds interesting, I said, as I sipped the coffee that could best be described as 1 grade lower than truck stop quality. Yeah, get ready for that. I imagine Lydia already has some kind of work detail lined up for all of you. My advice? Don't tell her anything will do. Think of something you'll enjoy doing and insist on it. Thanks for the heads up, I said. He then cleared his throat. The seating arrangements around here are kind of funny. In what way? I asked. Certain groups of people have staked claims to certain tables, he said with an apologetic smile and pointed. Those 4 tables over there are unclaimed? Sounds like grade school, I replied. Or prison. Yeah, people can be peculiar about trivial things, he said. Anyway, I have to get back to work. Welcome to Mount Weather. He smiled and hustled back into the kitchen. I guess we need to stake out a table, I said to Sammy, who nodded uncertainly. We picked one Jim had declared available and sat quietly as people started filtering in. Some said hello, some either had their mind on other things or they were simply rude. The first of our group to walk in was Josue Garcia. He never told anyone his true age, but I suspect that he was in his late 50s. He was maybe 5'8", wiry but fit, and a jack of all trades. He wasn't a talkative guy, but he always seemed to be in a good mood and had a dry sense of humor. He gave me a nod, Sammy a wink, and made a beeline to the coffee urn. His adult children, Jorge and Maria, were close behind him. They greeted us quietly and sat. Maria, a naturally shy woman, had been melancholy since she lost her son back in March. Both Josue and Jorge worried over her constantly. Major Sarah Fawkes and her girlfriend, Sergeant Rachel Benoit, soon came through the door, along with Grant Parsons, Ruth, and Justin. All of them were wearing freshly cleaned uniforms. Big day today, Grant said with his own grin. We get to have a sit-down with the Secretary of Defense. Hello, newcomers, a voice said behind me. I looked around to see a man who could have been 45 or 65. He had a smooth, tanned face, pearly white teeth, and his brown hair was perfectly groomed, not a single gray strand. He was freshly showered and clean-shaven, and it was impossible to look at him and believe the world had gone to shit. I'm Conrad Nelson. May I join you for a minute? He asked. Of course, I said. Raymond had been kind enough to show me a file on his laptop during the trip up here. It had a brief biography of everyone at Mount Weather. I made a point of reading and rereading everyone's biography until I had it memorized. Conrad Nelson was a senator from Florida, a position he'd held for 2 consecutive terms. Before that, he was the mayor of Pensacola. A graduate of Florida State University, he'd started his career as a lawyer before the lure of politics took hold. On the ride up, Raymond had mentioned the good senator was suggesting a presidential election needed to be held and he was going to run. I gave him a friendly smile and introduced him to everyone who was present. His pleasantries actually seemed genuine, but he was a career politician, so it came naturally to him. He looked up as the cafeteria door opened, and his grin grew in size. I looked over to see Kelly and Janet walking in, my 2 kids in tow. Kelly's long dark hair was still wet, and it glistened in the fluorescent lighting. Conrad's quartz green eyes sparkled as I introduced him to my wife and monster-in-law. "If I had known the women in Tennessee were so beautiful, I would have abandoned my constituency and moved," he said with a friendly chuckle at his own coquetry. Kelly smiled politely and then ignored him as she kissed me and set Macy on my lap before sitting on the opposite side of the table away from the senator. Janet did the same, but I could still see her making lingering eye contact. Suddenly, he grabbed me by the shoulder. "Say, Zach, you look like an athletic guy. Are you any good at volleyball?" "I haven't played in a while. Why?" "Our league is about to start up a new season. The Marines are undefeated. We'd like to change that." "You have sports competitions?" I asked. "Oh, yes," he said enthusiastically. "We have various recreational leagues: volleyball, badminton, ping pong, chess, of which I'm the reigning champion, by the way. No contact sports, though." We talked some more, and he was about to leave when Kate and Kira joined us. The idiot brothers, Cutter and Shooter, were close behind. When the sisters failed to respond to Senator Conrad's subtle flirtations, he stood. "It's been a wonderful meeting all of you," he said with the same smile. "I hope we can all become good friends." He gave Kelly a wink before walking off. "Oh, be still, my quivering heart," Kelly said, and rolled her eyes. Everyone was in a good mood, even Sourpuss Janet, and we were enjoying meeting and talking to the Mount Weather people. They were an interesting, diverse group. Most of them seemed to have been government employees in their past lives, and whether that was a good thing or a bad thing remained to be seen. Breakfast was rather uninspiring, but filling, and the multiple ongoing conversations were a challenge to keep up with. Here is where my excitement started to wane. I hadn't gotten more than a couple of bites of food in me when I felt a presence behind me. Turning, I saw Seth, formerly known as Captain Seth Kitchens of the United States Army. Standing beside him was Raymond Easting, one of the civilian members of the delegation, and a woman I had not yet met. "Good morning, everyone," Seth said. "Back at you," I replied with a grin. "Do y'all want to join us?" "I'm afraid we can't," Seth said. "We've got work to do." "That's too bad," Kira said, and gave Seth a lingering look. Kira and her sister were attractive women in their late 20s. Both of them had a sultry look enhanced by their Native American features. Kate was the dumb one. She had to be, because she'd hooked up with Shooter. Kira recently lost her boyfriend out on the road somewhere in Oklahoma, and since then she'd been rather aloof toward men, but even I saw the chemistry developing between her and Seth. Seth was momentarily distracted as the two of them stared at each other for a couple of seconds, realized everyone was looking at him, and cleared his throat. "Unfortunately, you guys are part of the work." He looked over at the far end of the table. "All military personnel are to come with me, after you've eaten, of course." "Aye, sir," Justin answered. "Do you have any idea what will be on the agenda?" Sarah asked. "The standard meet and greet, a debriefing and job assignments." He paused and gave Justin a grin. "Oh, that thing we talked about. All I can say is be careful what you wish for." "He's going to be put in charge of the Marines?" I asked. "Oh, I wouldn't know," Seth said, but continued grinning and then gestured at Raymond. "There will be a separate debriefing for the civilians." Raymond smiled tentatively. "I've convinced them only one person needs to be present for the debriefing. So, guess who's been nominated?" he said while eyeing me. "Wonderful," I said. Kelly nudged me in the ribs, tacitly telling me to behave myself. The woman standing beside Raymond had remained quiet, but now she cleared her throat and looked pointedly at Raymond. She was a rather plain-looking woman in her early 40s, wearing wire-framed glasses and a nondescript pants outfit. "Oh, where are my manners? This is Lydia Creamer. She will be taking down information from the rest of you and assigning work duties." "Work duties?" Shooter asked. Lydia nodded curtly. "Correct. Work duties. Nobody slides by for free." She spoke with a tight, toneless voice. I had an instant disliking of her, but didn't show it. She spotted an open seat beside Kelly. "May I?" she asked. Kelly smiled warmly. "Of course." Lydia had already seated herself before Kelly's mouth had closed and opened a computer tablet. "We'll need to start with your names, and then I'll need you to tell me about yourselves. Tell me your specific skills. Otherwise, I'll put you where I see fit." Shooter made a derisive snort. Lydia frowned at him. "Is there a problem, Mr.?" "They call me Shooter. You got any work involving shooting? I'm your man. If you expect me to be on a work detail cleaning toilets and mopping floors, you can take your fancy computer and stick it where the sun don't shine." Lydia's face tightened, and she gave him a withering stare. Cutter spoke up. "That's my brother." "I'm terribly sorry for you," Lydia said. "Yeah, tact isn't his strong point. But let me ask you something." Cutter briefly pointed toward the far end of the cafeteria. "Those look like a bunch of politicians, am I right?" Lydia glanced over to where Cutter was pointing. "What's your point?" she asked. "My point is this. When I got my coffee just now, I asked for sugar. The gentleman told me there was no sugar." He wagged a finger back at the table full of politicians. "And yet I'm looking over at that table full of people, and I'm seeing people putting sugar in their coffee. Why is it they have sugar and we don't, Lydia?" Lydia did not answer, and continued giving him a cold stare through her glasses. Everyone else at the table was now staring questioningly at her. Cutter continued and gestured at the Garcias. "Let me guess, you're going to make Maria a maid and have Jorge and Josue cut grass." "Everyone shares in the work assignments," Lydia proclaimed. Cutter suddenly reached across the table and grabbed Lydia's hand. He rubbed her palm before she snatched it away. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked angrily. Cutter sat back in his chair. "I was checking your hands for calluses, but it's as smooth as a baby's butt." He pointed at Lydia and the table full of politicians. "You people don't do manual labor. Go ahead and admit it." Lydia, who was now absently rubbing her hand, began stammering. I most certainly do," Shooter scoffed. "Yeah, right." Lydia slowly gathered her items and stood. "I'm sure the trip here must have been hard on you. I'll come back when you've gotten settled in." Shooter cackled as she walked away. "You sure set her straight, little brother." Josue shrugged. "I like cutting grass." I couldn't help but chuckle. I handed Macy back to Kelly and gave them both a kiss. Kelly pulled me close and whispered in my ear, "Be nice in the debriefing, and watch your temper." "I'll try my best," I whispered back, gave her another kiss, and gave everyone a small wave. "Y'all have fun," I said, and followed Raymond out of the cafeteria. Raymond and I were sitting in a conference room promptly at 8. There was nobody else present. Raymond had his laptop in front of him and had a formatted Word document open with the title of today's briefing. He saw me looking. "Paper is limited, but everyone has a computer of some sort, and we have power, so we document everything on the computer. Oh, we have a local internet as well. I'll get you set up with a username and password." "Wow, impressive," I said, and meant it. I glanced at the report again. "The date is wrong," I said. He looked at it with a frown, and there was a brief moment of deep pain in his expression. "Thank you," he muttered as he backspaced and corrected the date. "No offense," I said, wondering what the heck I did. He shook his head quickly. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something." I looked at him thoughtfully. Raymond Easting and I first met when the delegation, which he was a part of, came to Nolansville. He was a slender, foppish man in his early 30s, a product of a wealthy family and the accompanying highbrow upbringing. Back before, he was a career bureaucrat working for the State Department. He had the gift of gab and persuasion, the kind of guy who could probably sell a sandwich to a zombie. Overall, I liked him, but even so, we both knew that back before would never have run in the same social circles. Something was nagging him. I had no idea what, so I kept quiet. He cleared his throat. "August 5th is my son's birthday. Or it was. He would have been 4 today." He smiled now, but it wasn't a happy smile. More like one of those rueful smiles when you're thinking of a painful memory. "He was something else. He was always smiling. He was very loud," he said with a chuckle. "My wife was 3 months pregnant with our second child when the plague roared through Maryland. That's where we were living." "I'm sorry," I said. He admitted something between a laugh and a sob. "That's okay. My only hope is with your help a cure will be found so nobody else will wake up one day and find their family had turned into monsters." "I hope so too," I said. We sat there in silence for several minutes while Raymond busied himself with typing. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. "Where is everyone?" I asked. He shrugged. "Why are we doing this? Haven't you guys already told them everything about us?" I asked. "We've submitted reports, yes," he answered. "But you know how people are who think they're important. They want to conduct their own inquiry." He paused a moment. I could tell by the expression on his face he was searching for the right words. "You're going to be peppered with a lot of questions that you may find inane, idiotic, condescending, naive." Raymond laughed. "Yeah, something like that. You remember what Seth and I said about these people before, right?" I remembered. These people were out of touch. They only had a peripheral understanding of how difficult post-apocalyptic America actually was. Raymond laughed again. "Inane, idiotic, condescending, naive. You certainly have a large vocabulary. Remind me never to play against you in the Scrabble tournament." Our conversation ceased when people finally started trickling into the conference room. Raymond smiled and greeted each of them by name, or title, depending on who it was. One of them walked up to me with a politician's smile and an outstretched hand. "Hello, Mr. Gunderson. I'm Senator Bob Duckworth, from the great state of Utah." He was a fit, polished man in his 40s, clean-shaven, with a haircut similar to Senator Nelson's. He had on a pressed white button-down shirt and gray slacks. I remembered from reading his bio, Senator Duckworth was a successful .com entrepreneur before the allure of politics beckoned him. And as Cutter had observed with Lydia earlier, the senator's hand was as smooth as a baby's butt, not a single callus. "Is there anything left of Utah?" I asked. His smile faltered. "Truth be told, nobody is sure. As you're aware, we're diligently trying to reestablish our once great society." "A noble effort," I responded, wondering if I meant it. His smile returned. "We've heard an awful lot about your group. I must say, most impressive." "That's great," I said. "So there's no need for this meeting." He looked blankly for a moment, and then realized I was being sarcastic. He laughed casually. "A necessary evil, I'm afraid. Please bear with us." He turned and walked over to a group of people I recognized as various politicians. And so, 3 hours later, I was still sitting at the same conference table while being peppered with questions by no less than 40 different people. It started pleasantly enough. There was a formal opening of the meeting, followed by an invocation, confirming my belief that politicians loved their ceremonies and rituals as much as any other radical group. When the preamble was finally dispensed with, we got down to business. "Mr. Gunderson," Senator Duckworth said, "would you please start by telling us of how you and your people have survived this pandemic for—" He paused a moment as he looked heavenward. "Oh, my, it's been almost 4 years now." There were some murmurs of agreement, followed by someone making a stupid quip of how time flies. He repeated his question. "Could you tell us how you've survived the past 4 years?" I expected the question and had a prepared response. I started by telling them about my friend and mentor, Rick Sanders, and how the crazy old man had it pegged from the beginning. And then I spent the next 45 minutes or so describing the events in our lives up to the point when the delegation arrived. I didn't go over every minute detail. There were a lot of things these people didn't need to know about. They certainly didn't need to know about who all I'd killed. Would they understand if I tried to explain the circumstances of how I killed my first person? Doubt it. Would they react if I told them of the time I ran over a woman who was trying to set me up for an ambush? Would they call it an act of survival, or would they accuse me of murder? Like I said, there were a lot of things they didn't need to know about. When I was finished, there was a 5-minute break, and when everyone got seated 10 minutes later, the barrage of questions resumed. I thought I'd been thorough enough to satisfy them, but I was mistaken. "Have you ever killed anyone, Mr. Gunderson?" a woman asked. I would have known her even without reading her bio. She was Senator Esther Polachek, and back before, she was an outspoken far-left liberal, a feminist and gun control advocate. She's been a senator since before I was born, and it showed. Her political beliefs were of no concern to me, but I'm sure they influenced what she thought of me. After all, I was a white, southern, gun-toting redneck, the antithesis of what she believed in. "I have," I replied. I knew the question was going to be asked. It was simply a matter of when and by whom. As Fred would have said, always get to know the lay of the land. Well, I'd read all of these people's bios before coming up here, and I had a pretty good idea of who would be friends and who wouldn't. "More than once?" another asked. I didn't answer. "Why?" Senator Polachek pressed. "Why did you feel the need to kill?" "Survival," I answered. "We didn't have an underground bunker to hide in, nor did we have any police or military to protect us, so we had to do what it took in order to survive." I leaned forward in my chair. "You see, Senator, when society collapsed, morality seemed to go out of the window with it. People would kill you simply for the sake of stealing the can of pinto beans in your backpack, and I won't even go into all of the other atrocities I've personally witnessed." Her demeanor was stoic, yet she was staring at me pointedly. "How many have you killed?" she asked. I stared back at her. She remained expressionless, but I knew she was trying to get a read on me. "I'm not going to answer you," I said. "Why not?" "Because it's none of your business. It's nobody's business." "I must disagree, Mr. Gunderson," she continued. "Part of this debriefing is an attempt to determine if we have inadvertently allowed undesirables or even murderers into our fold." "And what assurances can you give me there aren't murderers already present?" I countered. She looked back at me with a mildly surprised expression. "You see, ma'am, it's a two-way street. My friends and I have been fighting for our lives every day since the world went to hell, while you people have been holed up here, protected by a thick steel door and a bunch of soldiers. Now, don't get me wrong, if it were offered to me back in the day, I would have been right here with you, but that's neither here nor there. What I am saying is some people believe successful politicians are nothing more than high-functioning sociopaths. How do I know there aren't any sociopaths among you?" There was a long moment of silence before a small smile formed on her lips. "Touché," she said, and nodded at a man sitting beside her who began tapping away on his computer tablet. Could you perhaps give us the scenario in which you were forced to take a person's life, so that we could better understand?" Senator Duckworth asked. "Perhaps you can explain what led you to kill a Marine. Let's see." He paused and looked at his own computer tablet. "On the night of September 16th, you killed a Marine and escaped custody." "Yes, I was illegally being held prisoner. Do those notes you have tell you my children were also illegally abducted and several of my loved ones were murdered?" He looked at me plainly. "Not in those exact words." "No, not in those exact words," I said. "Let me fill in some of the blanks." I then recounted the details of my abduction and subsequent escape. When I had finished, a solid 3 minutes had passed while people took notes or whispered among themselves. I wondered what they were discussing. Perhaps they thought I should be arrested for murder or something. Finally, Senator Duckworth spoke up. "If you would, give us your recounting of the brutal murder of Colonel Almos Coltrane." Colonel Coltrane had committed various atrocities, including murder, kidnapping, and authorizing the illegal experimentation of 2 small children. When the 2 children were rescued and brought back to me, Colonel Coltrane pursued them and announced his intention of retaking them and conducting further harm upon them. It was evident the man had gone insane. He was killed by the children's grandmother in order to protect them. "Mr. Gunderson." "Call me Zach." He smiled. "Thank you, Zach. It's my understanding she slit his throat." "Yeah, she didn't know a sniper was targeting him and was about to blow his fucking brains out, but no matter, it worked out in the end." "And you don't believe this was an act of murder?" Senator Polachek asked. "What would you have done?" I retorted. "Well, I most certainly would not have committed murder," she replied. "Yes, ma'am, I believe that, but my question is, what would you have done?" She stared at me as she worked her mouth. I held a hand up. "Let me help you with the answer. You have no idea what you would have done because you don't know what it's like out there. You either fight for your survival or you bend over and hope they're gentle with you." There were a couple of chuckles. The senator's face turned a scarlet red. While she glowered at me, my stomach rumbled. I glanced at my watch and confirmed it was well past my lunchtime. "Senator Duckworth, let me ask you a question." "By all means," he said. Before I could ask, I was interrupted. "You don't ask the questions here, Mr. Gunderson." The person who said it put a derogatory emphasis on the Mr. I scanned the room and found him. He was an older, prune-faced man with an authoritative scowl. He had to be in his 60s, and it looked like he was fighting a losing battle with a receding hairline. I did not recall meeting him when we arrived, but I noticed he'd been squirming around and scowling during the entire debriefing, kind of like his hemorrhoids were acting up, or maybe he had pinworms. Now you can see why I was irritated. On the one hand, I felt obligated to help out in any way I could, but on the other hand, I was wondering why I was allowing idiots like Pruneface to treat me like a child. If he noticed I was getting pissed, he didn't show it. "We are not through with our investigation of the murder of Amos Coltrane." "It's Almos," I said. "What?" he asked. "His name was Almos. You called him Amos, and I've already discussed the incident. Either move on to another topic or I'm going to lunch." "Well, now, young man, if I say we're going to discuss it, that is exactly what we're going to do." "We have a saying down south, Senator. We don't chew our cabbage twice." He frowned at me over his bifocals. "You're not making any sense." "It's called a colloquialism. It means I don't care to repeat myself." The man obviously had never watched Ernest T. Bass in action. I leaned forward in my chair.
You people are focusing too much on stuff that doesn't matter. Coltrane's death is in the past. What are you going to do, put Janet on trial? I bet you don't even have a judicial system in place. And what if you do? Are you going to send her to prison if you find her guilty? Have you even thought this through? I looked around the room to emphasize my point. You need to be focusing on the future, and everyone sitting around doing nothing but engaging in endless prattle is not the answer. All right, Zach, I'll bite, Senator Duckworth said. What do you believe we should be focusing on? I made a conscious effort not to grit my teeth. Kelly said it was a dead giveaway that I was getting mad or frustrated because my jaw muscles flexed and a vein popped up along the side of my neck. I looked around the room and then focused on Senator Duckworth. I'm not sure exactly what you people have been doing the last 4 years, but if this morning is any indication, I'd say not much. Now, the delegation and others like it is a positive step, but I think you people are missing something important. And what might that be? Senator Duckworth asked. The zombies, I answered. We are well aware of the zombies, Mr. Gunderson, Hemorrhoid Man retorted. We have them well under control. I found myself shaking my head. All of you, listen carefully. These things are changing. They're thinking again. They're working together. They're planning, coordinating. In short, although their numbers have diminished somewhat, they're far more dangerous now. Again, we're aware of all of this, Mr. Gunderson, Senator Polachek said this time. In fact, our scientists expected this type of behavior from the surviving zombies. It is nothing more than primitive behavior. There is one other thing I don't believe you people know about. Before I could speak further, Senator Polachek interrupted. Oh, let me guess. They're communicating telepathically. Yes, I said. She laughed out loud now, as did several others. Oh, come now, Mr. Gunderson, she said. I must admit you have an active imagination, but that is all it is, the overactive imagination of a naive young man. Now I felt myself clenching my jaw and was about to tell them all to go fuck themselves, but I didn't want to embarrass Kelly, so I took a deep breath and nodded in acquiescence. A hand raised up from the back row. It was an older man, and he didn't look like a politician. He saw me looking at him. Mr. Gunderson. Call me Zach, I said. Thank you, Zach. I would like to hear why you believe they are now communicating telepathically. I've personally witnessed it. That stopped the guffaws, but I still saw a lot of skepticism. Could you describe those instances, please, Zach? The man asked. During the second year, I was out hunting them one day and witnessed them communicating through guttural noises. You were hunting them? He asked. Yes. His brow creased. By yourself? Yes. Why? For much the same reason you people have utilized the Marines to eradicate the zombie population around here, I said. Now Seth piped up. Zach, we had a whole contingent of Marines to do that. I understand, safety in numbers and all that, and we did follow that line of thought when feasible. For instance, we all got together on Christmas Eve of the second year and killed off a sizable amount, over 1,000, but we didn't totally eradicate them. So, sometimes I like to get out and do some hunting. This statement caused a man to whisper fervently into Senator Polachek's ear. She arched an eyebrow. Are you saying you enjoy going out alone and murdering infected people? Yep, but it's not murder. What is it, then? She pressed. It's more an act of mercy. And it's fun, but I knew better than to say that out loud. All right, the man said. Getting back to the telepathy. Tell me about the telepathy you personally witnessed. On April 22nd, a group of zombies were led by a singular zombie and planned a deliberate and simultaneous ambush on 2 of the houses we were living in. I paused a moment to let it sink in. It could have been verbal communication along with simple, basic teamwork. Can't say one way or the other. But that kind of an operation takes training, rehearsals, communication. The first time I saw an actual telepathic communication was September 29th of the second year. Kelly and I were hiding out in the semi we came here in. We were parked near some railroad tracks. There were thousands of zombies walking together along the tracks. We believed they were migrating toward other food sources, but that's irrelevant right now. The relevant point, all of a sudden, they stopped in tandem and turned their heads toward us. As you can imagine, it was unnerving. They might have heard something, somebody suggested. I disagree, I said. Please continue, the older man said. There are other small examples, but I think the most telling example is the sophisticated attack on the CDC. I would recommend reading Lieutenant Smithson's report. In short, there was no way 50,000 zombies could be coordinated into a massive attack using only grunts and clicks. I was getting antsy and shifted in my chair. In addition to their bodies healing, their brains are functioning different now. That makes them a stronger adversary, and therefore, they need to be studied. The man nodded thoughtfully and then turned his head toward another older man sitting beside him. This one looked over his bifocals at me. "Did you create a network of people down in Nolensville, Mr. Gunderson?" "On a small scale, yes. If you'd read the report prepared by the delegation, you would know we started what was called a rendezvous. It wasn't large, but it was successful." "Interesting," he said. "And did you get any manufacturing facilities up and running?" "No," I replied. He gave me a look over his bifocals, like he was saying, "You should practice what you preach." "I take it you ran into obstacles?" he asked. "Yes, you could say that." "How about a power grid?" he asked. "Our home was run on solar power with generators for backup power." He continued gazing at me a moment with that same expression before focusing on something on his laptop. Let me see. It says on the delegation's report there is a lady still living in Nolensville by the name of Tanya Lee." "Yes?" "She is a nuclear engineer, correct?" he asked. "Yes, she's a smart lady. And a teetotal bitch," I thought. "Her resume is impressive," the secretary said. "It looks like she has the capability of restoring the power grid down there in Nolensville, yet she has not done so. Why?" "She built a small-scale steam power plant at the elementary school they live at, but I don't believe she had any inclination of going any further with it." "Yes, I've read that. If my fact sheet is correct, there are 29 hydroelectric dams in Tennessee. Would you know if that number is correct?" "I believe that's correct. None of them are in the Nashville area, though," I said. I'd read that the Percy Priest Dam was hydroelectric, but a high school friend's father worked for the TVA, and he had said it wasn't. "Have you visited any of them to see if they are still operational?" he asked. "No," I replied. He made a good point. I should have at least made an effort to visit one of those dams. I had no idea how to operate one, but I should have at least made an effort to check. "I also read where you jury-rigged a system to tap into a fuel reservoir." "Yes, it was somewhat successful, until downtown Nashville flooded and put the reservoir underwater." "Ah, yes. You speculated the Wolf River Dam had collapsed." I nodded. "Yes, based on the amount of floodwater." "But you did not make any attempts at confirming this particular catastrophe," he said. "I'm sorry, I never did get your name," I said. "Parvis Anderson," he said. Senator Polachek spoke up. "We refer to Parvis and his colleagues as the secretaries," she said. "They are employees of Mount Weather." She gestured at Parvis. "Parvis, why don't you explain?" The older man cleared his throat again and smiled pleasantly. "Our duties were to keep Mount Weather running as well as creating and enacting various scenarios. Those would include wartime situations as well as post-apocalyptic scenarios." "I see. Back to my original question." I cut him off. "Parvis, I want you to understand something. From the time the sun came up until well after dark, all of us worked. Anything from farming, scavenging, hunting, killing zombies, defending ourselves against marauders, you name it. We simply did not have the time nor the manpower to send out long-range surveying parties." "That's too bad," he said under his breath and began typing on his laptop. He paused a minute and looked up. "Have you ever heard of Ergon, West Virginia?" "No, I can't say that I have," I replied, and then pursed my lips. "The fuel reservoir I mentioned was owned by Ergon Petroleum. Are they related?" Parvis gave a small smile, but didn't respond. There was yet another lull in questioning. Everyone else was either looking at their laptops or whispering amongst themselves. I took my cue and stood. "What are you doing?" Hemorrhoid Man asked. "Ladies and gentlemen, this has been, well, I would say interesting, but I'd be lying. I'm sure you'll think up more questions, and I'll be glad to answer them, but only if you'll first read the damn report Raymond and the others spent so much time preparing. In the meantime, I'm done here." "You'll be done when you say you're done," Hemorrhoid Man said with an air of indignation. "Sit back down." I gave him a long, hard look. I could feel my teeth clenching this time. "Wrong answer," I said, before walking out. Chapter 3. Change of Command. The meet and greet with the military personnel was far different from what Zack was having to endure. The commanding officer of the military arm of Mount Weather was the Secretary of the Defense, who had never served a single minute of military service. Abraham Stark was a career government service employee who apparently knew the right people. Although he was only 52, he'd held various top-level government positions over the years, and I guess he was okay at his job because he kept his job after the election. His right-hand man was a 4-star general by the name of Harlan Foswell, a 58-year-old career soldier who maintained a fastidious, flat-top haircut to go along with his fit physique. His military bearing was so pronounced, he could have been wearing bib overalls and he'd still look like a soldier. He was the chief of staff of the army when the plague broke out. He was standing immediately outside of the office door at parade rest when they approached. "Good morning," he said perfunctorily, and held the door open for them, something a general never did for subordinate officers. Secretary Stark was sitting at a conference table talking to two people when they walked in. He nodded, but didn't bother standing. After brief introductions were made, he got down to business. "We have a lot to go over, but the first order of business concerns a mission that has been in the planning stages for far too long," he said. "It has been delayed due to a shortage of military personnel, and more importantly, someone who is well-versed in a combat role," General Foswell said. "That would be you, Lieutenant Smithson." He swiveled his laptop so Justin could see the monitor. He hurriedly looked it over. "Captain Kitchens has written up a glowing report on you, Lieutenant, and we believe it's time for a little change in the status quo of our Marine contingent," Secretary Stark said. "Currently we have 13 Marines," General Foswell said. Justin looked surprised. "That's all, sir? I mean, I thought there'd be at least a company-sized unit present." General Foswell's face tightened. "At one time we did, but we've suffered a substantial amount of attrition through casualties and desertion." "Our current OIC for the Marine contingent is Ensign Boner," Secretary Stark said. "Ensign Lawrence Boner," Foswell added with a small twitch below his right eye. "He was fresh out of the Naval Academy, and his uncle happened to be the Chief of Staff of Naval Operations. That would have been Admiral Jackson Walker. Admiral Walker had Ensign Boner assigned to him as an aide. Unfortunately, Admiral Walker became infected shortly after his arrival here. Ensign Boner is the one who ended up killing his uncle. Suffice it to say, it was rather traumatic for him." Foswell paused a moment, forming the words in his head before speaking again. "Sometimes I'm a little too blunt, so I'll say this with as much tact as I can. Ensign Boner has no practical combat training and has shown no real desire to learn or assume a leadership role." Now General Foswell stared pointedly at Justin. "Our contingent of Marines has been suffering since the loss of their original CO. They need a Marine to lead them, a Marine with leadership ability and combat experience under his belt." Captain Kitchens even joined in now. "Your prior position with the CIBRF also makes you uniquely qualified for the next mission." "I'm your man, sirs," Justin said without hesitation. He wasn't sure if the two men were aware of it, but Captain Kitchens had already given him the heads-up on this course of action, and he was ready. Secretary Stark smiled, and General Foswell gave him a small nod. "Excellent," Foswell said. "I've already sent word. Your Marines should be formed up in the parking lot right outside. Perhaps you and your corporal better get moving. Report back to Captain Kitchens when you've gotten things squared away." Justin and Ruth came to attention. "Aye, sir," they both said in unison, and then rendered crisp salutes before leaving the office. After the door had shut, the two men turned their attention to the other new arrivals. "Major Fawkes, Major Parsons, let's now focus on integrating the two of you into our chain of command. Major Parsons, as a doctor, your mission is clear." Sir, I think I need to make a clarification, if I could," Grant said. "Go on," Foswell replied. "I became a de facto medical doctor after the outbreak. Colonel Coltrane had taken to referring to me as such, and it stuck. My original discipline is pathology. I have a doctorate in it, but I never attended medical school." "I see," Secretary Stark said, gazed steadily at Grant for a moment, and then focused on Sarah. "Major Fawkes, since we have no operational aircraft, your job here would seem to be a little more problematic." "Sergeant Benoit and I both have ample combat experience under our belts, sir, and if I may be frank, the Marines will need the two of us on this upcoming mission." Sarah could see both men frowning and held up a hand. "I believe I know what you're thinking." She pulled a notepad out of her breast pocket. "Captain Kitchens has already given me an overview of the upcoming mission. Lieutenant Smithson and I put something together." All of them at the table now listened in rapt attention as Sarah began reciting a mission order. Justin and Ruth walked by the conference room and paused long enough to glance through the little window. Zach's back was to them, and they could hear him describing his list of rules. They stood by the door and listened a moment. "I wonder how long it'll take before he tells them where to go," he said. Ruth snickered as the two of them walked off and made their way outside. They paused outside the door and watched as the small contingent of Marines slowly gathered in a loose formation. He made a head count of 12, one missing. 2, if you count Ensign Boner. "There doesn't seem to be much of a sense of urgency with them," he muttered. Ruth nodded in agreement. He was about to give her a pat on the butt before catching himself. "All right, let's get this started. Go on and join them." Ruth grinned as she came to attention and saluted her lover before jogging over to the other Marines. She bid them good morning and stood at the rear of the formation. The other Marines looked her over casually and then went back to their private conversations. Justin approached them in a purposeful walk, came to a stop in front of them, and called them to a position of attention in that unique Marine lingo. They all came to attention, but not with the precision Marines were normally noted for. They were sloppy, Justin thought. Zach would have used a big word like lackadaisical. They stared at Justin indifferently, perhaps even with a hint of insolence. Justin wasn't intimidated and returned their stares. A tardy Marine rounded a corner of one of the buildings and casually strolled over to the formation. Justin stared daggers at him as the soldier worked his way into formation and scratched himself as he stood at attention. "Where the hell is your CO?" he finally demanded. There were a few guffaws, including one from a soldier in the front rank. Justin immediately walked up and stood in his face. "What's so funny?" Justin growled. The laughter stopped, but the soldier returned Justin's stare. One of the older soldiers, Justin thought, who looked around 27 or so, cleared his throat. "You'd be referring to Ensign Boner," he said. "He ain't here." "Sir?" There was a long pause before he said "sir," which emitted a chuckle in the back ranks. Justin looked at his name tag and rank. He had 3 stripes, a bottom rocker, and the crossed rifles. An E6. That meant this man was a lifer, a career man. He was a lean, dark-skinned soldier, standing a little over 6 feet tall, and was staring back at Justin impassively. "Crumby, is it?" "Yes, sir, Sergeant Jeremiah Crumby. I'm the squad leader for First Squad, such as it is." He pointed behind with his thumb to a soldier standing directly behind him. "That there is Corporal Conway. He's the squad leader for Second Squad, such as it is." "Sergeant?" "Yes, sir." "Where do you think Ensign Boner may be?" Justin asked in a harsh voice barely above a whisper. Sergeant Crumby gave an apathetic shrug. "Well, sir, he comes and goes. To be honest, I didn't see him at breakfast. He has a habit of sleeping in sometimes." Justin eyed Sergeant Crumby a long time before he resumed his place at the front of the formation and began speaking. "All right, everyone, listen up. My name is Justin Smithson. I was a gunnery sergeant in my beloved corps until recently when the President himself promoted me to lieutenant. I am now in charge of you people." Sir, have you cleared this with command?" Sergeant Crumby asked. Before Justin could answer, another Marine spoke. "Incoming," he said under his breath. "Sir," Sergeant Crumby said in almost a whisper and a nod of his head, "here comes Ensign Boner." Everyone turned toward the sergeant's head nod. A beefy man with a pink face, still puffy from sleep, was strolling toward them. His uniform was a digital camouflage pattern as well, but it was distinctly different from the Marines' uniforms. He stopped in front of Justin and stared at him askance. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Smithson, Lieutenant Smithson. I'm taking charge of these Marines and hereby relieving you of duty." "The hell you are," he growled. Justin stared at him for a long 5 seconds before looking around. His gaze wandered to a spot across the parking. He looked at it a moment before returning his stare to Ensign Boner. "Sergeant Crumby, what is going on over there?" he asked as he pointed to a patch of ground that appeared to have been recently tilled. "Well, sir, I believe Senator Hasberg tilled that patch up just yesterday." "He's going to plant cabbage and Brussels sprouts there," one of the other Marines added. "Has he sowed it yet?" Justin asked. "No, sir, he planned on doing it today," the same Marine responded, but didn't tell Justin he had volunteered to help the senator. "Perfect," Justin said, and turned toward Ensign Boner. "In Paris Island, we have sand pits for training young recruits. Sometimes they served other purposes. Would that be correct, Sergeant Crumby?" "Yes, sir. Sometimes those pits came in handy when Marines needed to settle a difference of opinion." Justin nodded and gestured. "Ensign Boner, I believe we have a difference of opinion that needs to be settled off the books." He gestured at the dirt patch. "It's not a sand pit, but it'll have to do." He turned and walked toward it without waiting for a response. Ensign Boner stared at the back of Lieutenant Justin Smithson in irritated confusion before turning toward Sergeant Crumby. "What the hell is that idiot talking about, Sergeant?" he demanded. "He's challenging you to a fight, sir." "You've got to be kidding," he said as he watched Justin remove his utility blouse. His taut t-shirt barely hid a lean but muscular torso. "I outweigh him by 20 or 30 pounds at least." "Then you should have no problem, sir," Sergeant Crumby replied gleefully. There was some derisive remarks in the back ranks now, followed by a couple of them surprisingly urging Ensign Boner on. Boner made a show out of removing his blouse and flexing a heavily muscled torso, indicating he spent a lot of time in the weight room. "He's about to learn the hard way I played linebacker in college," Boner growled with arrogance. He smirked at the Marines, and then casually walked over to where Justin was standing. "You Marines pay attention," Ruth said from behind them. A couple of them turned and looked back at her. You don't seem too concerned that your boy's about to get his ass whipped, one of them remarked. Ruth snickered. Boner ain't my boy. When Boner got to within 10 feet, he immediately lowered his head and charged Justin like an angry bull. He got to within a hair's breadth of tackling him, when Justin sprawled his legs out while simultaneously wrapping an arm around Boner's head and snaking his forearm under the big man's chin. He grabbed his wrist with his other hand and used muscle and leverage to cinch his arm down around the big man's neck. Boner grunted when Justin started squeezing and quickly realized he was in a predicament. He started throwing punches into Justin's gut, ribs, and groin, but Justin didn't relent, worked his legs, and maneuvered around to Boner's back. He kept his forearm under Boner's chin and held on tightly. It took maybe 30 seconds. Boner flailed around ineffectively before slowly going limp. Justin held on tightly for another 15 seconds or so before releasing him. As everyone watched, Justin stood erect and admired his handiwork a moment before casually brushing the dirt off of him and putting his blouse back on. Walking back to the group of Marines, he came to attention and barked a command. Marines, attend, hut! There was no delay now. The soldiers responded quickly and snapped their heels together in unison. Open ranks, march, he barked. The front rank walked forward 2 steps. At close intervals, dress, right? Dress! When the Marines had the proper intervals, Justin barked out a third order. Ready, front! Justin then approached and began closely inspecting them and their weapons one by one, emitting occasional grunts of dissatisfaction. When he was finished, he marched back to the front of them and ordered them to close ranks. At ease, he said in a tone of disgust. I'm afraid it's even worse than I thought. All of you look like a bunch of slack-jawed hippies, and your weapons are filthy. Would you agree, Sergeant Crumby? Well, sir, we've been stuck here for a while, and we operate under a more relaxed atmosphere. Sounds like a bunch of BS, Sergeant, Justin retorted. He shook his head in disgust. You people look like shit, but fear not. God has answered your prayers and sent me here to square you away. Lieutenant, one of the Marines from the back rank asked tentatively. Yes, Marine. No disrespect intended, but my enlistment ran out almost a year ago. Now, I don't mind helping out and pulling my weight, but I'm not so sure I want to continue taking orders and all the other bullshit that goes along with it. There were some immediate murmurs of agreement. Justin thought for a moment before responding. All right, I believe I understand your point. There are probably more than a few of you who feel the same way. The Marines responded with some grumblings of assent. Justin nodded in understanding. I'm sure all of you are aware we came up here with a group from Tennessee, but do you know why? Justin paused. There was no response. They had a nice setup down there, so why did they decide to leave to come here? For that matter, why did you people stay here and not simply pack up and leave? Some of them did, one of the Marines lamented. But you people didn't, Justin replied quickly. Why not? I'll tell you why not. Deep down, all of you know this is the starting point for the rebirth of America. Down in Tennessee, I became friends with a man named Zach Gunderson. When you first meet him, you'll see a rangy, hard-looking man who's not yet 20 years old, but don't let his looks fool you. He's a smart one. We had many talks about the history of mankind, how societies emerged, and more importantly, how some societies became great while others died out. What do you think the common denominator those great societies had? Free Wi-Fi, one of them said. There were a few chuckles. Even Justin smiled. Let me guess, you're the one they called Joker. The Marine who made the facetious comment, the same one who was late, grinned proudly. Justin knew this one was going to be a wise ass no matter the circumstances. As I was saying, the common denominator was each of those successful societies understood the need to have an elite fighting unit who were instilled with a sense of honor, duty, and integrity. These elite units protected their society, and more importantly, they protected the weak against an enemy who was stronger than them. He paused and looked at them pointedly. That's us, Marines. These people need us now more than ever, and I mean lean, mean fighting Marines, not a bunch of slack-jawed pussies. Joker spoke up. No disrespect, sir, but lately we ain't been treated too well. We've worked our asses off around here, killing off every zombified critter within miles, and these people treat us like we're nothing more than a necessary evil. Joker finished his diatribe and spit. One of his fellow Marines gave him a pat on the back. Justin nodded in understanding. I've no doubt you're on point, but that's all about to change. I'll make you Marines 3 promises. First promise, I will treat you like a Marine. No more, no less. Second promise, anyone outside of our chain of command who gives you a rash of shit will have to answer to me, and I guarantee you they will not like the outcome. So what's that third promise? Corporal Conway asked. Justin eyeballed them all. If any of you ever have a problem with me, we'll find us a cabbage patch and work it out. He made a subtle gesture toward Ensign Boner, who was still face down in the dirt. They were quiet now, even Joker. So there it is, my fellow Marines. Those are my promises. All I ask is you give me 2 weeks. Give me 2 weeks and see how you like it with me as your CO. If at the end of 2 weeks you feel like a real Marine again, don't give your term of enlistment a second thought. We'll be Marines for life. A family. We'll take care of each other, and we'll take pride in devoting ourselves to duty." "And if we don't, sir?" the Joker asked. "If you don't, you will be formally released from active duty." There were now some loud murmurs of elation, but Justin cut them short. "But you will leave. You will leave this society we are attempting to rebuild and never come back." Everyone was silent now. Justin continued. "You can't have your cake and eat it too, people. You're either a Marine, shining like a beacon on a dark, stormy night, or you're a limp-wristed civilian who has no business here. We've already got too many of those." He waited for any type of rebuttal, but there was none. "All right, 2 weeks it is. The first thing we're going to start with is make you ship-shape again. We're going to start with haircuts." "We have no clippers, sir," Sergeant Crumby said. "You may not have clippers, but Corporal Bullington does, and speaking from personal experience, she is an excellent barber. She also has a razor and a strop for those of you who believe it is acceptable for a Marine to have a scruffy beard. Sergeant Crumby." "Sir? See to it." "Aye, sir," Sergeant Crumby answered, and began barking out orders. Justin watched in satisfaction as his Marines lined up. That's how he thought of them now, his Marines. They began talking excitedly now and peppered Ruth with questions. He then looked around and saw there was a small crowd of people watching. There were also a handful of people staring out of some windows. It was Secretary Stark, General Foswell, Seth, Sarah, Rachel, and Grant. Most of them were grinning. General Foswell gave him an approving nod. Justin walked back over to Boner, who was conscious now and sitting up. He had that dazed and confused look most people had after they'd regained consciousness. "Would you like a hand?" Justin asked, and reached down to help the ensign. Boner glared at him, slapped Justin's hand away, and worked himself to a standing position. He marched off on wobbly legs without saying a word. Justin withheld comment and walked back over to Sergeant Crumby. "I don't think you two are going to be friends any time soon, sir," Sergeant Crumby said. Justin snorted. "No big loss." The sergeant noticed him wincing. "You okay, sir?" "It's pretty hard," Justin answered. "I think he might have broken a rib. Good thing I wore a cup." He paused a moment. "So what's your story, Sergeant?" Sergeant Crumby shrugged. "Not much to tell. I was stationed at 8th, and I got assigned to the White House about a month before it went bad. Been here ever since. Good speech, by the way." "Yep. Corporal Bullington wrote it and made me rehearse it a dozen times." "Sounds like you two are a good match." "I noticed we don't have any female Marines," Justin remarked. "We had a few when we were at company level strength. Some died, some bugged out. This is all that's left. Anybody hooked up with any of the women around here?" "Just me," Sergeant Crumby replied. "I was lucky enough to charm the pants off of a congressional aide. The rest are single. I'm pretty sure Conway is gay, but he ain't telling, and I ain't asking. If anyone's giving him a hard time about it, let him know. I won't put up with it." "You don't have to worry about that, sir. He's a good Marine. Everyone likes him." "Good." Lieutenant Smithson and Sergeant Crumby watched a few minutes as Ruth cut hair. "Sir, I get the feeling something's about to happen," Sergeant Crumby said. Justin smiled. "You'd be correct, Sergeant. We have a mission briefing in 2 hours. Is it going to be bad, sir?" "Well, Sergeant, it's not going to be a walk in the park." He glanced at Sergeant Crumby briefly before looking back at the group. "You men are already starting to look like real Marines again." Chapter 4. Melvin. The sky was blanketed in dark thunderclouds when Melvin made it to the outskirts of Oak Ridge. Actually, it was a small area known as Elza, which was on the Oak Ridge Turnpike. He spotted a few businesses at the Melton Lake Road intersection. He stopped and killed the truck's engine. "One of these might do," he muttered, got out, and softly closed his door. He looked around before walking to the front of his truck, where Peggy was sitting. Opening her visor, he gave her a light tap on the nose. "Smell anything?" he asked in a low voice, almost a whisper. Peggy only looked at him. "Me neither," he said. With the exception of the wind, it was dead quiet. Not even any birds chirping. Melvin looked up and watched as the dark, ominous storm clouds moved across the sky from the east. There was a lot of lightning in the background, and now he could hear distant thunder. He grunted and looked at his Casio watch. 1600. That's 4 o'clock in the afternoon to you civilian pukes, he said. Peggy stared at him in silence. "You'd made better time than I thought." He'd departed 2 days ago from Mount Weather. Normally the trip would have been only a few hours, but zombies, bad roads, and abandoned cars slowed him considerably, which was the norm these days. His mission was rather simple in design, but was going to be a little more complicated when put into action. It was a twofold recon mission. The location of Part 1 was a building down the road less than a quarter-mile away, containing the Office of Scientific and Technical Information, which was run by the Department of Energy. The second location was the famous, or infamous, if you will, Y-12 facility. It was south of the city. But one step at a time, he told himself. He retrieved his tools of the trade for searching buildings, an M4 assault rifle with a light attachment and three-point sling, his Glock Model 21 holstered on the left side of his hip, a tactical vest with a trauma plate which also held a knife and spare magazines, and his favorite toy, a Chinese Da-Dao war sword, which he had slung over his shoulder. He carried a DeWalt canvas tool bag, which held various tools for building entry, reasoning he could simply drop it if he had to fight or run. He started with a building identified as an Army Reserve Center. As soon as he tapped on the front door, two zombies, still wearing military uniforms, suddenly appeared and tried desperately to force themselves through the same broken-out glass door. Melvin dropped the tool bag and readied his war sword. He had no problem severing the necks of the two zombie soldiers with a razor-sharp edge. There was nothing else of consequence inside the building. Everything had been pillaged long ago. The same went for the rest of the buildings within the intersection. There was a standalone building containing a law office and some other business, and further down was a 5-bay auto mechanics business with a detail shop next door. He carefully went building to building, using the same protocol each time. He'd give a gentle knock before making entry. Then he'd whistle, which sometimes elicited the response of feral dogs looking for a meal. Finally, he'd call out, just in case there was a real live human inside. He only shot if he had to, for obvious reasons. Clearing each building was slow, meticulous work, but Melvin planned on being here a couple of days, so it went without saying that he wanted the area to be zombie-free. He made an assessment and chose the detail shop for his OP. It was a concrete block building with a single garage bay, which was empty, and the view allowed him to observe the intersection. He backed his truck into the solitary bay, and as quietly as he could, pulled down the bay door. There wasn't much to the business. In addition to the garage, the building had a front office, a back room with a separate entry door, and a restroom. The back room had a cot, and the back door was fixed with 3 heavy-duty deadbolts. The front window was still intact, but the main door had been pried open at one time. That was no problem. He already figured a way of securing it. Overall, it suited him. If any scavengers or marauders were to wander into the area, this would be one of the last places they'd look. If anyone had thermal imaging equipment, well, they'd easily spot his heat signature, but there wasn't much he could do about that. He walked over to Peggy and looked at her to see if she had an opinion on the matter, but she merely glared at him. "Yeah, this'll do," he muttered. He got his binoculars out of the truck and sat in a chair in the front office. With the exception of a few stray pieces of trash being blown by the wind, there was nothing moving outside. Nor did he see any artificial lighting or telltale smoke, sure indicators there were humans around. It was going better than expected, although Melvin knew from experience it could all change within minutes. He checked his watch again. 17:30 hours. It was dark now, with the exception of bolts of lightning. The corresponding reports of thunder told Melvin the storm was getting closer. Just a few more minutes, he told himself. He stood, went back to his truck, and drank some water from a canteen. Looking at Peggy, he took her helmet off, grabbed a handful of her hair, and pulled her head back. She gagged a little as he poured some water in her mouth, but she swallowed a couple of times. "Good girl," he said quietly. "I'm going to be gone for a little while, so don't go wandering off." He'd used the same line many times, but it still brought a sardonic grin to his face as he patted her head. Her hair used to be blonde, but now it was dark and matted. He tried to brush it out one time, but she kept trying to bite him, so he never attempted it again. She looked a lot different from back when he first met her. Back then, she could have passed for Pamela Anderson's little sister. Now her face was covered in scar tissue. Her blue eyes were now a milky black, a common side effect of the infection, and her teeth looked like they belonged in the mouth of a meth addict. She still had her tits. Big, fake, beautiful 34 double Ds. They stuck out like ripe melons. Melvin had loved them at one time. He started to give one a playful squeeze, but decided against it. He moved to the back of the truck and unloaded a carbon frame mountain bike. He found it fastened to a bike rack on the back of a wrecked SUV on the interstate outside of Richmond. It was quiet, didn't use any gas, and was easily maneuverable. He made another equipment check and transferred the Da-Dao sword to a scabbard on the bike. He'd found the sword the same day as the bike. The specifics were a bit of a blur on account of the bottle of tequila he found 2 hours before the sword. What he did remember, sort of, was how he went buck wild when he found it. He was so excited he began running down the streets of the city, screaming like a rabid, drunken samurai. He chopped off a few heads before rounding a corner and coming head-on with well over a dozen zombies. A moment of lucidity struck, and he hightailed it back to the safety of his truck. He was still uncertain what was worse the next morning, the raging hangover or the memory of how stupidly suicidal he had behaved. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and there was an almost immediate clap of thunder. Within seconds, a torrent of rain descended. It was loud and thick. "All right, here we go," he said, and pedaled the bike out of the front door. As he neared the Department of Energy building, a bolt of lightning struck a telephone pole not more than 100 feet from him. The flash momentarily blinded him, and the clap of thunder sounded like an explosion. "Fuck me," Melvin mumbled, but kept pedaling. He reached the building in question and rode around it. This evening was about assessing the building itself. Was it still intact? Was it occupied? If so, by whom? A lone zombie emerged from between two cars about 20 yards away and began loping toward him. Melvin pulled the sword out, aimed his bicycle, and decapitated him as he rode by. "Ole, shitbag," Melvin growled. Another one emerged, and then another. Melvin dismounted and made quick work of them, 6 in all. When the last one fell, he waited in silence while focusing on breath control. Nobody else wanted to play, so Melvin got back on his bike and pedaled over to the first objective, a government building housing the Office of Scientific and Technical Information. The building was dark, silent, maybe even a little foreboding. He began checking doors and windows, finding an unlocked door on the back of the building, but did not dare go in. It was too dark. All he had was the light on the end of his M4, and the thing about lights, even though it allowed you to see in the dark, it also gave away your position. And it was easy to get disoriented in a large, dark building. He'd done it once in an office building in the nearby city of Sterling. It wasn't fun. Hell, it took him almost 20 minutes of fevered searching before he found the exit. No, he was going to wait until tomorrow to explore the inside. He made a mental bookmark of the location of the door on the building, and then looked around until he found a rock weighing about 10 pounds, heavy enough to prevent a gust of wind from moving it. He put it in front of the unlocked door. If it was moved when he came back in the morning, he would know there was someone around. He continued reconnoitering the nearby area. The lightning had abated slightly, but there was still a heavy downpour, which Melvin liked. The diminished visibility effectively masked his movements if anyone were watching. There wasn't much of interest. In fact, the things he was seeing were commonplace now. Abandoned cars with flat tires and open gas caps, doors left open, broken windows, dead corpses, mostly decomposed down to skeletons hidden in rags that used to be clothing, broken windows, the shells of buildings that had been ravaged by fire. Melvin had seen it everywhere, and he imagined the rest of the world looked much the same. He checked his watch. Time to head back. He carried his bike inside and secured it back in the bed of the truck. "Did you miss me, honey?" he asked facetiously. She responded with a guttural growl. He ignored her and found one of his soda cans, which he'd rigged to hold a candle. He lit it, set it beside his truck, and rigged some rope to hang his wet clothes. Satisfied, he stripped, hung his clothes, and used a towel to dry himself off. He held off on putting on fresh clothes. His intention was to wash up, but he was going to eat first. Dinner consisted of an MRE. While he ate, he spotted a stack of shop rags. Some of them still looked fairly clean. He grabbed a couple and disturbed a nest of baby mice. The mother scurried off, leaving her babies helpless. Melvin's first instinct was to kill them, but then he left them alone and used the 2 rags he'd grabbed and wiped down his weapons while the mama mouse squeaked at him in protest. He normally slept in his truck. He'd grown used to it, but tonight he thought he'd take advantage of the cot. It'd be nice to be able to stretch out, he thought. His knees wouldn't be stiff when he got up in the morning. He unloaded some blankets, a pillow, and some mosquito netting and fixed it all up. He checked out at the back door. It was pitch black outside. He took a chance and shone his flashlight for a half of a second, hoping it resembled a flash of lightning if anyone saw it. There was nothing back there. Looking out the front door again, he saw a broken gutter where a stream of water flowed out. It gave him an idea. He went to his truck, retrieved a bucket, and put it under the streaming water. It filled quickly. He then went back to his truck and assembled his most important find since it all went bad, a Berkey brand water filtering system. This one was the plastic version. It consisted of 2 cylinders. They were both about 9 inches in diameter, and when assembled, a little over 2 feet tall. He grabbed the bucket and poured the water into the upper cylinder. The filters went to work, and within seconds, clean water began dripping down into the lower cylinder. He was about to set out his noise alarms and turn in for the night when he heard an unusual sound, like something had bumped into one of the abandoned cars out in the street. He worked his way to the front office and peered out of the window. The lightning strikes illuminated the roadway in a strobe light effect. He could see zombies running down the roadway, and as he watched, one of them jumped onto the hood of a car, almost slipped up, and then scrambled up onto the roof. When it started kicking at the zombies, Melvin realized it had to be a human. He didn't think twice. He grabbed the war sword and flashlight and yanked on the door. He forgot he'd already secured it, spent a few long seconds unwrapping the chain he'd used, and sprinted out. Melvin still had his mil-spec flashlight from his days in the Army. It was 900 lumens of blinding light, and Melvin had learned a neat trick with it when hunting zombies. He switched it to the strobe function and jogged up to the nearest zombie, a haggard-looking woman wearing jeans and a heavily soiled orange polo shirt with a college logo over her breast. He made a backhanded swing with the sword, burying it in the left side of her head at the top of her ear. His actions got the attention of the taller one, an adult male who made a beeline toward him. Melvin activated his light. The blinding strobe froze the zombie in place. Melvin pulled the sword out of the female's head, raised it high, and brought it down. It made a satisfying crunching sound as it split the male's skull open and traveled downward, stopping right about where the zombie's nose formed nostrils. The third one, he looked like a teenaged male, charged Melvin. He reacted instantly and lashed out with a snap kick to his chest, sending him barreling backwards. He cast a quick glance at the person on top of the car as he worked the blade out of the dead zombie's skull. He couldn't see much. He was small, framed with long hair, probably a kid, and he was breathing heavily. Melvin freed up the sword and used the flashlight trick again as the team came toward him. This time, he got the blade into the neck and made a clean separation. His head came off with little difficulty and gnashed its teeth impotently as it lay on the asphalt. Melvin then focused the strobe light on the smallest one of the bunch. It was a child, probably no older than 11 or 12. He stared at Melvin, or rather the bright strobe light, in a kind of hypnotic zombie trance. Melvin almost felt pity, but it didn't stop him. The kid's head hit the asphalt a split second before the rest of its torso. Melvin crouched in a fighting position and pivoted in a circle, utilizing the lightning strikes to search out other potential threats. Seeing none, he focused on the boy standing on top of the car. "Who the hell are you?" Melvin growled. The boy didn't answer. Melvin risked it, changed the setting on the flashlight to a steady stream, and pointed it at the boy. Only it wasn't a boy. It was a girl. Chapter 5. POTUS. "Hold up, Zach." I turned at the sound of my name as I was walking down the hall. It was Raymond, hurrying to catch up. I reluctantly stopped and waited for him. I stabbed a finger back down the hallway. "What's wrong with those people?" I asked him. Well, it's hard to explain their behavior sometimes." "That one who looked like a prune with hemorrhoids, who was he?" Raymond frowned. "That would be Senator William Reinhardt from Ohio, a staunch conservative." From the tone of Raymond's voice, it was apparent he didn't like the good senator either. "Well, I'm done with these silly debriefings. There's got to be more productive things to do around here than sitting around gabbing all day." "True," he replied and looked at his watch. "It's too early for lunch, but I bet there's coffee." "Yeah, sounds good," I said. It must have been bad mojo or something, because no sooner had we sat down in the cafeteria than Raymond's radio barked. "What's your 20?" the disembodied female voice asked him. "I'm in the cafeteria," he replied. "What's up?" "See if you can round up Zach and bring him to the range. POTUS is requesting." He replied with a 10-4 and looked at me. "I believe POTUS wants to meet with you." He stood. "Come on, I've got a golf cart parked outside. We'll ride over." He paused. You're not armed, are you? You're not allowed to be armed in his presence." "Nope, all of my weapons are stored in my truck." I had my hideout gun, a .380 caliber semi, stuffed in my crotch, but I didn't let him know it. I wanted to keep at least one assault rifle in the room, but my son's insatiable curiosity prevented it. "Okay, good." We got in one of the golf carts lined up in front of the building, and Raymond took off toward the exit before making a hard left at a helicopter landing pad. There was a small group of people there. I recognized Earl and Sheila Hunter, a married couple who were part of the delegation. Sheila grinned and waved as we drove up. There were a couple of army soldiers, both armed with assault rifles, and there was POTUS, President Harrison Richmond. He was a boisterous billionaire businessman who, with no experience in politics whatsoever, managed to become elected. Gloom and doom had been predicted by the idiots in the media, but he seemed to be doing okay up until it all went bad. Currently, he was hitting golf balls. and Callahan was chasing them. We got off of the cart and watched in silence as he addressed the ball. He brought the driver back and then struck the ball as hard as he could with a loud grunt. The ball traveled about 100 yards before it began fading to the right. He frowned in consternation as Callahan took off at a full run. He chased down the golf ball, ran it back, and dropped it at the president's feet. The president patted him on the head and was about to tee up again when Earl whispered something to him. He looked up and saw me. Good morning, Mr. Gunderson, he said. Good morning, Mr. President. Do you play? He asked, gesturing with his golf club. No, sir, never have, I replied. It's a wonderful game, isn't that right, Earl? Yes, sir, it certainly is, Earl replied. Callahan barked impatiently and crouched. The president grinned as he teed up the ball and took a practice swing. One of our goals for this year is to rehabilitate a golf course that's located a couple of miles from here. There have been a lot of obstacles, but maybe now with the extra manpower we can finally get it accomplished. I hastened to glance at Raymond as if to say, what the hell? He made brief eye contact with me before looking away. What do you think of the idea, Zach? He asked. Sir, if you had been with us at the debriefing, you would know my diplomatic skills are non-existent. If you don't want my honest opinion, it would be best if you don't ask the question. Oh, I was there, Zach. I looked at him in puzzlement. I'd made a point of looking at everyone in the room, and he was not present. The conference room has cameras, he explained. I watched you on a monitor in another room. Oh, he explained. Sometimes I can get a better read of a person when I'm not around. A person's demeanor is sometimes different when they're in the presence of the President of the United States. I see, I said. I suppose it makes sense. Indeed, he said. He addressed the ball with his driver. You said a few things I found somewhat intriguing. Thank you, he chuckled. There were several things you didn't say as well, Mr. Gunderson. Call me Zach, please. A wry grin spread on his face. Zach, what's your opinion on building a golf course? I thought a moment before responding and watched him hit the ball. This one had more distance than the previous one, but it still had a fade on it. A little more rotation in the hips, I think, Earl said in a quiet voice. The president acknowledged the advice with a slight frown, and then looked at me, waiting for my answer. I cleared my throat. I know people require some kind of recreational outlet, and I don't know a whole lot about golf, but if I understand correctly, a golf course requires an enormous amount of maintenance. I suppose it does, the president conceded. Well, then, I think it'd be a waste of resources and labor, I answered bluntly. Earl looked startled, but to my surprise, the president laughed. Did you hear that, Earl? The young man doesn't mince words. No, sir, he certainly doesn't. President Richmond looked at me thoughtfully a moment before teeing up and hitting another drive. This one went straight and fairly long. He watched it long after it hit the ground. Yeah, more rotation. How far do you think, Earl? That one had to be pretty close to 300, sir, Earl replied. I looked at him sharply. My range estimation skills were spot on, if I do say so myself, and I would have bet a New York strip the ball traveled no more than 200 yards, and that was after it rolled a good 20. I was about to say something, but I caught sight of Raymond as he gave me a subtle, singular shake of his head. I got the hint. The president stopped talking and continued hitting balls. I guess the conversation was over. Sir, I'll let you get back to your balls. Your golf. He hit another shot and began speaking to me as he continued watching the ball. You believe these things are now communicating telepathically, he stated. Yes, sir, I do. Interesting, he said. He paused in thought and then turned to Raymond. Have Mr. Gunderson in the TOC after lunch for the mission briefings. He then summarily dismissed us and went back to his balls. Well, that was an odd meeting, I said to Raymond as we rode back to the main area. He was getting a feel for you, Raymond said. You must have passed muster. How so? I asked. Only a limited number of people have access to the Tactical Operations Center. Most people here have no idea of what goes on in there. He thought a minute. I guess he was thinking about how much he could tell me. I looked at him thoughtfully as we rode. I'm sensing a tenseness, though. He stopped the cart and thought a minute. Zach, we did not tell a single lie back when we recruited you people to come up here. I narrowed my eyes at him. But you didn't tell us everything, did you? What I'm about to tell you isn't public knowledge. Okay, I said. Surprisingly, only 10% of the satellites have gone offline. We still have access to most of the others. They give us some fairly decent intel of what is going on around the world. Okay, I'm all ears. What have you guys seen? All major cities are totally overrun. It also appears there have been at least 4 nuclear events. He held up a hand and displayed 4 fingers as he spoke. Mumbai, Delhi, Peshawar, and Islamabad. That sounds like India and Pakistan went to war with each other. Raymond nodded. Yes, it appears so. He looked solemn now. We've had intermittent contact with other government entities. POTUS is getting the impression some countries are going to use nuclear devices in densely populated cities in an effort to eradicate the plague. Raymond, tell me if I'm wrong, but won't nuclear explosions screw up the Earth's climate? If there are enough detonations, yes, without a doubt. The world leaders, what's left of them, have held off, but there is a growing tension. How so? I asked. It'll be discussed more during the meeting, but the human race is in danger of becoming extinct. Some of the leaders feel there is no other alternative than to go nuclear. The president believes if we can show proof we've manufactured an effective vaccine, it will keep them from doing so. Sounds simple enough, I said, but I'm sensing a problem. There is an inner power struggle going on between the president and a couple of his political adversaries. We've been doing well, but some people are clamoring for an election. I thought we were still under martial law, I asked. Oh, the Constitution and every other law is now only something to talk about and not something to abide by. There have been many challenges. Now, here is where you come into play. I think I've already figured it out. You need my continued cooperation, at least until an effective vaccine is produced. Yes. I chuckled now. Sure, Raymond. All I ask is honesty and to shoot straight. Raymond agreed and began driving again. I glanced over the parking lot where our truck and trailer were parked. The back door of the trailer was open, and I saw someone crawling in. Stop the cart, I ordered. Chapter 6. Savannah. Who the hell are you? Melvin demanded again. Savannah, she croaked. She continued standing on top of the car, anxiously staring down at him. Melvin couldn't see much in the dark, but he did notice one thing. She was keeping her hands together like she was hiding something. Melvin sprang suddenly, grabbed one of her feet, and pulled her off of the car. She hit the ground with a thud and an exhalation of breath. He swung his sword, slinging goo off of the blade, and then brought it down, stopping it a millimeter from her neck. Bring your hands up very, very slowly, he growled. And they better be empty. She struggled to catch her breath. Her face was fixed in mortal fear as she slowly held her hands up. I'm handcuffed, she said. Melvin frowned in consternation. He used the flashlight and pointed it. The metal of the cuffs reflected the light. She wasn't lying, he thought. Why are you cuffed? He asked. I was being held prisoner, she said, and continued looking at Melvin anxiously. Melvin wasn't sure what to make of it, but he didn't let his guard down. He squatted and put his knee against her chest. She let out a fearful moan as he put his weight against her. Quiet, Melvin admonished, and began searching her. There was no sexual motive to his actions. On one of his tours in Afghanistan, a Taliban prisoner had a small pocket knife hidden, and it was missed during a cursory search. The SOB came damn close to cutting Melvin's throat, but even so, when she whimpered, he felt a stab of guilt for treating her so roughly. Finding nothing, he stood up. She laid there looking up at him, raindrops hitting her frightened face. She looked like a drowned cat. A starving drowned cat. He looked around before focusing on her with the flashlight. She wasn't much to look at. A ragged pair of jeans, a gaudy plaid long-sleeved shirt that was soaking wet and clinging to her. When he brought the light to her face, there was a look of utter despair. Are you going to rape me? She asked. Melvin looked at her in surprise. What? Why do you think that? Because you're... She didn't finish. She didn't have to. Melvin suddenly understood. He was totally nude, splattered with zombie goo, and standing over her wielding a war sword. He imagined he looked like a raving lunatic. He took a deep, calming breath. Come on, he said, and helped her to her feet. She felt light as a feather, causing Melvin to wonder when she'd eaten last. Can you walk? I think so, she rasped. What's wrong with your voice? He asked. You sound like you've been eating rock salt. I'm thirsty, she responded. As Melvin stood there looking at her, she started swooning. Melvin caught her before she did a faceplant and cradled her in his arms. She whimpered again, and he could feel her whole body shaking uncontrollably. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you. She looked up at Melvin, wild-eyed fear etched on her face. When a nearby lightning bolt cracked, she jerked violently. Easy now, he soothed and looked around. Let's get out of this rain. He carried her back to the auto detail garage, walked inside, and set her down in a chair. Wait here, he said. He hurried back to the bay and went directly to his truck. He dried off with a towel and then picked some dry clothes out of a duffel bag in the back seat. He slung the towel over his shoulder and then grabbed an assortment of items. Picking up the candle and the soda can, he walked back in the main room. He expected her to have run out the front door as soon as he walked out of sight, but surprisingly, she was still sitting in the chair. All right, let's get those cuffs off. Hold your hands out, he directed. He had a key ring of various gadgets, a handcuff key being one of them. When she held out her hands, they were shaking uncontrollably, making it a little difficult to work the key into the locking mechanisms. But after a minute, he had the cuffs open. He looked at them before putting them in his pocket. After all, he might put them back on her later. Thank you, she mumbled and tenderly rubbed her wrists. May I have some water now? She asked. Oh, yeah, Melvin said and handed her the canteen. She took it tentatively, unscrewed the top, and turned it up. Water ran down her face as she slaked it down. Melvin reached out and pulled it out of her hands. She jerked back as if expecting Melvin to give her a slap for some perceived transgression. Easy, he admonished. If you drink too fast, you'll get cramps and throw up. He handed the canteen back. Take slow sips. She nodded worriedly and did as Melvin instructed. He watched her and let her take several sips before speaking. What'd you say your name is? He asked. Savannah, she replied, her voice clearer now, and continued sipping. Who else is with you? Savannah shook her head, causing more water to dribble down her chin. Nobody. I'm alone. What are you doing out wandering alone here, and in handcuffs? I was being held captive, she said, but I got away. Melvin narrowed his eyes. From whom? He asked. They call themselves the Blackjacks. I was one of their... Her voice cracked a little and she didn't finish. She didn't have to. Melvin knew all about the Blackjacks. He'd bumped into them not too long ago. They were not nice people, which caused him sudden concern. The last thing he wanted was to bump into any of them by accident. Are they somewhere around here? He asked. Savannah shrugged. I don't know. I escaped 2 nights ago. I don't even know where I am. You've been running around for 2 days while handcuffed? He asked in surprise. Yes, sir, she answered. Without food or water? She nodded. When it started raining, I got some in my mouth, but not much. Damned impressive, he said, got up and wrapped a blanket around her. Thank you, she said, and pulled it tight. The water seemed to have helped her a little. Her tone was no longer raspy. Now it was soft, wobbly. She stared at the floor and would only cast short, quick glances at him. He tried to be non-frightening, avuncular. I bet you're hungry, too. She gave a slow nod as she stole another look at him. Melvin nodded back at her, picked up an MRE package, and read the label. Ah, this is a good one. Chicken with rice, and it has a fudge brownie in it. He cut it open and handed it to her. She ineptly fumbled with the individual packages. Here, he said, and tore them open for her. All right, remember to eat slowly. Okay. She started with the fudge brownie and devoured it in seconds. Go slow, he admonished again. She nodded as she licked her fingers clean, then started in on the chicken. He watched her in silence as the storm raged outside. The speed at which she ate began to slow. After a minute, she stopped. I don't think I can eat any more, she apologized. No problem, Melvin said, and took it from her. He looked over the leftover food and gauged her intake. It wasn't much. Your stomach has shrunk, he said. You'll get your appetite back in no time, but don't try to force it. You'll only mess yourself up. He hated to see food go to waste, especially these days, and began eating the rest of it. Savannah adjusted the blanket. She was still shaking. You should get out of those wet clothes, he said. I'm okay, she muttered, and as Melvin watched, her eyelids fluttered and her chin slowly dropped to her chest. He caught her before she did a faceplant. Damn it, he muttered, thought about it a moment, and then carried her to the cot in the back room. She was still shaking as he laid her down. The wet clothes weren't helping. Damn it, he muttered again and began taking them off. When she was nude, he used the flashlight to inspect her. She looked rough, emaciated, bruised, scratched up, and battered, but there weren't any bite marks, which he took as a good sign. He covered her with the blanket and adjusted the mosquito netting. Guess I'm not sleeping on the cot tonight, he mumbled to himself. When he was finished, he straightened and looked at her in the dark. If she was a captive of the Blackjacks, there was only one reason why they kept her alive. The land was filled with lawless heathens nowadays, and a young girl like Savannah was easy pickings. It was a shame. He could only imagine what she'd been through. Rape, abuse, degradation, you name it. He doubted she'd ever be the same. He'd been diagnosed with PTSD, courtesy of his last mission in Afghanistan, but he couldn't even fathom the torment she'd gone through. He secured the front door as best he could, and then retrieved a couple of trash bags out of the back of the truck. Both of them were full of used plastic water bottles. They were a good rudimentary alarm system. He spread them around the floor. If anyone came in during the night, it'd be nearly impossible for them not to step on one or two. The noise of crinkling plastic would, in theory, wake him, alerting him to an unwelcome intruder. Satisfied, he got into his truck and put the seat back. It wasn't the most comfortable position in the world, but he'd gotten used to it. Chapter 7. Thievery. "What is it, Zach?" Raymond asked. "Somebody's in my trailer," I replied as I jumped out of the cart and ran toward the trailer. I slowed down as I got close and moved in as quietly as I could. I could hear at least two of them talking to each other and rummaging around. One part of my brain was saying there might be a perfectly logical explanation, but the other half was telling me to pull my hideout gun and shoot on sight. I stopped at the side, out of sight of whoever was inside, and collected my thoughts. Who was inside the trailer? I spotted the padlock. It was lying on the ground and had been cut. It was the confirmation I needed. Somebody was stealing from me. The rage built inside me as I watched articles being thrown out and landing on the ground. I heard Raymond jogging up. "Who is it?" he whispered. "I'm about to find out," I growled and walked around to the open doors. The first one saw me as he was crouching to jump out of the trailer. His expression was one of surprise, and then he gave a challenging stare. I didn't say a word as I grabbed him by the wrist and yanked him out. He hit the asphalt with a thud and an exhalation of air. Blood flew as the toe of my boot impacted with his nose. He groaned in pain, and I was about to kick him again, but didn't get a chance. I'd stupidly turned my back to the open door, which the second one took advantage of. He jumped on my back, wrapped his legs around me, and began hammering me with rabbit punches to the side of the head. But the punches were soft, not a person who was accustomed to fighting. I quick-stepped backwards and slammed his back against the lower edge of the trailer. He gasped in pain, and his leg lock around my torso slackened. Working one of his legs loose, I grabbed an arm and twisted sharply, flipping him onto the asphalt beside his buddy. Raising my boot, I was about to stomp his face into oblivion when I realized it wasn't a man, but a woman. She glared at me in a mixture of pain and anger. Now, back before, an honorable man would never hit a woman, but this wasn't before. This was after, and stealing someone's property was a serious offense. Even so, I hesitated. She stood awkwardly, rubbing the small of her back and trying to get her breath. She was rather attractive, with short hair the color of cinnamon and a nicely shaped physique. I found myself starting to ask her if she was okay, and then she attempted to kick me in the groin. I deftly sidestepped and put a hammer fist to the side of her neck. Her eyes rolled back as she slumped to the ground, dazed and confused. My first instinct was to continue stomping both of them until there was no life left, and in fact, I'd started to raise a foot, but caught sight of a couple of people watching me. The look on their faces stopped me. I took a few deep breaths, trying to regain control of the raw hostility coursing through my veins. "Zach!" Raymond cried in exasperation. I looked at him angrily. "I just caught these two little shits breaking into my trailer," I declared. Yeah, okay," Raymond replied. He looked puzzled, conflicted. "All right, I suppose you people lock criminals up around here. Get on your radio and call for the police." I didn't wait for a response. Jumped in the trailer and found a roll of 550 cord. Jumping back to the ground, I tied their wrists tightly behind their backs. Standing, I stared at them. I turned to Raymond, who continued standing there, unmoved. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We don't have any police here, Zach. No jail, either." I stared at him. "No jail?" He shook his head. "No police, no jail." I sighed angrily. "Then I'm going to kill him," I said as I opened my lock-blade knife. The girl, who'd regained some of her senses, paled in fear. Raymond stepped closer. "As much as I understand the sentiment, I don't think you should kill them," he said in a quiet, steadying voice. He pointed at the two thieves. "Those two are the son and daughter of Senator Reinhardt from Ohio. You kill them, there'll be repercussions." My stare turned to a hard glare. Raymond's expression was serious, somber. I didn't like it, but I understood what he was saying. He was right. I knew it. "Yeah, I believe you," I said. "It's total bullshit if you ask me." He shrugged again. I looked around and spotted a tree a few feet away. "I believe I have an idea, though. Keep an eye on them, will you?" I asked, and walked over to the tree. Inspecting it for a moment, I found a suitable branch, cut it off, and skinned the leaves. Some people saw it as nothing more than a branch I'd skin with my knife. Others would have correctly induced it was a switch. I whipped it through the air a couple of times, letting it make that all-too-familiar sound as I approached the two miscreants. They were both conscious now and were staring at me angrily, but they couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. I gave a small, hard smile. "Raymond here has told me nothing much is going to happen to you two," I said. The man spit blood. "Oh, you got that right, but I can't wait to see what happens to you when our father finds out what you've done." "Yeah, I bet. Well, if this happened anywhere else, you'd already be dead." "That'd be the biggest mistake you ever made," he declaimed. "You're probably right," I said, all the while keeping my smile. "But you two are going to remember this day for a long time." I then twisted him around, grabbed a handful of his belt, and lifted him off of the ground. He howled in pain as I put the switch to his backside, and when it was his sister's turn, she screamed even louder. I could have whipped them all day, but stopped after a minute. When I was finished, I looked over at Raymond, who was nervously grinning from ear to ear. "Holy moly," he exclaimed. His grin disappeared when he saw a golf cart approach. "Here comes the father," he said with concern. I recognized him immediately. Senator William Reinhardt, hemorrhoid man. "What is the meaning of this?" he shouted as he walked over to the boy and began trying to untie him. I grabbed him roughly and jerked him away. He glared at me like he was not a man to be trifled with. He took a step toward me, and I responded by readying my switch. He froze. "Zach has caught your children breaking into his trailer," Raymond said. I nodded at his statement and noticed several people were joining us now. Some were pointing and grinning, while others frowned and looked concerned. I gestured toward them with the switch. "I don't know how things work around here, but when I catch someone stealing from me, don't expect much mercy." The boy and girl were lying there, writhing in agony and glaring at me with hatred in their eyes, but they were too afraid to voice any objection. "They're lucky I didn't cut their fucking heads off and stick them on a pole," I growled. "My children are not criminals," the senator said with an air of contempt. "You'd be incorrect, Senator," Raymond said. "They've been caught red-handed." He looked around at the crowd of people. "We've had a rash of things being stolen lately, right? I think we've found the culprits." "Stay out of this, Raymond," the senator admonished. "If you'll take the time to look, you'll see a pair of bolt cutters and a cut padlock," I said. "We didn't do it, Dad," the male thief said. "That padlock was already cut." His sister readily nodded in agreement. The senator, Daddy, looked at me to say, "See, I told you so." I shook my head. "Even if that were true, which it isn't, but even if it was, I caught them inside my trailer and taking things out. They're nothing more than common criminals. Scumbags." He glowered at me long and hard, probably trying to think of a caustic comeback. I guessed him to be in his 60s, which told me he had his kids later in life, probably from a younger wife. "You seem to be confused, young man," he said with the same contemptuous tone. "Once you brought that trailer into this compound, it became community property." "Well, then why don't you climb up in there and help yourself?" I suggested as I whipped the switch through the air. He narrowed his eyes. I gestured at the trailer. "Go ahead. What are you waiting for?" He didn't move and continued glaring at me. I stepped closer to him and lowered my voice. "You know you're full of shit. There is no community property rule here." "There most certainly is," he responded haughtily. "Well, then, remove your clothes," I ordered, my voice loud enough so everyone could hear. Now his glare faltered. "What?" I didn't stutter. "If everything here is community property, I want to use your clothes. Take them off." Raymond laughed in spite of himself, as did a few others in the crowd. "He got you there, Willie," someone in the crowd said. "You're a Republican, correct?" "I most certainly am," he replied haughtily. "Community property is a socialist value, correct?" From the expression on his face, I believe my rhetorical question did not seem to sit well with him. "You're not going to fit in here, I'm thinking, Mr. Gunderson," he finally said. I nodded. "Well, now I believe I can agree with you on that one." I pointed at his children with the switch. When I catch two miscreants committing a crime and your only response is to blame me, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to fit in either. I stared hard. They were in their early 20s, not much older than me. Snobby, self-absorbed, the kind of people who didn't think the rules applied to them because they were privileged. Dropping the switch, I reached down and roughly cut their bindings. "Take your kids," I said. "If you're as good a parent as you seem to believe you are, you might want to sit them down and have a long talk with them." "Those two won't be sitting for a while," someone in the crowd said. "Not after that ass-whipping." There was now a chorus of laughter. The girl turned and glared petulantly at me as she rubbed her ass before following her father and getting on the golf cart. Chapter 8. Bert. To say I was pissed would be an understatement. Raymond watched as I put everything back in the trailer and slammed the door shut. "I'm only here a day, and already I'm dealing with a couple of common thieves," I growled under my breath. I didn't have another padlock handy, so I did the next best thing and put my switch in the hole on the hasp where the padlock would have gone. I hoped, once the story got out, the message would be clear. Fuck with my property, and there was going to be an ass-whipping coming to you. "I'm sorry, Zach," Raymond said. "Not your fault, Raymond, not your fault." I leaned against the truck and forced myself to calm down. It took a minute or two before I looked over at him. "What a bunch of bullshit," I lamented. Raymond nodded. I sighed and brushed my hands off. "What do you say we go eat some lunch?" Raymond suggested. I nodded in agreement, and the two of us got back on the golf cart. By the time the two of us got to the cafeteria, it was full, and there was a lot of chatter going on. Raymond excused himself and made a beeline toward a table full of senators. I got more than a few looks as I filled my plate and sat at what I guess was now going to be our table. Not seeing Kelly, I sat beside Sarah. "So I don't know how your briefing went, but mine sucked." She shrugged. "Most of it concerned Tinker Air Base. They wanted to know all about it." "Do they have planes here?" I asked as I scooped a big helping of potatoes in my mouth. "Yes," Sarah answered, "in a manner of speaking. Dulles is 32 miles away. Lots of planes, but no fuel. We're working up a mission plan. I told them about how you guys tap the fuel reservoirs. They mentioned an oil refinery not far from here, but no specifics. I think they have some future mission planned, but they wouldn't discuss it." I wondered what they were up to and shrugged it off. If they wanted us to know, they'd tell us. "Where's Kelly?" I asked. "All of the moms and kids are having some sort of get-together. Janet insisted on going with them." Rachel laughed. "I wonder how long it'll take before she starts critiquing everyone's parenting skills." I groaned. Between me and Janet, we were probably going to be invited to leave before the week was over. Sarah continued. "She said to tell you it's supposed to last all day, but she'll be done by dinner." "Okay." I looked over at Sammy. "Why aren't you with them?" He made a face. "Hang out with a bunch of little kids? No way." His response drew some laughter. Josue gave him a friendly nudge. "I like you hanging out with us," he said. "When is your birthday?" Rachel asked. "August 30th, Sammy answered. "I'll be 11. "Well, we'll have to throw you a party of some kind," Rachel said with a grin. An older man walked up and slapped his tray on the table beside me before doffing a well-worn Resistol cowboy hat. "Ladies," he said politely before sitting down. "I heard about it, but I'm not so sure I believe it," he said. "Did you just take a switch to those idiot Reinhardt kids?" he asked. I looked him over, trying to get a read on him. He was about 60, lanky, white hair as short as mine, and his face looked like he'd spent many years outside in the sun and weather. He reminded me a little of Fred. "I did," I replied. "I caught them stealing. Do you have a problem with it?" He nodded, as if he already knew why. "People are also telling me you've done some farming and you know your way around a cow. Is that true?" "True on both counts," I said. "Hot damn!" he exclaimed loudly as he slapped the table. "Don't that beat all?" "Bert, settle down," a woman admonished from a nearby table. Bert waved a dismissive hand at her. "That's my wife, Anne. Don't mind her." I peered over Bert's shoulder to see a woman approximately the same age as him, boring holes in the back of his head. Bert knew what she was doing, but it didn't seem to bother him in the least. "The name's Bert," he said, holding out a hand. "Bert Cartwright, and I sure am glad to meet you." I tentatively reached out and shook his hand. "Zach Gunderson," I said. "Now look here, I'm going to put in a word with Lydia and get you assigned on a work detail with me. To tell you the truth, I need help. These people," he barked, "are a bunch of candy asses." "Do you have a cattle operation?" I asked. "Yes, sir, we have a 500-acre spread a couple of miles down the road, full of beautiful, fat, black Angus. That's where I've been all day. Let me tell you, good help is hard to find." This past spring, I had to do all of the castrating by myself. One of them damn baby bulls kicked me in the head. And he's still brain dead, his wife commented glibly. He waved another dismissive hand behind him amid some laughter. What do you say? He asked. Yeah, it sounds good to me. Bert, get over here and let them eat in peace, his wife ordered. Bert glanced back at his wife and then looked at us with an annoyed expression. That woman is a royal pain in my posterior. I'll catch up with you later. He stood and moved his tray over to his wife's table, whereupon they traded one or two barbs. Bert caught up with me after lunch as I was walking Zoe. You want to go see the farms? He asked. Sure. We got into his truck and headed down Blue Ridge Mountain Road, took a gravel road, and after 5 minutes, we emerged from the woods out into farmland. He waved a hand at one field. All right, let's see if you're a real farm boy. What kind of corn do we have out there? I looked at Bert, who was eyeing me with a challenging grin. Field corn, I said. Looks like dent corn. I'd say it'll be ready for harvesting about the last week of September. Stop the truck if you don't mind. Bert did so, and I looked over the field with a discerning eye. I'm going to say the yield is going to be 20,000 ears per acre. A little low, but that's how it is these days. Bert slapped his thigh. I love you, man. He began slowly driving again, scaring some crows. We need to kill off these crows before they eat it all, though. Did you know a group of crows is called a murder of crows? I chuckled. Yeah, I've heard that. He pointed out different crops as he drove. We've only been farming the last 2 years, so I think we're doing okay. I turned those fields this past spring and let some cows graze. We'll try potatoes in that field next year, and I think we should plant an extra acre of sweet corn. He gestured back over his shoulder. Back before it all went bad, there was an active wine vineyard north of here. The grapevines are doing nicely, so we have ample grape juice and wine. Have you tried anything like exotic fruits or coffee beans? Oh, we've had some limited success. We had a healthy orange crop growing last year in one of the greenhouses, but the knucklehead who was in charge of them let them freeze one night. He spit out of the window. Lots of dummies around here. Chapter 9. Cold Showers. Melvin awoke early the next morning. He stifled a groan as he got out of the truck and worked the stiffness out. He spent a long minute stretching and doing some deep knee bends before he worked his way around the plastic water bottles and peered out the front window. It wasn't quite sunup, and the sky was a thick, dull gray. More rain was coming. Most important thing, though, they weren't surrounded by a horde that had snuck up on them during the night. He went outside, relieved himself, and then walked over to the dead zombies. It was a man and woman somewhere close to his age, a teenage boy and the younger boy. They looked like a family. Melvin peered at them closer and inspected the scant amount of decay of their features. You people haven't been zombies long, he concluded in a whisper. The statement meant only for himself. He then looked them over for anything useful. The man had a Leatherman multi-purpose tool sheathed on his belt and an empty gun holster. The boys were wearing backpacks and had empty canteen holders attached to web belts. Melvin started with the man and snaked his belt off so he could get the Leatherman in its sheath. I know someone who could use it, he explained to the dead man. He then checked out the backpacks. They smelled with the rankness of zombie essence, making him wonder if they could be washed and reused. Looking inside, he saw a number of goodies. The young man had one of those fancy straw filters, a hunting knife with a small whetstone in the sheath, a mostly full container of bug spray, a pill bottle containing Q-tips, a well-used toothbrush with an almost empty tube of toothpaste, dental floss, fingernail clippers, a can of spray paint, a couple of bungee cords, a poncho, extra pairs of socks and underwear stuffed in a plastic trash bag, a small rocket stove, and a small first aid kit. The little boy's backpack had similar items, along with a small tarp and 550 cord. She raised a family of survivors, Melvin said quietly to the dead father. All 4 of them were dressed for the outdoors, sensible hiking boots, jeans, and neutral-colored shirts. The mom had her hair pulled back in a bandana and was wearing a loose-fitting long-sleeved shirt, possibly to hide her femininity. Smart thinking. From the amount of bite marks, it looked like they were attacked by a horde of somewhere around 5 or 10. The mom's entire left side of her face had been torn off, and one of the dad's arms looked like he was a training dummy for a police department's K-9 team. I bet you guys fought to the end, eh, Dad? Too bad, we could have used you at weather. Melvin did a sniff test and decided the teenager's backpack was the least smelly one. He loaded it up with his findings and jogged back to the building. He dumped the contents on the lone desk and set the backpack under the broken gutter, hoping the approaching rain would wash some of the stink off. He stuck his head in the back room and checked on Savannah. She'd moved the blankets aside, exposing her breasts. Even though he was the one who stripped her, he instantly felt like a peeping Tom and backed out of the room. He'd hung up her clothes the night before, but when he checked them, they were still a little damp. As he finished off the remainder of the MRE from last night, the rain returned in force. With so much rain, Melvin surmised there must have been a hurricane out in the Atlantic before moving inland. Soon, the broken gutter was once again streaming with water. He knew it was going to be a little chilly, but he needed to bathe. He hastened a quick peek in the back room to ensure Savannah was still asleep, got his toilet kit, a couple of towels, and walked outside. He stripped and stepped under the miniature waterfall. It was colder than he expected, and he was quickly covered in goosebumps. He soaked himself, soaped up, and rinsed off quickly. Grabbing the towels, he stepped back inside to see Savannah sitting in a chair watching him. He hurriedly wrapped one around his waist. How are you feeling?" he asked as he used the other towel to dry off. "A little better," she said, and looked at her clothes hanging from bungee cords. "Did you take them off of me?" "I did. Even though it's warm out, you had a little bit of hypothermia going on last night. It was the only way to get you warmed up." "Oh." Her tone was quiet, meek. She stared at him in silence as she watched him as he put a pair of underwear on under the towel and then put some jeans on. Melvin had a lean but hard physique, typical of a Special Forces operative, which he once was. Standing at a hair or two under 6 feet, he weighed somewhere in the neighborhood of 180, all of it muscle. He had a couple of scars here and there, nothing major. His back had a few pockmarks courtesy of shrapnel from an IED in Afghanistan. He earned a Purple Heart for it, but other than a bad case of jock itch during basic training, that was his only injury. Melvin pointed at the stream of water. "You should get yourself cleaned up. I got soap here, and I think I got something you can wear until your clothes are dry." "I'm fine," she said, somewhat defensively. "Negative," Melvin rejoined as he put his shirt on. "You smell like a monkey's ass on a hot summer day." "I do not," Melvin chuckled. "Oh, yes, you do. It's too cold. I saw you shivering, and your dick even shrink up." Melvin gave her a frown. "Have you seen yourself in a mirror lately? Quit arguing and get yourself cleaned up." She looked down at the ground, causing Melvin to regret his tone. "Are you going to watch?" she finally asked. "Nope. Have at it." He tossed her the towels and walked to the garage. Searching through his duffel bag of clothing, he found a football jersey and some socks. It'd have to do. He set them on the table immediately inside the door and glanced at her briefly. She'd soaped herself up, much like he did, and was now rinsing off. He ducked back into the garage bay before she caught him looking and made himself busy. "It's a little big." He looked toward the doorway. Savannah was standing there wearing the jersey. It hung loosely and came down to her knees. "Yeah, well, maybe you'll grow into it one day," he said, and chuckled at his own joke. She didn't laugh. "Well, all right. It'll keep you warm until your clothes dry out. Do you need to go to the bathroom or anything?" he asked. She shook her head. Although the sky was dull, it was lighter now, and he got a better look at her. Her hair was a wild mess of light amber brown surrounding an oval, sunburnt face with a pert nose and brown doe eyes. In spite of how skinny she was, it wasn't hard to see a cute teenage girl under the mess. Melvin reached into his pocket and retrieved his comb. "Here," he said, handing it to her. "There's a mirror in the restroom." She subconsciously ran fingers through her hair before disappearing into the restroom and re-emerged 15 minutes later and looked at Melvin expectantly. "Much better," he said. "I don't smell like a monkey's ass anymore?" Melvin pantomimed sniffing and smiled slightly. "Nope, you smell like fresh petunias." He waited to see if she laughed or at least smiled, but she merely stared at him. "Oh, all right, let's eat something." He led her to the table and tore open an MRE. She sat and looked at the contents before choosing a food item. She nibbled at it and slurped water from the canteen. "Oh, here, I made something for you." He used one of the shop rags and took a canteen cup off of his rocket stove. "Drink some of this." Savannah looked in the cup. "What is it?" "Pine needle tea. It's rich in vitamin C. Oh, wait, you're not pregnant, are you?" Savannah stared at him. "No." "Good. Here," he said, and handed it to her. Savannah took a small, tentative sip and made a sour face. Melvin chuckled. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. It doesn't taste that great." She gave him a look. "You think?" "I know, but you're malnourished. Drink as much as you can stand. It'll be good for you." She hunched forward in the chair and watched Melvin as she took small sips. Can I ask you a question?" Melvin glanced at her. "Sure." "What's with the zombie taped down to a chair on the front of your truck?" Oh, that's Peggy, my wife, or what's left of her. Savannah looked sideways at him as if he was playing some kind of twisted prank. And you keep her with you? She asked. Yep. Why? It's a long story, Melvin said. But the main reason is when there are other zombies around, she can somehow sense them and she'll start snarling like crazy. It's a good alarm system. But she's a zombie, Savannah said. Yep. Kind of creepy, she remarked. Melvin didn't respond. Why were you naked last night? Melvin felt a little uncomfortable now. Oh, well, I'd been out in the rain and got soaked, so I took my clothes off and hung them up to dry. When I spotted you and your friends, I didn't realize you weren't a zombie at the time, and I didn't want to get another pair of clothes wet and dirty. So you ran out naked so you wouldn't get your clothes dirty? Yeah, I'm sure it looked weird. A little, she said. I thought you were some kind of crazy pervert. Anyway, they had some decent gear on them, and one of the backpacks is still in pretty good shape. I created a kit for you, and your clothes should be dry in another hour or two. Then you can get going. She stopped in mid-bite and looked at Melvin with sudden anxiousness. What do you mean, get going? You're getting rid of me? Yeah, well, I'm sure you want to get moving along. There's plenty of cars around here. Maybe I can get one of them running for you, if you want. She sat motionlessly, staring at him with her big brown eyes. What? He asked. Can't I stay with you? Don't you want to get back to your family? Savannah's features darkened. Her eyes started watering up again, but she quickly wiped them with the back of her hand. My family's dead, she replied. The blackjacks killed them. I don't have anywhere to go. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, he said. She remained quiet and sat there, staring at the table. Tell me about it, he prodded. He didn't think she was going to answer at first, but after a moment she emitted a heavy sigh. Not much to tell. I was living with my aunt and uncle near a bump in the road called Crozier. Have you heard of it? I believe so. Yeah, well, Mom and Dad split up when I was 13, and I went to live with Uncle Ray and Aunt Pat. She let out another sigh. It's a long story, but anyway, I liked them. They were good to me. They had a small farm, and we had chickens and cows, and I even had a pet goat. Her name was Daffy. Sounds nice, Melvin remarked. It was. Aunt Pat liked gardening and canning. So when it all went bad, we were actually doing okay. Oh, and we had some neighbors next door who helped out a lot. She gave a small, sad smile. Susie was my cousin, but we acted more like sisters. We even shared the same boyfriend, Bobby. He was dumb as all get out, but he was cute and nice, and there weren't any other boys around. So, what happened? Melvin asked quietly. Toothpaste, Savannah said, her voice cracking slightly. We'd run out of toothpaste and some other stuff. We bitched and complained, so Uncle Roy decided to do something about it. He and Bobby's father went into Richmond for supplies. Taz, that's one of the blackjacks, told me later they caught them coming out of a pharmacy. They tortured Bobby's father until Bobby told them where we lived. Then they killed them. Her face was full of misery while she talked about it. Melvin had heard similar stories the past couple of years, but it still got to him. Anyway, I guess you can figure out what happened next. They came and killed everyone. Aunt Pat hid me and Susie in the basement, but it didn't do any good. They found us, took us prisoner, and threw us in a trailer with 4 other girls. The first night was the worst. They passed me and Susie around like we were rag dolls. Savannah tried to tell the rest, but was too choked up. How long ago was that? Melvin asked. She wiped her eyes again and took a deep breath. I'm not real sure. About a month or 2, I guess. They kept us locked up most of the time in one of those little travel campers. You know what I mean? I think so. The only time they let us out was to do chores or when they wanted... You know. Yeah. How'd you escape? One day, they'd found like a couple of cases of booze and meth. I don't know the circumstances. I can only guess they killed someone. So anyway, they all started smoking that stuff and drinking and getting rowdy. They let us join in, but whenever we were let out, they handcuffed us. Anyway, everyone was fucked up and having themselves a good old time. After it got dark, they built a big bonfire like they didn't have a care in the world. That's probably what attracted them, the fire and all of the noise. Taz was sitting next to me when those things came out of nowhere. One of them ran up from behind us and latched onto his neck. Are you sure they were zombies? Melvin asked. Oh, hell yeah. I started screaming, and then Susie and a couple of the other girls started screaming, and it was... I don't know what you'd call it. Chaos? Melvin asked. Yeah, I guess that's a good word. Chaos. It was chaos everywhere. Somebody started shooting, but there were a bunch of them. They were everywhere. I panicked and ran. I didn't know what else to do, so I started running and kept going. Melvin thought it all over. Do you know where you were when you escaped? He asked. No idea. I ran most of the night down some road. The next day I was down there near a gas station, she said as she pointed down the road. There's a cop car parked there, and I was trying to get in it to see if I could find a handcuff key. Before I could even get in the car, those things were on me. I took off running again, but I didn't have any energy left. I was barely able to get on top of that car I was on when you found me. Melvin listened as he thought of the Blackjacks. If they were still nearby, it could be problematic, he thought. He stared out of the window, wondering where they were. She interrupted his thoughts. Yesterday I found a saw and kind of tried to cut one of my hands off, but I lost my nerve. Melvin stared at her now, wondering what he would do if he were in the same predicament. Do you think your cousin got away? He asked. I don't think so. When I was running, I heard her scream, and it was one of those blood-curdling screams. You know what I mean? Yeah, Melvin answered. Tell me about them. The Blackjacks? How many of them are there nowadays? She paused and looked at him. Do you know them? I bumped into a couple of them a few months ago, but I haven't seen them in a while. Is Lonnie still their leader? Yeah, and he's scary as shit. One day they caught some people, and one of the men made some kind of smart-ass comment. Within like a microsecond, Lonnie grabbed the man, threw him on the ground, and pounded his head on the asphalt until there was blood and brains all over. It was awful. Taz said he used to be a pro wrestler. Melvin had heard something like that as well. The man was huge, Melvin gave him that. Well over 6 feet tall, almost 300 pounds, and mostly muscle. Is Snake still around? He asked. Snake was Lonnie's de facto second-in-command. He was a little guy, but that didn't make him any less dangerous. Savannah shuddered. Yeah, he's like the opposite of Lonnie, but just as mean. Lonnie's big and loud. Snake is small and quiet. And he had a forked tongue, like a snake. One day they'd caught a man. They tied him down, and Snake spent the rest of the day skinning him alive. It was sickening. Yeah, Melvin thought. He could see that. Back when he'd bumped into the Blackjacks, Melvin and Lonnie struck up a friendship immediately, but Snake merely stared at Melvin the whole time and never said a word. If Melvin ever encountered him alone, he knew he'd need to kill the little dude immediately. I don't think I met all of them. Who are the others? He asked. She paused and thought a minute. Let's see, besides Snake, there's Pig, Taz, Dizzy, Tank, Hotshot, Crank, Topsy, Mako, Crash, Scooter, and Freak. They sure love nicknames, Melvin commented. It reminded him of street gangs. Nobody went by their real name. They had to create an alternate identity for themselves. Create a new persona or something. Yeah, Taz told me one day there used to be more of them, but a few days before they found me and Susie, they got into a big shootout with some people up in Stanton, and some of them were killed. He said they were cops. Cops? Melvin asked in surprise. Yeah, they had a compound or something. Lonnie thought it'd be easy pickings. Melvin grunted. There was a headquarters office for the Virginia State Troopers in Stanton. He wondered if it was them and made a mental note to pay them a friendly visit sometime soon. What about the women? He asked. You said there were 4 more of them? Yeah, the girls are Sunshine, Dimple, Fanny, and Leah. How'd you get along with them, the women? How'd you get along with the women? Savannah made a face. Fanny was the favorite, but that was only because they had a vote one night and decided she gave the best blowjob. She paused to make a gagging impression. The rest of us got along okay, but sometimes they make us fight for food. It wasn't fun. Judging from her emaciated appearance, Melvin guessed she seldom won any of those fights. They sat in silence for several minutes, while Melvin thought over everything she said. Apparently, Savannah interpreted the silence as rejection to her earlier request. She slowly stood. Thank you for everything, Melvin. You truly saved my life. She walked away, and Melvin watched as she went into the front lobby. He got up and followed her. She took her pants off of the bungee cord and began putting them on. They're still damp, Melvin said. It's okay, she said, and began putting her socks and shoes on. Hey, look, you don't have to go. No, it's okay, Melvin. You've been nice to me, but I can tell you don't want me around here. She started to walk past him, but he stopped her by grabbing her by the shoulders. She jerked back, a hint of fear flashing across her face. He quickly pulled his hands back. Listen, it's not that. I'm not much of a social person these days, but you're welcome to stay here. He cleared his throat. I want you to stay, he found himself saying. She stared at him a long moment with her big brown eyes. Are you sure? She finally asked. Of course I'm sure. She stared at him like any second now he was going to say, just kidding. After a few seconds, she realized he was being sincere. You won't regret it, she said. I promise. Okay, he said. No need to get all gushy. Savannah didn't make it much past breakfast before falling asleep. Still weak from the lingering effects of malnutrition and running for her life for the past 2 days, she'd lain her head on the desk after only eating a few bites and was out of it. He picked her up gently, put her back on the cot, and left a note for her in case he was gone when she woke up. He hoped there weren't underlying health issues with her and she was going to die in her sleep, but there was nothing he could do about it. He geared up, got the bike out, and headed back to the government building. It was a one-story brick building, and the unlocked door was located in the back. The rock had not been moved, which was seemingly a good sign. He parked his bike and opened the door. He was immediately struck by the orderliness. Most buildings he'd entered were trashed and in disarray, and often there were an abundance of vermin. Things were often broken or vandalized. Not this one. Melvin interpreted it as a sign someone was caring for this building. He'd searched it in his deliberate, methodical procedure. The labs were dusty but otherwise clean, but there were no signs of life. The computer system was still intact. Melvin tried a few light switches. No power. It took him 3 hours in total. The entire time he found himself continually asking himself what he should do with Savannah. She wasn't a plant or a spy, he was sure of it. She looked like death warmed over. If she were healthy, he'd be suspicious. So it came down to 2 choices: kick her loose, or take her back with him when the mission was finished. The Mount Weather people, the originals, the ones who'd had it rather easy the last 3 years, could be rather snarky to newcomers. Not physically, no. Those people were passive-aggressive types. They were cowards at heart, after all. Instead of telling someone outright they were not liked, they'd act snotty, make snide remarks, and talk about them behind their backs. Melvin knew it was especially going to be true when it came to Savannah. The girl looked like a concentration camp survivor. It was obvious her formal education was limited, and it was doubtful she had any special skills that would ingratiate herself with the community. When he emerged outside, it was raining again. It was going to push his plan forward for part 2 of his mission, to check out the National Laboratory. Melvin pedaled back to the auto detail business, once again soaking wet from the rain. He'd tried riding with a poncho once, but it got in the way. "Hey," Melvin said when he walked inside. There was no answer. He walked in the back room and found Savannah huddled in the bathroom. She looked frightened, anxious. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You were gone," she exclaimed. "Yeah, I had something I needed to do. I left a note, didn't you see it?" She nodded, but it didn't seem to help. "I didn't think you were coming back." "My truck is still here," Melvin responded as he gestured toward the garage bay. "I'm not going anywhere without it, okay?" She looked uncertain, but finally nodded her head. "Come on out," he said. "Maybe you can eat a little bit." She looked at him uncertainly. He held out a hand and helped her up. "Oh, okay." Her tone was still tentative, frazzled, but she willingly let Melvin lead her to the front office. He pointed at the open MRE. "If you're not hungry, don't eat, but if you think you can, try a bite or 2. "Where did you go?" she asked after she'd eaten a cracker with some peanut butter on it. "I had to go check out a building," Melvin answered. "Why?" "That's my job," he said. "What do you mean?" Savannah asked. "I'm from Mount Weather, and I do missions for them." "Mount Weather? What's that?" she asked. "Back in the day, it was the FEMA Command Center. When it went bad, they relocated the majority of the executive and legislative branch there." "Why?" "Because they have an underground bunker and housing," Melvin said. "Okay, but why? We don't have a government anymore," she replied. Melvin grunted and didn't explain. He was tired of talking. "Anyway, I've got to send them a message." Savannah watched as Melvin set up a military-looking radio and attached a satellite antenna. He prepared a message and sent it on burst mode. He left it on for several minutes as he ate lunch. Savannah listened in silence. After 10 minutes, he received an incoming message. He went through the decryption and listened. So did Savannah. "You're going to check out the lab? Isn't that where they build nuclear bombs or something?" "Sort of," Melvin said. "There's no actual bomb stored there, but there is nuclear material and a supercomputer there. We have reason to believe it's occupied, so I'm going to check it out." "A supercomputer? What's so special about a computer?" Savannah asked. "Smart people can do all kinds of things with it," Melvin replied. He thought about the 2 computer geeks back at Weather, Garrett and Grace. They were twins. They took him to a section in the East Tunnel and showed him Mount Weather's Cray supercomputer. They said it was close to the same model as the Titan, the name of the Oak Ridge computer, and went on and on about its capabilities. They dazzled him with numbers and the computer's performance. Most of it went over Melvin's head. The only thing he got out of it was the Titan was too large for him to dismantle and load up on the back of his truck. The politicians were adamant the computer didn't fall into the wrong hands. If worse came to worse, he had some C4 to deal with the issue. "All right," Melvin said. "I'm going to be gone the rest of the day. You'll be okay here." He looked and saw Savannah's big brown eyes starting to water up. "Can't I go with you?" she implored. Melvin thought about it and found himself shaking his head. "I can't guarantee your safety. I don't know if there's anyone there or what." "I'll be okay," she countered, and her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "I don't want to be left alone." Melvin sighed. "Yeah, all right," he said. "But you have to do exactly what I say. If I tell you to run, you don't ask me to explain, you do it. If I tell you to shut up, you don't ask why or backtalk, you stop talking. It's not that I'm bossy or like ordering people around, it's a matter of life and death. I've survived on my own for a long time now, partly because I didn't have someone with me doing stupid things and endangering my life." "Okay," Savannah said. Melvin gave her a hard stare for a long minute. "All right, then," he finally said. "Let's get loaded up." Chapter 10. The Mission. Raymond appeared right when I was about to get a second helping of powdered eggs. "Good morning, everyone," he said with mock cheerfulness. "I need Zach, Major Parsons, and Major Fawkes to come with me." Without waiting for a response, he motioned us to follow him. We walked to the bunker entrance and waited at the elevators. I waited for him to explain what we were about to get into. He saw me looking and grinned. "I think we're going to be in for a lot of rain today," he said. "There was a hurricane that formed in the Atlantic and hit landfall a couple of days ago." "That's nice," I said. "So what are we doing?" Raymond grinned again. "Patience, Zach, patience." We went down at least 2 floors below the living quarters, and the elevator opened up into a rather large room with several tables of computers and yet another conference table. There were also unmarked doors in the back of the room, which led to I don't know where. "The Situation Room," Raymond informed us. It was impressive. There were multiple computer terminals, large flat screens mounted on the walls, and I even saw a soundproof room that looked like a recording studio. "We use it as command and control for the away missions," President Richmond said. He had emerged from a side room holding a steaming cup of coffee and sat at the head of a conference table. Soon others started trickling in and taking what I assumed was their reserved seats. Justin, along with a couple of his Marines, came in, and there were a couple of those secretaries I saw at the debriefing. Raymond gestured for Justin and me to sit together. "What's going on?" I whispered to him. He grinned at me. "Big mission," he said, but wouldn't elaborate. Raymond walked over to the president and whispered in his ear before sitting. POTUS nodded and stood. "It appears most everyone is here, so why don't we get started?" He gestured at me. "Did something happen after our initial meeting, Mr. Gunderson?" "Yes, sir," I answered. "I caught 2 people breaking into my trailer and stealing stuff out of it. I was told they are the adult children of Senator Reinhardt." He furrowed his brow, which seemed more of an act rather than genuine concern. "I will have to address that issue immediately," he declared. "No need, sir. I took care of it." I looked at all of them. I noticed one of those secretaries was trying hard not to grin. He must have heard the details of how I took care of it. I couldn't help but throw in one last barb. "I don't know why an SOP isn't already in place to deal with criminal behavior. It seems rather odd for a group of supposedly enlightened people." I heard Justin give a quiet guffaw, but the rest of the room was quiet. "Yes, you make a valid point," President Richmond said. "We'll look into it. In the meantime, let me show all of you the purpose of this meeting." He nodded at Seth, who stood. "The previous 45 months have been bad, but all of you know that." He gestured toward one of 2 people who was sitting in front of a computer console. "This is Garrett and Grace Anderson. If you haven't figured it out, they're twins." "Fraternal," Garrett quickly said. The woman gave a cheerful wave. Both of them were pale, skinny, mousy brown hair and looked like they were in their mid-20s. The woman's hair was longer, and she was wearing nerd glasses, but otherwise there was no mistaking they were brother and sister. The man began clicking his mouse, and the flat screens came to life. It was a scene of chaos. People attacking each other, soldiers shooting people, people attacking soldiers. I recognized the location from a news video. "Cairo, Egypt," Seth said. "We are reasonably certain Cairo was ground zero. The origin is still unknown, but what is known is how quickly the pathogen spread." The image changed to a world map, and a graphical overlay of red lines began forming. The lines would start in one city and move to other cities, and wherever the lines stopped, the cities would turn red. The model has been sped up, but I'm sure all of you know the entire world was infected within 2 weeks. Seth gave a running commentary as the images on the screens changed. The next series showed video feeds of military bases, naval ships, missile silos, and other fortified facilities I could not identify. Because the pathogen was so contagious, it infiltrated most of our military personnel before we were even aware of its presence. The images were interspersed with what looked like closed-circuit TV cameras, surveillance cameras perhaps. They showed the same thing over and over again, normal people getting attacked by infected people. I looked over at the president. Am I to assume you watched these events while sitting here in relative safety? President Richmond gazed steadily at me. Yes, Mr. Gunderson, we all did. He took a moment to make direct eye contact with all of the recent arrivals. We did not sit idly by, Mr. Gunderson, Secretary Stark said. There were multiple actions taken, but the virus had delivered a knockout blow before we even knew we were in a fight. We were lucky to get it contained here before all of us got infected, General Foswell added. And there are other survivors you've been in contact with, sir? Sarah asked. Yes, Major, the President said. I am happy to report that as of this date, we've made contact with over 20 pockets of survivors within the United States. The largest group we have been in contact with is 65. 65? It's a decent-sized number. Where are they at? Sarah asked. Kansas, he answered. Now he leaned forward slightly in his chair. There is a possible issue we have identified, though. We all waited. President Richmond took his time and finished his tea before responding. The human population is in peril, he declared in a somber voice. This zombie virus has created a chain of events which threaten our very existence. He then nodded at Seth. Famine, pestilence, disease, a lack of health care, violence, and even nuclear events are taking their toll, Seth said, and looked at Grace. She took her cue and clicked her mouse. The next screen was raw numbers of the population of each major city and the projected infection rate. The last number was the predicted number of initial deaths and annual deaths each year after year. There was a cross-reference of the birth rate, which had declined to practically zero within a couple of years. If you will note, the projections show the human population steadily declining. The extinction event is projected to occur within the next 50 years. Everyone was quiet now. The members of Mount Weather were watching us newcomers with somber amusement. I looked around and tentatively raised my hand. Seth looked at me. Yes, Zach? How many people became infected while locked up in here? I asked. 13, a man answered. He'd been quiet during the entire presentation, but I noticed he'd been watching me the entire time. And all of them were tested prior to being admitted into Mount Weather. Seth spoke up. This is Dr. Kincaid, and his colleague there is Dr. Smeltzer. At the time of the outbreak, the two doctors were assigned to USAMRIID, which is the United States Army Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, and based out of Fort Detrick, Maryland. I looked at them thoughtfully. The two men looked like mad scientists straight out of a low-budget movie. Both were in their mid to late 60s, disheveled white hair that hadn't been on the receiving end of an experienced barber in a while, identical furry eyebrows, and both were wearing horn-rimmed glasses. Kincaid looked a little bit heavier and had a larger, rounder face, but that was about it. Seth continued. In early December, during the first year of the outbreak, Drs. Kincaid, Smeltzer, and a third virologist, Dr. Mayo Craddock, were at Fort Detrick. Unfortunately, the infection spread throughout the facility within a matter of hours. The three doctors were trapped and had to be rescued. He gestured toward the screens. For the first 2 years, Fort Detrick was swarming with thousands of infected. This is a live satellite feed of it now. Fort Detrick appeared to be a neatly arranged conglomeration of buildings. There was nothing I saw that would indicate anything amazing or horrifying. The screen went to a close-up and the image was frozen into a still shot. There were 2 abandoned military vehicles, with maybe 100 zombie corpses lying around. 177, Garrett said. He must have seen me trying to make a count. I nodded in thanks. Fort Detrick is 44 miles from here. 7 days ago, we sent a task force to the location in order to neutralize all hostile threats and secure the facility. Dr. Craddock insisted on going with them. The contingent used those 2 strikers parked in front of the main lab. We lost contact with them 90 minutes after their arrival. Seth paused a moment to let us newcomers digest it. I started to raise my hand, but Seth cut me off. I believe you're about to ask if we know what happened to them, he said. Short answer, we don't know. Seth looked over at one of the computer geeks. Garrett was monitoring the live feed at that time. Garrett? Garrett clicked his mouse a couple of times. The image on the screens changed once again. They arrived at Detrick with no issues and checked in accordingly, he said, and pointed at the screens with a miniature laser light. You can see them unloading from the strikers and forming a defensive perimeter. He sat back in his chair while we watched a team of soldiers entering one of the buildings, while another team maintained security outside. Garrett then sat up and clicked something with his mouse. 14 minutes after their arrival is when they had their first contact. We watched as a horde of around 20 infected approached them at what can best be described as a slow jog. The soldiers had no problem taking care of business and made short work of them. Now watch, Garrett said. Another horde, this one about 50 in size, came around a building from behind and began running toward the soldiers. One of the soldiers that was manning the machine gun from the striker was guarding the rear. He opened up and appeared to have killed off at least half of them by himself before the rest joined in. As we watched, this happened 3 more times. Their timing is off, Justin whispered. I nodded in agreement. If it was a planned attack, the waves should have been overlapping and not at intervals. So I'm sitting here watching the whole thing and listening to them talk to each other on the radio, Garrett said. The team inside had no contact and they were going to come back out and assist the soldiers outside, but Sergeant Rivera told them not to worry about it. They had it under control. He looked at us. I mean, they sounded like they were having a good time. Everyone was joking and they were having a competition to see who could kill the most. I take it something happened, Justin said. That would be affirmative, Lieutenant, Garrett said. Seth cleared his throat. Show the 88-minute mark, please, Garrett. He waited until the appropriate image was now on the screen. It showed the soldiers still maintaining a defensive perimeter, and there was one soldier in the middle. Seth used his pointer and put a small red dot on the soldier. That's Sergeant Rivera. Now listen. We listened to the audio of Sergeant Rivera having a one-sided conversation. From what I could tell, he was speaking with the people inside the building, and they were requesting assistance. And then, the screens once again became nothing but snow. We've confirmed solar flares during this time period, although we're not ruling out the signal being jammed, Seth said. In any event, we had no signal for a little over 7 minutes, and then we have this. He pointed with the laser. What we saw were the dead zombies, the 2 strikers, and nothing else. Seth spoke up. In order for these esteemed doctors to manufacture a vaccine, they will need access to that specific building. That's where the labs are. And here is the mission. We listened as Seth outlined the mission in the military format. In short, the Marines were going to attempt to secure Fort Detrick. Sarah was going to lead a contingent that would act as a rear guard, and, if needed, a reactionary force in case the Marines needed help. Dr. Kincaid explained. Virus research was never the mission for Mount Weather, so it doesn't have the necessary equipment, nor does it have the proper containment protocols. In a word, our only hope lies with Fort Detrick. We're going back, Seth said plainly. We have to secure the facility so the 2 doctors here can successfully create a vaccine. And that's where you come in, Zach, Dr. Kincaid said. How so? I asked warily. Securing the lab is the first step, Seth explained. The second step is getting the lab or labs up and running again. The third step is you. The 2 doctors will need you in order to create the vaccine. Okay, I said. Count me in. When do we leave? You will not be going to Fort Detrick, Stark said. I looked at him and back at Seth. What gives? Until the doctors can create a suitable vaccine, we are under orders to not use you in any high-risk mission, he said. I frowned. Whose orders? Mine, President Richmond said plainly. I tried in vain to form a plausible argument which would allow me to join the mission, and I voiced a few of them, but the President was adamant. The bottom line? I was grounded. All right, I said in surrender, but I'd like to believe I can help out in some way. Oh, there is, Zach, Dr. Smeltzer said. You see, you are far more unique than you realize. We've reviewed the tests performed by Major Parsons. The results of the testing were somewhat remarkable. We know of only one other person like you, but sadly they've died. The woman in Kentucky, I said. Dr. Smeltzer nodded. Was she a relative of yours? I don't know of any of my relatives living in America. All the more reason to protect you, Seth said. I looked at Dr. Smeltzer. So what do you need from me? The 2 docs smiled broadly. A few vials of blood should do it, Dr. Smeltzer said. Dr. Kincaid nodded in agreement. Excellent, Stark said. Now, with the President's permission, why don't we check in with Sergeant Clark? President Richmond gave a silent nod. He seemed more interested in his cup of tea at the moment. Grace took the cue, and we watched as the satellite's image began moving in a southeasterly direction. Soon, it zoomed in on a building that looked like a gas station. "Sergeant Clark's current location," Grace said. I tentatively raised my hand. Seth nodded at me. Who is Sergeant Clark?" "Do you remember encountering a gentleman outside of Roanoke?" Seth asked. "I do," I answered. "A crazy dude with his zombie wife mounted on the front of his truck." Grace giggled. "Yes," General Foswell said. "That's Sergeant Melvin Clark. Prior to the pandemic, he was an operator on a Special Forces A-team." "His rank was E7, Sergeant First Class," Seth added. "He's had personal issues, but he's a damn good soldier. In fact, at one time, General Foswell had submitted his name to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor." "Oh, yeah?" Sarah asked. Seth nodded. "His entire team was wiped out in Afghanistan in an ambush by the equivalent of 2 company-sized units of Taliban. Melvin held them off for over 30 hours, calling in airstrikes on them while under heavy fire. When reinforcements finally arrived, Melvin was surrounded by dead Taliban. He'd killed several of them in hand-to-hand combat." "Wow," I said. "Yes," General Foswell said. "He has some personal issues, but he's one of a kind. Over the course of the last 2 years, he has conducted several long-range reconnaissance missions on behalf of Mount Weather." Grace stood and pointed at a solitary building displayed on one of the monitors. "He checked in last night and gave grid coordinates to that building. He's out there all by himself," she said, her voice trailing off. Garrett made a face. "She has a crush on him." "You do," she quickly retorted. Seth looked at his watch. "In fact, we should be receiving a message from him at any minute." "What is his mission?" Sarah asked. Seth nodded at Garrett, who was grinning broadly. "Oak Ridge has power," he said. "They're not mind readers, Garrett. Explain," President Richmond admonished. Garrett's grin faltered slightly. Grace jumped in. "My brother loves to play with the satellites," she said. 2 nights ago, he was looking over the country and found a significant amount of lights at the Oak Ridge Laboratory, known as Y-12, which is located in East Tennessee. But they only stayed on a few minutes, and then they went dark again," Garrett added. "Melvin's mission is to go to the lab and attempt to make contact with whoever is there. If he deems them to be hostile, he is directed to take necessary action." "He's going to take them out?" I asked. "Only if it's necessary," Seth replied. "He must be one hell of a badass," one of the Marines muttered. "He's very capable," General Foswell said, and then made pointed eye contact with the Marine. "And expendable, just like you." "Point taken, sir," Justin said, and cut his eyes at the Marine, subtly warning him not to argue about it. "Oh, we have an incoming message," Grace said as she looked at a console. "Put it on audio, please, Grace," President Richmond said. Mike Whiskey, this is Mad Dog 40. Objective reached. The first location is unoccupied but has indications of human upkeep. I will proceed to Objective 2 in 1 mic and will attempt contact. Mad Dog 40 out." Chapter 11. Nutsacks. Lieutenant Justin Smithson was standing at parade rest when the rest of the Marines sauntered outside. "Good afternoon, Marines," he'd said when they'd formed up and he ensured all were present. "I hope lunch was enjoyable." There were some murmurs of assent, but he hushed them with his next statement. "Well now, you men look like Marines again, but now I need to see what kind of shape you're in, so I think we're going to go for a little run around the perimeter." The grumbles of protest were loud now, causing Justin to suppress a grin. "Sir," it was Joker. Justin acknowledged him with a slight nod. "We just ate, and we ain't got running shoes on." Justin scoffed. "Well now, I imagine if you ever run into a pack of zombies, tell them you can't run on a full stomach. I'm sure they'll understand." "I don't see Corporal Bullington joining in," another one remarked. "That is because Corporal Bullington is pregnant. Are you pregnant, Marine?" The Marine had nothing to reply. "Do we at least get to stretch, sir?" Joker asked. "You already should have," Justin replied. "You're Marines. You should always be ready for action." With that asseveration, he barked a few commands, and in short order had them running at a double time. It wasn't until the 3rd time around the perimeter when the first Marine ran off to the side and puked. Justin smiled inwardly and kept them running. By the time they'd made it to lap number 6, everyone except Justin and Sergeant Crumby had tossed their lunch. Justin finally relented, and for the last lap he slowed them to a walk. When he'd marched them back in front of the main building, he halted them and ordered them to stand at ease. "Not bad, but there's a lot of room for improvement," Justin said. He was about to speak again when Joker raised his hand. "Speak," Justin ordered. "Sir, I'm willing to give all of this stuff a chance, but so far, I ain't happy." "Oh my, you poor thing. What would make you happy, Private Joker?" Hell, I don't know. We've been cooped up in here for months. Why don't we go out on some patrols or something? Yeah, let's go kill some Zeds, another one said. Justin glanced over at Sergeant Crumby. Be careful what you wish for, Crumby said. We're going out on a mission tomorrow morning. There was at least one whoop of joy and a lot of grins. All right, listen up. Justin spent the next 30 minutes giving the mission order. As he spoke, he could see looks of anticipation. He liked it. They'd already forgotten about how he'd forced them to puke no more than 30 minutes ago. All right, Marines, head to the chow hall and see if they'll let you men get a snack. We're going to need 2 weeks of water and rations. Corporal Conway, that's your responsibility. Aye, sir. Sergeant Crumby. Sir? They're going to let us use 2 strikers. Make sure they're squared away. Sergeant Crumby responded with a silent nod. I'll be in the armory. After you get a bite to eat, come and draw your weapons. He looked at his watch. I'll see you there in 30 minutes. When Justin walked into the armory, he found Ensign Boner sitting with his feet propped up, bright red Beats headphones covering his ears, eyes closed, listening to who knows what. Justin slapped the side of the open door to get his attention. Boner opened his eyes slowly, wondering why someone was annoying him. When he saw Justin, he put his feet down and removed the earphones. What do you want? He asked. We're going to be drawing weapons for the mission, and I wanted to get a look at them. Make sure they're battle-worthy. Boner's eyes narrowed. Mission? I haven't heard of any mission. Justin gave a somber nod, like he was surprised and concerned nobody had informed him of the upcoming mission. In fact, he knew Ensign Boner had been intentionally left out of the loop. Look, I don't know what your history is, and I don't know what you've done to get on the bad side of General Foswell. I'm just a Marine, and I follow orders. You know what my first order was when I arrived here, right? Boner continued staring at Justin for a long minute. So, what's the mission? He asked. We're to escort Smeltzer and Kincaid to Fort Detrick, secure a lab, and protect them while they attempt to create a vaccine. Boner made a face and shook his head. They already tried it once and it failed. The whole contingent disappeared. It's a suicide mission. Those are my orders, Justin replied. Joker and 2 other Marines walked into the armory while the 2 men were staring at each other. We're here, sir, Joker said. Boner scoffed and sat back down. Have at it, he said. It's your funeral. Justin faced them. All right, let's take a look at the weapons. Justin pulled each individual weapon off of the rack and inspected them carefully. They're dirty, he muttered. Boner gave an apathetic shrug. We have a shortage of cleaning products. Steam, Justin said. What's that, sir? Joker asked. Do we have anything around here like a steam cleaner? Yeah, yes, sir, one of the Marines said. Justin gazed at him. Jenkins, right? Yes, sir, Jenkins. Kirby Jenkins. All right, Jenkins, round up that steam cleaner and set us up a cleaning station. We're going to have these weapons good to go before we head out tomorrow. You can't do that, Boner contended. They'll rust. Not if we lubricate them, Justin rejoined. We have maybe 1 ounce of Hop's lubricant left, Boner rejoined. Justin sighed and turned to his Marines. Joker, go find Zach. I happen to know he has a case or 2 of 5W30 synthetic motor oil stored in his trailer. Tell him what we're doing, and I would be most grateful if you let us borrow a quart. Aye, sir, Joker said, and started to walk out. Oh, Joker. Joker stopped and turned. Zach is particular about some things, so don't go in that trailer until you get his permission, unless you're ready for a fight. Joker chuckled. He and I are cool, sir. After Joker and Kirby walked out, Justin turned his attention to the remaining Marine. Private Merritt Burns, you were a sergeant once, correct? Yes, sir. What happened? Dirty piss, he replied. They'd already busted me down in rank and I was about to be discharged. You know the rest. Well, there are no more piss tests, aren't you the lucky one? Justin said with a small grin. And you better believe I've smoked since then, Burns said. They have a pretty good supply here. They got marijuana here? Justin asked in surprise. Oh, yeah, Boner answered. They had a hydroponics lab going the first week. Justin chuckled. Go figure. All right, back to business. Burns, your job is the ammo. For the sake of simplicity, all of the weapons we'll be carrying will be 1 caliber. M4s, M16s, and 2 M249s. Standard load, but I want the 249 gunners to have a minimum of 5 nutsacks each. 5 nutsacks? Sounds pretty kinky. They looked around at the voice to see Rachel and Sarah walking in. Rachel acted like she was confused and continued. A Marine with 5 nutsacks? I'm calling bullshit. I'll need to see proof, she demanded. It's a slang term for the ammunition holders for the M249 light machine gun, Burns said. Rachel gave a sly grin. You'll still need to show us your nutsack. Knock it off, Sarah said. Rachel kept grinning and changed the subject. Are you big tough Marines going to share any weapons and ammunition for us? Justin cleared his throat. Major, have you chosen your personnel? Briscoe and Stallings, Sarah replied. They're both electricians. Can they shoot? Justin asked, and then remembered there were others listening. Can they shoot, ma'am? They say they can, Sarah replied. Burns cleared his throat. Justin gave him a questioning look. We've had some target practice lessons in the past with the civilians. They did okay, sir. Justin nodded and looked back at Sarah questioningly. She gave a half-hearted, dismissive shrug. They'll have to do. None of those so-called secretaries are interested in going. Apparently they're immune to being voluntold. You got that right, Boner said. He'd been sitting in his chair, silently listening to their conversation. What's the story on them, Lawrence? Rachel asked. Boner shrugged like it was old news. There's 11 of them, all are supposedly geniuses. 10 of them are married to each other. Only Parvis Anderson is single. Not only do they run the place, they're a pseudo-think tank for the president. They're the ones who keep the power grid up, the sewage plant working, pretty much everything. It sounds like they don't even need the president or senators, Rachel said. Secretary Stark is their de facto supervisor, Boner said. And President Richmond is in charge of Secretary Stark, so there you have it. Things are getting tense around here, though. It might all change soon. How so? Justin asked. Boner was silent now and leaned back in his chair. Rachel walked over and started massaging Boner's shoulders. Come on, Lawrence, don't be the strong, silent type. Tell us what's going on. That feels damn good, he muttered, his eyes partially closing. You know you want to tell me, she cooed, and grinned at the others. There's an internal power struggle going on, he said. Some of the senators want Richmond out and are pushing for a presidential election. He chuckled. It won't do any good, though. Why not? Rachel asked. Because they're all power-hungry and they don't even realize how impotent they are. Rachel squeezed his shoulders one final time before stopping. He looked back at her questioningly. She responded with a wink. He sighed, stood, and stretched. That felt wonderful, but I've got to make my rounds. He then looked pointedly at Justin. You're responsible for the armory until I get back. They all watched him leave. I wonder what's really going on, Rachel said. That is the question, Justin replied, and then changed the subject. All right, let's get to work. Chapter 12. Blood. They took no less than 12 vials of blood, all the while gabbing on like teenage nerds seeing their first set of breasts. As they chatted, I looked around at their lab. It held the usual pieces of equipment you'd find in a lab, and was fastidiously neat with the exception of several pieces of paper hung on the wall with thumbtacks. They were black and white photographs, printed out on regular paper. Dr. Smeltzer saw me looking. Those are what are called micrographs. Okay. What are they? They are images of the zombie virus taken from an electron microscope, he said. Have you ever seen anything like that? The only pictures I've seen of a virus were on the internet, and they look like prickly pears. I pointed. Those look more like icicles. Indeed they do, Dr. Smeltzer said. That's one of the many things that makes this virus so damned interesting. I nodded, but I wasn't sure interesting would be the definitive word I would use. The infection had effectively caused billions of casualties, but whatever. There's a few things I'd like to ask, I said. They looked at me expectantly. This virus, that's what it is, a virus, correct? Indeed it is, Dr. Kincaid answered. What is the incubation time? Anywhere from a few minutes to several hours, Dr. Smeltzer answered. It varies depending on the person. The longest recorded instance is approximately 24 hours, give or take a few minutes. And you don't know where it came from? I asked. I mean, other than the fact you guys believe Cairo is ground zero, where the heck did it come from? The simple answer is we do not know, Dr. Kincaid replied and gave a patient smile. We've never encountered this viral family before. It could have come from the ocean, perhaps spewed out of the earth as a result of an earthquake or a volcano. There's even speculation that meteors entering the atmosphere have the capability of carrying alien viruses. I arched an eyebrow. Has that ever been proven? Merely speculation, Kincaid said. How many viruses are there? I asked. I've read different numbers. Dr. Kincaid gave a patient smile. The exact number is somewhat elusive. One of the last studies on the topic hypothesized there are at least 320,000 unknown viruses that infect mammals. Now, that particular number was derived from a computational projection, and the study was based on only 9 known viral families, so the number could be exponentially higher. At one time, it was believed a virus can only infect cells that have specific receptors that allow it to gain entry. And then along came the West Nile virus, Dr. Smeltzer said. There are several viruses that use different receptors and infect different species. Dr. Kincaid nodded in agreement. A virus is an incredible piece of work, he said. It is the fastest evolving life form on Earth. Quite frankly, it's a wonder something like this hasn't happened eons sooner. We could easily spend a lifetime studying it, Dr. Smeltzer said. We were in the beginning stages of sequencing it to determine its DNA code at Fort Detrick when it all went bad. The CDC personnel had made some amazing headway before they became overrun. What about them evolving? I asked. Does this virus cause a mutation in the brain or something? Now that is a fascinating observation on your part, Zach, Dr. Kincaid said while tapping his temple with his forehead and then grinned. But incorrect. In order for something to evolve, it must replicate. Like a human giving birth, Smeltzer added. Oh. Kincaid nodded. The virus would not cause the brain itself to mutate. However, we believe the virus itself mutates, which in turn may cause different outcomes in an infected person, depending on their genetics. Which still makes your rule valid, in a manner of speaking, Dr. Smeltzer added. We believe, now this is only a hypothesis, but we believe these Rule 14 zombies you refer to have brains that have been altered by the virus in a way we cannot yet explain. It appears there are 2 different phenotypes, both that completely alter the brain, but the Rule 14 zombies appear to have developed different brain functions activated by the virus. But they're doing some unusual things, I said. Things that a normal human can't do. You're referring to your belief that they are communicating telepathically, Dr. Smeltzer said, almost like an accusation. Yes, among other things, I thought. He nodded. Yes, well, more research will need to be conducted on that matter. That's not much of an answer, I said. Yes, well, we haven't been up close and personal with them as you have, Dr. Smeltzer said. I'm the first to admit we've been rather sheltered here. When did you first learn of your immunity? Dr. Kincaid asked. I was made aware of it by Major Parsons, I answered, and nodded toward Grant, who was sitting at a nearby desk reading something. When I began explaining our first encounter, he looked up briefly and smiled before burying himself back in the thick file in front of him. We initially believed I became exposed when I was attacked by a zombie, but there had to have been something that happened earlier. I then briefly explained my possible first exposure. The man shot me, I said, pointing at the scar on my head. It didn't kill me, but I don't have much recollection of what happened for several hours after that. I was told I was in close proximity to several zombies, so there could have been some type of exposure. I'm sure they'd already read Grant's report, but they wanted to hear all about it firsthand. Fascinating, Dr. Smeltzer said under his breath, reached for his tablet, and began typing some notes. But, as you know, my kids are immune as well, so the incident where I was attacked by the one zombie was not what made me immune. The 2 men glanced at each other before Dr. Kincaid spoke. Yeah, I'm afraid you may have been misled a bit. I looked at them in puzzlement. How so? I asked. Your children have the same antibodies, this is true, but we don't believe they're immune. Just as you aren't totally immune, Dr. Smeltzer added. Now, even Grant stopped reading whatever was so fascinating and looked up. All right, you 2 have definitely confused me, I admitted. Let me explain, Dr. Smeltzer said. Think of other similar virus infections, like the mumps or chickenpox. Once you've had either one, the risk of getting the disease again is extremely low. But it can happen, Dr. Kincaid said. Now, in regards to your children, think of it like this. Let's say you caught the chickenpox when you were a kid. Yep, I did. Okay, now you have an antibody in your system. If we were to test your children for that particular antibody, we'd probably find residuals of it, but that doesn't mean they are immune to chickenpox. While it has not happened with any of the children here in Mount Weather, it's entirely possible children born out there, Dr. Smeltzer made a waving gesture, are developing antibodies as a result of prenatal exposure by their mothers. I slowly digested what they said. Let me ask you guys something. This virus, how far has it gone as far as infecting other species? I asked. How best to answer, Dr. Smeltzer said with a small frown. How'd you do in high school biology? I aced it, I answered. Obviously, I don't have the level of formal education the two of you have, but I catch on pretty quick. Dr. Smeltzer nodded. Very well. As I'm sure you remember, life forms are identified through scientific classification. Humans are part of the Animalia kingdom and fall into the primate order. The virus has not spread beyond primates, as far as we know. If you don't mind me speculating with my limited education, but it seems to me that that would be an indicator the virus could possibly be genetically engineered, no? The two doctors exchanged a glance before Dr. Smeltzer answered. There is that possibility, he said, and after a moment spoke again. But there are other viruses that have not crossed over into other species. Mumps is a good example. West Nile virus did, though, correct? I asked. Both doctors nodded. Getting back to the zombie virus, there is possible evidence of a synthetic genesis, Dr. Kincaid said. But once it enters a human, it quickly mutates and takes on similar characteristics of other viruses. They exchanged another glance, and he continued. At one time, this was considered top-secret information, but I suppose it doesn't matter these days. Anyway, there was a lot of debate on the topic, but we, he said it while waving his finger between the two of them, believe it's man-made. I guess that begs the question, who made it? I asked. The two doctors shrugged in unison. The virus first presented in Egypt and spread quicker than anything we'd ever seen, Kincaid said. One could induce either the Egyptians accidentally exposed their own people, or it was an enemy of Egypt. Perhaps the Jews, Dr. Smeltzer scoffed. It wasn't the Jews. Dr. Kincaid made a face. They have the wall, they can seal off their entire country, and as far as we know, they're still intact. It sounded like they'd had this argument before, so I redirected. So it hasn't crossed over into other orders or higher? We've found no evidence of any species crossover. However, I must make a caveat to that answer. We've lost contact with other research facilities long ago, and have no idea what they may have discovered. I nodded thoughtfully as I digested what they said. Okay, I have some information for you two that might change your premise. The two docs eyed me. Yes? Dr. Smeltzer asked. Back in Nolansville, we had a kid who was eaten by a snake. A Burmese python, to be specific. When we found the snake, it was acting funny, and the kid had either become infected prior to being eaten, or the snake infected him. How do you know the child was infected? Dr. Kincaid asked. After we killed the snake, we cut it open. The kid was infected. We had to kill him, too. Now, I can't tell you if the snake was infected. All I can say was it was acting funny. Was the kid infected when the snake ate him, and that's why it was acting funny? Or was the snake infected when he ate the kid, and it caused the kid to become infected? I don't have an answer for you. Fascinating, Dr. Smeltzer said, and quickly notated it on his tablet. Tell me, have you done anything like that with any other animals? Not so much with animals, but I've cut open several zombies. Now the two of them looked at me as if I just told them I'd discovered a permanent cure to erectile dysfunction. You've been cutting them open? Kincaid asked. Yeah. How many? 22, I replied. At first I was fascinated by them. Then I mostly stopped, but sometimes I'd see one of them that looked a little different and would decide to have a look inside. Did you find anything? Most of the time they all looked the same, but there were some of them that had unique characteristics. The ones I cut open recently, they're digesting what they're eating. I'm sure you two have studied people when they first became infected. They'd eat and eat and eat, but their stomachs weren't working. They'd just walk around all bloated and everything. A lot of them seem to have eventually died off, but the ones who lived changed somehow. Yes, we believe it is the phenotypes at work, Dr. Kincaid said. Different phenotypes. Different reactions to the infection. What did you find when you cut those particular zombies open? Dr. Smeltzer asked. The only thing that stood out was their intestinal tract. The organs are not a healthy pink, they're a blackish color, and the bile is a black syrupy goo. And let me tell you, it smells awful. I paused a moment and then snapped my fingers. You know, I'd totally forgotten about it, but a while back I found a journal kept by a jailer who did experiments on live zombies. They stared at me in rapt attention now. Yeah, he and a coworker did all kinds of things. Like what? Kincaid asked. They put one in boiling water, they froze one, they injected poisons, set one on fire. Oh, and they even cut open the brain of one of them. You're kidding, Kincaid said in disbelief. Nope. They also conducted testing of their senses with various stimuli. It was an interesting read. Do you happen to still have the journal? He asked. No, it was destroyed, but I can rewrite it for you if you'd like. Grant cleared his throat. He's never been tested, but young Zack probably has a photographic memory. I shook my head. I used to. Back before I took this bullet, I said, pointing at the scar again. But it's still pretty good. I won't be able to rewrite it word for word, but I can come close. Oh yeah, they were giving me that look again. Now, in addition to my erectile dysfunction cure, they were looking at me like I'd also told them I could make it grow a few more inches. Oh, we would be most appreciative if you would, Zack, Smeltzer said, his voice quaking a little. Certainly, I answered. Paper is at a premium around here, Dr. Kincaid said. Would you happen to have a computer? A laptop or tablet, perhaps? I do, I said, and Raymond got me access to the local internet. Excellent, Dr. Kincaid said, and sat down in front of his own laptop. By the way, what kind of server do you guys have? We have a Cray computer, he said, like it was nothing special. A Cray? I asked. A Cray supercomputer? Kincaid grinned. Yes, indeed. Holy shit, I said, wondering how much access to all of the files I would have. I watched as Dr. Kincaid finished typing and looked up at me. All right, I created a file folder for you in the medical section of the cloud. If you don't mind, when you write up the journal, store it there so we can review it. Will do. If we can get power back online at Fort Detrick, one of our goals is to upload all of the files at Detrick onto the Mount Weather cloud. It should help in our research, Smeltzer said. This is awesome, I said. I hope I'll at least have read-only access. Indeed you do, Kincaid said. So, since I can't go with y'all, what's the procedure going to be? A lot has already been accomplished at the CDC, Kincaid said. Major Parsons has a lot of data on file. We've been spending hours going over it and comparing it to our data. Fort Detrick has state-of-the-art equipment, including electron microscopes. The first thing we'll do is use one of them to observe your blood with the virus. And then we'll introduce the virus and observe it, Dr. Smeltzer said. It's going to be fascinating to watch your leukocytes in action. They continued talking about the process of creating a vaccine, but even I had a hard time keeping up. I smiled at myself, remembering how smart I used to think I was. This is going to be the most intriguing work I've ever done, Dr. Smeltzer said, and then gave me a questioning look. You still have your spleen, correct? Yep, I answered. Excellent. The spleen makes lymphocytes. Lymphocytes identify foreign substances such as a virus and then creates antibodies to fight them, I finished. The two doctors looked at me in surprise. Yes, exactly, Smeltzer said. You seem to know your white blood cells. Grant tutored me a little bit on the subject, I said. The ultimate goal, of course, is to be able to create a vaccine, Smeltzer said. And possibly even an antidote to administer to someone who has become infected, Kincaid added. Were you guys able to achieve any results when you were at Detrick? I asked. Dr. Smeltzer shook his head. Sadly, we were only beginning to make headway when disaster struck. You're looking at 2 of the only 3 known survivors, Dr. Kincaid said. What happened? Oh, they are excellent facilities, Smeltzer said. We even had a level 4 containment lab. I'm guessing that's a good thing, I said. It's the highest level containment protocol there is, Kincaid said. Very complex. And expensive, Smeltzer added with a dry chuckle. But well worth it. He sighed then. I looked questioningly at the 2 men. I should preface my next statement with this, Smeltzer said. The scientific personnel assembled at Fort Detrick were some of the smartest in the world. And yet, Kincaid rejoined, an act of incredible stupidity was shared by most, if not all of us. How so? I asked. A refrigeration unit that was used to store pathogens, including the zombie virus, went on the fritz, so a brilliant decision was made to put all of the samples into picnic coolers until the unit could be fixed or replaced. The coolers were then stacked in a hallway. An unsecured hallway, Kincaid added. An unsecured hallway which had a lot of foot traffic. So what happened? I asked. Oh, the specifics of what happened has been lost to the memories of those no longer with us, I'm afraid, Kincaid said. It could have been a defective cooler, or perhaps an unintentional bump by a person who was in a hurry. It may have even been an intentional act of sabotage. Suffice it to say, the containment was compromised. The entire facility was infected within a few hours, Smeltzer said sadly. Except for the 3 of you, I remarked. The 2 men nodded. How'd that happen? Remember me mentioning the level 4 containment lab? Smeltzer asked, but did not wait for a response. The 3 of us were in the lab, suited up, oblivious to the disaster unraveling around us. He smiled. We would wear diapers when we were suited up so we could stay in the lab longer without having to take restroom breaks. So there we are, engrossed in our work, and the alarm sounded, Kincaid said. Were almost 800 people on the grounds at that time, over 100 in the secure part of the facility. We don't know how, but when we emerged from the Level 4 lab, everyone was either infected or getting attacked by the infected. Our containment suits actually saved us, Smeltzer said. His expression reflected the memory. The suits are hooked up to an air hose while in the lab, but there is also the option of attaching an oxygen tank. It's only for emergency purposes, Kincaid said, in case the air filtration system goes on the blink. If that happens, you simply help each other hook up an oxygen tank, secure anything you've been working on, and exit the lab. There is a decontamination procedure, and then you could go back to the outside. You two knew something was wrong, I guessed. Yep, a couple of our co-workers were in the main room. We watched through the glass partition as one of them turned and attacked the other. What did you do? I asked. We came up with a plan, Dr. Smeltzer said. When we exited the lab, Dr. Kincaid and I kept our two infected friends occupied, while Dr. Craddock bashed their heads in with his oxygen tank. I tried to imagine the scenario, two nerds trying to ward off an attack while a third nerd swung an oxygen tank. What did you do then? I asked. We secured the door, turned the lights off, and hid. The observation room had respirator masks. We managed to get our protective headgear off and the respirators on without becoming infected, and then spent the next 24 hours hiding in there. Cowering in fear, to be specific, Kincaid said, and crapping in our diapers. And yet somehow the three of you made it out alive, I remarked, wondering exactly how they did make it out if everyone else was infected. Dr. Craddock and General Foswell were good friends, Kincaid said. They went to the same church, and Mayo was even the godfather to Captain Foswell. He got on his cell phone and called. The general mounted a rescue operation. He sent some soldiers in those armored vehicles and brought us here. For some reason, Mayo insisted on going with the first task force last week, Kincaid said. They were only supposed to secure the facility, and then a second group of Marines was going to ferry us up there so we could restart our work. We wanted everything ready for your arrival, Smeltzer said. I made a mental calculation and realized they'd been preparing for my arrival before I'd even made a decision. It was either optimistic of them to think I'd say yes, or they had a contingency plan in case I said no. I hoped the former was the correct answer. We're going to exercise a much higher level of caution this time, Kincaid said. How so? I asked. For one, everyone will be fully suited up in protective gear, and will stay that way until testing has been done to determine if Detrick is a hot zone. I didn't think it's airborne, I said. We don't believe it is either, but we're not taking any chances. He shook his head ruefully. One would think that after 3 years any residual contamination would be long gone, but with the mysterious disappearance of the prior task force... He didn't finish, and for once his counterpart had nothing to add. The next morning we watched them leave. Several of us had gathered and waved at them, wishing them luck, especially me. When are they coming back? Kelly asked me. 2 to 5 days, I answered. That's for Sarah and her crew. Justin and his unit are going to stay until those 2 scientists are able to formulate a vaccine. Josue was standing beside me, and I heard him emit a sigh. There goes all of our musculo, he said, and then interpreted. Muscle. All our muscle. There they go. He was right. Sarah and Rachel had 2 civilian personnel in their Humvee, but Justin had all of the Marines with him. I hoped there was not going to be any trouble while they were gone. I had no idea about how these civilians would react if we were attacked. No training, he muttered. I looked at him. Say again? I asked. No training, he said in a louder voice. I nodded in understanding. Although we'd only been here 3 days, the duty assignments for the rest of the week were posted online for everyone to see. There was not a single kind of training session on the itinerary. Yeah, you're right. Seems odd. I'll ask Seth about it. Maybe everybody's already trained up, Jorge suggested. It was possible, I thought, but judging by my first impressions of these people after the type of questions asked during my debriefing, I wasn't sure they were up to snuff. I saw Josue looking at me. He must have been reading my thoughts, because he slowly shook his head. Chapter 13. Oak Ridge. Melvin stopped on Scarborough Road near a water reservoir. He put the truck in park, turned it off, and listened as he looked around. What are we stopping for? Savannah asked. He held up a finger and pointed at Peggy. After a couple of minutes, he got out and motioned for Savannah to do the same. Okay, I don't believe there are any zombies around at the moment. Come with me, he ordered. Without waiting for her to follow, Melvin grabbed a tattered-looking rucksack and a similar-looking rifle case and jogged to some trees near the water tank. Looking around, he found a spot, set the gear down, and covered it with branches and leaves. "Take a good look around so you can find this place in the dark if you have to," he told her. Savannah did as he directed, before focusing back on Melvin. "Got it?" he asked. She nodded her head. "Could you explain what we're doing?" "Yeah, come on." He motioned toward the truck and explained while he drove. "All right, so here's what we know. This place we're going to is occupied. What we don't know is if they're good guys or bad guys. So, always have a contingency plan," he said. "It might go bad when we get there, and we might have to make a run for it. If that happens, make your way back to that water tower and to that rucksack. It has food and water in it. There's a shotgun with ammo in that rifle case." The rucksack weighed somewhere around 60 pounds. An easily manageable weight for him, definitely too much for her. She'd figure it out if it came down to that. "Where do I go?" Savannah asked. Melvin thought about it. "Make your way back to that auto detail shop. If I don't show up in 3 days, you bug out." "Bug out where?" she lamented. "I don't have anywhere else to go. I'll die." "Don't say that. You'll be okay," Melvin assured her. "If I'm not around and you have to bug out, try to make your way to Mount Weather. If not, you find your own way. You're not helpless. You're a survivor. No more of this self-pity nonsense. I don't know of anyone who could have gone through what you did and survived. You're tougher than you think, okay?" He glanced over at her as he drove. Her lower lip was quivering, but she didn't argue. As he approached the Bear Creek Road intersection, he caught sight of a slight difference in the vegetation in the woodline. He drove slow and avoided staring straight at it as he turned onto Bear Creek Road. "All right, they know we're here," Melvin said. "How can you tell?" Savannah asked. "We just drove past an OP, an observation post. I'll show it to you when we leave." He handed her a cell phone. "Here." She looked at him funny. "What am I going to do with this?" "Take pictures," he said, "but don't let anyone see you doing it." They rode for no more than a quarter of a mile before they came upon a manned roadblock. It was a pre-existing roadblock built back before, but it had been heavily modified. There were sandbags, a machine gun port, and the shoulders of the roadway were blocked with old tires that had been repurposed into defensive barriers. They were stacked about 5 feet high. He couldn't see how, but it looked like the tires were fastened together somehow and then filled with earth. Another thing Melvin noticed, everything was neat and orderly. There wasn't even any scrap of plastic stuck in the barbed wire. He looked toward the main compound and noticed several of the buildings surrounded by similar barriers. Melvin stopped several feet away and waved. There were 2 men standing behind the barricade, both wearing combat utilities, and both were armed. Neither waved, but one of them gave a slow nod of the head. Melvin took it as an encouraging sign. "All right, you wait here. If they do something like shoot me, get in the driver's seat and haul ass out of here." He pulled his Glock out of the holster and handed it to her. "Only use this if your life is in danger. If you have to dump the truck, remember that water reservoir and make your way to it." "Got it?" he asked. Savannah nodded nervously. He lowered his voice. "I suspect they're friendly enough. I usually get a vibe when they aren't. Even so, keep your eyes open and don't let them see you taking pictures. Be sneaky, okay?" Savannah nodded again, all the while wondering if Melvin was about to get the 2 of them in deep doo-doo. Melvin gave her a reassuring wink and began walking toward the barricade. "Good morning. Who has coffee?" Melvin asked loudly as he walked up. The 2 men stared hard at Melvin and then looked at each other. Melvin stopped a few feet from the barricade and kept his hands visible. He noticed both men make direct eye contact with his empty holster. "I left my gun back in the truck, so no need getting nervous." Melvin waited for a reply, but they remained silent. He kept talking. "You guys sure are a sight for sore eyes. We haven't seen any other humans in a few days now. How are you men doing?" "We're all right," one of them finally answered. "Who are you?" "The name's Melvin. Melvin Clark." He hooked a thumb back behind him. "That's Savannah, sitting there. She's got scabies and a mild case of explosive diarrhea, so I made her stay in the truck." They continued staring hard at Melvin, and after a couple of seconds, one of them pointed at Peggy. "What the hell's that?" "That's my lovely wife," Melvin replied. "She doesn't care much for coffee, but I sure do." They looked at each other again briefly in a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. It was exactly what Melvin hoped for. "What brings you to Oak Ridge, Melvin?" one of them asked. "I'm glad you asked. I've been sent here by POTUS. That would be the President of the United States." The two men continued staring oddly at Melvin, pausing only long enough to exchange another glance. "Right, buddy," one of them drawled out sarcastically. "And I'm Batman." Melvin laughed. "Good one. You don't suppose I could speak with your CO, could I?" The one who proclaimed himself Batman grimaced. "I'm not so sure the boss man would find the humor in some crazy dude coming up here claiming the president sent him." "Well, sir, you're certainly entitled to your opinion, but I can assure you POTUS is alive and well." Melvin paused, pulled a small notepad out of his breast pocket, and thumbed through it until he found the page he was looking for. 36 hours ago, at approximately 2200 hours UTC, give or take a few seconds, there was an event in which several lights were activated on the premises of the Y-12 facility. Melvin paused and pointed. "I believe that'd be that mess of buildings right over there. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. The premises were lit for 13 minutes and 11 seconds before all lighting was turned off. This incident was recorded by Mount Weather personnel via a satellite and then shown to POTUS the next day shortly after his morning crap." Melvin finished, put his notepad away, and looked at the two men expectantly. "What happened? Someone's kid go wandering off or something?" They glanced at each other in concern, making Melvin wonder if he'd guessed correctly. "I'll get on the radio," one of the men said. "Thanks, Batman," Melvin replied. "Now, how about that coffee?" Melvin waited and listened as Batman explained more than once about Melvin. For some reason, the person at the other end of the radio was having a difficult time understanding. Finally, he got his point across, and the other voice advised they'd send someone out. While they waited, Melvin took the opportunity to get to know the two men. "You two have a military bearing about you," he suggested. "Close," Sergeant Bastone said. "Police." Melvin nodded. "Cops had it rough when it went bad. They were expected to protect the civilians from all of them zombies." "Yep, they got a lot of good people killed," Sergeant Bastone said. He gestured toward the truck. "Have you two been wandering around out here by yourselves?" "More or less," Melvin said. The other one grunted. "That's a good way to get yourselves killed these days." "Yes, sir," Melvin replied. "But we're careful. I ran into a few Zeds yesterday up on the turnpike, but I took care of them." "How many?" Sergeant Bastone asked. Melvin shrugged. 10 or so." Bastone swore. "We make frequent sweeps, and every time we think we've killed all of them, more show up." "Like cockroaches," the other one remarked. "By the way, we don't have any coffee. Ran out about a year ago." "That's too bad," Melvin said. Directly, a contingent of people exited a building and rode up in ATVs. There were 6 of them. They killed the engines and eyed Melvin before getting off and walking up. "Sergeant Bastone advised you're an envoy sent by the president," one of them said. He was a lean, older man, silver-gray hair, dressed in jeans, a blue golf shirt, and a khaki vest. Melvin noticed he wasn't armed, which either meant the others were bodyguards or he had a hideout weapon. He also noticed the man was clean-shaven and his clothes were clean. "Sergeant Melvin Clark, at your service," Melvin replied. "And Sergeant Bastone is correct." "My name's Kreese. Round here they call me Doc. What message are you to deliver on behalf of the president?" he asked. "I'm glad you asked. We are making a concerted effort to re-establish communication with the organized survivors in an effort to rebuild America. I've been sent to give you people a formal invitation to join in." The man looked at Melvin for a long moment with the disguised expression of a professional poker player. He then turned and motioned toward one of the men in the entourage. He was a younger version of Doc, fit, serious-looking, and armed with a Heckler and Koch MP5. "Walk with me," he directed to Melvin and the young man. "This is my son," he explained as they walked down the roadway away from the rest of the crowd. The young man followed behind. "If you see something suspicious, he'll kill you." "Fair enough," Melvin said. After a moment, he made a slow, sweeping gesture with his hand. "We've worked hard to make this place what it is today. We are totally self-sufficient, and frankly, we don't need POTUS or anyone else. What do you think about that?" "I can certainly understand, but there is an issue that should be addressed." "And what is that?" Kreese asked. "You have the Titan computer and nuclear material," Melvin said. The man didn't answer. Melvin continued. "It'll only be a matter of time before a hostile nation with their shit together will attempt an incursion. My guess will be Russia, although China is also a viable threat." "And how might that concern us?" he asked. "Y-12 will be a viable target. I think you already know that." Melvin waited for a response, but the man was quiet. He was staring at something at the far end of the compound, seemingly lost in thought. How many survivors are at Mount Weather? He finally asked. A little over 100, Melvin replied. The VP didn't make it. We have several politicians and their staff, personnel who worked at Weather, and we've picked up a few survivors along the way. Melvin snapped his fingers. Dang, I almost forgot. One of those survivors is a young man from the Nashville area. Apparently, he's immune. He agreed to relocate his people to Weather, and the scientists we have are working on creating a vaccine. That's certainly encouraging news, Kreese said. He absently rubbed his hands together. What's in it for us? He asked. For the next year or so, absolutely nothing. Melvin looked at him pointedly. You seem like an intelligent man. Hell, if you're the leader here, you have to be. You know exactly what the POTUS is trying to achieve. Melvin fixed him with a serious stare. Let me ask you, how much longer do you expect to live? Kreese fixed him with a hard stare. That's a rather odd question, he said. It's mostly rhetorical, Melvin replied. Me, I'm 39. If I'm lucky, I'll live to see 60. So, what do I do for the next 21 years? Men like you and me have to create a model for the future. For your son, for your son's kids, and for your great-grandkids. Wouldn't you agree? Doc grunted. Perhaps. Melvin gestured toward the buildings. I haven't even been inside, but I can tell you people have done a lot of work. But what happens in the next 10 years? Are you going to continue to be an autonomous society? He didn't answer. Melvin was undeterred and continued. Up there at Mount Weather, we have some of those what you call smart people. I suspect you have some as well. Now then, our smart people got together one day and did a bunch of calculations with their own supercomputer. Do you know what they figured out? Doc looked at Melvin. What's that? They figured out, unless something drastic changes, the human race is going to die out. Do you have any kids, Sergeant? He finally asked. Melvin shook his head. No, I don't. Maybe I'll hook up with someone one day and we'll have a family. Maybe. Then why are you doing this? Kreese asked. Because it's the right thing to do, Melvin said without hesitation. I'm a soldier, sir. Soldiers have to have a mission in order to feel as though they have a purpose. The older man grunted. If it was a sign that he agreed, Melvin couldn't say, but at least the man was listening. How is it at Mount Weather? He asked. In spite of the politicians' best efforts, we're doing okay. Now the older man chuckled. Sergeant, you may not realize it, but you've just identified why we would like to remain autonomous. The politicians? Melvin asked. Doc Kreese nodded. Yeah, they can be a tremendous pain in the ass, but even so, we've made progress. I'm a good example. We've been sending people out to find survivors, interview and assess them, recruit them. Have you come upon any undesirables? Doc asked. Yep, a few. I've managed to keep my hair so far. Doc Kreese paused a long moment. Have there been any nuclear events? It's my understanding Pakistan and India glow in the dark nowadays. He nodded in understanding. Figures. Is POTUS in contact with other countries? Yeah, a few, Melvin replied. Canada, Germany, Russia, a few others he hasn't bothered telling me about. Doc Kreese continued staring in the distance for a minute more, before turning and walking back toward the barricade. When they approached Melvin's truck, he glanced over at Peggy. Nice trophy, he remarked. She was my wife, back in the day, Melvin replied. Kreese stared at him oddly a moment, and then glanced in the truck at Savannah. He appraised her for a moment, gave a small nod of his head, and turned back to Melvin. You've given me a lot to think about, he finally said. Melvin pulled out his notepad again and tore off a piece of paper. Radio frequencies and call signs, he explained. If you have anyone who knows Morse code, even better. I'll discuss it with my people, he said. If you're waiting on me to invite you into our compound, it's not going to happen. There are too many risks. Understandable. You need any food or anything? He finally asked. No coffee around here? Melvin asked. Doc smiled and shook his head. How about a picnic basket of some fresh food for the road? That'd be wonderful, Melvin said. I'm tired of MREs. Doc gave a nod. I'll see to it. If you'll excuse me, I have a pressing matter to attend to. Certainly. Is there any message you'd like for me to deliver to POTUS? Melvin asked. Doc had started to walk back to his people, but hesitated. Tell him I didn't vote for him. Melvin watched the man walk back to his people before getting in his truck. Is that it? Savannah asked. Yeah, they're suspicious of outsiders, so they aren't going to roll out the red carpet for us. He started the truck and turned around. That's okay, though. Next time I roll through here, it'll be a warmer reception. You get any pictures? Savannah nodded. Lots? Atta girl. Let's go pick up my cash and go home. Chapter 14. Reminiscing. The rain had relented for only about 6 hours before returning. It was okay with Melvin. He liked the rain. He seemed to recall a poem describing a sky dreary and gray, but he couldn't remember the exact words. The only thing he didn't like was if it got any gloomier, he was going to have to use the headlights to see where he was going. "You put on a show," Savannah said, interrupting his thoughts. "What?" he asked as he glanced over at her. "Back at the Oak Ridge place, you put on a show. You come off like you're crazy, but then when you have everyone believing it, you hit them with a haymaker. They never see it coming." "Yeah, I suppose." He slowed to a crawl as he maneuvered several potholes. "Let me get this straight. You go out on your own and scout places out?" she asked. Melvin nodded. "Yeah, something like that. There are survivors out there, and we're trying to reach out to the good guys and form networks. Not all are good guys, though, but I guess you already know that." "Aren't you scared being out here all alone?" "I've had some scary moments a time or two," he admitted. "Why are you a scout? Are you like a Navy SEAL or something?" "Nope, not a SEAL. I was in Special Forces back in the day, though." Savannah's eyes widened. "Really?" "Yep." "Special Forces. That's Army, right?" "Yep, I was a career soldier, but it didn't end well for me." "Why not?" she asked. Melvin grimaced and pointed at Peggy. "Because of that crazy psycho bitch." Savannah arched her eyebrows. "Oh, you forgot to tell me the story." "Oh, not much to tell. She and I got into a fight one night. She had me arrested on a domestic violence charge, which is a big no-no in the military, so I got kicked out." Melvin didn't bother with the rest. It didn't seem to matter anymore. "You don't seem the type," Savannah said. He glanced at her. "What kind of type?" "The type of man who would beat a woman." "It was more of a mutual combat, but like the judge said, that's irrelevant. It's not something I'm proud of." "Why do you still keep her around?" Melvin found it hard to answer and squirmed a little in his seat. "Well, a couple of reasons." "Like what?" she asked. "Well, she makes a good zombie alarm," he finally said. "If there are any zombies close, she can somehow sense them, and she starts snarling and carrying on." He thought a moment. "And she makes a good prop." Savannah looked at him in puzzlement before understanding crossed her face. "When you put on your routine and people see her, it adds to your batshit crazy act." "Yep, exactly," Melvin said with a nod. "Okay, I have one more question." "What's that?" "Are you still fucking her?" she asked with an arched eyebrow and a wry grin. "No, smartass." "Okay," she drawled. "I mean, if you are and you're feeling the need, just let me know and I can give you some privacy." "I'm not having sex with her," Melvin asserted, a little louder than he intended. "Change the subject." "Sure. What do you want to talk about?" Melvin thought about it. "Okay, I've been thinking. When we get back to Mount Weather, people will naturally be curious. They're going to ask you all about yourself, where you're from, what happened to you, things like that. I don't think you should tell them about the Blackjacks." "You don't think?" "No," he said, choosing to ignore the sarcasm in her tone, and explained his thoughts. "Not anyone. Even in these times, people can be cruel and judgmental." "You haven't," she countered. "Yeah, well, I've got my own demons." Savannah frowned for a moment. "Okay, I can tell them I'm your long-lost daughter and call you Daddy," she said with a smirk. Melvin responded with a curt shake of his head. "Nope." "Okay, we'll tell everyone I'm your new squeeze," she said lightheartedly, but then she saw the consternation in his face. "What, is that not a good idea either? Oh, wait, let me guess, you already have a girlfriend." She snapped her fingers. "Oh, I know, you're gay, is that it?" Melvin ignored her. "Come on, you can tell me. Do you have a boyfriend? I've heard about you soldier boys." "I'm not gay." "So you do have a girlfriend?" Melvin didn't answer. In fact, a couple of months ago, he'd hooked up with a frisky young filly back at Weather. She apparently was not getting enough attention from her older husband and caught Melvin in a weak moment one night when the two of them had guard duty together. He regretted it, but not enough to keep going back for seconds, thirds, and fourths, and maybe a few more. Finally, guilt had gotten the best of him, and he told her they were through. The conversation quickly disintegrated, and he'd walked off while she was still yelling at him. That was the day before he left Weather on his latest mission. He wondered if there was going to be any drama awaiting him when he returned. "All right, we'll tell everyone my relatives were killed by marauders and you found me after I had escaped and was hiding. It's the truth." "Yeah," Melvin found himself saying. "That's what we'll go with, and nothing else." When they press for details, act like it's too terrible to talk about. Which most likely is, he thought. Let's just hope your girlfriend is satisfied, she said. Is she cool with you banging Miss Piggy? I don't have a girlfriend, and I'm not banging Peggy, he finally said. Savannah started to say something, but he shushed her. Look, I loved her at one time. She ruined my life, but I loved her. Do you still love her? Savannah asked. I don't think so, Melvin reluctantly answered. She's dead, you know. The old Peggy, she's dead. About 99% is, yeah, but there's still a little bit of Peggy in there. Savannah looked at him curiously now. How is she still alive? I mean, don't they die off after a while? If they don't eat, but I feed her. Now Savannah's eyes widened. You do? Yep. Savannah kept staring. Does she pee and poop? Yep. She didn't for most of the first year, but one day I was putting on some fresh duct tape and got a whiff. What did you do? He pointed toward Peggy. I cut a hole in the bottom of the chair and cut the seat out of her pants. Every once in a while I throw a bucket of water on her to clean her off. Savannah looked at him incredulously now. That's not only weird, it's like Walmart weird. Melvin glanced at her. Walmart weird? Yeah, she said. You know, way back when, and you'd go shopping in Walmart, and you'd always see one or two people that looked like they came from another planet, and people would sneak pictures of them and post them on the internet. That kind of weird. Yeah, well, she saved my life when I ran into Lonnie. He had Pig and Snake with him, and one of the girls, I don't know which one. Savannah stared at him questioningly. Melvin continued. I'd come out of a building about the time they turned down the street. Jumping in my truck and trying to outrun them would have showed weakness. They had me outgunned, so they probably could have chased me and got close enough to kill me. What did you do? Savannah asked. Instead of running, I stood by Peggy and waved cheerfully. They thought I was bona fide loco. Wow, who would have thought that? She asked. Melvin ignored her facetious response and continued. So there I am with my arm around Peggy, waving to them like I've got a screw loose. They stop and Lonnie gets out. When he walked up to me, I start my spiel. And he didn't kill you and take everything you own? She asked. That's unreal. The man's a psychopath. Yes, he is. How long ago was that? She asked. About 5 months ago. It was down near Richmond, so it was probably a short time before you came into contact with him. Savannah arched an eye at him. Okay, so how'd you keep him from killing you? She asked. Lonnie and I struck up a conversation. I told him I was an armorer and told him I traveled around the countryside fixing people's guns for trade. He had a Colt Anaconda with a busted firing pin. I happened to have had a spare and fixed it for him. He showed his appreciation by inviting me to have a go with the girl. What'd you do? I declined and asked him if he wanted to have a go with Peggy. The two of us laughed like hell and ended up getting drunk together. She looked at Melvin coldly. So, you two are friends? Melvin shook his head. He may think so, but we're not. All I was doing was using my wits to keep from getting killed. Savannah was quiet now. Melvin didn't know if she was finally out of questions or if she was digesting the fact that he was seemingly on good terms with the Blackjacks. Describe the girl, she asked. Hard to tell her age, maybe 25 or so. Big fake breasts, like Peggy's. It had to be Fanny. He probably had her out giving them BJs while they rode around. Melvin drove slowly. It wasn't wise to drive fast and hit an exceptionally deep pothole or some other hazard. He slowed down as they approached an RV and looked it over as they drove past. He pulled to the side and stopped. What are we doing? Savannah asked. Melvin got out and looked around. Savannah got out, walked around the truck, and stood beside him. He pointed. Look at that, he said. Savannah looked at the RV. It's one of those fancy campers. So what? Technically, it's called a recreational vehicle, or RV for short. No shit, she said. He pointed again. So, Miss Smartass, this is a nice one, a Winnebago. It's like a home on wheels, but with the roads the way they are these days, I imagines it's a little difficult driving it around. Savannah nodded at his explanation, but couldn't keep the confusion from her face. So, why did we stop? All right, Melvin said. How many cars, trucks, buses, vans, and RVs do you think are out there on the roads? He asked as he watched a solitary zombie ambling toward them. I don't know. Thousands, Savannah replied. He nodded. The zombie was small-framed, probably a woman or a young teenager at one time. Yeah, something like that. Most likely tens of thousands. So, look down the road, Melvin said. A man or a woman could spend hours upon hours searching through cars that have already been searched. You know what that means, right? No, she replied. It means you waste precious time and energy searching empty vehicles, and at the end of the day, you won't have much of anything to show for it. Okay, Savannah said. She stared at him uncertainly, wondering where he was going with this. Hold on a minute, he said, pointed at the zombie and got his war sword. He started to walk up to it, but Savannah stopped him. Can I do it? She asked. He looked at her. Are you serious? She nodded. He could see she was nervous, but she obviously wanted to prove herself. Okay, he said, and handed her the sword. It's razor sharp, but your strike still has to be true, otherwise you'll either have a glancing blow or you'll miss altogether. Their motor skills are messed up, so when they get close, sidestep and then strike at the head. Got it? Sidestep and strike, she said. And put your weight into it, he directed and motioned her toward the zombie. He fell in step behind her, his lock blade knife in his hand, just in case. He could see her shaking, but she didn't waver. She walked purposely toward the zombie, the sword cocked back. When she got within 5 feet, she jumped to her left and swung the sword like a baseball bat with all of her might. The blade made a sick, wet noise as it buried itself slightly above the bridge of the nose. It reminded Melvin of the time he watched a Gurkha soldier bury his knife in a cow's neck as part of a ritual sacrifice. Savannah had a death grip on the sword. The zombie fell to the roadway, pulling Savannah down with it. She cried out as she scrambled back to her feet. Melvin stepped forward. Watch, he said, put his boot against the zombie's head and wrenched the sword free. Not bad, he said, and wiped the blade against the zombie's clothing, which appeared to be leather chaps over blue jeans and a canvas type of jacket. She even had fingerless leather gloves on. Some biker chick, he guessed. Melvin pointed at the RV again. Okay, like I was saying, you have to be able to have an eye for something that's worth stopping and searching. So tell me, what do you see? Savannah focused on the RV, trying to figure out what her crazy savior was trying to show her. She looked it over slowly, wondering what little clue caused Melvin to stop. It was dirty, and the front right tire was missing, propped up on a jack and some big rocks. It doesn't have a tire, she said. Whoever was driving it knocked the dog shit out of something and got a flat, so they took the tire off and, I don't know, went looking for a replacement? She phrased it in the form of a question. Yep, I'd say you're right. How long ago do you reckon? He asked. Savannah could see a little gleam in his eye, so she knew it was a trick question. She refocused on the RV. It took her almost 2 minutes, but she finally saw it. She pointed excitedly. The fucking front windshield, she proclaimed loudly. Shh, Melvin chastised. Don't be loud. Savannah closed her mouth and her lips tightened. Okay, don't get all out of sorts. Now, what about the windshield? Melvin asked. It's cleaner where the windshield wipers swiped across the windows. And what does that tell you? Melvin challenged. The wipers have been used recently. It's been raining a lot the past couple of days, so it hasn't been here very long. Melvin nodded and held up his hand. Fist bump, he said. Savannah made a fist and bumped it with Melvin's. He noticed she was grinning. It was the first time he'd seen that since he'd met her. You need to learn these things if you're going to hang out with me, he said. I will. All right, let's give it a look-see. He drew his handgun and opened the side door. They were immediately overcome with a stench of putrefaction. Savannah gagged and coughed. Gross, she said when she saw the source of the odor. There were 2 small children in the back, still strapped in their booster seats. Melvin assessed the decomposition, and it jived with his estimate the RV had only been there a few days. What the fuck happened? She asked. Where are the parents? If I had to guess, Melvin replied, I'd say they went off looking for a tire and got themselves killed somehow. That's fucked up, she said. Melvin nodded in agreement. It's a messed up world these days. You can't dwell on it, otherwise it'll drive you crazy. I guess you've seen a lot, Savannah said. He wasn't sure if she was being sarcastic or not. You might say that, Melvin answered. All right, I'll get the kids out to help with the smell. You do the searching, top to bottom, and don't forget to look for hidden compartments. Melvin was careful unhooking the safety seats and gently carried them outside. He'd seen a decomposed body bursting open one time when one of the Mount Weather Marines got a little too rough moving it. It was nasty. He set them off to the side, and while Savannah searched, he looked over the dead female zombie. She had a wallet attached to a chain in the back pocket of her soiled jeans. There was maybe $50 in it, along with some credit cards and a driver's license. All worthless artifacts of a dead civilization. Her other pockets were empty. He knew a biker chick once who kept a knife hidden in her crotch. He wasn't going to bother checking this one. Savannah's efforts rewarded them with several cans of Spam and a fifth of Jack Daniels. She handed the bottle of whiskey to Melvin and inspected the cans. "They expired over a year ago," she said. "Are the cans dented or swollen?" he asked. Savannah inspected both and shook her head. "Canned Spam is like fruitcake. It doesn't expire," he said. "Try one out." Savannah opened one of the cans and dug her finger into the meat. She chewed on it for a few seconds and swallowed. "It'll probably give me the raging shits," she said as she got some more and handed it to Melvin. Melvin gave a short guffaw and pointed up at dark clouds. "If that happens, at least we'll have plenty of rain to wash up." "Do they have hot water at Mount Weather?" she asked. "Hot water, indoor plumbing, electricity, even hot food." Savannah looked at him like he was lying. "Bullshit." He chuckled again as he took another sip of whiskey. "You'll find out when we get there." Melvin looked over at the Winnebago. "Anything else in there?" "Yeah, there's a big toolbox. It's too heavy for me to lift, and there's 4 or 5 bottles of water. Oh, and a couple of used toothbrushes and some dirty clothes. That's it." Melvin thought about it a moment. He had plenty of tools, but he hauled the toolbox out anyway and put it in the back of the truck. He explained his thoughts to Savannah. "I've got plenty of tools, and there's more tools than we know what to do with back at Weather, but we're taking these anyway. Do you know why?" "For trade?" she asked. "Exactly." He gestured back at the RV. "We'll leave the water and clothes. Somebody'll come along who'll need it." "Okay." "All right, let's get moving," he said, and the two of them got back in their truck. Melvin continued to lecture as he drove. "Scavenging is a unique talent these days. Not only do you constantly have to be on the lookout for zombies and bad guys, you have to be able to search places that have already been searched in hopes of finding something the other people missed. And you always think repurposing. A washing machine, for example. Pretty worthless without water and electricity, right?" "Yeah," Savannah answered uncertainly. "You'd think so, but if you know what you're doing, a washing machine motor can be repurposed as a generator." Melvin paused and nodded smugly at his knowledge. "I think we're going to do a little bit on our way back. It may add a day or two, but we still have plenty of food, water, and fuel left. Besides, this route hasn't been scouted in a while." "Do I get to help?" Savannah asked. "Of course. Consider it on-the-job training." "Fuck yeah," she exclaimed. They were silent for several minutes now before Melvin broke the silence. "All right, let's talk about another issue." "What?" "Your language and manners." "What about my language and manners?" Savannah asked. "The people at Weather can be rather persnickety." "Persnickety? What the fuck does that mean?" she asked. "It's a word used to describe people who are snotty and place too much emphasis on minor issues, like clean language. Your overuse of the word fuck, for example." "Well, fuck that," Savannah said. Melvin sighed. "I just want you to fit in." "Persnickety?" she asked. "Yeah." "Where did you learn a word like that?" Melvin shrugged. "I don't know, college maybe?" "You went to college?" she asked. Melvin nodded. "Did you graduate?" "I did. I have a master's in military history. Not that it matters anymore." Savannah stared at him thoughtfully. Finally, she gave her own sigh. "Okay, I'll work on it. What else?" "Do you know how to shoot?" "Uncle Ray taught me with a .22 rifle a little bit. I got to where I could shoot rabbits if they weren't too far away, and standing still." "Okay," Melvin said, pointing toward his assault rifle. "That's a military-issue M4. It's kind of like a .22 on steroids, but I think you can handle it. When we get a chance, I'll give you a quick lesson. We'll do some serious training when we get back to Weather." "Can we shoot it?" she asked. "Not now. We don't want to make any noise. We'll shoot it later." He took another swallow of whiskey. "Do you drink a lot?" "Probably." "Lonnie drinks a lot. He's mean when he's drunk." He gave her a glance. "I'm not Lonnie." "You're right. I'm sorry." He glanced at her again, wondering if she was being sincere. "So, what happens when we get to Mount Weather?" she asked. "I've been thinking about it, and you've got a few options." "Is staying with you one of those options?" Savannah asked. He glanced at her again. She was staring out of the window, and the look on her face was of apprehension. Melvin realized she was afraid he was going to dump her at his first opportunity. "I think that'd be the best option," he said. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. You can go off on your own if you want, and I'll help you get set up, but I think you should stick with me, at least for now. Okay, she said. If she was pleased, she didn't show it, but then she surprised him by reaching over and gently squeezing his arm. What's that for? Melvin asked. I don't know. Oh. I mean, you've been nice to me, Melvin. When I first saw you, I thought, here we go, I'm about to be beaten and raped again. But you... She didn't finish. Melvin glanced over and saw she was quietly crying. He reached over, found her hand, and gave it a gentle squeeze. What's that for? She asked. I don't know, he mimicked. She gave a short laugh as she cried. Melvin handed her the bottle of Jack Daniels. Savannah had taken all of 3 swallows. 10 minutes later, she put the seat back and passed out. He drove slowly through Bristol, wondering if they were going to encounter those people he'd met before, but he only saw zombies. Some got close enough to bump into the truck. Most simply stared as they drove by. The rain held off until they reached the outskirts of a city named Abingdon. Melvin spotted an airport off of I-81 and took an exit. His intention was to park in one of the plane hangars, but there was a Presbyterian church on Route 11 that had a drive-through carport. It was perfect. While Savannah slept, he parked under it and searched the church. There was a solitary corpse slumped over in the front row. A revolver was grasped in his decomposed hand, and Melvin saw the white collar affixed to his shirt. You gave up, huh, preacher man? Melvin murmured. He worked the gun out of the pastor's hand and opened the cylinder. It only had 2 cartridges, and one of them had been fired. He wondered if the second bullet was meant for somebody else. He stuffed it in his backpack and carried a folding metal chair outside. Obtaining water was a never-ending job. Melvin could get by on a gallon a day if he didn't do anything too strenuous, but now he had Savannah to worry about. After taking another long look around at his surroundings, he placed a bucket out in the rain and set up the water filter. He then unfolded the metal chair and sat beside Peggy. Cradling the M4 in his lap, he took a long swallow from the bottle. Ah, yeah, good stuff, he said and looked at Peggy. He saw the helmet turn toward him, so he got up and raised her visor. That better? He asked facetiously, sat back down and looked thoughtfully at the bottle. You know, I believe I was drinking the same flavor the night I met you. He gazed out toward the airport as he drank. The rain was a steady, dreary, a slate-colored curtain. He wondered how the fall crops were doing back at weather. Too much rain could cause problems. The bucket filled quickly. He poured the water in the Berkey, set the bucket back out in the rain, and watched the filters start to drip clean water into the bottom container. Drip, drip, drip. He watched for a moment more, took a swallow, and then his gaze wandered back to Peggy. Reminds me of the time you came down with that nasty yeast infection, he said. There was a muffled snarl from beneath the helmet. Yeah, I remember. You blamed that on me. You blamed everything on me, he muttered, and took another long drink. Melvin had been going on a 4-year bout of depression. As he drank, he thought about the tumultuous relationship he had with his beloved wife, starting the first time he saw her. It was at a strip club. Peggy was on stage when he and his buddies walked in. She was a 23-year-old version of that petite blonde bombshell, Pamela Anderson. They could have passed for sisters, complete with a tight ass and enormous breasts. When she left the stage, Melvin immediately asked for a lap dance. Both of them were smitten before the song ended. He went home with her that night, and the 2 of them were married a month later. Melvin had no idea what kind of person Miss Anderson was, but Peggy was an emotional roller coaster who had a proclivity for drugs. Cocaine, mostly, but she wasn't particular. Remember the plans we'd made? He asked her. Melvin had 18 years in the Army when he met her, 13 of them serving on a Special Forces A-team. He only needed 2 more years to get a full pension. He was going to retire at the ripe age of 38. She kept working at the club after they'd married. Melvin didn't like it, but the money was good. One night he was hanging out there, and Peggy introduced him to one of the regulars, a 500-pound fat man that had more money than he knew what to do with. When he found out Melvin was in the Special Forces, he became enamored. He'd buy drinks all night, all the while begging Melvin to tell him war stories. Melvin tolerated him. After all, the alcohol was free. One night, Melvin told him of his retirement plans. The jolly fat man immediately volunteered to bankroll him. Opening a gun store. That was Melvin's post-retirement dream. During most of his military career, he'd been the team's light weapons specialist and had a thorough understanding of all firearms. Place a weapon in front of him, any weapon. He could completely disassemble it and put it back together while you watched. He loved them. He loved working on them and shooting them. He loved the smell of gunpowder, gun oil, even cordite. It was like aromatherapy. Opening his gun store was all he thought about. And then, it all changed. He took a drink and stared at his wife. Yeah, she'd done an excellent job of messing his life up. He scoffed at himself, knowing he was equally to blame. Their relationship was passionate, fevered, but not without many episodes of intense arguments. One time, a buddy told him she was his kryptonite and he should run far, far away. Melvin didn't listen. The arguments always led to freaky make-up sex, and that made it worth it, he contended. Unfortunately, they'd gotten into one of those heated arguments one night, and it didn't end well. Melvin's emotions were fueled by whiskey, Peggy's by crack, and the neighbors called the cops. She claimed Melvin hit her, which he had, but only after she attacked him and tried to claw his eyes out. Long story short, he went to jail and later got kicked out of the Army with a general discharge. Goodbye, pension. His jolly fat friend lost interest too, moved to Florida and bought a strip club with the money he was going to finance Melvin's dream with. Goodbye, gun store. He was lucky enough to know people and got a job at Mount Weather. Not as their armorer, though. He was the caretaker for the grounds, a fancy way of saying he was the guy who cut the grass, trimmed the bushes, and picked up trash. It was dark now. Melvin looked at the bottle. Grudgingly, he put the top back on. He stood, stretched, and looked at his Casio. It was only 1900 hours. He wasn't tired. He grabbed his sword and hopped on his bicycle. Chapter 15. Fort Detrick. Justin had his Marine contingent split up into the 2 armored strikers. He would have preferred a couple of MARPs, but Mount Weather did not have any. The strikers were incredible vehicles, but they were full of computerized equipment. Justin knew from experience, the more complex the piece of equipment, the easier it was for it to break. But he went to war with the equipment you have. He was in the lead vehicle, followed by the 2nd striker commanded by Sergeant Crumby. Major Fawkes followed in a Humvee occupied by Sergeant Benoit and the 2 civilian electricians, Briscoe and Stallings. They traveled in tandem and would have made good time, but each vehicle was towing an item they were going to need. His striker was towing a trailer full of decontamination equipment. The 2nd striker had a 400-gallon water tank, and Sarah's Humvee was towing a tanker of diesel earmarked for one of the lab's generators. Eventually, they exited the freeway and soon came to Porter Street, where they had to stop suddenly. "Well, this wasn't on the satellite feeds," Justin muttered. Standing in the road and in the surrounding parking lots were zombies. A lot of them. Justin estimated at least 400. "All right," he said. "Here we go." The Marines crowded into the open hatches and began firing. As planned, Justin had the strikers drive in circles, the Marines shooting at everything that moved while the drivers ran over zombies who were too stupid to get out of the way. With 8 large heavy-duty tires, there was little risk of damage to the vehicles. Rachel had stopped the Humvee, and while Briscoe and Stallings watched from the back seat, she and Sarah casually picked off targets of opportunity with their M4 assault rifles. It took slightly over an hour to kill them all. Some of them seemed to sense they were in a losing battle and loped off, avoiding being shot by zigzagging between abandoned cars. Justin ordered a ceasefire and reached for the microphone. "Sergeant, is the drone ready?" "Aye, sir," Sergeant Crumby responded. Seconds later, Privates Kirby and Jenkins exited the rear striker. It took them a minute to assemble the drone and then launched it. The cameras on the drone were patched into the monitors on the strikers and were also linked up to Mount Weather. They navigated the drone with the ease of experts. It circled the perimeter of Fort Detrick and then was navigated until it hovered over the USAMRIID labs. There were a scant number of zombies wandering around. When the drone would fly over them, they stopped whatever they were doing and stared stupidly at the drone. "All right, I'm not seeing any major obstacles," Justin said. "Would you agree, Major?" "I counted 17 Zeds," Sarah replied. "Nothing we can't handle." "Recall the drone," Justin ordered. They repacked the drone and loaded it up, assuring Justin and Sarah they could unpack it and reassemble it in under 5 minutes once they got to the labs. The next order he gave got him more than a few sour looks. "All right, everyone, we've already discussed it. Get suited up, MOPP level 4. Once everyone was fully suited up and had the respirators on, the 3 vehicles got in line and headed toward the first security gate into Fort Detrick. It was open, but manned by 4 Zeds in uniform. Justin made quick work of them as their convoy drove past. "About what I expected," Sergeant Crumby commented over the radio. "Everyone double-check your weapons," Justin directed. "I have no doubt there's more." The USAMRIID building was a 1-story structure with a basement. Justin tried his best to memorize the floor plans before leaving, but had the blueprints downloaded in their onboard computer as well. Even so, it was bigger than he'd thought it'd be. North of it was a newer building with additional labs. It housed the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center. That was their contingency if the first building was somehow destroyed or untenable. Justin radioed for them to stop on Porter Street. He stood up in the open hatch and looked over the two abandoned strikers parked in front of the main entrance. They were both surrounded by multiple zombie corpses, but there were no soldiers or any other live humans. The bulky protective clothing, cumbersome rubber gloves, and the gas mask made them all feel overly clumsy. Breathing through the filters also stifled his sense of hearing. He gave the signal to kill the engines, took a deep breath, and held it as long as he could. All was quiet. He reached down, grabbed the radio's microphone, and held it up to the voice emitter outlet valve on his mask. "Each of you perform one more equipment check, please, and check your buddies," he ordered. He wasn't taking any chances. He watched as each Marine performed a breath check on their respirators and then, giving the OK sign, Sergeant Crumby gave a click with his mic to indicate the Marines and the second striker were ready. "Dismount," he ordered. By pre-design, the drivers would remain buttoned up inside the strikers and provide security. Joker and two other Marines dismounted and jogged over to the unoccupied strikers. The rear hatches stood open silently. Joker led with his M4 and peered inside one of them. After a moment, the abandoned striker's engine roared to life. Joker opened the command hatch, gave Justin the all-clear hand signal, followed by "Wait 1," and ducked inside the second striker. Justin waited. Soon, Joker reemerged and ran over to his lieutenant. "Both are empty," he said loudly through his respirator. "No blood. Each has about 3/4 of a tank. The engines are good and the onboard equipment looks undamaged. It's like they just shut them down and walked away from them." Justin felt himself frowning under his respirator. The soldiers would not have simply abandoned the strikers, would they? If they decided to strike out on their own, no pun intended, they would have taken one or both armored vehicles with them. Why wouldn't they? He stared at them as he thought. They were the ultimate post-apocalyptic anti-zombie vehicle. There were only a few weapons or weapons platforms capable of taking them out. A tank or a Hellfire missile could kill it. Nothing a zombie was capable of handling. Their only drawbacks were the individual cost of them, several million each, and that issue was no longer relevant, and the gas mileage wasn't the best in the world. It was damned odd. He turned toward the two doctors who were still sitting inside and pointed at the rear hatch. They exited the armored vehicle, walked several feet away, and began methodically collecting and testing air samples. Justin watched as they performed the tests, even at one point taking what looked like an elongated Q-tips and rubbing them along various surfaces, including the vehicles. After several minutes, Dr. Smeltzer took his respirator off and made a show of inhaling deeply. Dr. Kincaid immediately held a finger up, tacitly telling the others not to be so quick in taking their respective masks off. The two doctors stood close and spoke to each other for several minutes before Dr. Kincaid slowly followed suit. Justin dismounted from his striker, and the other Marines formed a defensive perimeter. He took his respirator off and directed the others to do the same. "Definitely no airborne contagions," Dr. Smeltzer said. "At least not anymore. Outside is fine. Inside may be another story. We'll need to do the same testing once we go in. It goes without saying, we should put our masks back on before going in." Justin nodded and looked over at Sarah, who responded with a small nod of her own. "All right, you two," she said, looking over at Briscoe and Stallings. "Let's get on that generator." There were two of them, both located behind the building. The two men unloaded their toolkits and opened the service door to the first one. They made their assessment in less than 5 minutes. "They're still good," Briscoe said, "but the fuel is bad." Stallings pointed at the fuel tanker behind the Humvee. "Back it up right about here and drop it. We'll clean out the fuel system, run a line from the tanker directly to the generator, and we'll have power." "How long?" Sarah asked. Stallings shrugged. "A couple of hours." He waited expectantly, and Sarah nodded. They got to work. Once they'd unhooked the tanker from the Humvee, Sarah and Rachel stood around watching the two men. Verbal communication between the two of them was minimal, but it was not necessary. They worked well together. When Sarah and Rachel attempted to help, they shooed them away. "I'm bored," Rachel said. "Yeah," Sarah answered. "Come on." Rachel followed Sarah back to the front of the building where the Marines were preparing themselves to go into the lab. "Have you got it covered?" she asked Justin. "Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Crumby's team is going to provide security. The rest of us are going in." He looked at her a moment. "Do you want to join in, ma'am?" "Negative. Sergeant Benoit and I are going to reconnoiter the rest of Fort Detrick." "Aye, ma'am," Justin said. "Reconnoiter?" Rachel asked when they'd gotten inside the Humvee. Sarah looked at her and grinned. Whatever you want to call it. Let's go exploring, maybe kill a few Zeds. Ooh, you're making me wet, Rachel said with a giggle. The reception area, administrative offices, and conference rooms were all in front, and the labs were through a set of thick security doors and down at the end of a hallway. Justin and the Marines methodically cleared every square inch. The exertion in the hot, unventilated building was hard enough, but doing it while in the MOPP suits had them quickly soaked in sweat. Justin had them divided into two teams. When the lead team reached the doors, the point man stopped and motioned Justin forward. He pointed at what he could see through the wire mesh glass. The hallway on the other side was stacked with corpses. All zombies. It looks like they were going in, not coming out. His voice was muffled because of the respirator. He had to nearly shout to be understood. Justin nodded in agreement and studied them. Any of the Mount Weather people? Crumby shook his head. I don't see any I recognize. Justin thought a moment and gave the order to exit the building. The Marines retreated outside and hustled over to the makeshift decontamination shower a couple of the other Marines had set up. They went through it and allowed the water to soak them down before moving over to a designated assembly area, pulling off their respirators and drinking heavily from their camelbacks. Justin did the same, and then motioned for Sarah to follow him to the command striker. Mike Whiskey Actual, this is Delta 2 Actual. Sit rep, over, Justin said into the radio. When he received a response, he advised them of what they'd found inside and what he intended to do next. After receiving a confirmation, he signed off and gathered his Marines. It's damned odd, he remarked to nobody in particular. It is, one of them replied. I've only seen a few Zeds. It seems like there should be more. All right, listen up. Our mission hasn't changed, but it has gotten a little more challenging. He paused and took a deep breath, and then wondered if he should take deep breaths while standing so close to the lab. We're going to need to haul out all of those corpses, bring them outside, and we should probably burn them. He looked at the docs for confirmation. A wise precaution, Dr. Kincaid said. Justin nodded. Sergeant Crumby, along with providing security, that'll be your squad's assignment. Aye, sir, he replied. The rest of you get your masks back on and let's get to it. Corporal Conway raised a hand. Justin gestured at him. Does this mean there's still people alive on the other side of those doors, sir? Unknown, Justin replied. The first task force was equipped similar to us. A week's worth of rations and water, Sergeant Crumby said. There's probably fresh water still available down there. We should have come here sooner, the corporal lamented. Probably, but we're here now. This is what we've got to do. Justin looked around to make sure everyone was listening. We've got to clear out that hallway and get in there. He explained his thought process on how to do it, and everyone agreed. Chapter 16. The Hangover. Melvin didn't know it, but he'd awakened right about the same time the Fort Detrick Task Force was beginning their mission. Looking around and ensuring they were alone, he stepped out of the truck, relieved himself, and brushed his teeth. He didn't bother waking Savannah and started the truck. She finally opened her eyes a few miles outside of Abingdon when he failed to avoid a large pothole. He hit it so hard, Savannah bounced in her seat, and the jolt caused his head to explode in hangover agony. He imagined he could even hear Peggy growling in protest. Where are we? Savannah asked as she sat up and rubbed her eyes. Melvin didn't answer. He was parched and tried to drink from his canteen, but another bump sent water sloshing all over his face. Shit, he muttered, drove to the side of the interstate and stopped. Where are we? Savannah asked again as Melvin drank. He responded by waving a finger in the general direction in front of him. What he'd give for a gallon of coffee right now. Savannah got out of the truck and squatted. When she stood, she fixed her pants and then pointed. Hey, look, there's some apartments over there. They'd be good to search, wouldn't they? Melvin looked to where she was pointing. There was an apartment complex backing up to the interstate. It was moderately sized, maybe a dozen or so three-story buildings. Yeah, probably, he said. He got out and geared up with what he called his salvaging kit. Stay with the truck, he said. But you said I could go with you, Savannah cried. I changed my mind. I need you to guard the truck, Melvin said, and rubbed the stubble on his face. The morning was overcast and humid, and he felt like shit warmed over. The last thing he wanted was someone pestering him with questions. But you said you were going to show me how to search and scavenge, she rejoined. Maybe later. You can talk to Miss Piggy if you get lonely. Savannah didn't like it, that much was clear, but she did not say anything. Instead, she sulked and watched as Melvin gathered his backpack with his tools and his sword. As an afterthought, he took the key fob. He wasn't sure he fully trusted her yet, and didn't want her to drive off with his only source of transportation. He looked around again before setting out at a slow jog, each step sending miniature electrical charges of pain through his head. He climbed the interstate barrier fence and worked his way to the apartments. A sprinkle of rain started again as he approached the first apartment. He didn't mind. He was already sweating, so getting a little wet didn't bother him. He wished his headache would subside, though. The floor plans seemed to be the same generic layout of all apartments, only the facade was different. They were cheaply made with thin doors, and all of them had been pried or kicked open. In a way, this was good. The odds of zombies still trapped in an apartment were low. The negative aspect was obvious. All of the good items, like food, firearms, and ammunition, were long gone, so instead he focused on nooks and crannies, searching for anything not taken or destroyed by humans or rodents. The results were better than he hoped for. One apartment yielded a partial roll of toilet paper found under a couch cushion. Better than gold, Melvin would declare. It was smashed, but still usable. In another apartment, he found a half-full pepper shaker, and a couple of apartments yielded small remnants of soap bars, which he dutifully collected and stored in a Ziploc bag. Later, he'd melt them down into one blob. He found one partially used tube of toothpaste, which was a rare find, and one apartment caused him to say a silent thank you to the Lord above. He pulled the bathroom drawer open and noticed a slight bulge under the drawer liner. Lifting it up, he found a cellophane package containing 2 extra-strength aspirin. He read the label to confirm they were indeed aspirin, before tearing the cellophane open and swallowing them whole. As an afterthought, he drank some water from his canteen. The last apartment, in the back on the 3rd floor, had obviously been occupied by a woman. The place was decorated in pastels and even had draperies, which were mildew-stained and had a rank, musty smell to them. He started in the den, which had a collection of philosophy books sitting on a makeshift shelf of planks and milk crates. Melvin took a philosophy course once when he was pursuing his bachelor's. For his final essay, he wrote what he believed was his best paper ever, comparing and contrasting the top 3 Greek philosophies, and concluded by declaring philosophy was a bunch of horseshit. The professor was not amused. Regardless of his opinion, he grabbed a few and set them by the door. The people at Weather were always looking to expand their library. He then worked his way into the kitchen. All of the drawers had been pulled out and were scattered on the floor. There was a utility closet at the back of the tiny kitchen, and the washer-dryer combo was still there. He looked in the washer and was surprised to see clothing, several pairs of white cotton socks, to be exact. They were stiff from sitting in there for so long, but still usable. He grabbed them and tossed them next to the books before making his way down the short hallway and into the bathroom. Surprisingly, there was a toothbrush still in its package lying on the floor. Someone probably found it, but it dropped out of their pack when they were leaving. He thought of Savannah as he grabbed it up. "Now we don't have to share, you skinny little shit," he muttered. Working his way into the solitary bedroom, he found nothing in the closet. The bed was still there. It consisted of a solitary mattress, no bed frame. The sheets were missing, and the mattress itself had mildew stains like the drapes. Lifting it up, he discovered 2 items: a pillowcase and a dildo. He left the dildo behind. Exiting the apartment, he turned and was startled by a person standing there. He instantly brought his handgun up and came close to firing before realizing who it was. Savannah was standing there, wearing his poncho, her face almost hidden, looking at him like a lost puppy dog. "What the hell?" he said in exasperation. "I almost shot you." She stared at him. "I didn't want to be alone." He sighed and tossed her the pillowcase. "All right," he said. "Keep quiet and watch my back." Savannah nodded. He loaded up the pile of goods into his backpack and went to the next apartment. It was another 1-bedroom. Melvin searched it quickly, walked back outside, and pointed at the open door. "Let's check your skills," he said. "Go find something we can use. Use the pillowcase." Savannah looked at him with a small amount of apprehension, wondering if Melvin was tricking her somehow. "Do I get a gun?" she asked. Melvin shook his head. "Are you going to run off and leave me?" He shook his head again and impatiently pointed at the door. She hesitated a moment longer and then walked in. Melvin waited outside while she rummaged around and grimaced as something, a kitchen drawer maybe, fell to the floor with a crash. She came out a few minutes later holding an emery board and toenail clippers. "There wasn't anything else but trash and mice turds," she said. "You were far too noisy," Melvin admonished. "Learn to be quieter." He looked out the breezeway to see if anyone heard them and were coming to investigate. It looked like they were by themselves. "All right, let's go." "You're a grumpy bastard when you're hungover," she muttered. Melvin gave her a sour look and took off jogging. She followed him as they made their way across the other side of the interstate. The sky had gotten noticeably darker in the last 30 minutes, and now the rain was coming down steadily. Melvin jogged over to a large pine tree and squatted under it. Savannah followed suit and squatted beside him. The low-hanging limbs provided some cover. It allowed them to observe their surroundings. He noticed she was breathing heavily and admonished himself to remember she was still weak. It took a few minutes before her breathing slowed. She looked around at the rain. "It's coming down pretty good," Savannah said. "I like to scavenge when it rains," he replied as he looked over the area. "Most people seek shelter and it messes with the zombies' vision." "Are we going to search something?" Savannah asked. Melvin nodded and pointed at a building to the west of them. "The sign says it's a health clinic. Maybe we can find medical equipment or something." He looked around. "Have you been watching for people or zombies?" She realized she had not and did a slow 360. "I don't see shit," she said with a smirk. Melvin gave her a look. "I do not see any threats," she amended. "Better. Okay, see that tree over by the corner of the building?" he asked as he pointed. Savannah nodded. "We're going to jog over there and stop a second to see if we've drawn any attention. If we haven't, we're going to circle around the building and check it out." He patted the holster on his left side. "Always stay on my right side, got it?" He motioned, drawing the weapon with his left hand for emphasis. Savannah nodded. "Okay, and if we were to somehow get separated, come back to this tree first if you can. If you can't, find some place to hide. Don't go back to the truck until you're sure nobody is close enough to spot you." Savannah nodded again. He motioned for her to follow and took off. The rear of the building faced the interstate. They worked their way around to the front, and Melvin paused again. He pointed at the parking lot. "Check out those cars," he whispered. There were only 2 of them. They were grimy, and the tires on all of them were low. "They've been parked there a while," Savannah whispered back. "Yeah," he agreed. "That's a good sign." He motioned for her to follow him to the front door. It was typical of most commercial buildings, a metal door frame of tempered glass broken out long ago. Melvin went through his procedure. He tapped on the door frame, whistled, and then called out. Nothing. "Stay behind me," he instructed and walked inside. He rounded the corner into the lobby and his foot inadvertently hit an overturned chair, causing something to fall off of it and clatter to the floor. "You're far too noisy," Savannah whispered. "You should learn to be quieter." Melvin glared at her. She responded by pointing at her eyes with 2 fingers and then pointed toward the interior of the clinic. Melvin could think of no retort, so he gave a silent grunt as he scanned the lobby. There was a security door separating the front lobby from the examination rooms, nursing station, and the doctor's offices. It was one of those doors with a magnetic lock, which was opened either with a key or by the receptionist sitting behind the counter pushing a button. One could easily hop the counter and walk on back, but someone, a previous scavenger perhaps, had decided to take an axe to the door. Now it was a mass of splintered wood. Before the 2 of them could climb over the broken door, a zombie wearing soiled scrubs launched herself through from the opposite direction. She tripped and fell, giving Melvin enough time to perform a 2-handed downward chop, sinking the edge of the war sword into her head. Another one, a man this time, was close behind her. Melvin gave him the same treatment. This occurred 2 more times. After the last one fell, Melvin was sweating even more profusely now. Savannah started to say something, but he held up a finger. He made a similar motion with his fingers to his eyes and then pointed at the entry door. Savannah understood. She turned back the way they had entered and scanned the parking lot and beyond. "Nothing," she whispered as she looked back at Melvin. He nodded and held a finger over his lips. He stood still as a statue for a full 3 minutes. Savannah mimicked him. Finally, he motioned for her. "Search them," he said, "but don't get any of that goo on you." Savannah made a face and tentatively patted the pockets of the scrubs. She came up with a pack of cigarettes and a stethoscope. "Put them in your pillowcase," he directed, and then motioned for her to follow him through the doorway. The back area consisted of a nurse's station in the middle of an open area and surrounded by 7 individual examination rooms. Every door except one had a number on it. He started with the unlabeled door, which he correctly deduced was the doctor's office. They diligently searched each room for zombies before searching for property. "Okay," Savannah whispered as they started rummaging through one of the examination rooms. "How are those things still alive?" "I don't know," Melvin responded. "Maybe the plague isn't in them anymore and they're somehow recovering. Their cognition is better than it used to be." "Cognition?" she asked. "They're thinking better than when they first got infected." "Oh." She looked around. "Are we looking for anything special?" "Medical stuff takes priority, but anything we can use or trade is good. Like those pack of cigarettes, for instance." "Got it," she said. "You search low and I'll search high. Okay, she whispered, and began searching the cabinets under the sink. The place had been ransacked and was in shambles, which was not unusual. Nevertheless, Melvin was hopeful, and they searched meticulously. After a solid hour, they located a couple of items overlooked or ignored by previous scavengers. "All right, I think we've found everything we can. Let's get out of here," he said. Savannah nodded and started toward the front door, but Melvin grabbed her by the shoulder. "Never exit a building the way you came in," he admonished, and led her to a side door. The stenciled lettering on the gray metal door identified it as an emergency exit. Melvin pushed on the handle, wondering if the alarm was going to activate. Luckily, the batteries in it were dead. He led them on a roundabout jog back to the truck. "Not a bad haul," he said as he started the truck. "Let's get on back to weather. If the roads are still clear, I think we can make it in about 3 or 4 hours. "Do they serve hot meals, too?" Savannah asked. "At Weather? Oh, yeah, it's a mixture of fresh food and freeze-dried, but if the right cooking crew is on duty, it can be pretty good." "Sounds wonderful," she said. They drove in silence for a couple of miles before Savannah spoke. "Were you bullshitting me when you said you have a master's degree?" "Nope." "I dropped out of high school," she said as she opened a can of Spam. "Not that it mattered. That's the year everything went to shit." "How old are you?" Melvin asked. "What's the date?" Melvin checked his watch. "August 9th? She thought for a moment. 18. How old are you? 39. Fuck, you're old, she said with a grin. Melvin glanced at her. "Remember your savior vivre." Savannah scrunched up her nose. "What's that, some sort of weird sex act?" Melvin sighed. "Never mind." Savannah shrugged and took a long drink from the canteen. "I need to visit the loo," she said, and then looked at him with a smirk. "Is that classier than saying I have to take a shit?" Melvin gave her a sideways look and started looking for a dry spot. Almost 3 days of steady rain was starting to show. Several times they drove through standing water. Melvin used derelict automobiles as benchmarks to determine if the murky water was shallow enough to drive through. He finally spotted a fairly dry spot under an overpass, stopped, looked around, but didn't see anything threatening. He reached into the back and retrieved the partial roll of toilet paper he'd found earlier. "Stay close," he warned as he handed it to her. "Don't leave me," she rejoined, and jumped out of the truck. Melvin decided it'd be a good time for him to go as well, number 1, not number 2, and exited the truck on his side. He'd no sooner unzipped his fly when he heard the sound of water splashing and looked down the interstate. A zombie rounded a curve in a loping run and was heading directly toward them. A car rounded the curve right behind it, maintaining a slow pace with the zombie. It was a compact car, small and quiet. There were 2 men in it, laughing gleefully. One of them leaned out the window with a large barreled revolver in his hand. Lonnie. Chapter 17. Go Boom. It was stifling hot inside the building, which made it slow going. Most of the bodies were dead, but not all of them. As a precautionary measure, each one received either a bullet or a bayonet to the head, dead or otherwise. The last thing Justin wanted was one of his Marines to get themselves bitten and become infected. It took them almost 6 hours of dragging the corpses outside, piling them up, and setting them on fire. Justin mandated several rest breaks so he wouldn't have any cases of hyperthermia. Occasionally he'd hear distant gunfire, followed by Rachel gleefully reporting on the radio in a mock baritone voice. "Delta 2 Actual, this is Delta 2-2. Contact has been made with a Zed who appears to have once been an Army colonel. Major Fawkes has just blown the living shit out of said colonel. I repeat, she just blew the living shit out of him. Said colonel appeared to have been perpetuating lewd and lascivious acts with a friendly cow shortly before his demise." Crumby looked at Justin. "That girl ain't right in the head." Justin shook his head in exasperation. He motioned over to Kirby, who walked over. "Sir, you're relieved of zombie duty. Go get yourself decontaminated so you can take that gear off." "And then what, sir?" "Call me sexist, but I want you to get that drone operational and keep an eye on our girls." "Aye, sir," he said, before hustling over to the decontamination station. Justin could imagine Kirby grinning beneath his mask. After a long rest break, they re-entered the hallway and gazed at the locked security doors. "They haven't been blasted open," Crombie observed. "But those locks have been damaged. Somebody made it so you can't use a keycard to open them. Can't use keycards without power, though." "They did have a keycard, but I don't know about the power." "Maybe they're on the other side and they've locked themselves in," Justin said. "If that's true, why ain't they answering?" Crombie rebutted. The two men had pounded on the doors repeatedly and shouted out. They were met with silence. "Yeah, well, where the hell are they?" Corporal Conway asked rhetorically. "They've got to be on the other side," Justin replied. "The question is, what kind of physical state are they in now?" "Are we going to breach the doors?" the sergeant asked. "We don't have any other type of breaching equipment, so I don't see any other way. Do you?" Sergeant Crumby shook his head. "I've never received any training on how to use C4. Have you?" Justin looked at him with a wry grin. "Classroom training? No. On-the-job training? Absolutely." Sergeant Crumby grunted in appreciation. "That's the real way to learn things. Let's get to it then, sir," he said. When it came to Marines blowing things up, the standard protocol was to figure out how much C4 was needed and then multiply it times 10, or more. Marines loved to blast the ever-loving shit out of anything in their way. Justin was no different, but this time he had to be delicate. After all, the lab needed to remain intact, otherwise the mission was a fail and his leadership would come into question once he returned to Mount Weather. He sat outside and configured two small, shaped charges wrapped with detonation cord, or det cord for short. Joker watched in fascination. "That's all the C4 you're going to use, sir?" he asked. "We won't need much. All we want to do is blast the locks, nothing else. It'll still go boom, right?" Now there was a hopeful, shit-eating grin on his face. "Absolutely," Justin replied. "Can I help you with it?" Justin looked at him. It was often difficult to determine when Joker was being serious or clowning around. "Sure," he said. Joker's shit-eating grin got bigger. "I like it when things go boom." They donned their NBC gear and went back in. Justin carried a roll of duct tape with him in case he needed to improvise and tape the C4 into place, which, in fact, he ended up having to do. After double-checking his work 4 times, he and Joker walked the wire outside and took cover behind one of the strikers. Sarah and Rachel had returned, and he waved them back. "Give me a head count," he ordered Joker as he did the same. 18, Joker said. Justin came up with the same number. "All right, everyone is present and accounted for," he said, and looked around. "Take cover! Fire in the hole!" he yelled as loud as he could, and then activated the detonator. A long 2 seconds passed before there was a concussive thump, followed by steel-gray smoke billowing out. "Awesome," Joker said. They waited for the smoke to clear, and more importantly, to see if any infected Zeds would come wandering out. While they watched the smoke coming out in slow wisps, Briscoe and Stalling walked over. "It took longer than we thought, but the generator is now fixed. It's ready to fire up whenever you give the word," Briscoe said. "We can't guarantee what the status is inside, though. For all we know, every circuit is blown." "All right," Justin said. "Let's give it a few minutes." They waited several minutes. The smoke had dissipated to nothing, and, more importantly, no Zeds emerged. "Major, will you and Sergeant Benoit help Kirby provide rear security?" Justin asked. "Certainly," Sarah said. He nodded and looked over at Briscoe. "All right, fire it up." When the big generator came to life, he walked back to the main entrance. Looking back at his Marines, he shouted, "All right, men, stack formation, behind me." He also used the relevant hand signal so there would be no confusion. All of them reacted instantly and lined up behind Justin. A few lights flickered on as he led them into the building and down the hallway to the blown door. Chapter 18. The Lab. "Oh my God." Justin didn't know who said it. The respirators muffled and distorted everyone's voice, but it didn't matter. He was thinking the same thing. Each lab was visible from the hallway through bulletproof glass. The first lab was unoccupied. Not so with the second lab. Sergeant Crumby pointed. "There's Sergeant Rivera." He was a fresh one, Justin thought. His decomposing face was torn and oozing pus out of the open wounds. All of them were wearing Marine combat utilities, and all of them were now zombies. "That's a shitty way to die, man," Joker muttered. Justin made a count. "Looks like we have one who's unaccounted for," he said. Sergeant Crumby did his own count and nodded in confirmation. "That scientist is missing. Can't remember his name." "Dr. Craddock," Private Burns said. "Mayo Craddock." "Yeah, that's him," Sergeant Crumby said. "They ain't wearing their masks," Joker observed. Justin agreed and wondered what would have made them remove their respirators in what was obviously a hot zone. "Sir?" Justin looked around to see who was speaking. "Yeah, Joker. We ain't gonna leave them like that, are we?" he asked. "They're Marines. We've got to take care of them." "Roger that," Justin replied. Lieutenant?" Justin looked around. It was Dr. Kincaid. The two scientists were told to wait down at the end of the hall until the Marines had cleared the labs, but they were impatient and followed behind them. What is it, Doctor? We can't go in there. It's a hot zone. I think it should be obvious. Not a problem, Joker said. We open the door a crack and put a bullet in their heads. It's the right thing to do. Opening the doors even slightly will be releasing a toxin, Dr. Kincaid rejoined. It may be several days before we can decontaminate. Justin's sigh was magnified through the respirator. Point taken, he said. Is there any way they can get out of that lab on their own? Not without one of these key cards, he said, holding one up. If the power goes out, the locks on the doors stay locked. He pointed at the glass. It's bulletproof. They won't be able to break it out. Roger that. All right, will Lab 1 work for you too? The two scientists looked at each other. Smeltzer shrugged. I'm sure it will, Kincaid said with his own shrug. They spent the first hour testing for contamination and then the rest of the day making the lab sterile. On the morning of the second day, they started the long, meticulous process of creating a vaccine. At the end of the day, the two doctors went outside. The afternoon sun hurt their eyes. Justin waited until they went through the decontamination process before speaking. How's it going, guys? He asked. We'll know in 6 weeks, Kincaid replied. And that's how long it'll take to ferment the correct proteins. Joker overheard the conversation. 6 weeks? We're going to be stuck here for 6 weeks? Dr. Kincaid nodded patiently. Before Joker had a chance to ask why, he explained. There are 3 different methods to create a vaccine for a virus. Are you aware of that? I know the flu vaccine is made with chicken eggs or something like that, Joker replied. Yes, that's the most common and oldest method. The virus is injected into fertilized chicken eggs and then is incubated. The virus-containing fluid is harvested, the virus itself is then killed, and it is used to create a vaccine. The second method is a cell-based production. I won't bother explaining it. We're going to attempt to create a vaccine using what is known as a recombinant method. It was first used in 2013 with partial success. The vaccine is produced using insect cells. No shit, Private Burns asked. That's correct, Kincaid said. Now, the CDC scientists made an amazing breakthrough substituting insect cells with Zach's blood cells. Our goal is to reproduce their work. 6 fucking weeks, Burns lamented. Justin was inclined to sigh and utter a few invectives, but then reminded himself he was the leader of these Marines and had to set a good example. All right, you heard the man. We're going to be here a while. That means we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Now, the first thing we need to do is build some defensive positions. Wonderful, Joker said. Chapter 19. Lonnie. Savannah, you need to hide, Melvin said urgently as he thumbed open the restraining strap on his holster. His other weapons were inside the truck, so his only option at the moment was his Glock. Melvin watched as the zombie came closer. It was a man, probably in his 20s once. He stared directly at Melvin, and if Melvin didn't know any better, he could have sworn he saw fear and a silent plea for help in his expression. Before Melvin could react, there was a loud report of a gunshot, quickly followed by a bloody hole sprouting in the zombie's forehead. Melvin heard the sound of the bullet as it zipped by him. He instinctively ducked and drew his Glock. The car, a burgundy Toyota Prius, rolled to a stop. Lonnie was grinning from ear to ear. "What do you say, you old goat fucker?" Lonnie shouted and looked over at his driver. "Look, pig, it's our old buddy Melvin." "What the hell?" Melvin asked as Lonnie got out. He stretched, walked over to the dead zombie and admired his work. Melvin watched the two men warily. Lonnie was wearing a tight-fitting black tank top, his heavily muscled arms hanging like 2 slabs of meat. He could see the leather handle of the blackjack sticking out of the back pocket of his jeans, hence the name of his group. All of them carried blackjacks, mimicking their leader. Lonnie admired his work a few more seconds and spit on it. Shoving the Colt into his waistband, he turned to Melvin with a smug grin. "How the hell are you, my brother?" Lonnie asked as he walked over, ignoring the Glock in Melvin's hand, and grabbed him in a bear hug. Before Melvin realized what he was doing, he reciprocated in kind. "Oh, same old, Melvin replied. "I was driving along and decided to stop and take a big country crap when all of a sudden here comes this crazy zombie running toward me. All I can say is, what the hell?" Lonnie emitted a loud bellow of laughter and hugged Melvin again. Pig had exited their vehicle, a sawed-off 12-gauge double-barrel in hand and his own blackjack stuffed in his waistband. Melvin watched Pig carefully. He knew Lonnie was the more dangerous of the two, but Pig would probably be the first one to actually shoot. As Melvin watched, Pig walked over to the dead Zed and kicked him in the side of the head. Melvin guessed it was his own way of proclaiming a job well done by his boss. How'd you like my shot? Lonnie asked. It was a good one, but you almost got me along with him, he replied. Lonnie laughed again. Melvin gestured at the zombie. What's the deal? That there was an odd one, Lonnie replied. We came up on him, and instead of trying to attack us like all the others would have done, he actually started running away like he was scared. I'll bet he was a coward back when he was alive, Pig proclaimed. Probably one of them fudge-packing queer bastards. Melvin nodded like Pig was lauding them with profound wisdom. What the hell are you up to? Lonnie asked him. Melvin gestured toward 2 abandoned tractor trailers no more than 50 feet away from them. I was about to check out those 2 trucks over there when you 2 drove up. Doing some scavenging, huh? Lonnie asked. Yeah, that's what I do. Hadn't had much luck lately, though. You got a lot of junk in there, Pig said as he pointed in the bed of Melvin's truck. Yeah, Melvin replied. In fact, that's exactly what was on the upper layer, junk. Underneath was where he hid items people like Pig and Lonnie would covet. Melvin watched Pig as he started to walk around to the passenger side, presumably where Savannah was hiding. Careful where you step, Melvin admonished. I dropped the kids off at the pool over there. Pig stopped and looked at Melvin in disgust. He then looked around and pointed toward the 2 barrels in the back of Melvin's truck. I always meant to ask, what are those for? Water? He asked. Nope, Melvin answered. Those are for biodiesel fuel. No shit, Lonnie asked as he walked over and looked closer. Melvin had put his Glock back in the holster, but he kept it unsnapped. Yeah, gas is iffy these days, so I improvised. Actually, one of the secretaries, who also happened to have 2 or 3 postgraduate degrees, wanted to experiment with biodiesel and talked Melvin into it. All Melvin did was find restaurant grease pits. He used a pump and hoses to fill up the barrels. He'd carry it back to Parvis, and Parvis would convert the foul-smelling goo into biodiesel. Parvis also had a secret moonshine and hydroponics lab that Melvin helped him with. Pig pointed at the Prius. We found 6 of those. They are quiet and they get 50 miles per gallon. Nice, Melvin said. What do you say we help you search those trucks? Lonnie volunteered. 50-50 split? Melvin asked. There's 3 of us here, partner, Lonnie said with his transparent grin. My math says it'll be a 3-way split. Melvin knew better than to argue and gave an affable nod. I'm cool with that, but how about Pig keeps a lookout for any friends that there Zed may have nearby? That's a good idea, Lonnie said and pointed back down the interstate. Go on down there about 100 yards and keep a lookout. I'll be damned if I will, Pig declared. Melvin chuckled. Pig was only about 5'8", with squat, wide hips, stubby arms, and a fat face. How he survived before Lonnie came along, Melvin had no idea. He had no athletic ability, and Melvin imagined the man spent his days eating junk food and playing video games back before. Go on now, Lonnie ordered. Aw, Lonnie, there ain't no need. He stopped protesting when Lonnie fixed him with a cold, hard stare. He stopped arguing and began trudging down the interstate, muttering to himself as he walked. It worked out better than Melvin had hoped. They were separated now, and Pig wouldn't be wandering around his truck and stumble on Savannah by accident. Melvin used a pair of bolt cutters on the padlocked trailers. I'm surprised they haven't been searched already, he said. Yeah, Lonnie agreed. When they opened the first one, they found it was stacked with truck tires. The second trailer was more of the same. The cabs had been previously searched and were bare. Nothing, Lonnie said in contempt. Yeah, but I found something the other day you might like, Melvin said. When Lonnie looked at him, he made a head gesture toward Pig and held a finger to his lips. Lonnie watched warily as Melvin went to his truck and partially opened the door. He expected to see Savannah hiding in the floorboard, but she wasn't anywhere inside the truck. He masked his concern and retrieved the bottle of Jack Daniels. He showed it to Lonnie before hiding it under his shirt and gestured to Lonnie to follow him. He intentionally led Lonnie away from his truck and to the back of one of the trailers. The 2 men climbed in and sat. Melvin took a sip and handed it to Lonnie, who took a large swallow. Good shit, brother, Lonnie said. He then nodded down the road where Pig was and looked at Melvin questioningly. Melvin shook his head. I must insist this split is 50-50 only. Lonnie let out a belly laugh and took another swallow. What are you 2 doing down there? Pig yelled at them. Nothing. You better be keeping watch, Lonnie warned and grinned at Melvin. Well, you know anyone who needs truck tires? He asked. Not off the top of my head, Melvin answered. Me neither, Lonnie said. We can't use them. We don't have any semis. Melvin nodded indifferently, but filed the information away. Have you seen anyone lately? Nobody but some people holed up down at Oak Ridge, Melvin said. Oh, yeah? Melvin grunted. If you're thinking of trying anything, be careful. They got a bunch of cops and military types guarding the place. They're dug in and heavily armed. Fucking cops, Lonnie suddenly exclaimed. We came across a few not too long ago. They opened fire on us without any provocation and killed 2 of my men. They were cops, you say? Melvin asked. Yeah. Where at? A little town called Stanton, Lonnie said. Melvin remembered his conversation with Savannah. Isn't there a state police headquarters there? Yep, that's where they're living, Lonnie replied. The Blackjacks are going to get some payback. You better believe that. Good, Melvin said, not meaning it for a second. He sincerely doubted those state troopers fired on Lonnie and his gang for no reason. More than likely, the Blackjacks were the instigators and ended up getting their asses handed to them. He reminded himself to go visit them as soon as possible. Dug in and heavily armed, Lonnie repeated. You were in the military once, am I right? Melvin hastened a brief glance at Lonnie. He would have preferred Lonnie knew nothing about his past, but went along. I was, but old Peggy over there got me kicked out. Lonnie laughed and slapped Melvin on the back. I knew it when I first met you. I told Snake you were military. Which was it, Army or Marines? Army, Melvin replied. Lonnie wagged a finger. And the bitch got you kicked out. That's why you're keeping her alive, isn't it? You're tormenting her for what she did to you. Melvin chuckled but didn't reply. He wondered if, subconsciously, that was the real reason for keeping her alive. I still don't know why I didn't kill you back when we first met, Lonnie said suddenly. If you'd have done that, you wouldn't have any truck tires right now, Melvin deadpanned. Lonnie laughed now. And I wouldn't have any whiskey right now either. The 2 men laughed, causing Pig to poke his head out from behind some cars. What are you bastards doing down there? He yelled. Lonnie ignored him, took a swallow, and stared out of the open trailer door. You and me are just alike, Melvin, Lonnie said. Melvin nodded. Yeah, I guess we are, in a way. The truth was, Melvin thought nothing of the kind. He wasn't like Lonnie. If he was, he would have already raped Savannah and probably would have killed Lonnie just for shits and giggles. They swapped the bottle in silence for several minutes before Lonnie said something disconcerting. We've been looking for a girl. Oh, yeah, Melvin asked. You got a particular one in mind, or any old gal you bump into? A little whore by the name of Savannah, he said, and then looked at Melvin. She's a teenager, skinny brown hair, small-titted, freckles. We called her Stinky. Have you seen her? Should I have? We lost her on the outskirts of Oak Ridge a few days ago. Let's see, you said you were in Oak Ridge. When was that? Yesterday, Melvin answered. That's the thing about psychopaths, Melvin thought. You never knew when they were engaging in casual conversation or if they were accusing you of something. He slowly moved his left hand a couple of millimeters closer to the Glock. But I didn't see any girl, Melvin said with the most apathetic tone he could. Are you sure she's still alive? No telling, he said. But I'd like to get her back. Melvin didn't ask why, but it seemed odd. Why did he have to have her back? Is she on foot? You think she made it this far north? There's no telling, my friend, Melvin grunted. All right, I'll keep an eye out. Is any kind of reward? My undying gratitude, Lonnie said, and burst out laughing. Melvin laughed with him. You should join up with us, Melvin, Lonnie suggested. We could use some military brains in our group. I appreciate the invite, Lonnie, I really do. But, Lonnie asked, I'm more of a lone wolf type. I don't get along with people all that well. Yeah, you should consider it. We're recruiting new members and have something in the works right now, and if all goes as planned, we're going to hit a big lick. Oh? Yeah, Lonnie said with a knowing smile. I got Snake on it. He pointed northward. We're on our way to meet him right now. Lonnie turned the bottle up and finished it. So much for a 50-50 split, Melvin thought. He stood and worked a kink out of his back. I guess we need to get going. If you find that girl, you look Lonnie up. I'll make it worth your while. Sure thing, Melvin replied. Melvin waved as the 2 men drove away. When they were well out of sight, he began looking around. Savannah! There was no answer. He couldn't figure out where she went until it came to him. He crouched down and looked under the truck. She was there, lying in a mud puddle, a look of panic in her eyes and shivering uncontrollably, much like she was when he first found her. "They're gone. Come on out," he said. He had to gently coax her before she reluctantly crawled out. When she stood, she was soaking wet and covered in mud. She eyed Melvin and looked around nervously. "Are they coming back?" "I don't know," Melvin answered. "But if they do, we're going to be long gone. Get in the truck." He thought about what Lonnie had said. He was meeting Snake, and when he left, he was going north on 81, the direction Melvin needed to go in order to get back to Mount Weather. Sighing, he took the next exit. "I have no idea where Lonnie and Pig are going," Melvin said to Savannah, "so we're going to take the back roads. I want you to lean back in the seat so nobody sees you, okay?" "Okay," she replied and reclined the seat. "Can I ask you something?" Melvin glanced at her as he tried to jog his memory. He'd been on these back roads a few times, but not recently, and he was having a hard time remembering the route back to Weather. The whiskey certainly didn't help. "Why didn't you kill them when you had the chance?" It was a good question, and he was having a difficult time coming up with a good answer. Well, they're good sources of information," he rationalized. "For instance, Lonnie told me about some state police living up in Stanton. Those are good people from Mount Weather to network with. Also, he told me they were up to something big. Might be I can keep him from doing something." She stared at him in stony silence for several minutes. "What?" he finally asked. "They raped me, Melvin," Savannah said quietly. He glanced over. She was lying back in the seat, muddy from head to toe, staring at him with those big doe eyes. She was crying, not loudly sobbing, no. The tears were running down her face in silent anguish. "Every day, at least one of them raped me or Susie or one of the other girls. Sometimes it was more than one. Sometimes they'd make us do the most degrading things you can imagine. They'd laugh and make fun of us, and if we didn't go along, we'd get the hell beat out of us. And Lonnie was the ringleader of all of it." Her tone was hushed, somber, and it was tearing Melvin apart. "It was the most awful thing you can ever imagine." Melvin didn't know how to respond. They drove down one road, and he had to stop suddenly due to flooding. When he turned his head to back up, he briefly looked over at her. She was asleep, curled in a ball. Her face was still moist. Melvin still wasn't sure about Lonnie. Maybe he was down the interstate, waiting to follow him back to where he lived. Maybe he doubled back and was waiting to ambush him. Melvin didn't know, but one thing he was certain of, he couldn't lead him back home. Under no circumstances could Lonnie learn about Mount Weather, and more importantly, that Melvin was affiliated with Mount Weather. The flooding situation wasn't looking good. Melvin glanced at his watch and then looked around. He spotted a house up on a hill. It was a rustic 2-story farmhouse, a barn barely visible behind it. The field was not overgrown, which was the norm these days. It had either been cut or cattle had been grazing. He looked over at Savannah, who was still asleep, and decided they were going to wait out the night and see if the floodwaters receded any in the morning. He started up the truck and found the driveway to the house. There was a gate blocking it, and it was padlocked, but whether by oversight or by design, the hinges were simple in design. They were commonly called bolt and strap hinges. Old-timers called them pintle hinges. All one had to do was lift the gate straight up and off of the bolt portions, which were secured into a thick wooden post. Melvin grabbed the gate and picked it straight up. The hinges lifted off of the bolts easily. He set the gate aside, got in his truck, and drove through. Stopping, he got out and eyed the house. There was still no movement. There was a stirring in the truck. Savannah had awakened and was watching. She started to get out, but he motioned her to stay put. He replaced the gate back in its original position and got in. "Where are we?" she asked. "A little ways off of the interstate. This might be a good place to stop for the night." He slowly started driving up the gently sloping driveway. As he approached the house, he couldn't help but wonder if someone was aiming a rifle at him. On a whim, he flashed his lights, hoping it would be interpreted as a signal of a friendly greeting. "Hello?" Melvin called out as he knocked on the front door. There was no response. He tentatively tried the knob. It was locked, and the ground floor windows were boarded up. He walked around to the back and spotted cattle grazing in the field. There were also 3 donkeys grazing with them. Melvin remembered Bert telling him that donkeys were good at protecting cattle from coyotes and other predators. The fencing had been moved, so the cattle could not be seen from the roadway. All of it added up. The place was occupied. He walked back to the front door. "Hey, I'm not here to cause trouble. Just need a place to stay for the night. I'm going to park my truck out of sight, and I'll be on my way first thing in the morning." He waited for a response, didn't get one, and walked back to his truck. Savannah had ducked down and was peeking over the dashboard. "Who are you talking to?" she whispered. "There's somebody in the house," Melvin answered. "I don't think they're interested in making friends, but so far they haven't started shooting." He started the truck and drove around beside the barn and parked. When he turned the truck off, he saw someone standing at the back door. "Company," he said to Savannah. Chapter 20. Pris. I'd been here 4 days before I found out this place had a weight room nestled away in the back of the gym. It was of moderate size. I'd guess only about 10 people at a time could comfortably work out in it, but at the moment I was the only one present. I guess there weren't many people here who were early risers. My running buddy Sarah was gone, so I thought I'd change things up a little bit. The last time I'd actually worked out with weights was with Sarah back in a home in our barn. The reason? Life had become busy. We had a lot going on, and there was so much work requiring physical activity, I didn't waste the energy on the weight pile. Now, I found myself with spare time on my hands. I was warming up with a set of jumping jacks when the door opened. It was Ensign Boner. He'd never gone out of his way to speak to any of us, and I guess I'd been reticent as well in not looking him up. Ever since his little tussle with Justin, he hadn't been all that sociable, or so I'd heard. His pride had definitely been wounded. "Good morning," I said. "You're with the group from Tennessee," he declared gruffly. "I am. I'm Zach Gunderson." "Yeah, I'm Ensign Lawrence Boner. I'm the OD, that's Officer of the Day, and I've got you scheduled for guard duty this morning." Lydia, the Mount Weather taskmaster, approached us at dinner yesterday evening and doled out work assignments. She smiled warmly at Kelly and Maria as she assigned them to the daycare. She assigned the others and then came to me. She gave me a choice, guard duty or latrine duty. I tried to talk her into farming, but she didn't relent, claiming it was too risky. I chose guard duty. 0700, correct? I asked. "Roger that. It goes without saying not to be late." I didn't bother responding. After all, the man didn't know me. If he did, he'd know my punctuality would not be a cause for concern. Boner didn't wait for an answer and donned a set of bright red headphones. For the next 30 minutes, the only sounds were the clanking of the weights and an occasional grunt from one of us. I went with a CrossFit-style workout. Boner chose a more traditional routine of doing a set of heavy weights for 6 or 8 repetitions and then resting for a minute or two before moving on to another set. Justin, Sarah, and I had talked about the various kinds of workouts and agreed any workout involving heavy cardio was optimal in a post-apocalyptic world. By the time I finished my first revolution, I was winded and sweating heavily. I bent over with my hands on my knees and spent a minute or two recovering. When I'd gotten my breath back, I stood and wiped my face with a towel. I looked over to see Boner watching me curiously. "I'm going to do one more revolution. You want to get in?" I asked. His response was an apathetic grunt. I guess that meant no. "Don't be late," he repeated, and walked out, nearly bumping into a woman who was walking in. They swapped hateful stares for a second before he walked out and she walked in. I recognized her immediately. Senator Reinhardt's daughter, the thief. She was wearing a designer gym outfit with fancy name-brand running shoes. Back in the day, the ensemble probably cost more than I made in a week. When she spotted me, she glared. "What the hell are you doing in here?" she demanded. "Stupid question," I answered. I could almost see her brain churning, trying to come up with a way of ordering me out. But she came up dry. She continued glaring as she conceded she'd have to share the weight room with me and put her own set of earbuds in. I guess everyone around here preferred to cut themselves out of talking to other people, or even more important, removing their ability to hear what was going on around them. I thought it was short-sighted and naive. I stretched a minute, keeping a wary eye on her. She in turn pointedly ignored me, which I took as a good sign, figuring she wasn't going to try something stupid. I took a deep breath and started on round 2. I must admit, I wasn't as focused on my workout this time. The little thief with her perky tits had me on edge. She was still making a show out of ignoring me, but the two of us kept sneaking peeks at each other in the mirrors. When I was fairly certain she wasn't going to try to hit me upside the head with a dumbbell, I found my focus and finished my workout in 20 minutes. I collapsed on the floor when I finished and lay on my back, trying to catch my breath. Pris chose that moment to walk over and stand over me. I looked up, wondering if I had the strength to handle her if she tried to get violent. From my viewpoint, the yoga pants she was wearing left little to the imagination. I didn't want to admit it, but she was a good-looking woman. I guessed her height was about 5'4", cinnamon-colored hair cut short, Hazel eyes, lean but shapely legs, and a nice set of C cups. Maybe even D, but I didn't want to stare too long. I sat up quickly. "My ass is still bruised," she said with a petulant glare. "Serves you right," I replied. "Your parents should have taught you long ago it's wrong to steal." "My mother's dead," she replied with a tone suggesting I'd breached some sort of rule of etiquette. "So is mine," I replied quickly. Grabbing my towel, I stood and wiped off my face. "You smell like an animal," she chided. "Yeah, most likely," I said. I guess the insults were going to continue as long as I was in the same room with her. She was looking for a fight, but I wasn't going to oblige her. She stepped closer, and I prepared myself for her to try to kick me in the groin again. "What's your name?" she demanded in a tone like I was an underling. Perhaps she thought she was going to order me to clean her toilet or something. "Zach, and I've already been told who you are. It's Priscilla Hindfart, right?" Her eyes burned into me. "Pris," she retorted. "Pris Reinhardt, and don't you dare call me Priscilla." "Oh, okay." "You were ogling me just now. What are you, some kind of pervert?" I gave her a withering stare before walking out. "Crazy damn woman," I muttered. Chapter 21. Guard Duty. I'd gotten cleaned up, put on my military gear, and found the armory. It was on the first floor behind a heavy steel two-section door. The upper section of the door was open, and Ensign Boner was behind it, sitting in a chair with a bored expression on his face. When he saw me, he stood and looked me over with seeming indifference. "Reporting for duty," I said. He spotted my rifle. "You brought your own weapon?" he asked. "Yep, I already have it sighted in, so I prefer to use it," I said. He eyed me coolly for a moment longer, and then motioned for me to hand it over. I ejected the magazine, cleared it, and handed it to him. Boner gave it a casual inspection, and then handed it back. "I assume you know how to use it?" I nodded as I reloaded it. "A couple extra magazines couldn't hurt, though," I said. "Do you have any prior military experience?" he asked. "Nope, but I've had some training and a lot of practical experience." "All right," he said slowly. "Is this your first time pulling guard duty?" "For Mount Weather, yes," I said. He continued with the stare for a few additional seconds before grunting. I guess that was his way of acknowledging I wasn't going to cause any problems. He turned to a metal table. It was cluttered with a mixture of tools, reloading equipment, and whatnot. He picked up a clipboard and turned back toward me. I noticed there were a couple of laminated pages attached as he handed it to me. "Those are your general orders, special orders, and SOP. You're expected to know them and follow them to the letter. We have a shortage of handheld radios, but each guard post has a working field phone. Refer to your special orders sheet regarding when to call in." He paused a moment as he looked into a crate lying on the floor. Making a decision, he reached down and came up with 2 loaded magazines. "Roger that," I said as I glanced at the orders. "Which post do you need me at?" He looked at a dry erase board behind him, and then a smirk slowly formed on his face. "You'll be at post 3, with Reinhardt." "Wonderful. I'll try not to kill him," I said, looked at one of the pages showing the location of each guard post, and headed out. Guard Post 3 was in the southwest section of the compound. It was a simple fortification of wood and the same earthen bastion barriers used at the main entrance. It was elevated 6 feet off of the ground and placed about 10 feet from the fence line. It had a slightly pitched roof, a window that was propped open, and an entry door on the back. I expected something more fortified, for some reason. There were 2 people waiting for me whom I had not yet met. They introduced themselves as Lois and Norman Marnix, a middle-aged married couple who had worked for FEMA in some capacity they didn't bother specifying. "Where's the other guard?" Norman asked. I shrugged. "Who is it?" "Reinhardt. I don't know which one. I assume it's the punk boy." Norman's eyebrows arched in surprise, and Lois snorted in contempt. "A royal pain in the ass, that one is," she said. "There are people here who've been wanting to do what you did to those 2 for a long time now." "There have been other thefts the past year," Norman said. "They've been suspected, but nobody has been able to prove it. Until you caught them, that is." She chuckled. "I'm glad you did what you did, but I'm afraid you've made an enemy of the Reinhardts." Norman looked somber now. "You watch out for that boy, Zach," he added. "There's something not quite right about him. His father is one to harbor a grudge as well." "What about the daughter, Pris?" I asked. "She's a spoiled little bitch," Lois said, and started to say more, but stopped when she looked back toward the main compound. Speak of the devil. I looked around and saw a golf cart approaching. It was being driven by someone I didn't know, but the passenger was Pris. So she was the one I was going to be stuck with, not her brother. She was wearing a small pair of tan cargo shorts, expensive-looking hiking boots, and a tight-fitting black tank top. She had an assault weapon similar to mine, but the way she was holding it made me believe she'd had little training with it. Norman patted me on the shoulder. "Good luck with that one," he said. "It was very nice meeting you, Zach," Lois said with a smile. They walked past Pris without acknowledging her presence, climbed on the golf cart, and were soon out of sight. Pris walked up to within a couple of feet of me before stopping and staring at me in surprise. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "Boner paired us up," I said. "I guess he thinks he's being cute." "We'll see about that," she said, and stomped up the stairs and into the guard shack. I followed behind her, which inadvertently gave me a good view of her backside. She made a beeline to a field phone mounted on one of the corner posts while I inspected the interior. There were 2 chairs, a pair of binoculars, and nothing else. And it smelled like dirty socks and sweaty armpits. At least there was a good field of view. No range guards, though. When Boner answered the phone, Pris unleashed a torrent of threats and obscenities, and even though I couldn't hear what Boner was saying, I got the opinion he was telling her too bad. She slammed the phone against the post and stared outside. After a minute, she turned toward me and glared. "I take it he didn't give in," I said. She didn't respond. I gave a shrug. "Listen, I can handle this guard duty. You can take off." "Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you?" she retorted. "As soon as I leave, you'll report me to Boner." I took a breath. "All right. We're stuck with each other for the next 8 hours, then. There's no reason we have to be hostile toward each other. I'll keep out of your way, and you keep out of mine." "Fine," she replied. And for the next hour, there wasn't a peep out of her. The only sounds were birds chirping and the occasional crow cawing. At least there was a gentle breeze, which helped with the smell. Post 3 was required to phone in hourly at 5 minutes after the hour. I stood, stretched, and made the call. Ensign Boner sounded like he'd been sleeping. Pris stood and stretched as well. "I have to go pee, and don't be a perv and watch me. As long as you have a loaded weapon in your hands, you better believe I'm going to be keeping an eye on you," I said. She glared at me a moment. She liked to glare, and then tossed her weapon at me. I caught it before it clattered to the floor. Her glare changed to a smirk before walking out. Apparently she'd only stepped immediately outside the open entrance to the shack. I heard her zipper. I glanced out the open door and saw her squatting not 5 feet away. I suspected she did it on purpose to get a reaction out of me. Not rising to the bait, I turned away and focused on her assault rifle. Unloading it, I field-stripped it and gave it a once-over. That was filthy. "Figures," I muttered, reached into my backpack and retrieved my cleaning kit. When she walked back in, she stopped and stared incredulously at her disassembled weapon. "What the hell are you doing?" she demanded. "Relax, I'm cleaning it." "Why?" Her tone had changed, but she was still wary. "Because it's dirty." She rolled her eyes. "Big deal." I stopped in the middle of running a cleaning rod through the barrel and looked at her. "Answer me honestly. Have you ever been in a firefight?" "I've killed a few zombies," she answered haughtily. "I know what I'm doing." "Okay, that's good. But have you ever been in a firefight? You know, where there are dozens of them, maybe more, and you're shooting continuously for hours? Have you ever been in something like that?" "Have you?" she retorted. "Yes," I replied, "a few times. The point I'm getting at is this: your life and the life of your friends depends on your weapon functioning properly and not jamming up at the wrong time due to it being dirty." "I know that," she snipped. The petulance was still there. It was getting irritating. I tried hard to be patient and gestured at her weapon. M4s and M16s are great weapons, but they're finicky. You have to keep them clean. I showed her my dirty hands. "This one hasn't been cleaned in a while." "Not my fault. I signed it out of the armory like that." I gave her a look. I'm sure what she said was true, but it was a lame excuse. Instead of saying so, I kept quiet and resumed cleaning. When I was through with the upper receiver, I set it down and started on the bolt assembly. She picked up the upper receiver and looked at it. "Hold it up to the light and see if I got the bore clean," I suggested. She did so, and then gave a look like she approved of my cleaning skills. She then watched me finish with the bolt assembly and then the lower receiver. Wiping as much grime off of my hands as I could, I then lubed everything. Pris watched quietly. "An old Vietnam vet taught me all the tricks of the M16 and its variants. He liked to put a thick coat of oil on everything. I like a thinner coat. Guess it's a personal preference. Now, right here," I pointed at the face of the bolt, "you keep free of oil. You also keep the rifle board dry as well, unless you're going to store it long term." I assembled the weapon, performed a function check, and handed it to her. Good to go, I said. What was that you just did? She asked. It's called a function check. It lets you know your weapon is functioning properly without actually having to fire a round. I gestured for her weapon. Here, I'll show it to you again. She scoffed. I got it. Don't worry about it. Suit yourself. After a few seconds of silence, she opted to change the subject. You watched me pee, didn't you? She accused. You know better than that, I said. I bet you did, perv, she said with a smirk. I paused momentarily, thought of a smart-assed retort, but decided it wasn't worth it. I stood, grabbed my backpack and weapon, and headed toward the door. I'm going to get some fresh air. The woman sure had a way of pushing my buttons. The air was certainly fresher outside, and I decided to walk along the fence line. The concertina wire was attached securely to the regular fencing, and even back here it was full of trash. Concertina wire was a good trap for paper and plastic being blown along by the wind. It irritated my obsessive personality. I saw a black plastic trash bag stuck in the wire, flapping in the breeze. It gave me an idea. I reached in and fished it out, and then spent the next 2 hours pulling trash out. I glanced up occasionally at the guard shack, and one time I caught Pris looking at me like I was stupid. I ignored her and continued until the bag was packed full. It was kind of unusual, but the entire time I didn't see a single zombie. I guess the Marines were telling the truth when they said they'd killed them all off around here. Pris was standing in the doorway as I walked in and didn't move aside. She was standing so close I couldn't help but brush against her breast as I walked by. I acted like I didn't notice she wasn't wearing a bra and sat down. She watched me for a minute before speaking. You had no right to beat me. My ass is still bruised. Yeah, you've already told me that, I replied and stared at her. I hope you realize I came close to killing you and your brother. Be thankful the only thing that happened to you was a bruised ass. Besides, I thought, something tells me you might have even found it somewhat enjoyable. She didn't offer a retort, and instead sat in her chair, which I noticed had been moved closer to mine. You act like you've killed people before, she finally said in a dubious tone. I didn't answer. I had a feeling if I told her the truth, she wouldn't believe me anyway, but she kept pushing it. Well, she asked. I took a few seconds before responding. What do you think? I've survived this shitstorm for over 3 years without the protection of a place like Mount Weather and a bunch of Marines. Not only did I survive, I protected my people as well. Yeah, right, she retorted. I'm not sure why you think I'm lying to you. Men lie, she responded. Yeah, whatever. The field phone rang. Pris answered. It was Ensign Boner wondering why we hadn't done our hourly check. Pris told him we'd been busy and hung up on him. My stomach was growling, but I didn't particularly care to eat an MRE. Reaching into my backpack, I retrieved some hand sanitizer and a Tupperware container full of smoked venison. Pris watched me. Smoked venison, I said. It's tastier than MRE food. A little on the chewy side, but it's a good source of protein. You want any? I tore a piece off and handed it to her. She took the piece and took a tentative bite. It's salty, she said, and peppery, too. Yeah, the meat is rubbed down with salt, pepper, and some spices before the curing process. The salt acts as a preservative. The pepper repels bugs. Is that what you people did? To survive? Yeah, among other things. Have you ever smoked meat? She gave me a look. Is that meant as a double entendre? I chuckled now. No, not at all. No, I never have, she said. Why would I? I shrugged. She wasn't interested in the finer points of food preservation, so I saved my breath. She stared at me thoughtfully while she chewed the rest of the venison. What's up with those scars? They're from people who tried to kill me, I replied and pointed. This one's a knife wound, and the other one is from a gunshot. Tell me about it, she said. Nothing to tell. I lived and they died. She waited for me to elaborate, but I was of no mind to. I finished my venison, reached for the binoculars, and scanned the wood line. Looking, I sighed. What? She asked. I don't like this setup, I said, pointing outward. The field of observation is crap. What are you talking about? I can see everything just fine. I pointed again. You've got a clear field of observation for only 50 yards or so, and then it's a wall of trees. Someone could easily hide out there, watching us, and we wouldn't be able to see them. Who the hell would want to watch us? She asked. I was about to explain, but when I turned toward her, she was looking in my backpack. Looking for something to steal? I asked dryly. She pulled out a book. What's this? She asked mockingly. A book? She looked at the title. Poetry? Really? I didn't know dumb country hicks could read. Yep, too dumb to read, I said, not taking the bait. I'm not nearly as smart as you. She chortled. I was going to go to Harvard when all of this shit started. I did some mental arithmetic. So you're what, 21 now? Yeah. How old are you? 19. She did a little mental arithmetic of her own and then grinned. So, that means you never finished high school? Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. A dumb country hick. You don't even need this book, she said, and tossed it through the open window. I still wasn't going to bite. I'd get it later, but then she started to reach inside my knapsack again. I snatched her arm and twisted it as I forced her down to her knees. She gasped in pain and stared at me with her mouth in a silent O shape. What the hell is wrong with you? I asked. She stared back at me, and then her mouth transformed into a challenging smirk. I like it rough, she said huskily. I let go of her then and pushed her. She rolled onto her backside with a thump. I stared at her in annoyance, and she stared back with that same taunting smirk. She leaned back on her hands, her legs splayed out in front of me, practically daring me not to look at her crotch. If I were a single man, I could probably see myself taking her right then and there. But I wasn't single. Not only did I love Kelly, I liked her. She was my best friend, and I wasn't going to do anything to mess it up. I'm not the man for you, I said, and picked up the binoculars. Why don't you give it a go with someone like Boner? With all of those muscles, I bet he'd love to throw you around. Been there, done that, she replied with a scoff, as she made a show of stretching and sticking her breasts out. It was a waste of time. I grunted. It figured. What, you've never fucked around on your wife? She asked. Nope. From the look on her face, I guess she was thoroughly frustrated with me by now. I suspected she'd played this flirtatious game many times with other men, and it probably worked almost every time. She got up and plopped down in the chair. Propping her feet up on the open window frame, she stared out into the woods at nothing in particular while I did the same. The men here are lame, she finally said. I gave her a quick glance and started to say something, but stopped. I was about to suggest she check out Cutter or Josue, but I couldn't do that to either of them. Not even Cutter. I haven't known you long, but I get the impression you can be difficult to handle, I finally said. She cut her eyes at me and started to say something, but then she was quiet again. I changed the subject. Have you been here at Mount Weather the whole time? I asked. Yep, she said. When the balloon went up, they loaded up the senators, family, and aides into helicopters and brought us here. It's boring as hell. Paul and I have talked about heading out and exploring the country. Paul as in Paul your brother? I asked. She gave a flippant nod. She must have sensed something. What? She asked. It's pretty dangerous out there, I said. The glare was back. We can handle ourselves. Okay, if you say so. If she only knew how it really was out there beyond the confines of this place, I don't think she'd be so eager to go exploring, but I wasn't going to frustrate myself by trying to explain it. So, you're married, huh? She asked. Yeah, I answered as I used the binoculars again. Is she your first love? She asked. Nope, but she's the one I love now. And you've never fucked around on her? She asked again. I put my binoculars down and gave her a look. Nope, but if you ever need a switch taken to you again, I could probably manage. Asshole, she muttered. I kept looking. To the casual observer, everything looked fine. Serene, boring, but something was nagging at my subconscious. Pris must have sensed it. Why do you keep looking out there? Have you spotted a deer or something? She asked. I didn't answer. She scoffed. Like I said, boring, boring, boring. The Marines killed all of the zombies within miles of here. I don't know why we have to keep up this guard duty nonsense. I shrugged. She was probably right, but my intuition kept telling me something was not quite right out there. Chapter 22. Snake. The blonde-headed dude almost saw him. Snake was wearing his own homemade version of a ghillie suit, which mostly consisted of burlap bags and strips of earth-tone cloth sewn on. He'd supplemented the camouflage by rubbing mud on any exposed skin. His binoculars were covered by mosquito netting, and he'd remained perfectly still for hours. Still, the blonde dude had paused more than once at his spot when he scanned. If not for the horror constantly distracting him, Snake was fairly certain the blonde dude might have spotted him. He'd crawled into place several hours ago, well before dawn. It was a spot almost 200 yards away. He was hidden in the shadow of an old pine tree and watched the guard post through a small opening between the limbs. Snake lay there all day, watching. He was certain he was hidden and undetected, but even so, he wasn't taking any chances. He decided that he had enough info, and it was time to leave. The two night guards often slept during their shift and hardly stared out at the woods. The only vigilant one was the blonde-headed dude. He was going to go back to his car, eat something, and then sleep until 2 the next morning. That's when he was going to make his move. The old married couple was usually asleep by then. He already had a spot picked out in the fence he was going to cut a hole in. It was then simply a matter of sneaking up on them and slit their throats while they slept. It'd be easy. Then it was a matter of waiting. The blonde-headed dude had a habit of walking to the post, and Perky Tits was always late, so he'd be alone for 10 minutes or so. Snake knew he'd have to be quick with that one. He'd stab him in the heart as soon as he stepped foot in the shack. After that, he'd wait on Perky Tits. He'd put his knife to her throat, maybe draw a little blood, and then take her right there in the shack, right on top of her dead friends. If she was good enough, he'd take her back and maybe share her with the rest. Otherwise, he'd amuse himself with some knife work on those nice, perky tits. He started a slow, backwards crawl. It was already hot and muggy, and the physical exertion soon had him sweating profusely. The sweat ran down his forehead and into his eyes. He tried blinking several times, but didn't dare move a hand up to his face. Too risky. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to slowly worm his body backwards. He'd wipe his face when he felt he was safe. The ground rubbed against his crotch, causing Snake to think about the whore in the guard shack. She was older than he preferred, but even so, he was going to have a lot of fun with her. He paused for a minute to catch his breath, before resuming slithering backwards, like a snake. His real name was Steven, but he'd gotten the nickname in juvenile lockup back when he was 16. One of the other juvies had rigged up a makeshift tattoo apparatus and drew a crude cobra on his forearm. It was really shitty work. Nevertheless, he embraced it and conformed himself to the persona of a cold-blooded snake, even more so after he'd hooked up with Lonnie and the Blackjacks. Snake paused again and lay there remembering the day Lonnie had found him. He'd fallen asleep after spending a day raping and cutting on a young girl he'd found in an abandoned house. He awoke to find the huge man standing over him. His first thought was Lonnie was the girl's father or something. "Did you do this all by yourself?" Lonnie asked him while pointing at the girl. Snake was petrified with fright and couldn't speak. He was naked and covered in the girl's blood. What was he going to say? He found her like that? So he slowly nodded, convinced he was signing his death warrant. To his surprise, the big man responded with a broad grin. "I can use a man like you," he said to Snake. The grinding of his crotch against the ground brought him back to the present. Oh, it felt good. The sensation enhanced his fantasy of the whore and what he was going to do to her. When he crawled back far enough, he opened his eyes and blinked several times until he could focus. He'd traveled 50 yards, well out of sight of the guard shack. He rubbed his eyes and started to stand when a voice startled him. "Howdy," a man said quietly. Judging by the direction and volume, he estimated the man was maybe 5 feet behind him. Snake had 2 weapons on him, his trusty knife and a Remington Model 700, chambered in 7mm Remington mag. Snake had taken it off of a pilgrim he'd sliced up a couple of months ago. He'd used the knife he had on him now. He'd loved the knife. It was custom-made and razor-sharp. Snake carefully moved the rifle away to the side. "All right, be cool, man," he said as he casually reached under the burlap sacks to his knife. As Snake started to turn, the man jumped on his back. Snake struggled, but when he felt a sharp, stinging sensation to the side of his neck, his struggle turned to panic. The blade sunk in, and he could actually feel it being twisted around. Oddly, except for the initial stab, he felt no pain. "You have about 5 seconds to ask Jesus for forgiveness," the man said in the same quiet tone. "Jesus?" Snake tried to ask, but his voice wouldn't work. The man didn't answer. Everything was going dark, and he was struggling to catch his breath. There was only one emotion going through Snake's mind as his consciousness faded. Fear. The man used Snake's pants to wipe the blood off of his knife, then stepped back and wiped the sweat off of his brow. As Snake lay bleeding out, the man picked up the rifle and inspected it. It was a Remington, a fine rifle, and it had a good scope mounted on it. He then stripped Snake of his ghillie suit and clothing and carefully went through his pockets. In addition to the knife, he had a Bic lighter and a key fob for a Toyota. Snake's shirt pocket held the most interesting item, a folded-up piece of paper. Fred unfolded it and looked it over thoughtfully before folding it back and placing it in his own shirt pocket. The man gave Snake one final look, picked up the items, and began walking back to where he'd picketed his horse. Chapter 23. An Irritating Pretense. Melvin tentatively waved. The person stood within the shadow of the open back door, not moving. "Is that a man or a woman?" Savannah whispered. Melvin wasn't sure. The person was wearing a heavily soiled robe of indeterminate color. Not a bathrobe, more like a robe you'd see someone wearing in a Shakespearean play. Long, greasy gray hair flowed over the collar, causing more staining. The person's face was heavily wrinkled, further impairing Melvin's judgment of gender. They didn't return Melvin's wave. "Hello," Melvin said pleasantly. "I'm Melvin, and this here is—" He started to say Savannah, but if this was a friend of Lonnie's, he'd eventually be told of this encounter. "This is my little sister, Melvina." Savannah glanced at him. "Melvina?" she whispered. "That's a stupid name." "Work with me here," Melvin whispered back. "You are intruders, an irritating pretense," the person declared in a flat, emotionless voice. Melvin frowned and held up his right index finger, casually keeping his left hand near his Glock. "Now, that there statement sounds real familiar," he continued, frowning, and then suddenly snapped his fingers. "Heart of Darkness by Arthur Clarke. Am I right? Nope, wait. Joseph Conrad wrote that one, right?" The person stared at Melvin with dull, lifeless eyes for a moment, before slowly shutting the door. Melvin could hear the distinct sound of 2 deadbolts being locked and a barrel bolt being slid into place. "That's weird," Savannah whispered. "Maybe not as weird as Miss Piggy, but definitely weird." "All right, wait here," Melvin said, and tentatively walked up to the back door. He paused a moment before knocking. There was no response, so Melvin started talking. "I just wanted to say, we're not here to cause any problems. All we want is a safe, dry place to park our truck and get a few hours of sleep. I promise we'll be gone by sunup." "I have nothing to give you," the person said through the door. "No food, no water." "That's okay," Melvin replied. "We're good on that end. The floodwaters are making it a little difficult for us to drive is all, but it should be better tomorrow." Melvin waited for a response, but he was met with nothing but silence. He waited 3 full minutes before turning away and walking off of the porch. "All right, he or she may be harmless, or they may decide to fire off a couple of shots while we're sleeping. I'm not taking that chance." "We're leaving?" Savannah asked. "Yeah, we're not welcome here." He looked back at the house, hopeful the occupant or occupants had a change of heart, but there was nothing. He motioned to Savannah, and the 2 of them got back into the truck. Savannah turned and watched out of the back window as they rode back down the driveway. "See anything?" he asked. "Nope." At least they weren't being shot at, he thought. Savannah jumped out and opened the gate in the same manner she'd seen Melvin do it. When he drove the truck through, she replaced it and jumped back into the truck. Melvin exited the driveway and headed back toward the interstate. "It's getting dark out," Savannah said. "Are you going to find somewhere else to park?" Melvin thought about it. He had to be careful where they stopped for the night. If he chose the wrong location, floodwaters could engulf them while they slept. The person at the farmhouse unnerved him. It was almost like he, or she, was a harbinger of something bad. "All right," he said. "We're going to get back on the interstate and go back to those apartments. That apartment with the philosophy books was in decent shape. There aren't any dead bodies in it, not much water damage, and it's up on the 2nd floor. We'll be good there until the morning. In the meantime, lay low in the seat, just in case we bump into them again." Savannah looked at Melvin dejectedly. "I wish you had killed them," she said. Her tone was somber, rueful, like she felt Melvin had chosen sides and it wasn't hers. Melvin didn't answer. He couldn't. Melvin cleared the apartment again from any possible threats, but it was the same as he'd left it. He finished at the bedroom and looked it over once more. The top side of the mattress had mildew stains on the sheets, but when he flipped it over, it was suitable. "Okay, we'll sleep here." Savannah looked around. "Same bed?" "If that's okay with you. I can sleep on the floor if you insist, but I'll be stiff as hell in the morning." "No, we'll share." "All right, I'm going to get some gear out of the truck. I'll be right back." Melvin descended the stairwell, hid back in the shadows a minute, and watched. All was quiet. He loaded up a backpack and retrieved the 2 plastic trash bags of water bottles. When he'd gotten the bottles spread around the landing, he walked in and secured the door by moving the refrigerator up against it. When he walked into the bedroom, Savannah was hiding in the closet. "Nobody here but us chickens," he said, and beckoned her out. They finished off the Spam and used the bathroom sink to brush their teeth. Afterwards, Savannah curled up on the bed and was asleep in seconds. He lay down on the mattress next to her, checked his Glock and put it under the mattress beside him, and then went through some de-stressing exercises a psychologist had taught him back when his life was falling apart. It took a few minutes before he finally drifted off. The sunlight woke Savannah. She had a moment of panic when she didn't see Melvin. Hurrying into the den, she stopped short when she saw Melvin sitting on a milk crate. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, she walked up to him. "What are you doing?" she asked. He put a finger to her lips and pointed through the crack in the draperies. She looked out and gasped. The windows offered a dull view of the apartment parking lot. It was full of zombies. There were at least a dozen surrounding his truck and maybe 40 or 50 more wandering around the parking lot. "Where did they come from?" she asked. "I don't know, but I'd rather avoid shooting our way back to the truck." "They're all around it." "Your observation skills are remarkable." "So what do we do, smartass?" she asked. Melvin shrugged. "We're going to wait them out, so get comfortable. We might be stuck here a while." In fact, they sat there until far into the afternoon. Melvin was convinced they were going to have to spend another night in the musty apartment. He said as much to Savannah. "Oh, wonderful," she said. "This apartment stinks and we stink. Could it get any worse?" "Yes, it could," Melvin replied. "Don't jinx us." He was about to suggest they break out an MRE when Savannah grabbed his arm. "Look," she said. As they watched through the crack in the curtains, all of them started walking across the parking lot. "Something's drawing their attention," Melvin said. He reached out and ever so slowly moved the curtain a half-inch. He could barely see the tail end of a car disappearing down the side street. It wasn't a Prius, of that he was certain, but he had no idea if it was other blackjacks. He thought it over. If they stayed here, it was only a matter of time before the zombies returned or that car drove through the parking lot. He made a decision. "Get ready. This might be our chance." Their gear was already packed and ready to go. As quietly as he could, he moved the refrigerator and peeked out of the door. There was nothing. Melvin shouldered the heavy pack and checked the magazine on his assault rifle. He then spoke in a hushed voice. "We're going to have to leave the bottles, so as quietly as you can, tiptoe around them, down the stairs, and jump in the truck." He handed her the key fob. "I'll be slower because I'm hauling this rucksack, so you jump in and get it started." "Do you want me to drive?" she asked. "Yeah, sure. I mean, no." "Why not?" she asked. "If we bump into Lonnie and his boys, they'll see you right away. If you're in the passenger seat, at least you'll have the chance to hide. Okay?" Savannah nodded. He adjusted the straps on the rucksack and nodded to her. They quietly moved the plastic bottles with their feet. Once they made it to the stairwell, they hustled to the truck. As Melvin worked the pack off of his shoulders, a short zombie leaped from between two cars and jumped on Melvin's back. The overstuffed rucksack is the only thing that kept the thing from sinking its teeth into Melvin's neck. He spun, causing the rucksack to fling off. The zombie lost his grip on Melvin and fell to the asphalt. Melvin did not hesitate. He ran up and stomped on its face and continued stomping until the zombie's face was nothing more than mashed goo on the asphalt. He admired his work for only a fraction of a second before tossing the rucksack in the trunk. Looking over, he saw Savannah standing there, assault rifle in hand, pointing nervously. "Quit fucking around," he said. "Let's go." "I think Peggy attracted them," Savannah remarked as he drove. "It's possible, I guess," Melvin said. "It's never happened before, though." "Another reason to kill her." Melvin gave her a frown. "Watch the road," he said. Chapter 24. I Thought You Were Dead. Lydia caught us as we were walking to the cafeteria and advised me I had guard duty the rest of the week due to the manpower shortage. "When are the Marines coming back?" I asked her. She replied with an unknowing shrug. "Come on now, Miss Lydia. I think you have the inside scoop on everything going on around here, am I right?" She glanced at Kelly, who gave her a knowing smile. Lydia actually looked conspiratorially around and then lowered her voice. "They had a hard time getting into the lab, but they've finally gotten into it. Kincaid and Smeltzer believe they'll need a minimum of 6 weeks for the incubation process." I nodded thoughtfully as she spotted someone fast walking down the hall. Lydia hurried toward them, calling their name as they disappeared around a corner. "Well, I guess you know what I'll be doing the rest of the week," I said to Kelly. "Yeah, stuck in a small shack for 8 hours a day with a woman who wears tight shorts and thin tank tops. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure there's some cologne stored in the trailer if you want any. I'm sure Pris would be impressed." I glanced at her. "You're full of yourself this morning." She smiled sweetly before entering the cafeteria. I went to the armory, checked in, and looked at the schedule on the dry erase board. Boner had paired me up with Pris for each guard shift. I pointed at the board. "What's up with that?" I asked. He looked at the board and seemed perplexed for a moment, as if the question troubled him. "That's the way it is," he finally answered. "Besides, nobody else likes working with her." "I can certainly understand that," I muttered, got the necessary items, and walked to the kennel. "Hi, pretty girl," I said to Zoe. She responded with a silent bark and wagging tail. "All right, I know you hate being cooped up here. How about spending guard duty with me?" When I opened the door, she dashed out and ran around in circles, burning off her pent-up energy. She eagerly followed while she ran back and forth, sniffing everything, and when we got to post 3, she instantly became friends with Lois and Norman. "What a beautiful dog," Lois exclaimed as she petted her. "Yeah, she's still got a lot of puppy in her, but she won't run off, and I'd rather not keep her cooped up in the kennel." "She'll be better company than the other bitch you'll be spending the day with," Norman quipped. "If you don't mind my asking, why do you guys prefer the midnight shift?" I asked. "I mean, you guys have been here since the beginning. It seems like you could pick where and when you wanted to work." Norman had a glimmer of a smile. "Just between us?" I nodded. He gave a vague wave toward the woods. "There's nothing going on out here, so during the summer we do this. It beats the hell out of mopping floors or slaving away in a hot kitchen. A little mosquito repellent, a good book, perhaps even a comfortable pillow, and we're fine." "When the weather changes, you better believe we'll be changing jobs," Lois added. "We're not going to be freezing our asses off in this little shack again. If Lydia thinks otherwise, I'm going to wring her neck." I would have suggested putting a small stove in the shack, but it was probably going to be something I'd end up doing myself. "What did you guys do before?" I asked. "Oh, we both worked in accounting," Norman said. "They're pretty much useless occupations these days, but we managed to finagle ourselves into the bunker before they shut the door." "My wife was studying accounting, back before," I said, remembering Kelly telling me she worked in a hotel and was going to school on the side. Norman yawned and patted me on the shoulder. "If you'd like, come by early in the morning. We'll give you the entire history about this place. But I think right now I want to get some breakfast and then take a nap." He stopped like an idea popped up in his head. "Say, I haven't seen you at any of the events," he remarked. "You mean the cornhole tournaments and whatnot?" I asked. Norman chuckled and nodded. I shrugged. "I spend most evenings with my kids. Kelly spends all day with them and usually needs a break." "Oh, well, that makes sense. A happy wife is a happy life, right?" he said as he glanced at Lois. "Yep, absolutely," I replied. "Well, if anything changes, on Friday nights some of the men play cards. You're welcome to join us sometime. It's a good way to get to know some of these people a little better." "I'll see if I can get permission," I said. Norman grinned broadly. "Excellent. Hopefully you can join us." Lois gave Zoe one last pat before they headed off. We played fetch with her tennis ball for the next 10 minutes to get some of the energy out of her system, and then went in the guard shack. It was cleaner today. Somebody had swept the floor and knocked down the cobwebs. I checked in on the field phone and settled down. Pris arrived 20 minutes later. She was wearing a plain tan tank top, sans bra, and some olive drab cargo shorts which actually covered her butt cheeks. Her legs were freshly shaved, and I had to admit they were pleasing to the eye. I liked Kelly's legs better, but hers were nothing to criticize. She stopped short when she walked in and spotted Zoe. "Who's Mutt?" "Mine," I replied. "Her name's Zoe." "She better not bite me," she retorted and plopped down in the other chair. Zoe eyed her warily. Pris looked around and spotted my oversized thermos. "What'd you bring?" she asked. "Iced tea. If you're nice, I'll share." "I'm always nice," she replied. I grunted in response and poured her a cup. "Do you have any sugar?" she asked. "Nope, they tell me there's a shortage of it, so they save it for cooking," I said. "Only certain people have access to it, like my father." "Yeah, it figures." "He doesn't care much for you," she said. "The feeling is mutual. He said if it wasn't for your immunity, you and your people would have never been allowed in here." "That's probably true," I said. "As it was, we almost didn't come." "Why did you?" I thought about my answer. "A couple of reasons. We had no doctors, and I have my kids to think about, and if there's any validity of a vaccine being created, it would be selfish of me not to contribute." I sipped some coffee. "Have you seen the extinction model?" She tilted her head as she stared at me. "Extinction model?" "Yeah. They've determined unless there's some type of intervention, the human race will be gone within 50 years or so." She frowned. "My father said something about that. If they find a cure, do you think they'll kick you out?" "It's possible, I suppose." I picked up the binoculars and started to scan. "If they do, where would you go?" she asked. "Back home to Tennessee," I answered. She scoffed. "Rednecks Central." I gave her a look as I sipped some coffee. "Have you ever been there?" She ignored my question and took the liberty of refilling her cup. "Do you have your poetry book?" she asked. I reached into my backpack and handed it to her. She didn't thank me. Instead, she made herself comfortable, put her earphones in, and started reading. That was fine with me. I much preferred the silence over her snide remarks. I made another scan of the woodline and then got another book out. After a few minutes, she asked me what I was reading. I held it up so she could see the title. It was a mystery thriller I'd checked out of the library. Looks stupid, she said, with a roll of her eyes to accentuate her remark. Honestly, I was having difficulty enjoying it, but if I voiced my agreement with her opinion, I'm sure she'd respond with some kind of smart-ass response. An hour later, she did her usual restroom break and actually waited until she got back in the guard shack before zipping up her shorts. I waited until she was finished before standing and pulling the used trash bag out of my backpack. "I'm going to stretch my legs," I said. Zoe jumped up quickly and followed me out. She stopped to sniff a spot on the ground, presumably the spot where Pris had urinated. Zoe squatted and pissed on top of it. She then caught up with me and dropped her tennis ball at my feet. I gave it a throw and then worked on getting trash out of the wire. I'd made significant progress yesterday, and there wasn't much left. After an hour, I went back to the shack. Pris was asleep. I tried not to wake her. She was a lot more pleasant to be around when she was asleep, but Zoe ruined it by sniffing her crotch. Pris awoke with a start, and of course glared at me. When our relief came, she practically pushed me aside, getting out of the guard shack. I chose to walk instead of riding in the cart. It was an overcast day, but the temperature was not too bad. Low 80s, I'd guess. I felt like I'd wasted an entire day doing nothing, but I guess guard duty was a necessary evil. As I neared the main buildings, I spotted Bert riding toward Post 3 on one of the carts. I waved. He turned and made a beeline toward me. "Oh, what's up, Bert?" I asked. "There's a man at the main gate, claiming to know you and Kelly. Hop on." As we got closer to the main gate, I saw a man sitting on a horse, one leg wrapped around the pommel, his head angled down, like the fatigue of being in the saddle too long was wearing on him. The Stetson hat covered his face, but I would have known who it was if I was blind in one eye and nearsighted in the other. Even so, as we got nearer, I realized I couldn't feel anything from the neck down, and I think I was actually trembling a little. I jumped off of the cart before it came to a stop and jogged up. My mouth had suddenly become dry, and I could barely croak out his name. "Fred?" He looked at me a long moment before responding. "I would have been here sooner, but those damn zombies made things a little hard on me." I nodded in understanding. He looked like he'd aged 10 years. Though he had a thick gray beard, I could tell he'd lost weight. His features were drawn into an older, meaner version of the Fred I'd met not so long ago. A lifetime ago. He handed me the reins before stiffly getting off of his horse and then offered his hand. We shook and then embraced in a hug. "It's good to see you, son," he said huskily. "I thought you were dead," I replied, my voice breaking. "I thought I was too for a while," he replied. He pulled back and looked at me. "Damn, it's good to see you." "What are you doing here?" I asked. "You and the kids," he answered. I knew he wasn't going to say much without me prying it out of him, and even then he most likely wasn't going to talk in front of strangers. I gave him a look of understanding. We'd talk more when we were alone. "The kids have grown so much I don't think you'll recognize them." Fred actually smiled now. It was a tired smile all the same. "That's good," he said quietly. "That's good." Bert cleared his throat and introduced himself. "If you're a friend of Zach's, you must be a good man. I see you know your way around a horse." "That I do," Fred said. Bert slapped his side. "Hot damn, we got us another cowboy on the payroll." He then looked the two of us over, and his grin was tempered somewhat. "Well, I imagine you two have a lot of catching up to do." I laughed. "That's an understatement." I hugged Fred again, not noticing him flinch slightly. "I must have a million questions to ask you." "All right," Bert responded and looked at me. "You know he's got to be tested, so I'll get that expedited, and maybe I can even talk my contrary wife into fixing him a plate of hot food while he waits for the docs to do their thing." I looked at him in appreciation. "Thanks, Bert." "So, what the heck happened?" I asked. Everyone had gone inside, leaving Fred and me sitting on the ground several feet away from the guard post. Dr. Salisbury had come out, introduced herself, and then drew a couple of vials of blood. Fred waited until she was out of earshot before speaking. A sniper shot me," he said plainly. "Yeah, that's what I was told. I looked for you, but it wasn't until several days later." I briefly told him of the abduction, the escape, and how Kelly and I found each other. I paused and cleared my throat. "Did you see the pile of burned bodies?" I asked. "I was told about it," Fred replied. "A Marine colonel was behind it all. He's dead now. Janet cut his throat." Fred gave me a look, and I was about to explain, but we stopped talking when we saw a golf cart barreling down the road. It was Kelly and the kids. Kelly had Macy in her lap, and Sammy was holding Frederick tight as Kelly drove. Zoe was running close behind, and Anne was in a second golf cart. Fred got to his feet and waited. It was then I saw him favoring his left side. He gave Kelly a hug and looked at the kids.
Holy cow, they have grown.
Yes, they have, I said. We stopped calling him Rick. He looked at me questioningly. When we thought you were gone, we reverted to his formal name. I looked at my son and rubbed his head. Now he's Frederick.
I like that, he said, and looked over at Kelly and me as Zoe checked him out. So, you too?
Yep, I said. He nodded slowly, reached down, and scratched Zoe behind her ears.
That's good.
He looked at the kids again and then focused on Sammy. Fred sized him up and then offered his hand.
I don't believe we've met. I'm Fred McCoy.
I'm Sam Hunter, Sammy replied. He looked Fred squarely in the eyes like I'd taught him and shook Fred's hand. Zach said you were the fastest man with a gun he'd ever seen.
Well, I don't know about that. How about this? When everything settles down a mite, maybe the three of us can do some shooting. Maybe I'll show you a trick or two.
Now Sammy was wide-eyed, and all he could do was nod his head. We sat back down and made small talk while he ate, but I got the impression Fred didn't want to talk in front of the others. Kelly asked a couple of questions, but I gave her a subtle shake of the head. She understood. Soon the small talk dried up. The phone to the guard post chimed, and there was a small conversation. "The doc said you're good to go," the guard yelled out. "Thanks," I replied. We all stood and brushed off our pants. "As soon as we get inside, I'm going to find Lydia and insist Fred gets a room," Kelly said. "Good. You go ahead and we'll be in shortly." Kelly nodded at me and took off in the golf cart with the kids. The rest of us walked to the barn. Bert had stripped his horse down, brushed him, and neatly stacked his gear. Fred didn't have much, a bedroll and saddlebags, but Sammy carried them proudly. We'd barely got to the door when Kelly met us. "Piece of cake," she said with a grin. "Lydia likes me. Follow me." "All right, I'm going to deal with the kids," she said, and gave Fred another hug before leaving. Fred walked in his new room and gave it a cursory once-over.
"It's going to be a little strange sleeping in a real bed."
I chuckled. "I think you'll get used to it." Fred looked around some more, then focused on Sammy.
"Mr. Sam, I'd like to speak with Zach in private. I hope you understand."
"Yes, sir," Sammy responded, and quickly left, closing the door behind him. Fred walked over and sat on the edge of the bed.
"I suppose I should take a shower before getting in between these clean sheets."
I nodded and waited. I knew he wanted to talk, but Fred wasn't one to speak casually. When he had something he wanted to say, he'd chew on it a minute and form it in his head before his mouth moved. "So I'm out there in the cornfield, just hoeing out the weeds, and all of a sudden I'm lying on the ground and in a world of pain." He unbuttoned his shirt and spread it open. There was an ugly, puckered scar on the upper left side of his chest. "I'd say he aimed center mass, but his aim was off a mite," he said. "It went clean through, nicked the scapula, maybe did a little nerve damage. It's still healing up." "What'd you do?" "I played dead for a while. When I was sure nobody was going to walk up and finish the job, I managed to get my handkerchief into the front hole. My back was caked in mud, so it probably stanched the blood. Then I started crawling through the rows of corn. Bo had been out fishing. He laid low and found me the next day." "Bo's alive?" I asked. Fred nodded. "He was. Penny was, too. She gave birth to a little girl." "Yeah, we went to Bo's place, but nobody was there." "We had a spot of trouble one day. Bo had to kill a few boys, but they had friends. Bo was a proud new daddy and was worried, so we went to a little cabin out in Hickman County. I think I know why, but why didn't you all go back to the school?" "None of us liked those people, and we weren't certain whether or not they were involved in the murders." "Okay, so what happened?" Fred's features darkened. "We were doing okay. It was only us three and the baby, but we were doing okay. Then Bo came home from hunting one evening and complained of a headache. He'd somehow got infected. He turned sometime during the night and attacked Penny. I had to kill them both." I shook my head sadly. Bo was a good man and a good friend to Fred. I knew it must have been hard on him. "What happened to the little girl?" "I came across a group of people led by an overly large man who I had a conversation with once on the CB radio. They said they knew you." My eyes widened. "Big country?" I asked. Fred nodded again. "Big country, his wife and sister, and a man with a bad arm." "Floyd," I said. "Yeah, they told me about the rendezvous and how you were still alive." "Wow," I said. "So they're doing okay?" Fred nodded. "How long ago was that?" "About a month ago. When they told me you were still alive, I left the little girl with them and went back to the school. Mark, Ward, and Tanya were there." I frowned in puzzlement. "What about the rest?" Murdered, Fred answered. He paused to take his boots off. Some marauders hit them in the middle of the night. They managed to fight them off, but everyone was killed except those three. I guess it happened not too long after you guys had left. Even the kids? I asked. Fred nodded somberly. All but three. Brittany and the two twins. He scratched his ear. I guess I'm getting old. I can't remember the names of those twins for the life of me. Melinda and Melissa. They were Gus's kids. Brittany was an orphan girl they picked up along the way. Yeah, that sounds right. So, Tanya, Mark, and Ward sat me down and told me everything that had happened since I got shot. Then they told me about Mount Weather and gave me the map you'd left with Tanya. I sat in the lone chair and held my face in my hands. It was sad news. I barely knew some of the people who'd recently come from the CDC, but I liked Rhonda. I even liked the kids. It was going to be tough telling Kelly. Fred stretched his feet out and wiggled his toes. His socks were heavily soiled and had holes in them. Okay, I have to ask, why didn't you use a car? You could have gotten here a lot sooner. Fred shook his head slightly. Cars are too undependable these days. I'm better on a horse. It's slower, but I can see and hear things on a horse that I wouldn't be able to in a car. It made sense. Fred was an outdoorsman through and through. Riding all day on a horse and sleeping on a bedroll under the stars was no problem for a man like him. You run into any trouble? I asked. A couple of hordes. I managed to avoid them. Oh, I bumped into some people in Bristol. They talked about y'all, but I didn't let on that I knew you. Ah, that had to be Joe and his two kids, I said. Yeah, I met Riley. Never saw the son, but I knew he was there. He scratched his head. I got an odd feeling about them. I didn't stick around. Yeah, same with me, but they treated us well enough. How's Sarah? Fred casually asked. I looked at him, realizing I had not mentioned her. She's good, I said. She's currently out on a mission to Fort Detrick. They're attempting to get a lab up and running and create a vaccine. He looked at me for a moment. They've found a cure? Right now, it's a definite maybe. I explained how it all came about and how it turned into Colonel Coltrane deciding he needed to abduct us. Fred listened quietly. When I was finished, he was quiet for a minute before speaking again. Tanya said Sarah has gone and hooked up with somebody. Yeah, Rachel Benoit. She's a sergeant in the Army. She came up from the CDC. She's nice, has a zany sense of humor. You'd like her. Fred took the news in silence and looked at his toes sticking out of his socks. I've got extras back in the room, I said. I'll get you a couple of pairs. Appreciate it, he replied and stood. I think I'll take a long shower and hit the sack. What time do you roll out of bed in the morning? How about 5? I have guard duty at 7, so we'll have a little time to get a cup of coffee, and I'll get Bert to show you around and get you acquainted. I grinned. I have a feeling you and him are going to become fast friends. He's a little bit, loquacious, though. Loquacious? He's a talker, I said. When I walked in our room, Kelly had Macy and Frederick tucked in and was reading them a bedtime story. Contrariwise, continued Tweedledee, if it was so, it might be, and if it were so, it would be, but as it isn't, it ain't. That's logic. Frederick laughed gleefully while Macy looked confused. She could barely keep her eyes open, but little Frederick looked wide awake and could stay up all night. He looked up and saw me. Hi, Daddy, he said with a big smile. I walked over to the bed and sat on the edge. Hi yourself, big guy, and gave him a hug. Macy did not want to be left out, and although she was too tired to sit up, she held her arms out expectantly. I leaned over and gave her a hug, too. After we had gotten them to sleep, I told Kelly about the deaths of the others. I then held her in my arms while she sobbed quietly. There's so much death in this world now, she lamented. Will it ever change? I held her tightly. I don't know, sweetheart. Fred was awake and waiting for me the next morning when I knocked on his door. Fresh socks, I said with a grin and handed them over. I got fresh jeans and a couple of shirts, too. He gave one of his famous micro-expressions, letting me know he was immensely grateful before he set everything on the bed, took the pair of socks, and walked over to a nearby chair. I believe my feet will be pleasantly surprised, he said as he sat down and put them on. He wiggled his toes in satisfaction before putting his boots on. I'm pretty sure I can scrounge up a new pair of boots, too, I said, as the two of us walked down the hallway. How did Kelly take the news? He asked. About like what you'd expect. First there was grief, then she started feeling guilty for us not being there for them. Yeah, he said in understanding. After a moment, he changed the subject. Tell me the layout of this place, he requested. There's some good people here, but I swear to goodness they should have left the politicians back in D.C. They think the best way to solve a problem is to talk about it for hours, weeks even. The people who do the real work around here put up with them for some reason. We'd barely made it to our table when Bert burst through the door. He spotted us and quickly walked over. I already had a cup of coffee poured for him. Hot damn, I can tell this is going to be a good day already. Are you men ready to do some good old-fashioned farm work? I'm afraid it's only going to be you two. I'm relegated to guard duty. I looked at my watch. I report in an hour. Bert looked crestfallen for a moment, but then his grin returned. All right, he said. Let's get some breakfast, and then we'll get started. Chapter 25. Melvin's Return. Mount Weather, Melvin announced as they drove up to the main gate. Those zombies had held them at bay for hours before they could get back on the road, and didn't roll in until 1800 hours. He parked his truck off to the side and killed the engine. We're not going in? Savannah asked. I have to keep my truck parked outside of the compound because of Peggy. Let me guess, nobody wants a zombie inside the fence, she surmised. You'd be correct. They take a dim view of her. I wonder why, she asked sarcastically. Melvin gave her a look. Come on, he said, and got out of the truck. Howdy, Slim. Melvin greeted the man in the shack. Slim was a skinny 20-year-old with a constant grin who could eat all day long and not gain a single pound. There was always supposed to be a minimum of 2 guards at all times. Melvin started to ask where his partner was, but then decided he didn't care. He was tired from the road and hungry. Well, Slim said. You've been gone a while this time. Did you miss me? Melvin asked. Slim responded with a boyish grin. I missed Peggy. Melvin chuckled. He liked Slim. Anything going on? He asked. We got some new people the other day, Slim said. All the way from Tennessee. One of the dudes caught Paul and Pris breaking into his trailer and beat the hell out of them. Melvin chuckled. Sorry I missed that one. Paul is a smart-mouthed punk. Yep, so is his sister. Well, we're going to hustle to the cafeteria before they shut it down for the night. Keep an eye on my stuff, will you? Sure, Melvin, he said. I'll take real good care of Peggy, he chuckled, and then focused on Savannah for the first time as the two of them walked off. Hey, wait, Melvin. Who's that? She can't go in till she's been tested. Melvin gave a flippant wave and kept walking. Savannah looked back questioningly before hurrying to keep up with Melvin. Holy shit, Savannah muttered when they walked into the cafeteria. She stopped to take everything in and then followed the crowd to the buffet line. Her appearance, raggedy clothes with dried mud, got her more than a couple of suspicious looks, but she only had eyes for the food and began loading up a tray. Melvin watched her in amusement before spotting Foswell, Stark, and some others sitting at their usual table. He walked over. Good evening, sirs and/or ma'ams, Melvin said to the table and then focused on Stark. You want to report now or in the morning? Stark took a drink from a glass of water and eyed Melvin coolly. Considering you've let an individual into the compound who I would guess hasn't yet been tested, perhaps you should do it now, he said. Melvin sat, but before he got started, Savannah slapped the tray down on the table and sat beside him. I got enough for both of us, she said, and gave Melvin a sarcastic look as she daintily unfolded a napkin and placed it in her lap. She then picked up a knife and fork, and with the same daintiness, cut into the hamburger steak. This is Savannah. We met in Oak Ridge, Melvin explained. Savannah glanced at them shyly before concentrating on her food. Have you vetted her? One of them asked. Of course, Melvin asked and started to speak, but Savannah interrupted him. What's vetting? She asked. It's where I check you out and make sure you're not a spy or some crazy chick whose intention is to cause problems. Oh, she said, and looked back at the person who was one of Stark's aides. I'm not crazy, she said plainly. You see? There you go, Melvin said. Properly vetted. Savannah held up a fork with a piece of meat on it in front of Melvin. He stuck it in his mouth and chewed. Not bad at all, he said. Sergeant Clark, if you please, General Foswell said. Y-12 is occupied. They wouldn't let us in, but they seem to have a really sweet operation going. They have power, water, food, advanced fortifications, you name it. I spoke to a man who was presumably their leader, but he only identified himself as Doc Kreese. Stark nodded at one of his aides, who opened a laptop and started tapping on the keyboard, presumably doing a name search. How is their health? Stark asked. They appeared to be in good shape, Melvin answered. I didn't see all of them, but the men were healthy, nourished, clean-shaven. They had gardens, crops, and some cattle. I'd say they've done all right for themselves. Weaponry? Seth asked. All were armed with Heckler and Koch MP5s. Each man also had a handgun as a backup weapon. All of them had level 2 holsters. None of that stuck in their waistband nonsense, and each had pouches for extra magazines. It gave me the impression they were disciplined. I didn't see anything heavier, no tanks, artillery, or mortar pits. "Are they nuclear?" he asked. Melvin nodded. "The cooling tower had water vapor coming out of it. They have plenty of power." "They have little kids," Savannah said. "I saw a bunch of them, maybe 10 or 12, and they looked healthy and clean, and they were running around playing and having fun, and that kind of tells you they ain't starving. They wouldn't be having fun if they were starving." She looked around to see everyone at the table staring at her, suddenly causing her to become embarrassed. "I took pictures," she added, her voice trailing off. Secretary Stark regarded her thoughtfully, while General Foswell's expression was anything but thoughtful. He seemed irritated at her mere presence, and it showed. Stark focused back on Melvin. "Thank you both for your input. I'll expect a full report from you ASAP, Sergeant. In the meantime, I'm sure you two want to enjoy your dinner." Melvin recognized he was being dismissed. "You'll have it, sir," he said, stood, and motioned Savannah to follow him. "Why'd we change tables?" Savannah asked as they sat. "They don't know you, so they weren't comfortable talking about things with you present." "Oh." She drank some water and then looked at Melvin again. "So you report to a general. That's pretty cool. Is he the head motherfucker in charge?" "Language?" Melvin chided. Savannah rolled her eyes. "In answer to your question, that was the Secretary of Defense I was speaking to. The other guy is a general, but no, they're not the head honcho. The president is." He gestured. "He's sitting right over there." Savannah looked over. "He looks older in real life," she said, and then continued eating. Melvin had only gotten a couple of bites of the hamburger steak when he felt a presence. He looked up to see Dr. Salisbury standing over him. She was an African-American woman in her mid-40s who had been stranded and trapped within the confines of Georgetown Hospital for over a year. "Hi, Doc, what's cooking?" Melvin asked. "It would appear that once again you have brought someone into Mount Weather without allowing for the testing protocol to take place first." "Are you talking about me?" Savannah asked. "Yes, I am, young lady," Dr. Salisbury said, and again looked pointedly at Melvin. Melvin gestured with his fork. "Dr. Salisbury, meet Savannah Stratton. Dr. Salisbury is my personal proctologist." Dr. Salisbury emitted a sigh as she frowned and cast a brief glance heavenward. "Melvin, could we please dispense with your callous brand of humor? This is a serious matter." "What is she talking about?" Savannah asked. Melvin chewed and swallowed before answering. "Before anyone is allowed into Mount Weather, they have to be tested first to see if they're infected." "Oh," she looked at Dr. Salisbury. "I'm not infected," she declared. Dr. Salisbury continued frowning. "Be that as it may, we have protocols in place. I'm going to have to bring this matter to the attention of General Foswell and have this young lady quarantined until she is tested." "What kind of tests?" Savannah asked. "Blood tests," Dr. Salisbury replied, as she eyed Savannah's skinny torso. "When is the last time you've had a full checkup, dear?" Savannah shrugged. "I guess maybe back when I was 13 or 14. Back before, you know?" The doctor appraised Savannah and was about to speak, but Melvin interrupted. "Now, Doc, General Foswell has already met her. He has enough on his plate already. You don't need to be bothering him with trivial matters." "This is not a trivial matter, Mr. Clark." He sighed. "I understand," he replied, and fished into his shirt pocket. As he did so, he caught sight of a particular woman sitting at a table on the far end of the cafeteria, giving him a hard stare. The fact that she was sitting next to her husband did not seem to dissuade her. Melvin quickly turned away and refocused on the doctor. "I brought you a present, Doc," he said. Dr. Salisbury looked down at a small strip of paper Melvin was holding. "You know what it is, right?" he asked. She took it out of his hand and inspected it. "Of course. It's a test strip for a blood coagulation test meter." Melvin nodded. "Yep, you're exactly right. On our way back here, Savannah and I happened upon one of those health clinics. It was mostly empty, you know how it goes, but Savannah found a box of about 1,000 of these little rascals sitting in a drawer." "Very nice, Melvin, but they're worthless without a meter, and we don't have any." Dr. Salisbury pointed at Savannah. "Now I must insist you escort Savannah out of the compound until she can be tested." Melvin once again nodded in seeming agreement. "You say you don't have a meter?" he asked. Now Dr. Salisbury arched an eyebrow. "Melvin Clark, what are you up to?" Melvin helped himself to a forkful of green beans before answering. "I've got 2, he said casually. "2? 2 testing meters?" "Yep, found them still hooked up to their chargers, and they look like they've hardly been used." Dr. Salisbury folded her arms as she stared at Melvin, watching him eat. "All right, I'm listening." Melvin pointed his fork at Savannah. "I've been with her for a couple of days now. If memory serves me correctly, you and those other smart people gave us a lecture about infected people, and you yourself said the symptoms will manifest itself no later than 24 hours after being exposed, right?" He waited for Dr. Salisbury to respond, but she merely kept staring at Melvin. "So with that in mind, I've not seen any kind of zombie symptoms. Besides, he won't be bothered to do tests until in the morning anyway. Let's do this. How about I keep her with me for the night? I'll keep her locked up in my room, and first thing in the morning I'll bring her to medical." "Don't I have a say-so in this?" Savannah asked with a touch of indignation. "Nope," Melvin replied curtly, and then looked at the doctor expectantly. Dr. Salisbury stared hard at Melvin, as if he were hatching some evil plot to infect Mount Weather for nefarious purposes. She then eyed Savannah up and down, looking for any telltale signs of infection. "All right, but she better be secured in your room, away from other people." She then looked at Savannah. "I'll see you promptly at 8. "You got it, Doc," Melvin said. "And bring those meters," she said before walking off. After eating, the two of them went to Melvin's truck and gathered some gear. "What do you do with Peggy?" Savannah asked. "If I think it's going to be bad weather, I'll throw a tarp over her. Otherwise, I'll leave her like she is." "Are you ever going to kill her?" "Hell, I don't know," Melvin answered. He thought about it as they walked back. He knew she was never going to get back to normal, and yet he couldn't bring himself to putting a bullet in her head. Someone once commented, he couldn't remember who, but they said it was the best way to give mercy to people who were no longer human. Melvin had been lucky enough to be assigned a room. It was so small it reminded him of a prison cell, but he was grateful all the same. There were about a dozen people who still slept in the dorm, but Melvin was a light sleeper, and listening to other people snoring and farting all night was not his idea of fun. Besides, the guys who lived in the dorm loved to get high. They'd smoke until the late hours of the night. Melvin didn't care, but the smoke was overwhelming, and he never cared for marijuana. This place could use some cleaning," Savannah said when they walked in. He looked around. She was right. His room was filthy. "Yeah, well, I've been meaning to get around to it." "Where's the bathroom?" "Down the hall," Melvin answered. "There's a male and female locker room. The luxury suites have their own restrooms, but not us." "I'd really like to take a hot shower," she said. "I haven't had one of those in I don't know how long." "Yeah, go ahead," Melvin said. He dug in a drawer for a couple of towels and a fresh pullover shirt for her to wear. "I think I'm going to do the same. I'll leave the door unlocked. Just make yourself at home if I'm not here when you get through." "Okay." Melvin unlaced his boots and tossed them in a corner. He looked around. Savannah was right. His room was filthy. If he didn't have a work detail tomorrow, maybe he'd work on it a little. But there was an urgent issue he had to attend to right away. He grabbed his toiletry kit, a towel, and hustled down the hallway. He heard someone in one of the shower stalls singing off-key. He set his stuff on a bench and then hurried into a toilet stall. He dropped his pants and sat. That was the thing about MREs. They stopped you up. There was nothing like some fresh vegetables to loosen things up. He closed his eyes in relaxation as nature took its course. Whoever was showering was finished now. Melvin could hear them drying off and dressing, then he heard the sound of the locker room door. He was alone now, which certainly helped with his current activity. Oh, this one was going to be a double flusher, he thought, but that was okay. Get it all out now, he thought. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the locker room door opening. "Melvin?" Savannah asked. "Damn," he thought, "can't a man have a little private time?" "I'm a little busy at the moment," he said. "Okay," she said. He kept waiting for the sound of the door, but he never heard it. "Go back to the room," he ordered. "I'll see you in a few minutes." Finally, he heard the door. He flushed, opened the door, and peeked out. Satisfied she was gone, he walked across the locker room to the showers. She was sitting on the bed, wrapped in a towel, waiting for him. "That was wonderful," she said with a smile. "Yeah." He opened a dresser drawer, found a hairbrush, and handed it to her. She could see the mirror from where she sat, and began brushing her hair out. He couldn't help but notice how much better it looked once she'd washed it with real shampoo. Once finished, she slipped on the shirt and then crawled under the covers. Melvin put on a fresh t-shirt and a raggedy pair of sweatpants. "All right, sleep good. I'm going to crash out in the dorm," he said. "You're leaving?" Melvin nodded. "Stay here," she requested. Melvin insisted he was going to sleep in the dorm. Savannah argued she wasn't going to steal his bed and would therefore join him in the dorm. After arguing the point back and forth, Melvin gave up and found himself in the bed with her. "This is nice," Savannah cooed as she snuggled close. "But your sheets smell like a monkey's ass." Chapter 26. Savannah's Physical. "I have good news and not so good news," Dr. Salisbury said, and looked at Savannah with what she hoped was a reassuring smile. "You aren't infected." "Okay, I knew that already," Savannah replied. Melvin had surprised her the next morning. He'd woken early and washed her only set of clothes. Although they were clean now, she still looked like a ragamuffin. Dr. Salisbury continued. "The not so good news. You're suffering from malnourishment. I'm sure it has to do with how you were living and not something like anorexia, correct?" "Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, I'm not anorexic. I've been through a rough time recently is all, but it's all good now. And I had a big dinner last night." "Okay, good. And now for some more unpleasant news. You have chlamydia. Based on my examination, you also have what is commonly referred to as pelvic inflammatory disease." She waited for a response, but Savannah remained quiet and slowly folded her arms around her. "You may have noticed some symptoms. Painful urination, perhaps an unpleasant odor." Savannah reluctantly nodded as she stared at a spot on the tile floor. "Okay, I'm going to prescribe you some antibiotics. Take all of them, and do not engage in sexual activity until you've completed your dosage. The symptoms should clear up, but I want you back here in 2 weeks for a follow-up. In the meantime, eat." "Okay," Savannah answered, wondering if she was still going to be around in 2 weeks. "Have you and Melvin been engaging in any type of sexual acts?" "No, ma'am," Savannah answered. He's nice to me, but there's been no sex. I don't think he's interested in me like that. Probably because my ribs poke out like a skeleton, and up until recently I was a whore for a group of scumbags, she thought. Dr. Salisbury eyed her, as if wondering if she were telling the truth or not. "There is one other thing," she said. Savannah looked at her expectantly. "The PID has caused issues. You will most likely be unable to have children." "Okay," Savannah said in almost a whisper. She stared off into space as she wondered why God had been so cruel to her. Dr. Salisbury sat beside her. "Tell me what happened to you, dear." Savannah hugged herself tighter with her arms and remained stubbornly silent. The doctor waited for a few minutes before relenting and giving Savannah a reassuring pat on the leg. "Well, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here, okay? Can I go now?" Dr. Salisbury stood and gave her a motherly expression. "Of course. Be sure to follow my instructions. The dentist is next door." She waited until Savannah had left before getting on the phone and calling General Foswell. In an uncharacteristic move for a doctor, she gave a full recounting of Savannah's health issues. "So, she's putting Weather at risk of spreading STDs," he surmised. "I don't think so," Dr. Salisbury responded. "She's obviously been traumatized. I'd guess there's been at least one incident of rape. The good news, if it is good news, she's formed an attachment to Melvin. I don't see her sleeping around. The only person at risk of contracting an STD from her would be him." "Let's hope you're right, Doctor." General Foswell drummed his fingers in silent thought. He glanced over at his desk to a framed photograph. It was a picture of him in his 20s, arm around a pretty blonde who was close to his age. They were dressed in formal attire. It was his wife. The venue was a soiree at her parents' country club. Happier times. General Harlan Foswell thought of himself as a good Christian, Catholic, to be precise. His wife was the first person he knew who became infected. He and his son buried her in the backyard before loading up their belongings in his government-assigned Lincoln Navigator and driving directly to Mount Weather. Harlan looked at his Bible. It was lying beside the photo and open to the Book of Revelations, verse 16:21 to be exact. He'd read it so many times he had it memorized long ago. He believed the Lord was using the plague to punish mankind, and it wouldn't do for a couple of crazy scientists to create a vaccine so the unjust could continue living. Gunderson. Zachariah Gunderson. The young man had some sort of immunity. Even if he sabotaged the second mission like he did the first, Gunderson was an endless supply of untainted blood. He had no idea what happened to the soldiers in the first mission. The original plan was simple. He cozied up to his scientist friend and converted him. Craddock. Mayo Craddock. He talked him into taking a vial of the plague and surreptitiously breaking it inside one of the labs. The ensuing tests would identify it as a hot zone, the mission would be aborted, and everyone would come back home. Nobody came back. Something went wrong. Logic dictated they were now dead or zombified. He certainly did not mean for anyone to die needlessly. But so be it. It was the will of the Lord. Untainted blood. Harlan was convinced this was contrary to the Lord's will. He picked up the phone and dialed 3 numbers. "Get in here," he ordered. He was already scheming. He knew what people did in those guard shacks to while away the boredom. That's why he got Melvin paired up with the senator's wife. That one worked out splendidly. Melvin didn't know it, but Senator Duckworth was all too aware of his wife's illicit affair. That's also why he put Zack and Pris together. He was sure Reinhardt's whore of a daughter would successfully seduce Zack, but somehow it did not work. Pris was probably too much of an arrogant bitch for the hayseed, but a whore closer to his own age would work. He was sure of it. Once he caught an STD and passed it along to his wife, his value to Mount Weather would come to an end. He'd either have to leave, or, better yet, Melvin would kill him. He smiled smugly at himself as his plan formulated in his mind. "You don't have any cavities, but your teeth could stand a good cleaning," the dentist said. He was a thin, waspish-looking man who didn't bother introducing himself. "You'll have to schedule an appointment for later. I have other things to do today." With that, he shooed Savannah out of the office. Savannah aimlessly wandered around the main facility, looking for Melvin, and not finding him inside, went outside to the main gate. His truck was gone. She felt a knot in her stomach and walked over to the guard shack. "Have you seen Melvin?" she asked them. "Yeah, he left out this morning," one of the guards replied. "I haven't seen you around here." "Are you new?" the other one asked. "Yeah," she answered. "I got here yesterday evening." Have you been checked out?" he asked. Savannah nodded. "I met with Dr. Salisbury this morning." She could see the two men visibly relax. "So, do you guys know where Melvin went?" she asked. "Old crazy Melvin comes and goes," the first one said. "Anyone leaving is supposed to let us know where they're going and how long they'll be gone, but he never follows protocol. Are you a friend or something?" "Yeah," she answered. She wasn't a relative, but she wasn't sure how to label her relationship with Melvin. "Well, I wouldn't worry," the first one said. "Melvin can handle himself. He'll be back for dinner, guaranteed." "Thanks," Savannah said, and walked back inside. She found herself aimlessly wandering and found herself staring into an open room of what was obviously the children's daycare. There were several kids of various ages being tended to by 4 women. One of them was standing in front of a dry erase board trying to teach some simple math. Another one of them saw Savannah and walked over. "Hi," she said. "I'm Kelly. I'm new here and haven't met everyone yet." "I'm Savannah. I'm new too." "I'm happy to meet you, Savannah." "Is this a school or something?" "A combination of a daycare and school, yes. Do you have any kids?" Kelly asked. Savannah found herself biting her lip as she shook her head. Kelly noticed it as well. "Well, those 3 are mine," she said, pointing. "The older one is Sammy. He's an orphan from Oklahoma. The younger boy is Frederick, and the little girl is Macy." Savannah looked at her as Kelly smiled. "They're a handful. Well, Sammy isn't. He's quiet and adores Zack. But Frederick is full of energy and is constantly getting into everything." She smiled again. "And Macy is a typical girl. She loves attention." Kelly expected some type of reaction or response. She usually got one when she talked about the kids, but Savannah remained quiet and continued to stare at the children. Kelly opted to change the subject. "So I thought I saw you with Melvin at dinner yesterday." Savannah nodded. "Yeah, we met out on the road. Well, my family was killed and Melvin found me. He brought me here." Kelly nodded in seeming understanding. "He seems to be a unique person." "Everyone thinks he's crazy, but he ain't," Savannah replied quickly with a trace of defensiveness. "On account of his zombie wife, I guess." "It's definitely not something a person would normally do," Kelly reasoned. "Yeah, I told him he should kill her." Kelly paused a long moment before speaking. "Sweetie, are those the only clothes you have? I mean, I couldn't help but notice you were wearing them last night, and they look a little rough." Savannah dropped her head but didn't say anything. Wonderful, she thought. First, a stranger tells her she has STDs, and now another stranger is making fun of her clothing. Kelly realized she'd hit a sore spot and tried to smooth it over. "Well, okay," she said. "It's none of my business, but if you're interested, I have more clothes than I know what to do with stored in our trailer outside. If you want, we can find some for you." Now, Savannah looked up. "You'd do that?" she asked. Savannah walked in Melvin's room an hour later carrying an armful of clothing. "Honey, I'm home," she said cheerfully. There was no response. She dropped the clothes on the bed and looked around. No Melvin, no note. Realizing she didn't even know what time it was, she spotted a clock on the nightstand, but it wasn't working. Changing into a fresh pair of jeans and a polo shirt, she checked herself in the mirror. The clothes, the smallest size Kelly had, hung a little loosely on her. "I'll grow into them," she murmured, and again wondered where Melvin was. She stuck her head out of the door and looked down the hallway, but nobody was in sight. Sighing, she focused on sorting and folding her new clothing. There was a generic dresser in the small room, and she decided to use one of the drawers, hoping Melvin wouldn't mind. But there was a problem. Melvin's clothing was carelessly stuffed into each drawer. She did a sniff test and wrinkled her nose. "Men," she exclaimed, and proceeded to dump each drawer onto the bed. She spent the next 2 hours in the laundry room. When everything was dry, she made 2 trips back to the room with arms full of clothing and began the task of sorting and folding. She was deep in thought of what she was going to do with her life when she was startled by a soft knock on the door. When she opened it, there was a woman standing there whom she had not met. I'm looking for Melvin," she said as she looked over Savannah's shoulder. "He's not here." "Where is he?" she asked. The woman was an attractive strawberry blonde in her mid-30s. The way she was staring at Savannah hit her wrong, and she was immediately suspicious. "I don't know where he is," she said. "Who are you?" She stared at Savannah a moment longer before turning on her heel and walking away. She passed Kelly and another woman walking in the opposite direction. The two exchanged glances. Kelly said hello, but the woman ignored her and kept walking. "Hi again," Kelly said with a smile when they'd walked up. "This is Maria. She came from Tennessee with us." "Hi," Maria said with a quiet smile. "How are the clothes? Do they fit?" "A little loose, but I'll grow into them," Savannah felt the need to explain. "I went through a rough time recently and didn't get much to eat." "Oh, well, you'll have your weight back in no time," Kelly replied. "Speaking of eating, we're meeting everyone for lunch and we were coming to invite you." "Sure," Savannah said, wondering if she should instead wait in the room for Melvin. Her growling stomach won out. She shut the door and joined the two women. "Do you know that woman who walked by you just now?" she asked. "Yeah," Kelly answered. "Angela Duckworth." "Do you know anything about her?" "Not really," Kelly answered. "She's pleasant enough, but kind of aloof. Oh, her husband is Bob Duckworth. He's a senator from Utah, I believe. Has she done something?" "Oh, no. She was looking for Melvin. I'm sure he'll turn up for lunch." She looked down the hall as they walked. "Where are the kids?" "They're with Janet," Kelly said. "I guess I need to go ahead and warn you about her." Kelly filled her in as they walked and were soon nearing the cafeteria. "So, let me get this straight. Janet is Zach's mother-in-law from his first wife, and the kids aren't really yours?" "They may not be my biological children, but they're mine," Kelly replied. "I love 'em to death." "And Janet is a bitch," Maria said with emphasis. "With a capital B," Kelly added. The two women laughed, and Savannah smiled uncertainly as they walked into the cafeteria. When they walked through the double doors, the cooking aromas caused her stomach to growl, which she took as a good sign. She refrained from running to get in line, and forced herself to walk casually with the rest of them. "Looks like today's special is shit on a shingle," a man in front of her joked. Savannah didn't care what it was. She was ravenous. She looked around for Melvin, but not seeing him, followed Kelly. "Everyone, this is Savannah," Kelly said when they got seated, and introduced everyone individually. "Where's Melvin?" one of them asked. Savannah looked up to see the one who called himself Shooter doing the asking. For some reason, she had taken an instant disliking to him. Whenever he looked at her, he stared longer than was necessary. An attractive woman his age was sitting beside him. "I don't know," Savannah answered. "He's probably having a romantic picnic with his wife." The woman sitting beside him snickered. The other one, the one who called himself Cutter, laughed gleefully. "That's messed up, man," a young Hispanic man said. He'd walked up as Shooter was making the disparaging remarks and sat down across from her. Savannah glanced at him for a quick second. She thought he was cute, but he needed to shave off the pencil-thin mustache. It made him look stupid. "What are you doing with him anyway? He's old enough to be your father," Cutter remarked. Savannah didn't respond and concentrated on her food. She'd already done the math. Melvin was 39 and she was 18. Technically, Cutter was right, but for him to point it out angered her all the same. "You never did say where you're from," Shooter pressed. Savannah was about to put a forkful of food in her mouth, but paused momentarily and fixed Shooter with a stare. "I'm from a small town called Go Fuck Yourself, Phil. I'm sure you've heard of it." Kelly and a couple others burst out in laughter while Shooter glowered. "Hey, don't mind those two," the Hispanic man said. "They grow on you after a while. My name's Jorge. I'm Maria's brother." "It's nice to meet you, Jorge," Savannah responded and tried to mind her manners as she ate. "So, where are the men?" Janet asked. "Zach, Josue, and Bert are showing Fred the farms," Kelly answered. "He doesn't have guard duty again?" Jorge asked. Kelly shook her head. He reported in this morning and was told he'd been reassigned to the midnight shift. Why? Jorge asked. According to Ensign Boner, somebody was pissed because they felt they had seniority over Zach and yet was stuck on midnight shift while Zach got to work the day shift. Jorge scoffed. Figures. At least he won't be stuck with the senator's daughter. I tried to say hello to her yesterday and she turned her nose up at me. Speaking of job assignments, Janet said in a low voice. She turned and saw Lydia making her way toward them. She smiled warmly at Kelly. Hi, Lydia, Kelly said sweetly. Hi, Kelly, she replied. How are you liking your job assignment? It's wonderful, thanks for taking care of us. Right, Janet? Kelly pointedly asked. Janet gave her a look before responding. Yes, you've been very gracious. Yes, well, I need to speak with Melvin. Have any of you seen him? She asked. She received several shakes of the head. Lydia then looked at Savannah. Do I understand correctly you're Melvin's girlfriend? This is Savannah, Kelly said quickly. She and Melvin are good friends. Yes, Lydia said as she glanced at her tablet. You're scheduled for guard duty tonight. But I'm supposed to stick with Melvin, she said, fighting to keep a quaver out of her voice. Lydia smiled condescendingly. Orders are orders. Captain Foswell is the officer of the day. He advised me you are to report directly to the main guard post no later than 2300 hours. Let's see. She paused a moment and looked on her screen. When she did, her smile faltered. It looks like you'll be working with Mr. Gunderson, she said, and then looked at Kelly. Kelly was not to be put off. Perfect, she said. Are you sure? Lydia asked, her expression uncertain. Of course, Kelly said, and looked at Savannah with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Zach will take care of you. Janet snorted. At least he won't be stuck with that Reinhardt bitch, she said. Savannah almost finished her plate of food before she thought she was going to bust. She excused herself and went back to the room. Melvin was still not there. The ordeal of the physical and a full belly made her sleepy. She didn't even remember lying down. She woke suddenly with a fright before she realized it was Melvin who had sat on the bed beside her. How are you doing, sleepyhead? He asked with a smile. Savannah sat up and stretched. What time is it? She asked. Melvin looked at his watch. About 20 minutes before your guard shift, he said. You knew? She asked. His expression tightened. I got told about 10 minutes ago. Can't you do anything about it? She asked. Melvin shook his head. Somebody's pulling some shenanigans. I've got guard duty too, but I'm the acting sergeant of the guard. He stood and worked a kink out of his back before he realized he was doing exactly what Lonnie had done. He stopped himself. What's that? Savannah asked. Sergeant of the guard? It means I've got to keep an eye on the whole compound and can't stay with you the whole time. I'll get to the bottom of it tomorrow, but tonight we're stuck. She sat up in the bed, looking at Melvin. What? He asked. Your girlfriend came looking for you earlier. Is that where you've been all day? Melvin stared at her. She told you? She didn't have to. Melvin inhaled and let out a sigh. I was helping Bert at one of the farms. She was waiting for me when I got back. Did you do her? Savannah asked. No, he replied quickly. I told her it was over before I left. She seemed to think after a few days on the road I'd come to my senses. I made it clear she was mistaken. Savannah wrapped her arm in his and put her head against his shoulder. Here I am, getting in the middle of things. Melvin patted her on the leg. It's not your fault. All right, get cleaned up for guard duty. She would have liked to have taken a fresh shower, but she only had time to brush her teeth. Shortly after walking back to their room, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 27. Another Shade of Guard Duty. Kelly told me how Savannah had reacted when she was told she'd been assigned guard duty, and now she was absent from dinner. Zach, she looks scared to death, she said. I'm not sure what's happened to her, but the thought of being away from Melvin and stuck in a little shack with a strange man has unnerved her. I'm not strange. She gave me a light-hearted punch in the arm. You know what I mean. So I got an idea. I raided the cafeteria, made a fresh urn of coffee, fixed a couple of dozen sausage biscuits, and loaded it all up on one of the push carts. I rolled it to the elevator and down the hallway to Melvin's room. Zoe was with me, and she acted like we were on a great adventure which was going to culminate with me feeding her all of the sausages. All right, I said to her. Let's see what kind of reception I'm going to get. I then knocked softly on the door. Melvin opened the door almost immediately. Hello, I said. I'm Zach Gunderson. I'm glad to meet you, Melvin said. In fact, I believe we've met before, out on the road. Yeah, I said, outside of Roanoke. "Where are my manners? Come on in," Melvin said. "We were just getting ready to go report in." "Oh, I just wanted to stop by and introduce myself before guard duty. I took the liberty of raiding the cafeteria, so we're going to have hot coffee and some real food to snack on," I said. I then unslung one of the assault rifles I had with me. I also went ahead and signed out a rifle for Savannah. I looked at Melvin and explained. Whoever's running the armory isn't making people clean their weapons before turning them in, so I checked one out and gave it a quick once-over. I then patted the buttstock of the one still slung over my shoulder. "This one's mine. It's good to go." "What, you didn't bring me one?" Melvin asked questioningly. I chuckled. "I've heard about you, Sergeant, and I strongly suspect you have your own personal weapon you're going to use." He responded with a wry grin and retrieved a rifle from behind the open door. "Yep," he said. He took the rifle I brought for Savannah and handed it to her. "Check it," he directed. I watched as Savannah ejected the magazine, inspected the bolt, performed a flawless function check, looked over the loaded magazine, and then inserted it, charged the handle, and put it on the safety. She then looked at Melvin expectantly. "Atta girl," Melvin said. "Come on, let's get up top." Melvin drove us to the main post, and we relieved the evening shift guards 10 minutes early. They showed their gratitude by helping themselves to a couple of the biscuits before leaving. "I take it you know this guard duty procedure?" he said to me. "Yeah, a little bit," I replied. He nodded and then focused on Savannah. "All right, I have other duties to attend to. If there's any issues, get on the field phone. I have someone constantly monitoring it if I'm out and about." "Okay," she said. "If anyone comes wandering up, they aren't allowed inside the compound under any circumstances." He saw her looking at him questioningly. "Yeah, I know, we broke that rule, but anyone coming inside the compound has to be tested first. I'll be back in an hour, so if you need to go to the restroom, I can run you back to the main building." "Okay," she said again. The nervousness was apparent. Melvin gave her a reassuring look and then motioned to me. "Zach, can I have a word with you?" I followed him over to his truck, which was parked about 50 feet down the road. His zombie wife sensed our approach, and a hissing noise came out from beneath her helmet. "Savannah is a little nervous around strangers, especially men," he said in a quiet voice. "She's had a hard time lately." "Not a problem," I said, remembering Kelly's same admonishment. "I'll be on my best behavior." "Oh, and she's just now getting her strength back, so she may nod off. I'll let her sleep. In fact, if you want, you can send her back to the room. I can take care of it." Melvin shook his head. "As much as I'd like to, I can't show favoritism." "Okay," I said in understanding. Let's see," he said and scratched his chin. "Oh, that zombie over there is what's left of my wife. If she starts snarling and raising hell, it means there's zombies nearby." "Okay, good to know. My dog is a pretty good zombie alarm, too," I said, gesturing at Zoe, who had taken a sniff of Peggy and was now growling. "Well, all right then," Melvin said. "I need to make sure the other guard posts are properly relieved and all that bullshit." "She'll be fine, Melvin," I said. "I promise." He looked at me and nodded. "All right then." "What did Melvin say?" Savannah asked after Melvin had ridden away on the golf cart. "Not much," I said and smiled. "He's just worrying over you." I poured myself a cup of coffee. "Would you like some?" I asked. Savannah tentatively nodded. I poured her a cup and handed it to her. "I'd love to have some fresh coffee one day," I said. "None of this freeze-dried stuff. When I'm free again, I'm going in search of coffee plants." "Free?" Savannah asked. I nodded and explained about my immunity and how they were keeping me out of harm's way. "So, until they've created a vaccine, I'm not allowed to do anything risky. They apparently think guard duty is harmless, which I guess is true enough." "You're a prisoner, then," Savannah said. "No, it's not like that. I made an agreement with them. I can leave at any time, but this is the best place for my kids to grow up. We have doctors here, a formal education system in place, a fortified location, and don't forget about the Marines, so I'm trying to conform. What about you? What's your long-term plans?" "I don't know," she said. "I've been thinking about it, but I don't know." We were getting along, but my last two questions seemed to have struck a nerve or something, so I backed off and changed the subject. "Anyway, Kelly and the kids like it here. Personally, I'd rather be back home on my farm, but don't tell them that," I said with a small chuckle. She did not respond and had become quiet. I guess my attempt at light conversation had run its course. I looked around in the shack and saw a thermal imaging sight. I pulled it out of the case and tried it out. One of the lenses was scratched, but I had no problem seeing objects in the dark. The only thing outside at the moment were trees. "Have you ever been to the ocean?" Savannah suddenly asked. I turned the night sight off and looked at her in the dim red light. "No, I haven't." "I did once, when I was a little kid. I remember standing on the beach at the edge of the water. I was too afraid to go in, but the surf felt wonderful on my feet. Every time a wave would come in, my feet would sink a little further in the sand. My uncle told me if I stood there long enough, I'd sink all the way to China. I chuckled. Sounds like you like to joke around. I'd like to see the beach again one day, she said softly. Maybe one day we can get up a big road trip and all go together, I suggested. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Savannah agreed. I was about to say we'd need to find some fresh fuel somehow before doing something like that, but I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer. We talked throughout the night. Unlike Pris, Savannah was a pleasant person with a little bit of smartass to her. She reminded me of Andy. I told her so. Was she an old girlfriend? She asked. I chuckled. No, she started out as an adversary, but we eventually became good friends. In fact, she saved my life once or twice. I absently rubbed the knife scar on my cheek. I take it she's dead. Yeah, I replied. A lot of good people have died, and a lot of evil people are out there, still alive. Yeah, Savannah replied. There was some anger in her tone, and I looked over at her. The dim red light barely illuminated the interior of the guard shack. Even so, I could see pain in her expression. People that have lived out there, not these people here at Weather, people like you and me who had no protection of an underground bunker. We've had it rough, but we survived. Andy was petite, but she was tough as nails. I bet you are too. There was a long pause before she spoke. Thanks, Zach. She said it so quietly I almost missed it. Before I knew it, the sky was turning a light gray. I looked at my watch. Only 1 hour to go, I said. Man, this night flew by. Maybe our relief will come early. I don't know about you, but I'm heading straight to bed. Kelly will have the kids in daycare, and I'll have a nice, quiet room all to myself. This is the first time in a while I've stayed awake for 8 hours straight. I looked at her in understanding. It confirmed what I suspected. She'd been suffering from starvation recently. That's a good sign. You're getting stronger. I looked at my watch again. Time to call in. I started to reach for the phone, but Savannah stopped me. Let me, she said. She picked up the phone. Post 1, negative sitrep. I smiled at her as she hung up the phone, but then Zoe awoke suddenly and gave a small bark. Savannah looked at me in concern. I heard something too, she said. My hearing wasn't as good, so I utilized the binoculars. As I watched, a car slowly came into view. When it came to within 50 feet, Savannah gasped. I looked over. Do you recognize the car? I asked. Savannah looked frightened and tried to answer, but all she could do was stutter. Okay, get back on the field phone and call Melvin. The car, it was a Prius, approached quietly. The driver stopped near the barricade and made a point of showing his hands before getting out. He was an oafish-looking man with a fat face. The passengers, there were 2 of them, also got out of the car but lingered back and stood behind the open doors like they were using them as shields. The driver took a long, hard look at Melvin's truck, and when he turned back around, he had a goofy grin on his face. What can I do for you, gentlemen? I asked when the piggish-looking man had walked closer. Hello, he said, and his grin increased in size. We're friends with Melvin, he said, hooking a thumb back toward Melvin's truck. We don't... He stopped in mid-sentence as he looked at Savannah. His mouth dropped open before turning into a leer. He turned back to his friends. Hey, look, guys, it's Stinky, he said joyously, and then turned back to Savannah with a lascivious grin. How have you been, Stinky? We've missed you. Savannah emitted a moan from deep within her throat. I looked back at her. She was holding the phone halfway up to her head in a death grip, her face ashen and fixed in an expression of sheer terror. When I looked back at the man, he was still grinning, like there was a big joke and Savannah was the punchline. His teeth, the ones he still had, were the color of old corn, making him look even uglier, more sinister. As he continued to leer at Savannah, it dawned on me. Call it an epiphany, a revelation, whatever you wanted. I understood. I didn't know who he was, but I knew what he was, and I knew what he'd done to Savannah. He and his friends. I took one last look at Savannah, and the decision was crystal clear. The kinder, gentler Zachariah Gunderson decided it was time to take a coffee break and let the other Zach take over for a while. My thumb flicked off the safety with practiced ease as I brought my M4 up to my shoulder. The piggish-looking man's jaw dropped open about a microsecond before the 5.56 full metal jacket entered his skull between his eyes. It was an excellent shot. I could already see Fred giving one of his micro-nods of approval. The oafish one hadn't even hit the pavement before I started shooting at the next one. He already had his weapon out. It looked like an M1. An M1 was a wonderful rifle, but it was heavy. He was still trying to aim it when he caught 2 rounds, one in the chest, the second one in the neck. I moved on to the third one. He had taken cover behind the car and was now shooting back. I managed to squeeze off one shot before a round hit the wood framing inches from my face. I ducked down and saw Savannah, still standing there, frozen, staring out like she'd zoned out. I grabbed an arm and pulled her down. "Look at me," I yelled. When she did so, I spoke in a calm voice. "Stay down and wait for Melvin. I'm sure he's heard the gunfire and is on his way." There was a lull in gunfire. I peeked my head up at about the same time I saw the third one disappear into the wood line. I exited the guard shack, and it took far too long for me to open up the heavy gate. Once I did so, it took only a second to insert a full magazine before taking off at a run. I entered the woods at the spot where I saw him go in and took up a position behind a tree. It was a cat-and-mouse game now. I saw a slight amount of ground disturbance and a couple of blood drops. Good. I'd hit him. Probably nothing more than a grazing wound, judging from the scant amount of blood, but that was okay. I moved from tree to tree, deeper into the forest. His trail was easy to follow at first because he was blindly running and leaving a trail a blind man could follow. When he finally slowed to a walk, it became harder, but I was not deterred. I continued onward and kept my eyes open. Suddenly, I heard something behind me. I turned sharply, rifle ready to fire. It was Zoe. In the heat of the moment, I'd forgotten all about her. She looked up at me with one of those dog expressions, wondering why I'd left her. I squatted down and gave her a pat. It was as good a time to test her training as any. I pointed. "Sook," I commanded in a stern voice barely above a whisper. It was the German command for track and was pronounced Sook. Zoe hesitated at first. I repeated the command, and she started walking, back and forth at first, sniffing the air, but then she took off at a lope. I ran to keep up, and she stopped at a tree 100 yards ahead. There was a blood smear on the tree trunk and several drops on the ground. He'd stopped here to catch his breath, and his wound was bleeding faster now. There was also a Ruger Mini 14 lying on the ground, the forestock broken. I tapped the ground where the blood spot was. "Sook," I commanded again. Zoe took off at a dead run now. Within seconds, she was barking furiously. I sprinted through the bushes to catch up, crossed a small glade, and approached a thicket of briars where Zoe was standing, the fur on her back standing up. The man had dragged himself into the middle of a briar patch. The briars had scratched his face up, and he stared at us both, his face bloody and fixed in a mixture of hatred and fear. "Rohig," I commanded. Zoe stopped barking and stood beside me, anxiously waiting for me to give the command to attack. "Crawl out of there," I ordered. "Fuck you," he growled. I coolly appraised him. He wasn't much older than me, but shorter and far skinnier. His acne-covered face was intermixed with blood, sweat, and oil, and he generally appeared as if he wasn't worried much about hygiene. I'd run into his type before, and I'd never been impressed. "Suit yourself," I said, and raised my rifle. "The first shot's going in your gut, then I'll leave you for the zombies." "Wait!" he cried. As I held the rifle on him, he slowly crawled out and then worked himself into a sitting position. He cradled a bloodied left arm. "How bad is it?" I asked. "You shot me through my arm, you son of a bitch," he said. His tone was hateful, threatening. "Wait till Lonnie and my boys get a hold of you." "Who's Lonnie?" I asked. He cackled now. "He's the leader of the Blackjacks." "Blackjacks?" I asked. "Yeah, we're nobody to fuck with." He then snickered. "We're the ones who made Stinky one of our whores. Maybe we'll do the same to you." I'd had enough. I put the safety on and placed my rifle on the ground. He watched me cautiously. He was on edge, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. "What's your name?" I asked. "Ask your mom," he said. "She was screaming it last night." I chuckled. "Good one." He thought he was being sneaky as he casually reached behind his back with his good arm. I obliged him and appeared to be distracted by Zoe. He sprang from the ground suddenly and lunged, swinging wildly with a blackjack. I easily stepped out of the way. He was momentarily off balance, which was all I needed. Or should I say it was all Zoe needed. She latched onto his arm and bit down. The punk howled in pain. I grabbed the blackjack, wrenched it from his grip, and then put a hard right into his nose. He landed on his back, with Zoe still working on his arm. I commanded her to stop her attack and stood there, waiting. He was winded and gasping for breath, but when he looked up at me, the hatred was still there. "I'm going to kill you real slow," he threatened between breaths. I smiled. "Ooh, you sound ominous." I put a boot in his nose this time, and blood exploded out. "Any other threats you want to make?" I asked. He stayed quiet now and stared at me sullenly. "Part of me wants to take you back because there will be some people who'd like to ask you some questions, but there's a problem." "What's that?" he asked. "Savannah," I answered, and raised the blackjack. I eventually found my way out of the forest and onto Morgan's Mill Road. Within minutes, I heard the sound of horses cantering up. It was Fred and Bert. "Zoe and I could use some water," I said. Fred tossed me a canteen as Bert pulled out his handheld radio and informed them they'd found me. I knelt and slowly poured water into my cupped hand as Zoe lapped it up. When she was sated, I took a few gulps before handing the canteen back. "Did you get him?" Bert asked. I nodded. He relayed the information and listened to the response. "They're sending a vehicle to come get you." I shook my head. "No, cancel that ride. I'd rather walk back with you two." Bert nodded and spoke into the radio again. "Okay, done. There's going to be a lot of questions." "Yep, I imagine so. How's Savannah?" "She's pretty shook up," Bert said. "Melvin wouldn't let anyone speak to her and locked her in his room." I nodded. She was in no condition to be peppered with questions by uncaring people. "That's good. She doesn't need any further trauma." My response caused Fred to look at me oddly. It was more like his right eyebrow twitched a little, but he didn't question it. Bert was puzzled as well. "Did something happen to her?" he asked. "She didn't look injured." I shook my head. "It's nothing. Let's get going." Fred motioned. "Hop on," he said to me. "There's something I want to show you two." Bert and Zoe followed as Fred led off. He led us to a spot on the road and pointed. Zoe spotted it first and loped up to it. It was an abandoned car, hidden by a lot of tree limbs and brush stacked against it. Zoe sniffed it over as we stared at it. "Look familiar?" Fred asked. "Looks just like the car those three fellas were in," Bert said. He was right. It was a Prius too, and it was even the same color. Fred motioned for me to dismount, and he did the same. "Let's picket the horses here. They'll be okay for a while." Fred led us deeper into the woods. Eventually, we came upon a dead body. I walked closer and knelt beside it. It was a man, nude except for underwear, and it looked like he'd been chewed on extensively by coyotes and other critters, indicating he'd never been a zombie. The man's clothing, including a crudely made ghillie suit, were lying nearby. "Yep, he's dead," I said. "You think?" Bert asked facetiously. "Did you shoot him?" I asked. "Knife," Fred replied. "I didn't want to waste a bullet." "So you snuck up on him and knifed him?" Bert asked. "Yeah," Fred answered. "He was too focused on you and that girl in the guard shack. He never saw me, and he didn't have any backup." Bert whistled in appreciation. "I'm not following," I said. He pointed. "Go that way a little bit, and you'll come up on the perimeter fence. He was spying on you people. I'd say he was planning on doing something nasty." "So why'd you strip him down to his panties?" Bert asked. "Makes it easier for the critters. They need to eat, too." Bert nodded like it made perfect sense. "Too bad his face is all chewed up. It'd be nice if I could have seen what he looked like. Could have been I might have knowed him." Fred pointed at what was left of his right forearm. "He had a tattoo of a snake. I think it was supposed to be a cobra, but it was crudely drawn. Probably a jailhouse tat, and his tongue was split." Bert frowned. "Doesn't sound familiar." "He was scouting the place out?" I asked, although Fred had already said as much. He nodded patiently. "Him and those other three driving the exact same kind of car. That's too much of a coincidence," Bert said. I agreed. I searched through his pants. Fred must have read my mind. "He had a fob for that car. I put it behind the driver's side tire. He didn't have anything else but a rifle, knife, a Bic lighter, and this." Fred pulled out a folded-up piece of paper. When I unfolded it, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Bert looked at it over my shoulder and whistled again. We went back to the car. I knew Fred had already searched it, but he remained quiet while I searched it again. The interior was filthy and smelled like B.O. There was some dirty clothing, a blanket, a couple of jugs of water, a can of chili, and a toiletry kit, but nothing of significance. It started easily. "Let's take it back," I said. The men agreed. Zoe reluctantly jumped in and rode with me. I parked beside the other Prius, which had been moved to the side of the road. Zoe growled at Peggy as we walked by her. The mess had been cleaned up, and it even looked like someone had spread fresh dirt on the bloodstains. There were 2 new guards present. "Has anyone seen Melvin?" I asked. "Not lately," one of them said, and pointed at an approaching golf cart. Captain Foswell was driving. "I was ordered to call as soon as you showed up." I waited for the captain to stop and walked up to him. "Do you know where Melvin is?" He ignored my question. "Come with me," he ordered. "Where are we going?" "You don't ask me questions. Now turn over your weapon and get in the cart." I stared at him for a moment and then stepped forward so that we were only inches apart. I spoke in a low voice so that the guards couldn't hear me. I'm not in the mood for attitude from anybody at the moment. Either change your tone or piss off. To my surprise, his hand started drifting toward the handgun holstered on his hip. Go ahead and try it, I challenged as I adjusted the grip on my M4. He tried to give me a hard stare, couldn't do it, and put his hand back on the steering wheel. Do you want me to tell the command staff you are refusing to meet with them? He asked. The arrogance was still there, not as significant, but it was still there. I want you to get rid of the attitude, I replied. I've been through enough bullshit for one day. It sounds like I'm about to go through some more bullshit, and I haven't had any sleep in about, I looked at my watch, 20 hours now. He gave me a look and then stared straight ahead. My orders are to escort you to the conference room for a debriefing. I sighed, walked around to the passenger side of the golf cart, and got in. Make a detour over to the kennels, and I'll put Zoe up. Chapter 28. The Interrogation. We walked to the main conference room, the big one. They should put a sign on the door, the big room, or something like that. It was full of people. There was POTUS, Raymond and Earl, Secretary Stark, his aides, General Foswell, and an assortment of politicians and their lackeys. If I had to guess, I'd say every politician was present. Sheila was sitting by the president. She was wearing a rather short dress that showed a little bit of cleavage. I usually got a smile from her, but today she was overly preoccupied with her laptop. Judging from some of the looks I was getting, a few folks considered me trouble. That's trouble with a capital T, which rhymes with Z, and that stands for Zack. There was a singular chair placed in the middle, separate from everyone else. I took my cue and sat. Seth walked over to me. I'll need to secure your weapon, he whispered. I promise I'll get it back to you when this is over. I gave him a long look before handing over my rifle. Everybody watched as Seth took it out of my hands, and there seemed to be a collective sigh of relief. It was obvious none of these people ever thought about carrying a backup weapon. It was a trait my old buddy Rick instilled in me, and especially after the abduction incident, I always carried a hideout gun hidden in my crotch. It was a little uncomfortable at times, but so what? After the tension subsided, a few people started having hushed side discussions, while others seemed to be reviewing a report or something on their laptops. Hell, for all I knew, they could be playing solitaire. Can we get this meeting going? I asked, although I wasn't asking. I've got things to do, like sleep. Mr. Gunderson, President Richmond said, we are on our timetable now. I suggest you get your ass on my timetable, sir. My patience is somewhat limited at the moment. I saw a flash of anger cross his face, but being a true politician, it passed quickly and was replaced with a patient smile. Very well. Why don't you start by giving us a synopsis of this morning's events? Certainly. I was on guard duty. 3 men approached our facility with nefarious intent. I killed them. End of synopsis. While the president stared in disbelief, Secretary Stark leaned forward in his chair. Son, we're going to need far more detail. You know that. I took a deep breath. I was not sure of how much detail I wanted to go into. One thing was certain. There were certain facets of my life none of these limp-wristed people needed to know. A few minutes before the end of my guard shift was due to end, 3 men drove up in a Prius. A Prius? One of them asked. Yes, Why a Prius? The same one asked. My guess is because a Prius gets excellent gas mileage and it runs quiet. It's an excellent post-apocalyptic vehicle. May I continue now? POTUS gave me an impatient nod. All right, so they drive up and stop. One of them, the driver, got out and approached the guard shack, while the other 2 stayed back and took up cover by their car. How do you know they were taking cover? Another one asked. For the reasons I just articulated, I replied. I attempted to engage the lead man in friendly conversation. He made a threatening gesture. I took action. What type of threatening gesture? General Foswell asked. I replied with an ambiguous shrug. I'm so tired, I can't recall specifically. Senator Polacek partially raised her hand. One of the relief guards stated the man near the guard shack was unarmed. Her aide quickly whispered to her. She acknowledged her and amended her proclamation. He was only armed with... She looked at her aide again. What did you call it? A blackjack? Yes, a blackjack, she said. He had a blackjack in his back pocket, which would indicate he was not holding it in a threatening manner. I shrugged again. She was undeterred and eyed me shrewdly. Would you care to explain why you shot a man who was not posing a threat, Mr. Gunderson? I disagree. He was a threat. His friends were a threat. I responded to the threat. She frowned. Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. One of them ran away and you chased after him. Correct, I said. Did you find him? Yes. And, she pressed. And now he's dead. I leaned forward. But since you abhor firearms, you'll be pleased to know I didn't shoot him. In fact, I bashed his head in with his own blackjack. Senator Polachek looked at me in befuddlement. I didn't know if she was amused or appalled, but truth be told, I didn't care. Her expression then turned into an accusing stare. "You chased him down and killed him," she exclaimed. "Correct." "Why?" "Because he was a threat," I said. "I think I can fill in some of the blanks," a voice said behind me. I turned. It was Melvin. He quietly slipped in while I was talking. "By all means," Secretary Stark said. Melvin walked up and stood beside me. "The three men in question are called Pig, Scooter, and Crash. They're members of the Blackjacks." "Ah, the Blackjacks," the President said. "I've read a report on them. If I remember correctly, you described them as a roving band of marauders." "That'd be correct, sir," Melvin said. "They're led by a big, mean brute by the name of Lonnie. They're the ones who've been terrorizing the southern part of Virginia for the past year or so." "Could you be more specific?" Senator Polachek asked. "How have they been terrorizing?" "You've seen the young lady with me, right?" he asked. The senator nodded with a hint of distaste in her expression. Melvin acted as though he didn't notice. "That's Savannah. The Blackjacks murdered her entire family. She'd previously told Zach how her family was brutally murdered, and then recognized them as soon as Pig had walked up. Now, Zach is no naive little schoolboy. When he was made aware of who and what they were, he knew they were up to no good, and he knew he had to protect Mount Weather." He looked at me. "Right?" "Yes." "Interesting," President Richmond said. There were a few nods of agreement. "There's more," Melvin said. "I just spoke with Bert, and he introduced me to Mr. Fred McCoy. He's a recent arrival. Mr. McCoy said he caught a man scouting out Mount Weather. He told me about a tattoo on the man's forearm, which I immediately recognized. That man went by the name of Snake. He was a psychopathic SOB and also a member of the Blackjacks." "What do you mean, was?" Senator Polachek asked. "Because he's no longer an is. He's a was." Melvin saw the senator's blank expression and explained. "That means he's dead." Melvin knew he had their attention and wagged a finger. "Snake always deferred to their leader, Lonnie, so if Snake was here, Lonnie ordered it. The Blackjacks are close by and they're up to something." "Interesting," the president said. "Where is Mr. McCoy?" he asked. "He's right outside, sir," Melvin answered. "I understand he's somewhat of a cowboy." "Yes, sir," Melvin said. The president nodded. "Why don't we get him in here so we can hear it straight from the horse's mouth?" He then gave a small smile as he glanced at me. "That's called a colloquialism, I believe." Sheila giggled before catching herself. Melvin nodded and escorted Fred in the room and had him stand beside me. Nobody thought to offer him a chair, and he didn't ask for one. The room was silent, with the exception of someone typing on a keyboard. Fred was wearing a plain brown t-shirt, jeans that had a couple of old stains, and, of course, boots. He must have left his gun in his room. He was a nondescript man to the untrained eye. He stood there, staring at them stoically. The silence continued for a full minute. If they were waiting for Fred to introduce himself or something, they were going to be waiting a long time, and I was tired. "Everyone, this is my friend, Mr. Frederick McCoy. He's also from Tennessee. For those of you who know me, you know my son is named Frederick. This is the man he was named after. And most of you would have to sit on your mother's shoulders to kiss his ass," I thought. "Very nice," the president said. "If you don't mind, would you explain the circumstances which led to you killing a man? Let's see." He looked at Sheila's laptop. "A man identified as Snake. Would you tell us what happened?" "I caught a man spying on your facilities. It looked like he was going to be a problem, so I took care of it." A full 30 seconds passed before one of them grasped Fred was a man of few words. "Explain," General Foswell directed. "Start from the beginning." "All right. Back when I was in Tennessee, we all ran into a spot of trouble. I thought Zach was dead, and he thought I was dead. When I found out Zach and his family were still alive and had relocated up here, I hopped on my horse and came up," Fred began. "You rode a horse all the way from Tennessee?" one of Stark's aides asked in surprise and looked at me to see if we were playing some kind of asinine joke. "Yes," Fred replied. "Why?" the same man asked. Fred stared at him. "It's the way I do things." Nobody else could see it, but I could see he was getting irritated, so I spoke up. "You people sure do like interrupting a man when he's trying to tell a story." "And it's taking up a considerable amount of time," President Richmond admonished as he looked at everyone to make his point. "Please continue, Mr. McCoy." "Like I said, I rode up here to be with Zach and his family. When I got here, I decided to look things over before coming in. I spotted a man hidden in the woods looking things over his own self. He was using a scoped rifle to do his looking. He was up to no good, so I took care of it." Everyone waited for Fred to continue, but I guess it was General Foswell who first realized Fred had finished his story. "So you killed him?" he asked. Fred gave one of his micro-nods. "All right, where is he?" the general asked. "About 200 yards in the woods from the fence on the southwest side. There's a guard shack he was watching at that particular moment when I decided it was time to send him to Jesus." He glanced over at me momentarily. I understood better now what he said back in the woods. He was surveilling Post 3, and I had missed it. "He was watching Post 3?" General Foswell asked. "He was watching everything," Fred said. "On the first day, he watched the main entrance for about 4 hours. Then he started moving clockwise, ending up on the southwest side of the perimeter. At sunset, he went back to his car, which was parked on down the road and hidden. He woke up an hour before sunrise and went back to the same spot and watched the rest of the day. He sure did like Post 3. There was a girl on guard duty with Zach. I suspect that had something to do with it." Fred then fished into his breast pocket and took out the folded-up piece of paper he showed us earlier. "He had this with him." He handed it to Seth, who unfolded it and looked it over. I saw his brow crease as he realized what he was looking at. He then walked it over to General Foswell. "What is it?" one of the politicians asked. Seth spoke up. "It's a hand-drawn map of Mount Weather. He has detailing of the fence line, the location of the guard posts, and the building placements. He's even identified dead spots along the perimeter." He looked at the audience. "It's a fairly accurate drawing," he remarked before handing the map over, and it began being slowly passed around the room. Somebody cursed under their breath. Fred walked over to an urn sitting on one of the tables and helped himself to a cup of coffee. "So, these people were planning to do something," Senator Polachek surmised. "Yep," Melvin answered. "Just like I said." The senator frowned at Melvin. She didn't believe him. She didn't believe Fred. She didn't believe me. She honestly believed she had a grasp of how it was out there, all the while never leaving her ivory tower. "What were they planning, Sergeant?" General Foswell asked. Melvin rubbed his face. "Snake was conducting the recon, and they lost him. Since they didn't find the body, they either figure he got himself killed or turned into a zombie or something, so Lonnie sent Pig and his boys in to test the waters." "And you believe they are planning some type of action against us?" Senator Duckworth asked, before Melvin could continue. He'd been mostly quiet the whole time, but I sensed now he was finally seeing things for what they were. Melvin nodded. "A couple of months ago, Lonnie had 12 men with him. He's lost a few since then, but might have recruited replacements. I'm betting they're planning on a snatch-and-grab raid or an ambush." "For what purpose?" Duckworth asked. "We'd give them food. We've given food to people before." "Food, sure, but you wouldn't have given them weapons, or your women," Melvin bluntly replied. That shut everyone up. "I'm curious, Melvin. How do you know all of this about the Blackjacks?" Senator Polachek asked. "I've met them," Melvin replied. "You're friends with them?" Senator Duckworth asked. "They think so," Melvin said. I'd like to think the majority of the crowd was moving over to our side now. However, General Foswell seemed a little frustrated. I wondered why. I stood. "I'm sure you people have a lot to talk about. I'm going to get some rest. Check back with me in 8 hours if you have any further questions." I looked at Fred. "Captain Kitchens, that's the man seated over there. He has my rifle. Get it back from him before you leave, okay?" Fred gave a small nod as he stared at Seth. Secretary Stark cleared his throat. "Oh, we're not through, Mr. Gunderson," Melvin interjected before I spouted off. "Sir, Zach needs some personal time to decompress. Let him get caught up on his sleep. I've spoken with Savannah, and I believe I can fill in some of the blanks and answer any questions you might have for him." "Why isn't she here, Sergeant?" Foswell pointedly asked. "She's extremely traumatized, sir. You don't want her to come in here and have a nervous breakdown right in front of you, do you?" The three people who seemed to be running things were the President, Stark, and Foswell. I watched their expressions as they took it all in. I spotted Parvis. He'd been sitting in the back of the room with a couple of other secretaries. None of them had said a word the whole time. Stark finally glanced at the President, who gave a singular nod. I walked out without waiting for a formal dismissal. I started to open the door to our suite, but I hesitated a moment and made a decision. I turned, walked down to the end of the hall, and turned the corner. Coming to the correct room, I gave a soft knock on the door. "It's Zach," I announced. The room was quiet and there wasn't a response. But about the time I started walking off, the door opened a crack. Savannah was standing there, peering out. She looked awful. "Hi, I won't keep you long, but I have something I want to tell you," I said. "Okay." Her voice was quiet with an undertone of anxiety. I knew someone a while back. This person was younger than me. A great kid, but innocent and vulnerable. One day, something terrible happened to this person. I killed the people who did this despicable thing, and I promised this person I'd never tell anyone what had happened to them. I've kept that secret to this day. The only person who suspects anything is my friend Fred, but I didn't tell him the details, and he didn't ask. You figured out what happened to me? She said as fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. That's why you killed them. I killed them because they were a threat to Mount Weather. As far as I'm concerned, that's all anyone ever needs to know. Did you hear Pig calling me Stinky? She asked as she choked back a sob. That was their pet name for me. Are you sure? My hearing is dodgy at times. I never heard such a thing. Savannah didn't respond. So anyway, that's what I wanted to tell you. I dipped my head and started to walk away. Suddenly, the door swung open and Savannah rushed out. She grabbed me in a tight hug. After a moment, she let go. Thank you for everything, Zach. She then hurried back into their room and shut the door quietly. I heard the deadbolt being turned as I walked back down the hall. I turned the corner and bumped into Kelly. I could instantly tell by the look on her face she'd been there long enough to have heard everything. Marie is covering for me, she explained. I thought I'd sneak back and check on you. I'm fine. A few scratches from running around in the forest, but nothing serious. You sound tired. Dead tired, I said. No pun intended. Maybe you should get to bed then. Yeah, I'd like that. Kelly followed me back to the room and pulled the blankets back while I took my boots off and stripped. Please tell me everything is going to be all right, she said. I plopped into bed and yawned heavily. I'm pretty sure everything's going to be fine, I said. Some people are definitely under the opinion I acted in an irrational manner, but I think it'll be okay. Kelly pulled the blankets over me and stroked my cheek. I overheard you talking to Savannah. Yeah, I figured. Were you talking about Tommy? She asked. I didn't answer, but it didn't matter. Kelly could read me like the back of her hand. Probably better. Why didn't you say anything? I made a promise, I said. So those men deserve to die, I said. If you saw the look on Savannah's face, you'd understand. I do understand. She looked at me deeply. Every time I think I know you, I learn something new. You're a complex man, Zachariah Gunderson. I looked up at her and gave a small smile. She returned it as she worked her hand under the sheets. Maria isn't expecting me back for a while. How tired did you say you were? Chapter 29. Zach has a dream. I was awakened by the bedroom door opening, followed by the pitter-patter of little feet as my son ran in and climbed up on the bed. Daddy, why are you in bed? He asked. I rubbed my eyes and looked at my watch. I was confused until I realized it was 4 p.m. I was taking a nap, I said, and gave him a hug. How was your day? It was fun. Bobby went poo-poo in his pants and it was stinky. Oh, how nice, I said, laughing. Kelly and Macy then came in the bedroom. Who's Bobby? I asked her. One of the kids. He's the son of Becky Hardin, who is an aide to Senator Nelson. Rumor has it he's the father. I thought he was married. He is, but not to Becky, she said with a scoff. This place is a regular soap opera. Yeah, I can believe that. I absently rubbed the side of my head. Were you hurt earlier? She asked. Nah, just a few scratches. You keep rubbing your head. I forced my hand down. Oh, the way I slept made it itch, I guess. What I didn't say was I'd had an intense dream. One of those dreams. Let me shower and we'll go eat dinner. Okay. I wonder what kind of reception I'll get, I questioned. About 60-40, Kelly said. I looked at her questioningly. She smiled sweetly. All the moms come in the school and they gossip. Like I said, this place is a soap opera. Figures, I mumbled, and headed to the restroom. Kelly came in a couple of minutes later and put some fresh clothes out for me. Thanks, sweetheart, but I'll have to change for guard duty later. No, you won't. You've been relieved of guard duty. Oh, when did that happen? I asked. While you were asleep, Lydia came by and told me. They don't want you to expose yourself to danger. I would have argued, but frankly, I hated guard duty. It was boring. When we walked in the cafeteria, there were some friendly smiles and a few cool stares as well. I didn't care either way. May we join you guys? I turned to the voice. It was Melvin and Savannah. Both of them were freshly bathed and their hair was still wet. Of course, I said. We've kind of taken over this table, but you two are always welcome. Thanks, Zach, Melvin said. The two of them sat as Josue and Sammy came in. I'm glad you're here, I said. I wanted to thank you for what you did in the meeting earlier. Melvin fixed me with a stare. It's the other way around, Zach. I can never thank you enough for what you did for, well, you know. Did you really kill 3 men, Zach? Sammy asked with big, wide eyes. Janet had come in and sat as Sammy asked the question. Both she and Kelly were giving me a look, wondering how I was going to explain the incident to a kid who was not yet 11. I took a deep breath, wondering exactly what I was going to say. Melvin spoke up. There's an old saying, Sammy. People sleep peaceably in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. Big Zach here was standing guard, protecting this place. Melvin waved a hand around and began speaking a little louder so others could hear. Some of these people don't understand, but those men meant to do harm. Zach realized it and stopped them. Sammy was still wide-eyed. You took on 3 men all by yourself and killed them. Yes, he did, Melvin said. I glanced away and saw Pris looking at me curiously, but sitting right beside her was her idiot brother Paul. He was mean-mugging me. I guess he thought if he looked mean enough, it meant he was the toughest kid on the block. I'd already proven him wrong. His crooked nose should have served as a reminder, but he apparently had a hard time accepting it. I ignored them and turned back to Sammy. Sammy, we're going to have a man-to-man talk later on, and one of the things we're going to talk about is killing, and that when you take someone's life, you never brag about it, okay? Yes, sir, he said, and looked worriedly at Fred. Fred responded by giving him a small, somber nod. You're a smart young man, Sam, Fred said. I could tell that from the first time I talked to you. Zach taught me a lot, Sammy said. He was interrupted by a girl walking up to him. She was carrying a computer tablet. Hi, Sam, she said. She was a cute little girl about Sam's age, hair as blonde as Macy's with baby blue eyes. Sam seemed suddenly embarrassed and refused to acknowledge her. Hi, I said. I'm Zach. I don't believe I've ever met you. I'm Serena, she said, and perfunctorily held out her hand. I'm pleased to meet you, Serena, I said as we shook. She pointed to another table. Those are my parents. I looked over at a table full of people engrossed in a conversation and oblivious to Serena's whereabouts. One of them was an attractive blonde who I assumed was the mom. She was maybe in her early 30s. I'd seen her before. She was an aide to Senator Polachek. Miss Kelly said I should help Sam with his homework. I looked over at Kelly, who smiled and winked. I don't need any help, Sammy retorted. Well, now, I think you should ask Mr. Fred what he thinks, I said. Sammy looked at Fred questioningly. Fred leaned forward in his chair and motioned him to do the same. When Sammy leaned closer, Fred spoke in a low voice. Never, ever turn down a pretty girl, he said, leaned back and gave Sammy another somber nod. Come with me, Sam, Serena said. It wasn't a request. It was more like an order that Sammy did not dare disobey. I fought hard not to laugh as Sammy got up and dutifully followed her to a table at the far end of the cafeteria. He's hooked and he doesn't even know it, Fred said. Melvin busted out laughing as Kelly and Maria giggled. In spite of recent events, we had a pleasant dinner. A couple of people even came by and voiced their appreciation for what I had done, but only a couple. I guess most wanted to see which way the wind was blowing before they came out and either sided with me or against me. I scratched my scar again and turned my attention to Melvin. Say, Melvin, Fred and I have been admiring your truck. Oh, yeah? I've modified it a little bit here and there. It looks rough, but actually it runs like a top. We'd like to look it over, maybe get some ideas if you don't mind, I said. Sure, whenever you want. How about now, I suggested. No time like the present. Melvin shrugged. Yeah, sure, okay. He looked at Savannah. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll keep you company, Kelly said with a smile. Savannah looked a little anxious. Melvin gave her a wink. Save some dessert for me. I have a little bit of an ulterior motive, I said to Melvin as we walked. I've been wanting to talk to you as well, Melvin said. If you don't mind, let me go first. All right, I said. Okay, so it goes like this. The Blackjacks are the ones who murdered Savannah's family and friends, but you two already know that. Uh-huh. She told me what you said, so I guess you've figured out the rest. I glanced at him as I walked. I meant every word. Yeah, I know she appreciates what you've done for her. I do too. It could have got you into a pickle, though. How's that? I asked. If you had told them everything, everyone would have understood why you killed those bastards. By not telling, it made you look like a cold-blooded murderer, he said. You got it straightened out. Melvin scoffed. I hope so, but some of those people get into a certain mindset, and even something as simple as logic can't change them. If it was so, it might be, and if it were so, it would be, but as it isn't, it ain't. That's logic. Melvin looked at me funny. I've heard that before. Where's it from? I chuckled. Through the looking glass. I figure a man who quotes Orwell can appreciate Lewis Carroll. Ah, Melvin said in understanding, and then stopped. Who the hell is that? He said. We were at the gate, maybe 50 feet from his truck. There was someone standing close to Peggy. They had their back to us. If I didn't know any better, I'd guess they were having a conversation, I said. Yeah, Melvin muttered. He started walking again, faster now, and I could feel the tenseness emanating off of him. Fred and I glanced at each other as we followed him. As we exited the gate, I glanced in and saw two people who appeared to be playing cards. They barely acknowledged us as we walked by. Who is that down there with Peggy? I asked, pointing. They paused with their cards and looked down the road toward Peggy. The look of confusion on their face was obvious. Who is that, Melvin? One of them asked. So much for keeping vigilant, I thought. Melvin ignored them and kept walking. The person, it appeared to be a man, was wearing heavily soiled and torn combat utilities. He seemed to either not be aware of our approach or was simply ignoring us as he continued to stare at Peggy. I guess we got to within 20 feet when the three of us realized the man was a zombie. Melvin pulled a camp knife out of a sheath on his belt, walked up to it, and tapped him on the shoulder. When it turned, Melvin looked momentarily startled before stabbing him through the eye and twisted the handle, ensuring the blade destroyed enough brain matter to end its life. Shit, Melvin muttered as the person fell to the ground. What? I asked. Do you know him or something? Yeah, he used to be one of us. Melvin stepped over the now lifeless zombie and raised the visor on Peggy's helmet. She hissed at him. Yeah, that's my girl, he said sarcastically before putting the visor back down. One of the guards came running up. When he stopped and looked down at the zombie, his jaw dropped open. Holy shit, he drawled. Is that who I think it is? Yep, Melvin replied and pointed at the zombie with a bloody knife. That used to be Lieutenant William Morris of the glorious United States Marine Corps, he explained. Oh, man, he was a good dude, the guard said. Yes, he was. Slim. Yes, he was, Melvin replied and explained to us. Morris and a few others went missing last year during a long-range patrol up into Pittsburgh. I always thought they found some horny women somewhere and decided not to come back home, Slim remarked and then sighed. I'll go call it in. I waited until Slim had walked out of earshot before speaking. This is kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. Melvin gave me a puzzled look. Now, this is going to sound a little bit crazy, but I have these dreams, and sometimes they come true. Melvin nodded somberly and looked at Fred, tacitly asking if I was being serious. Fred didn't react. Yep, he said. That does indeed sound crazy. I guess that's why we seem to get along. He nudged the late Lieutenant Morris and spotted a bulge in one of his cargo pockets. He squatted down and opened it. It held a topographic map. Damn, I can use this, Melvin said to himself, and then looked up at me. Standing, he unfolded the map and showed it to us. Topo map of the area. I looked at it and nodded. Yeah. I waited as Melvin started alternating between staring at Peggy and the dead lieutenant. After a moment, he refocused. Okay, you were saying something about dreams coming true. Yeah, not all of them, but sometimes I'll have a dream and I seem to know it's the real deal. Have you had one recently? He asked. I nodded. Okay, in your dream, are there a couple of 20-year-old twin sisters with big titties asking you to ride them like a Shetland pony? I keep having that dream, but it don't ever come true. No, nothing like that. Oh, Melvin sounded disappointed. Well, what'd you dream of? I dreamt Peggy is communicating with other zombies telepathically, and any day now there's going to be an attack on Mount Weather. Melvin nodded. We should tell the bosses, I suppose. I do have a question, though. He looked me directly in the eye. Why'd you come to me first? Because Peggy needs to be killed. She's putting Mount Weather in danger. Melvin gave me another long stare, wondering again if I was bullshitting him. Deciding I was not, he took a look around in the growing darkness and rubbed his face. Fellas, I won't go into the reasons I've kept her alive, but I will say this. I'll know when it's the right time to kill her. He stared at the two of us almost pleadingly. Either one of you could sneak out here and kill her while I'm sleeping or doing whatever, but I'm asking you to leave her alone. Slim stopped our conversation when he came jogging up. They said, since he used to be one of ours, we'll use the crematorium in the morning. We're going to leave him right here for the night. All right, Melvin said. Speaking of which, he said, are you guys going to be out here much longer? I need to lock it down for the night. Let's get back in, Fred said. So that settled it. My intention was to kill Peggy, but I didn't. I hoped it wasn't a decision that'd come back and bite me in the butt. Chapter 30. The Assassination. Fred was waiting on me when I emerged from my room. I glanced at my watch and wondered how long he'd been awake. "Coffee?" I asked. He gave me a nod. I'd classified his nods now. There was the micro-nod. That was his most common reaction. Sometimes he substituted it for a slight arch of an eyebrow, the right one, never the left one. Next was the somber nod. He used it only when there was something serious being discussed. And finally, there was the death nod. That was the one where whoever he gave it to better be careful. The nod he gave me was a micro. We both knew breakfast wasn't ready, but there would be coffee. Bert and Josue usually joined us. Sarah was also an early riser and liked to join the coffee club as well. I told Fred she'd be back any day now. He didn't respond this time, not even with a micro. Surprisingly, when we walked in, there were other people present. About a dozen. There were never this many people in here this early. I saw Jim talking quietly to a couple of them. His expression was tense. When he saw us, he broke away from them and walked over. "The president is dead," he said. "What?" I implored. "What happened?" "They found him about 30 minutes ago," he replied. "Apparently, somebody stabbed him." I looked around and saw his cooking crew. All of them were sitting at a table, somberness etched on their faces. "Does anyone know who did it?" I asked. He shook his head. "They're investigating." He made air quotes when he said investigating. "Every fucking politician in this place is investigating." His tone was caustic, which was uncharacteristic of him. He got up and fixed us 2 cups of coffee before sitting back down. Jim stood there staring at nothing, seemingly lost in thought. Jim?" I asked. He was broken out of his reverie and looked at me. "Yes, Zach?" "With the vice president long dead, aren't you next in line for succession?" He chuckled without humor. "Yep, and that probably makes me the #1 suspect." Jim looked at the 2 of us forlornly. "We're in for some difficult times, gentlemen." Some other people walked in. "Excuse me," Jim said and walked off. "I never kept up with politics a lot," Fred said. "So explain to me why he's next in line to be president." "Jim was the Speaker of the House. The VP is assumed dead, so he's next in line." "Got it," Fred replied, saving me from having to explain any further. Before I could comment on the matter, the intercom system went on. There was a slight amount of feedback before someone started speaking. "Attention, all Mount Weather personnel. I say again, attention, all Mount Weather personnel. Report immediately to the cafeteria. There are no exceptions. All personnel are to report immediately to the cafeteria." "That was Secretary Stark," I said. "And Stark is the Secretary of Defense," Fred said. "Yep," I replied. "This ought to be interesting." The cafeteria began filling quickly. Everyone was talking, and soon it escalated to a very loud din of overlapping chatter. Fred, Bert, Josue, and I sat quietly, listening to everyone else's conversations. There were a lot of armchair experts, and a lot of speculation being thrown back and forth. Kelly and Janet came in about 20 minutes later, each of them with one of the kids. Kelly's hair was still wet and freshly combed. I thought it was sexy. I even saw a few men turn their heads when she walked by. Janet's hair was still damp, too, but all I saw when I looked at her was a sour woman with damp hair. "They're doing room-to-room searches," Kelly said as she sat down. "I barely got the kids dressed when they were at the door and ordered us out. What do you think they're doing?" "I would guess they're looking for evidence, like a knife or bloody clothes," I said. I doubted anyone here had any law enforcement experience, so they were looking for the obvious. Still, I resented anyone searching our room. The front doors opened and 5 people led by Captain Foswell walked in. After our terse encounter yesterday, I asked around about him. He was the adult son of General Harlan Foswell. Coincidentally, his name was Harlan Foswell, Jr. Officially, he was the general's aide. Some people liked him. Others thought he was a moron. He made a show out of putting his hands on his hips and sweeping the room with a severe gaze. When he spotted us, he walked over and made a show of dropping a knife on the table. It was custom-made in the Bowie style, about 10 inches long. The steel had a beautifully layered design, and I happened to know personally that it was razor-sharp. "Care to explain this?" he demanded. I made a show of studying it. "It's a knife," I said. "It's used for whittling and stuff." "Not you, smartass. Him," he said, and pointed a chubby finger at Fred. "It's mine," Fred said in his usual quiet tone. "It has blood on it." "Thanks for reminding me. I need to clean it." "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. Fred set his coffee cup down and slowly looked up at the captain. "You'll get that disrespectful tone out of your voice when you speak to me, or you're going to be in a lot of pain in a minute." The captain looked incredulous for a moment, but then his expression turned to an arrogant glare. He bent forward slightly so that his face was close to Fred. "Be advised, old man, when you're in my house, I'll speak to you however you—" He never had a chance to finish his sentence. If you weren't watching closely, you would have never seen Fred's right hand dart out and jab his fingers into the captain's throat. The younger Foswell grabbed at his throat, emitted a sound like a dying frog, and fell to his knees. Fred wiggled his fingers a little bit and then reached for his knife. He unsheathed it and turned toward Captain Foswell, who was now in the fetal position on the floor, grasping his throat and trying desperately to breathe. There was a ripple in the crowd, and everyone became quiet. I carefully put a hand out. "Fred," I whispered. Fred cut his eyes at me, and I saw something in him I'd never seen before. His eyes were cold, like a killer. It was only there a moment, and then he seemed to calm down. I reached for the knife and put it back in the sheath. "What's the meaning of this?" It was General Foswell. He had come into the cafeteria, saw his son lying on the floor, and purposely walked over. A soldier with an assault rifle was right behind him. She was a young African-American woman, mid to late 20s, medium-skinned, athletic, attractive. She looked like she was almost 6 feet tall, making me think she'd be more at home playing sports rather than soldiering. Fred stared at the general with cold, hard eyes. Before I could say something, Kelly stood and spoke up. "That soldier was being disrespectful," she said, pointing at the captain. "Ma'am, we're investigating the murder of the president," General Foswell declared. "No, you listen," she rejoined. "I don't know why some of you so-called soldiers think you can treat people like lowlifes." She pointed at Fred. "You don't know this man, but I do." "Oh, do please enlighten us," some sarcastic ass said from the back of the cafeteria. Kelly was not deterred and stared toward the voice. "Okay, I will. In the first year of this fiasco, Fred traveled from Tennessee to California and back, through zombie-infested lands in search of his daughter. That's about 4,000 miles, people. He did it practically by himself. I seriously doubt you could have done it, smartass. And it doesn't end there. Back last September, he was shot through the chest by a sniper." She looked pointedly at General Foswell. "A soldier shot him. So if some asshole in a uniform treats him disrespectfully and he warns them to back off, they better back off." Bert cleared his throat and stared at the general. "There's something else he did. When he heard his family was up here, he hopped on a horse and rode up. That's a ride of over 600 miles. I know every one of you people, and there isn't a damn one of you that could do something like that." He stared pointedly at General Foswell. "Especially any of you soldier boys. You don't deserve to be talked down to by anyone here." You could have heard a pin drop in the cafeteria. Well, with the exception of Captain Foswell's coughing. General Foswell had been staring at Fred, who in turn had sat staring at nothing, his face a cold, silent mask. There was a hint of the death nod forming, and I hoped nobody did anything stupid. Foswell stabbed a finger at Fred. "You shouldn't have done that," he said. Fred glanced over at Captain Foswell, who was sitting on the floor, tenderly rubbing his throat. "He'll live," he said quietly. The general looked down at the captain and then motioned toward the soldier. She bent down to help Captain Foswell up. "Here, let me help you out, Stretch." I turned to see who said that. It was Cutter. He was grinning broadly at the soldier as he helped get Captain Foswell to his feet. If it wasn't such a tense situation at the moment, I would have chuckled and maybe even given him an encouraging thumbs up. "Explain," General Foswell ordered. Captain Foswell pointed a little bit too forcibly at Fred. "We found that knife in his room. It has blood on it," he croaked. "He murdered President Richmond." There was a collective gasp in the crowd, followed by nervous murmuring. I stood. "Fred did not kill the president," I said it loudly so everyone could hear. General Foswell looked at me, looked at Fred, and looked at the sheathed knife, which was lying on the table. He held his hand out. I looked at Fred, who gave a micro. I picked it up and handed it to the general. He unsheathed it and inspected it closely. "It certainly appears to be blood," he remarked. "It is," Fred said. "Human blood, in fact." He looked at his empty cup of coffee. "Janet, would you mind getting me a fresh cup? I'd get it myself, but one of these soldiers will think I'm trying to escape and do something stupid." Janet frowned, but she stood and took his cup. "Would you care to explain yourself, Fred McCoy?" the general said. His tone was nothing like the younger Captain Foswell, but it was spoken in a tone from a man who was accustomed to giving orders. I spoke up. "General, The general cut his eyes at me, but when I gestured toward my kids who were staring at us in rapt attention, his expression softened slightly. "Let's go to Secretary Stark's conference room," he said, and looked over at Captain Foswell a moment. I thought I detected a hint of shame, or maybe disdain. Janet handed both Fred and me a fresh cup. She gave me a look which I knew all too well. She was tacitly telling me I owed her. "Thanks," I said before we followed the general out. "How are you two related?" Fred asked the general as we walked down the hall. "He's my son." "He could use a lesson in manners," Fred said dryly. The general did not respond and continued walking. When we walked in, the room was full. Raymond was standing beside Seth. They both looked stressed. Raymond waved us in. "It was Earl," he said before they had even taken a seat. "It didn't take much to figure out." "How so?" General Foswell asked. "He was still in his bloody clothes when we found him hanging from a belt in his closet," Raymond replied. "The knife was lying on the table along with a note." He gestured at Seth and himself. "We took some pictures to document it, if that even matters, and then locked the room. We were in the middle of discussing what to do next." "How's Sheila?" I asked. General Foswell looked at me sharply, as if I should not ask questions and instead should keep my mouth shut. "Physically okay," Raymond replied. "Emotionally a damn mess. We've got her in hiding at the moment." He gestured towards Senator Polacek. "We were on our way to the cafeteria to inform everyone." "We won't keep you," General Foswell said and walked over to the conference table. Secretary Stark motioned him to a chair. Raymond and the senator walked out and closed the door. I'm not sure if we were still needed or not. We'd suddenly seemed to have become invisible. I walked over to a woman standing along the side wall. "Does anyone know why he did it?" I asked in almost a whisper. She glanced nervously at the table of people, realized they weren't paying attention, and leaned closer to me. "Sheila and the president were having an affair," she whispered. "Apparently Earl found out. He made some less than flattering remarks about her in his suicide note." She said it like everyone knew about the affair but Earl. Hell, I didn't know about it. I wondered if Kelly did. Everyone at the table was now engaged in an intense conversation. While I listened, they alternated between discussing who was now in charge to what kind of funeral they were going to have for the president. Stark was fine with cremating both bodies, but a couple of the politicians disagreed. They wanted instead to have a traditional presidential funeral with all of the pomp and protocol. I probably could have listened to their nonsense for a while, maybe get an idea of who the true leaders were around here, but Fred caught my eye. He made a subtle motion toward the door. Reluctantly, I agreed, and the two of us quietly walked out. I don't think anyone even saw us leave. "I'm not so sure I like this place," he said, as we walked back toward the cafeteria. Chapter 31. The Vigil. Fred had intentionally skipped dinner the evening before. The recent death of President Richmond had everyone in a titter. Conversations usually began with the lamentations over his death, which lasted for maybe 10 seconds before it segued into heated political debates. Fred wanted nothing to do with them. It had absolutely nothing to do with seeing Sarah, or so he kept telling himself. Zach told him she had been recalled from Fort Detrick. He made a point of working in a garden at the far corner of Weather, but still within eyesight of the front gate. He saw her when she arrived. She looked tired. Her girlfriend looked tired as well. He waited a full hour when he was certain they'd be in the cafeteria before walking in. He bumped into Janet in the elevator and told her to tell Zach he was tired and wouldn't be joining them. He awoke at a little before 4, crawled out of bed, and quietly walked down the hall to the men's locker room. He started this morning's ritual by pulling a straight razor out of his toilet kit. He shaved carefully, trying to avoid cutting himself. He was fine with a beard, but when he'd hugged little Macy the other morning, she grimaced at its roughness. Finishing, he checked his face in the mirror for any missing spots and then looked over his wound. Both the entrance and exit were angry-looking pink puckers of scar tissue. It was a smaller caliber bullet, 5.56 most likely. Anything larger would have killed him straight away. Still, how he escaped death was beyond him, but here he was. "Yeah, here I am," he muttered. He turned away from the mirror and was about to step into a shower stall when the door opened. He looked to see who in the world was also awake at 4 in the morning. Zach, probably. It wasn't Zach. "You missed dinner last night," Sarah said. She was wearing running shorts and a t-shirt. He spotted the outline of an athletic bra under the shirt. She was probably going for a morning run. She looked the same, maybe a little older, but to him, she was still beautiful. "Yeah, I wasn't hungry." He then gestured at her clothing. You were wearing pretty much the same thing the first time I met you. She stepped forward and touched the spot on his chest. Fred instinctively reached for the towel wrapped around his waist and held tighter. I finally got over my stubborn streak and came to Tennessee, she said. Yeah. Zach told me you had been killed. Yeah. She continued staring at the scar while softly caressing his chest. You've lost weight. You need to stop skipping meals. You need to stop doing that before I embarrass myself, Fred said. Sarah looked up and made eye contact. She then reached a hand around behind his neck and pulled him close. She kissed him tenderly before slowly pulling away. I have so much I want to say to you, Sarah said. Fred gave a small nod, but didn't respond. But the first thing I want to say is how sorry I am for not going with you when you left Oklahoma. It's a mistake I'll always regret. No worries, Fred replied. She looked at him a long moment and kissed him once more. This time it was a little longer, a little more passionately. She caressed his face lightly and smiled. I hope I see you at breakfast, she said, and walked out. Fred watched her leave and then hurried into a shower stall. He turned the cold water on full blast and stepped under it before someone else walked in and spotted his turgid state. Fred dressed and walked around Mount Weather until 6. He considered hitching up a horse and going for a ride. It would have made things a lot easier if he mounted up and kept riding, but hunger won out. He walked in the cafeteria and looked over at the Tennessee table. That's what they called it. Sarah was the only one sitting there. She was dressed in some military utilities now. Sit down, she said, patting the chair beside her, and stood. I'm going to get you a tray. She walked away before waiting for a response. He took the chair across from her. She came back with 2 trays, one of which was overfilled with food. She took note of where Fred sat and returned to her seat. Afraid I might bite you? She asked teasingly as she set the overloaded tray in front of him. No, but your girlfriend might, Fred answered. She looked at him a moment. Her name is Rachel Benoit. She'll be here in a minute. She has a rather zany personality. You'll either like her or you'll think she's a nut. I'm going to get us coffee. One of the double doors opened, and a woman walked in a moment later. She paused momentarily as she spotted Fred before walking up and sitting down in the seat Sarah had intended for him to sit in. She was pretty, Fred thought. Strawberry hair, lots of freckles. What struck Fred more than anything was her age. She was young, much younger than Sarah. Good morning, he said. Hi yourself, cowboy, she said with a smile. You have to be Fred. I am. I'm Rachel, she said and held out her hand. I'm pleased to meet you, Rachel, Fred said and shook her hand. Rachel held it with both her hands and turned his palm face up. Wow, you have a lot of calluses, she said as she stroked his hand. I hooked up with a rodeo star once. Even he didn't have calluses like this. He didn't last longer than 8 seconds either. Fred pulled his hand away while Rachel grinned mischievously. He was saved from further discomfort when Sarah rejoined them, or so he thought. I see you 2 have met, she said. We have, Rachel answered. He's handsome. I can see why you jumped his bones. Rachel, Sarah scolded. Rachel responded by giggling. She gave Sarah a peck on the cheek, stood, and walked toward the buffet. Sorry, Sarah said. She likes to do that. I noticed, Fred said, and put a forkful of sausage into his mouth. Oh, I forgot to mention they have milk today. I'll get some in a minute, Fred said. Rachel came back with a plate and sat. Have you 2 had time to catch up? She asked. No, Fred said. He looked at Sarah. Zach said you 2 had gone to Fort Detrick with a group of Marines. Yeah, it was a bitch, Rachel said. We had to kill a bunch of zombies and secure a lab so a couple of scientists could create a vaccine. Fred looked at Sarah for confirmation. She nodded. They seemed to think we were onto something. We would have stayed there longer, but 4 of us were ordered back after President Richmond was killed. The Marines are still there, guarding the scientists. Sarah and Rachel continued talking to Fred, telling him about everything regarding Mount Weather as people started trickling into the cafeteria. Soon the room was packed and noisy. People were talking loudly, arguing politics and what was the proper course for the government of Mount Weather. Raymond was making his way around to different tables and finally reached theirs. How is everyone doing this morning? He asked. There was a murmuring of answers. He smiled in understanding, answered a couple of questions, and then excused himself. He walked to the front of the cafeteria, stood on a chair, and let out a loud whistle. I hope everyone is coping with our recent tragedy. There were a few responses. He waited until they died down before continuing. There will be a vigil held today at 11. All work duties are being suspended with the exception of Congressman Hasberg and his kitchen crew, who have graciously volunteered to ensure we don't go hungry today." "Can you tell us what's going on?" somebody from the back asked. "All I can say is, even as we speak, there are meetings being held over the best course of action for the future of Mount Weather in the United States." "It's a no-brainer," the same one said. He was speaking a little louder now. "Jim Hasberg is next in line. He's now the president." This statement immediately started everyone talking. Raymond held up a hand and once again whistled loudly. "All I can tell you is these matters and others are being discussed. I'm sure there will be a meeting held soon where everyone will be informed. Thank you." "Damn," Rachel said. "I hope it turns out okay. I was just starting to like this place." She casually looked around when the double doors opened. Her eyes lit up in recognition. "Hey, isn't that crazy Melvin?" she asked. Sarah looked over. "Yep, I believe you're right," she then explained to Fred. "We bumped into him and his zombie wife out on the road when we were coming up here." Sarah continued looking at them. "I have no idea who the girl is, though." "Oh my God," Rachel said in feigned shock. "He's cheating on Peggy." Even Fred chuckled. I was approached by Parvis on my way to breakfast. "You want to see the crematorium in action?" he asked. "We can eat after, if you still have your appetite." He was grinning when he said it, almost like he was challenging me. "Sure," I answered, and turned to Kelly. "I'll see you in a little while." She gave me a kiss and guided my two little monsters to the cafeteria. "I've read about you extensively," he said as we rode the elevator down a couple of floors. We stepped out onto a floor filled with pipes, conduits, and electrical panels. Parvis made a sweeping gesture with his hand. "The bowels of Mount Weather," he said. I followed him as he walked down the hallway. Soon he turned into a side room. There was a body wrapped in a plain paper blanket. The blanket had bloodstains in the chest area of the corpse. Parvis gestured. "The president in his final repose," he said. He pointed at the crematorium. "When this place was originally designed, it was acknowledged people may die during lockdown. We decided this was the most expedient method of disposing of their remains. The only problem is we never expected mass casualties." "How is it powered?" I asked. "Propane. As you can imagine, it is in limited supply." He pointed at a gauge. "We have enough left for maybe a couple dozen more burns." "You can probably find a propane truck in a supply somewhere," I suggested. "It's on one of those long lists," Parvis said. "You were right, you know." I looked at him. "On the first day you pointed out how more could have been done." I shrugged. "It was an observation, nothing more." He smiled tightly. "Let me show you how to properly burn a body." The cremation process took a little under 3 hours. The remains of the president, or cremains as they're called, were poured out of a tray into something that looked a lot like a brass flower vase, the kind where you pour water in it and stick a few roses in. Parvis confirmed my suspicions. "Don't tell anyone," he said with a conspiratorial wink. "What's going to happen around here?" I asked. "I can't tell you," he said as he admired his work. "But I can say this. There will be changes. I'd like to think they're going to be positive changes. You see, the president and a lot of these politicians were perfectly fine with being isolationists. The male-to-female ratio is a little low here, but they didn't care because most of them have a wife or an aide who slept with them. Eventually, it was agreed the Marines needed to be sent out and eradicate the zombies in and around Mount Weather." "It seemed to work for the most part," I said. "Yeah, for the most part. Captain Jones was in charge of the Marines at that time, and you know Marines, they love to kill." "Yeah," I agreed, thinking of the massacre. "We eventually came up with the extinction model and used it to convince these politicians that we needed to reach out and make contact with other survivors. It's my understanding there were problems." He ran a hand through his graying hair in seeming frustration. 3 delegations went out, only 1 came back. Don't you know the armchair experts had a heyday criticizing me for that plan? We lost some good people, not to mention the equipment." "It was your idea?" "Yep," he said with a nod. "They started to come around, albeit reluctantly. Polacek was convinced we'd bring in nothing but rapists and murderers." He scoffed. "Like anyone would rape her old ugly ass." "I'm sensing some animosity," I said. "Yeah, you might say that. Even before the president's death, 2 political camps have formed and are constantly battling against each other. Verbally, of course, nothing physical." He gave a flippant wave. It gave the isolationists ammunition for their argument. The president was on our side, but a majority of the politicians were beginning to side against him. There is now a movement to have an election. "You're against it," I said. He sneered slightly. I was, and still am. An election at this time will change nothing. In fact, I believe it'll cause even more problems than we already have. Why are you telling me this? He gave an offhanded smile. There are going to be changes, young Zack. Now, I think I know you well enough to believe when these changes occur, you and your people will pack up and leave. I eyed him, wondering what he was saying. Should we? He looked at me pointedly. Not yet. In fact, I think the coming changes will be positive. His smile returned, and he held up the vase. Come on. The president has a vigil to attend. Mount Weather had a chapel, but it was far too small to hold 100 people, so they held the vigil outside. Each politician felt it necessary to speak, and each one lauded praises on President Richmond while finding their way to interject themselves into any of his successes. It lasted over 2 hours, but everyone was respectful, and finally the Marines rendered a 21-gun salute, and they cast his ashes into the wind. I couldn't wait to leave. Chapter 32. Horseshoes. Fred hit another ringer. Damn, you won again, Bert said loudly. He picked up the horseshoes and banged the dirt off of them. So, Parvis said there are changes coming, Bert remarked, this time in a much lower voice. But he wasn't specific. Nope, I said. I believe he was giving us a heads up, but didn't want to go into detail. I've asked around as discreetly as I could, Bert said. I didn't get much. There's a lot of arguing and stuff going on, behind closed doors, of course. What about? Josue asked. Bert threw his second shoe. It was a leaner. Josue picked him up and took aim. All I know is there's a power struggle going on, he said. Some people are good with Hasberg becoming president. Other people want an outright election. There's something else going on, too, I said. The men paused and looked at me. One of the women told Kelly there's something else. A third path, if you will. Like what? Josue asked. Heads up, Fred muttered before I could answer. We all looked over at once, not a great way to act casual, and saw Senator Nelson walking our way. I should have known Tennessee folks liked horseshoes, he said with a broad grin. None of us can beat Fred, Bert said. He's a horseshoe savant. Well, I'd sure like to give it a shot, he said in a good-natured tone. Bert handed him 2 horseshoes. I'm done anyway. My battle axe is probably wondering where the heck I'm at. I'll see you men tomorrow. The senator glanced at Bert as he walked away. I didn't run him off, I hope. Nah, he just hates losing, I said. Have you been, Senator? Please call me Conrad, or Connie, he said while taking aim. He threw a shoe, and it landed 3 feet short of the stake. How have you been, Connie? I asked again. Not too bad, up until just now. He chuckled at his own joke and threw again. This one landed closer, but was still short by a foot. He stepped back and appeared to be evaluating his throws. It's more difficult than it looks, he said. I guess it's a good thing I don't have some kind of bet going. True, I said. What do you gentlemen think about the recent events here at Mount Weather? He asked. I wondered how long it was going to take for him to reveal his real reason for joining us. Why hasn't Jim Hasberg been installed as president yet? I countered. I mean, the president has been dead for 2 days now. What's the holdup? That's a complicated issue, he said as he watched Fred throw another ringer. There's been a lot of discussion about it. Josue scoffed. Politica, he muttered. Conrad looked at him in puzzlement, wondering if he'd been insulted. I don't see how, I said. I looked up the law last night. The Presidential Succession Act. It was clearly written. Josue picked up the horseshoes and threw a ringer. Ha! Fred responded by giving him a micro. So, am I the only one who has read the law? I asked, somewhat facetiously. The problem is, President Richmond never appointed a VP after the death of Puckett, Conrad said. This has caused an enormous amount of complexity in the proper line of succession. After Josue finished his turn, Fred picked up the shoes, squared himself, and aimed for maybe a second before throwing. He made a ringer. Did you see that, Connie? I asked. Yes, I did, he replied. He threw another ringer. But did you see what he did there? I asked again. He didn't stand there and have an endless discussion with the horseshoe. He knew what needed to be done, and he simply did it. What's so complicated? Conrad pursed his lips. If only running a government was as easy as throwing horseshoes. He held up a hand before I could respond. I understand your analogy. Let me throw in my own analogy. Right now there are too many cooks in the kitchen. It didn't seem to fit, but I went along with it. What do you think is the best course of action? I asked him. Josue was about to throw, but paused and waited for the senator's answer. I think the best course of action is to have an election, he said. Josue scoffed again and threw. Excellent, I said. Tomorrow morning at breakfast make the announcement and have everyone vote. Lydia has a list of everyone living here. We can set up a voting booth at the end of the buffet line and have the results by lunch. The senator chuckled, perhaps a little condescendingly. Oh, it's more complex than having a simple election. Whoever is running needs time to tell everyone how they stand on the issues. Now it was my turn to respond with a condescending chuckle. You people have been living in a fishbowl for almost 4 years now. Everyone knows everyone else inside and out, I suspect. Perhaps you have a point, he conceded. Are you running? Josue asked. Conrad smiled. It has been discussed. Josue made a face. You people need to learn how to say yes or no. Suddenly, a shot rang out, causing us to stop our conversation. That came from somewhere around post 3, I said. Another shot rang out. All of us were armed with handguns, well, with the exception of Senator Nelson, but we ran together toward post 3. It was occupied by Shooter and Kate. There's somebody out there, he shouted to us as he pointed toward the wood line. I climbed into the guard shack and grabbed the binoculars as the field phone rang. The sun was setting, which caused the forest to be cast into deep shadows. Short answer, I didn't see shit. I handed down the binoculars to Fred. Did you see anything? The senator asked. I shook my head. Lots of shadows. Whoever it was is either long gone or they're out there dead, or hiding. We each took turns with the binoculars as Captain Foswell rode up in a cart. Even though there was now 4 of us in the small guard shack, he climbed the steps and wedged himself in. I had to squeeze between him and the wall to get out. Fred did the same. He scanned the woods with the binoculars for around 20 seconds or so before setting them down and giving a tremendous sigh. Somebody has an overactive imagination and is wasting ammo, he declared. Dude, I'm telling you, somebody was out there, Shooter retorted. Foswell gave him a harsh stare. It's not dude. You will address me either as sir or by my rank. Shooter, come on out here, I said. The last thing we needed was for another one of us to put our hands on Foswell. Shooter clambered down the steps and walked over to where we were standing. His expression showed both frustration and agitation. I'm not making this shit up, man. There was somebody out there. I believe you, I said. He looked at me a little bit in surprise and realized I was taking him seriously. Yeah, he said. Was it a person or a Zed? Fred asked. Shooter looked at Fred and after a moment shrugged. I don't know. Tell us what you did see, I suggested. He yelled up at Kate. Hey, come down here. He waited for her to exit the guard shack. Junior Foswell was now in the shack by himself, so he followed her out. So Kate was looking around with the binoculars. She said she thought she saw something and pointed. He pointed at a gnarly oak tree about 75 yards back in the woods. So I take the binoculars and have a look-see. Sure enough, there was someone peeking out from behind the tree. He looked at everyone, wondering if one of us was going to call bullshit. Keep going, I said. What did you do next? I told Kate to get on the phone and report it, just like we're supposed to, right? Kate nodded in agreement. So I holler out at him, but he doesn't do anything. What made you think it was a male? Fred asked. The question seemed to confuse Shooter. He stared at Fred, but didn't answer. Was it tall or short? I asked. He responded. He was searching his brain, but was coming up dry. He was tall, Kate said. About Fred's size, but not as tall as you. So it was either a man or a tall woman. Fair enough, so what happened next? Fred asked. Shooter's jaw tightened, so Kate nudged him. All right, so he's not answering when I holler at him, so I shot above his head into the tree. He ducked back behind the tree, and then I saw 2 of them take off running. I might have clipped one of them, I don't know. Let me get this straight. They were running away, and you shot at them? Captain Foswell asked. Shooter reluctantly nodded. The captain stood there a moment, looking at Shooter like he was the proverbial red-headed stepchild. Unfucking-believable, Foswell muttered. He didn't do anything wrong, I contended. I pointed out at the woods. Why is someone sneaking around out there? If they were friendly, they would have come to the front gate and introduced themselves. He looked at all of us sourly, with the exception of Fred, who he pointedly ignored. He walked over to his cart and got on. He took one last look at us. You know what I think? I think you Tennessee people have more bullets than brains. With that proclamation, he drove off. I didn't do anything wrong, Shooter asserted. Don't worry about it, I said. He's got his panties in a wad, but I bet nothing will come of it. They're too worried about who's going to be the next El Presidente, Josue said. He gestured around. See? Nobody else even came out to see what was up. I looked at the senator to see if he had a comment. He saw me looking and only offered a slight smile. Captain Foswell did not feel it was necessary to inspect the area where Kate and Shooter saw the two people, so we did. Senator Nelson was visibly nervous about going out, but even so, he joined us. Shooter, who remained at the guard post, guided us to the spot. Josue pointed at a spot behind a tree. "Looks a little trampled down, man," Jorge said. We all agreed. I went up to the spot and looked things over. I even pantomimed peeking out from behind the tree toward the guard post. "Yeah, it's a good spot to spy on post 3, I said, and looked at Fred. "Where was that man you spotted scoping things out?" He pointed at another tree about 20 yards over and a little deeper in the wood line. "So, people are watching the place," Senator Nelson remarked. "It would appear so," I agreed, and looked at the sun. "Well, it's getting dark. I suppose we should get back inside." "Yes, by all means," Senator Nelson said, and looked at us anxiously. After re-entering the gate, Jorge motioned for Fred and me to hang back while the others walked inside. "Me and Pops have been talking," Jorge said. Josue nodded. Fred and I looked at him, waiting for him to explain. "Things are getting weird around here," he continued. "We were wondering if we should stay here or maybe leave." "And go back to Tennessee?" I asked. Josue nodded again. "What do you think?" he asked. I looked at Fred. I knew he wasn't sure about this place, but he remained quiet. "I understand the sentiment, and I'm inclined to go along." "But?" Josue asked. "I'd like to see how this is all going to play out," I said. "We have doctors here, a dentist, a vet, and when we go to bed at night, we're sleeping in a secure location." I looked at them and took a deep breath. "If you're asking my opinion, I'd say let's give it until the spring. If things become drastic within the next week or two, we'll leave before then. Kelly, Janet, and I have already discussed it, and that's what we've agreed to." "What do you think Shooter and Cutter will do?" Jorge asked. "I'm pretty sure they'll stay. Cutter has started messing around with that soldier Stretch, or whatever her name is, so unless she dumps him, he's happy here. And I honestly don't care what Shooter does." The father and son looked at each other and spoke in Spanish. I only understood a word or two, but I could have swore Joker's name was mentioned. They spoke for a couple of minutes before Jorge spoke to me. "Maria says one of the Marines has been flirting with her," he said. "Let me guess, Joker?" Josue nodded. "I've gotten to know him a little bit. He's a little bit of a clown, but he seems like a good guy. But if he's causing problems, I'll tell him to back off if you want," I offered. The two men looked at each other again. Josue shrugged. "Nah, man, it's okay. I think she likes him. She gets a big stupid smile on her face whenever his name is brought up." Chapter 33. The Attack. Fred, Jorge, Josue, and I had spent most of the day at the armory reloading ammunition. It was tedious work, but it was better than sitting in a guard shack or cleaning the latrines. "We done good, but I'm getting hungry," Josue said. I looked at my watch. "Yeah, let's go eat." The field phone rang, waking Boner up. After a moment of an intense, heated conversation, he hung up and hit the alarm. The four of us looked at each other for maybe half a second. I hopped the half door into the armory and started tossing weapons and magazines out to my eagerly waiting friends. "Holy shit!" Jorge exclaimed as we exited the front door. The two guards in the main post were firing as quickly as they could, but they weren't taking the time to aim, and the sheer numbers were overwhelming them. There were hundreds of them, maybe even more. It was hard to tell at the moment. We took up positions and began firing. Slowly, methodically, making our shots count. Within seconds, I heard additional gunfire coming from my right. I paused only a moment to see it was the reactionary force being led by Captain Foswell. Unfortunately, they too were rushing their shots, resulting in low hit rates. The front gate was open for some unknown reason, and the Zeds were pouring through. We were losing ground. There were too many of them. Whoever was in the guard shack had stopped firing. They were probably either dead or they'd closed the shutters before they got killed. I was about to yell for everyone to fall back when someone shouted behind me. "Coming up!" I briefly turned to see Seth running up with another Marine. He knelt beside me and grinned. "What's up, Zach?" he asked lightheartedly as he began firing. "Where have you been?" I shouted back over the noise of gunfire. "Meetings, lots of meetings," he said. "I've got Stretch with a group flanking around the left." It sounded like a plan. I hoped it worked. I hoped the members of the reactionary force didn't shoot any of them by mistake. It seemed to take forever, but after only a few minutes I heard the eruption of gunfire on the west flank. I looked that way and caught a glimpse of Stretch. She was standing behind a group of 4 people, shouting orders and directing their fire. In short order, they were firing into the flank of the horde and cutting them down rapidly. "There's my girl," Seth shouted. "All right, let's get this shit over with." He stood. "Everyone get on line with me and start walking forward. Make your shots count, people." Within seconds, we began gaining an advantage, and more people started joining us. I strongly suspect they were cowering inside the buildings until they saw us winning. Then they wanted to join in and try their hand at killing zombies. Seth gave me a look when a few of them ran up to us. I nodded knowingly. Whatever he thought about them, he kept to himself and hustled them online. We slowly worked forward, firing as we went. As we moved forward, Lois and Norman jogged up beside me. Both were carrying bags full of magazines. "Who needs ammo?" she shouted, and without waiting for answers, started going down the line, handing out full magazines and picking up the empty ones. I didn't stop to count, but I figured there were a couple of dozen of us firing in concert now, and the zombies were dropping like sacks of fetid shit. We worked our way up to the main guard post, and everyone stood in a loose line. As the Zeds continued falling, their numbers began thinning and the rate of firing diminished. We'd stopped their advance, and in fact were pushing them back toward the main gate. A year ago, they would have continued charging forward, but now some of them seemed to have more of a survival instinct. Some still charged toward us, some stood there awaiting the inevitable, while others turned and began running away. After approximately 5 minutes, I yelled out, "Cease fire! Cease fire! Only shoot if you have a good target. Don't waste ammo." "Look," Josue said, pointing at a dozen or so who had broken off the attack and were fleeing toward the woods. I caught Fred's attention and grinned before bringing up my M4 and picked off 2. Fred gave me the arched eyebrow, handed Josue his assault rifle, and drew his pistol. He took casual aim and picked off 2 more before the rest disappeared into the woods. "Holy shit," Jorge shouted. "Those fuckers were over 100 yards away. That's some awesome shooting, old man." Fred's only response was to reload and holster his weapon. I walked over to the side of the guard shack and pulled open the door. The small shack was full of zombies. Some of them were dead, others were chewing on one of the guards. A zombie was making a meal out of his face, but even so, I recognized him immediately. It was Paul. I took aim and shot them in the head, including Paul. Jorge and Josue ran up and stood by me, guns at the ready. "What's up, man?" Jorge asked. I didn't need to answer. One look inside and they understood. "Cover me," I said, leaned my rifle against the wall and began dragging them out. Some of them were still active. I would have said they were still alive, but who the hell knew what they were anymore? In any event, Jorge and Josue took turns putting bullets in their heads as I drug them out of the small confines of the shack. I drug out 7 before I found the other guard. It was Pris. She was still alive, a look of sheer terror on her face. She gazed at me when I dragged the zombie corpse off of her with one of those 1,000-yard stares. "Pris," I said. She continued staring and started to bring her rifle up. I stepped forward quickly and snatched it out of her hands. I looked back and handed it to Josue before focusing back on Pris. "Pris, it's me, Zach." It took her several seconds before responding. "Zach?" she asked. "Yeah, it's me, Zach." I held a hand out. After a moment, she reached out and grabbed my hand. I helped her up and then began checking her for bites. She was covered in blood and zombie goo, but otherwise I did not see any injuries. "Zach?" she asked again. I held her by her hands. "It's okay, Pris. It's okay." It took a moment, but then she saw her brother lying on the ground. A low, sorrowful moan erupted from her. I looked around, spotted Stretch, and motioned her over. "Please do me a favor and take her to medical." Stretch looked her over. I could sense from the expression on her face she did not like Pris, but to her credit she kept those feelings to herself and reached out, taking her hand. "Come on, baby girl, walk with me." As I watched Stretch lead Pris away, Josue walked up and held up her assault rifle. "Empty," he said, and pointed at all of the cartridge casings lying on the floor of the guard shack. "She put up a hell of a fight." I looked over and saw another assault rifle lying on the floor. Thinking this one must have been Paul's, I picked it up and inspected it. The magazine had 17 rounds left in it, and there was a stovepipe in the chamber. Frowning, I popped the packed pin and broke it open. The weapon was hideously dirty. I cursed under my breath as I showed it to Jorge, Josue, and Fred. "This is ridiculous," I said. "Nobody is cleaning their weapons." Everyone had gathered around the carnage now. Some of them were even giving themselves high fives and congratulating themselves. "Listen up, everyone," I shouted angrily. When I had their attention, I continued. "This was Paul's weapon. It malfunctioned because it was filthy." I looked around for emphasis. "All of you know I didn't like Paul, but Jesus, people, being eaten alive is no way to die. Clean your fucking weapons." Nobody said a word. No arguments, nothing. Fred gave me a micro. "Coordinated attack," Captain Foswell said. I turned toward the voice. He was with his father, and both of them had M4s slung across their shoulders. Captain Foswell was leading the reactionary squad during the attack, but I never saw the general. He must have had more important matters to attend to. The younger Foswell hooked a thumb behind him. Posts 3 and 4 were also attacked, but not as many. Good thing I was OD, he said, looking expectantly at his father, who ignored him and stared at the slew of dead zombies. There was an expression on Captain Foswell's face, and it took me a minute to understand. He was seeking his father's approval. In that moment, I realized young Foswell had spent his entire life seeking his father's approval and had never quite succeeded in getting it. Not much different from the attack on the CDC, Rachel said. I had not seen her at all during the attack, but I had no doubt she was in the thick of it. The only difference is the numbers. The CDC was attacked by over 50,000. Their numbers must be diminishing, Captain Foswell opined. The general nodded thoughtfully and then looked at Rachel. Do you think they followed you here from Fort Detrick? It's possible, sir. After the first day we had intermittent contact with hordes. Most of the time it was only like 3 to 10 in a group. A couple of strays here and there, but nothing significant. We'd wondered where they went to. The general nodded again and then seemed to notice his son for the first time. What are you doing, Captain? Sir, Captain Foswell asked. Don't just stand there with your head in the clouds, Captain. Get your reactionary squad together and conduct a recon of the perimeter. Make certain there are no breaches. Yes, sir, Captain Foswell said. He looked dejected, wondering why he was being chastised instead of praised for his work. And double the guards. Muster up some of those damn senators if you have to. Yes, sir, he answered, rendered a salute, and walked over to his reactionary force, which was comprised mostly of civilians. I'll give him a hand, Rachel said, and hurried after him, ignoring the required protocol to give the general a salute. General Foswell then turned to me. Sergeant Clark advised me you predicted this attack. How'd you know? I dreamt it, I responded. He looked at me in puzzlement. A premonition? I guess so. Have you had other premonitions? He asked. This time I didn't answer. He looked thoughtfully a moment before pointing at all of us. Let's get a body count. 307, Norman said when we'd finished counting. In technical parlance, that's a shitload. Yep, I said as I looked them over. There was nothing discernible about the demographics of the things. They were mostly younger. I didn't spot any of them that appeared over 60, although it was hard to tell due to the scarring. I ripped a few shirts open and looked them over. What are you seeing, Gunderson? General Foswell asked. I pointed at the one I was currently looking at. The scarring is old and healed. These aren't fresh. They've been zombies for a while now. I understand you people have had similar attacks in the past, the general remarked. We did. I also read where you and your crew organized and conducted a large killing operation. Yeah, there'd been a build-up north of where we lived. They hampered our scavenging, and it was only a matter of time before they were going to drift toward our neck of the woods. So we took a proactive approach and eradicated a sizable proportion. It was mostly effective. And you did it with civilians, he remarked. We had one soldier with us, but yeah, the rest of us were civilians. Nice. We're going to have the Marines go on more missions, so they will be absent frequently. I need to find a way of training these civilians so they may be able to perform a similar operation without depending on military personnel. I think you people could be instrumental in that endeavor. Yeah, good luck with that, I said. You have too many chiefs and not enough Indians. I'm sure it's hard getting them to listen to orders. He didn't respond and instead changed the subject. What did you do with all of the corpses after you'd killed them? We used a bulldozer to pile them up and then burn them. I pointed at the corpses. The longer they lay here, the worse the smell is going to get. If you want, I can organize a work crew and get started on them. How about you guys? How'd you handle the corpses? We've been dumping them in a local landfill, but it's caused side effects, the general said. Flies, Norman said. Millions of flies. And there's no telling what those rotting bastards are doing to the groundwater. We have a crematorium down below, Lois said. It would make things a lot easier. Parvis, who had been listening to our conversation, cleared his throat. It's only large enough to cremate 3 at a time. It was only meant to dispose of anyone who died while in lockdown, not for larger numbers like this. He gestured at the corpses again. As you can imagine, it'd be problematic to transport all of these things down into the bunker. So we dump them in the landfill, I said. Parvis grinned. Maybe not. I rigged up something in Bluemont that I've been dying to try out. And that's how it worked out to where we were tasked with cleaning up the mess. It took most of the day to load up the corpses into dump trucks, and then we followed Captain Foswell and Parvis into the small town of Bluemont. When we stopped, his reactionary force casually exited and formed a loose defensive perimeter. Parvis led the caravan to 4 dumpsters that appeared attached together with pipes. We stopped and got out. I walked over and looked it over. There were a series of 2-inch holes drilled in the base of the dumpsters, which I presumed enhanced airflow. Each dumpster also had a pipe running into it. I followed the pipe back to a nearby propane tank. He even had regulators attached. I looked inside. It looked like he'd attached stainless burner tubes to the pipes. "What do you think?" Parvis asked. "It won't get as hot as a crematorium, but I believe it'll do the job." "If there's enough propane in that tank, it should work," I said. Parvis grinned and started tinkering with the gauges. He eventually got it going, and we spent the rest of the day tossing the bodies into the dumpsters. We'd toss a few in, add a little stale diesel fuel, wait for them to burn, and then toss in a few more. It was nasty, stinking work. It was sundown by the time we'd burned the last dead zombie, and I'll have to say I was tired and I smelled. We all smelled. We stood around talking about the day's events. "Well, all in all, this was a success," General Foswell said. "Yes, it was," Parvis agreed. "Who needs those Marines anyway, right, General?" Lois said with a nervous laugh. General Foswell ignored her comment and motioned for his son, who jogged over. "Yes, sir," he asked. "Get everyone loaded up and back to camp. Zach and I are going to ride back together." The younger Foswell gave me a look. "Do you want me to ride with you?" "That won't be necessary. I need to have a private conversation with Mr. Gunderson." "Roger that, sir," he said, saluted, and jogged off before his father had a chance to return his salute. "I'd like for Fred to stay," I said. The general looked over at Fred and nodded. We watched as the younger Foswell got everyone loaded up. "Your son has a lot of respect for you," I commented. The general did not immediately respond. Instead, he watched as Captain Foswell took one last look at him, perhaps waiting for a signal or something. General Foswell merely nodded. His son hopped in the last truck and they drove off. "He was a graduate of West Point, just like me," he suddenly said. "Only, unlike me, he was last in his class. He was going to be Special Forces, just like me, but he barely made through jump school and was cut from Ranger School. Twice." "There are worse things a son could do," I said. The general glanced at me and gave a clipped chuckle. "Yes, I suppose so. How were you with your father?" "My parents died when I was young. I was raised by my grandmother." I gestured at Fred. "This man is my father as far as I'm concerned." "I see," he continued, staring out in the distance. "Are either of you a religious man?" he asked. I was trying to figure the man out. He kept jumping from subject to subject. "I am," Fred said quietly. "My grandmother was. She carried me to church every Sunday and Wednesday night. When I started high school, I was on the track team and had a job, so I more or less quit going." He turned to me. "What religion?" "Presbyterian," I answered. Fred nodded in agreement. "Ah," he said, as he turned back toward the street the trucks were on. They'd already disappeared from view. "I'm Catholic. The Catholics have a slightly different religious perspective than the Protestants." He then held his arm out and made a slow, sweeping gesture with it. "The quaint little town of Bluemont, Virginia. Have either of you ever been here?" "Nope, this is my first visit," I said. Fred gave a small nod in agreement. "Not much to it," he said. "A typical sleepy town. A few of the Mount Weather employees lived here." He pointed. "That road will lead you to Route 7, which is commonly known as Harry Byrd Highway. He was a Virginia senator, among other things. If you continue to travel east, you'll come to Round Hill, then Purcellville, and then Leesburg, all nice Virginia towns back in the day. Eventually, you'll come to the Dulles Airport." "Okay," I said. "Where are you going with this?" "We are wanting to eradicate all zombie presence through that pipeline, all the way to Dulles." "I understand the need to reestablish air flight, but without fuel, that'd be a dead end, wouldn't it?" He gave me a look and pointed toward the northwest. "That way, about 200 miles, are refineries." He let that sink in for a few seconds before continuing. "You two should be a part of it. You're adventurers. Neither of you should be kept pent up within the confines of Mount Weather. We need leaders out here in the wilderness." He pointed in the general direction of Mount Weather. "Those people only have an inkling of what it's like out here. Even me. Wouldn't you agree?" "Yeah, probably," I said, "with the exception of Melvin." "Ah, yes, Melvin is definitely an exception. Perhaps one or two others. The Marines would fare well, I would think. The rest, well..." He didn't finish the sentence, and instead changed the subject once more. "The sinners and non-believers are feeling God's wrath. They are being purged from the earth. We must let it take its course." I looked at him questioningly, wondering where he was going with the line of thought. He looked out into the distance, but I had no idea at what. I glanced over at Fred, who seemed to be lost in thought. "Did you hear? Dr. Smeltzer and Kincaid believe they have created a vaccine." "That's good news," I said. "You would think so, wouldn't you?" "Is there any reason why it wouldn't be?" Fred asked. He kept staring off into the distance as a small, knowing smile crept across his face. I continued watching him, wondering if I was seeing a side of General Foswell he kept hidden from most other folks. I glanced over at Fred again, who gave me an arched eyebrow. As we stood there, silent, wondering what the hell was going on, we heard the distinct snarling of zombies. The General pointed them out. There was 6 of them. They were maybe 100 yards off, walking up the road. "They're never too far away, are they?" "We should get back," I suggested. He stared at me queerly, the small smile still there. "Yes, I suppose you're right." The ride back was quiet. I tried to engage him in casual conversation, but his responses were short, if he responded at all. I finally gave up, glanced over at Fred, who still seemed to be lost in his own thoughts, and watched for threats. When we reached the front gate, he paused only long enough for the guards to open the gate, and then parked in the parking lot. Chapter 34. Coup d'etat. The klaxon alarm sounded promptly at 6. Sammy, Fred, and I were outside walking the dogs and chatting lightheartedly. I frowned as I looked around. I didn't hear any gunfire or anything else. I looked at Fred, who gave a small shrug. I jogged over to the main guard post. "What's going on?" I asked. "Damned if I know," the guard replied. "We didn't do anything." The klaxon continued for a full minute before shutting off. A woman's voice then came over the speaker. "All personnel report to the cafeteria. Repeat, all personnel report to the cafeteria. This is not a drill." The first thing I did was jog to our room and bumped into Kelly as I opened the door. "What's going on?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. For some reason, I was suddenly concerned. "Are you armed?" She looked around to make sure nobody was nearby and patted her crotch. "Of course." Janet exited the room next door. "What's going on?" she asked, mimicking Kelly. "We're about to find out. Are you armed?" "Should I be?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Absolutely, but keep it hidden." She gave me a look and disappeared back into her room. I watched through the open door as she opened a lockbox and retrieved a Derringer. She stuck it in the pocket of her jeans, came out, and gave me a nod. We walked together to the cafeteria. Everyone in our group filtered in, along with almost everyone else who lived here. I saw a lot of familiar faces. They all looked tense, worried. But what stuck out most was who I didn't see. Jim Hasberg, an almost ever-present person in the cafeteria, wasn't here. 15 long minutes went by, with a couple of reminders over the intercom for everyone to get their asses to the cafeteria. Finally, a group of people walked in. The late arrivals included the Foswells, Seth, Raymond, a couple of civilians, and 2 soldiers I hardly ever saw. They were surrounding the Secretary of Defense, Abraham Stark. He raised a hand. "May I have everyone's attention?" he asked in a loud voice. He waited until everyone had stopped chattering before continuing. "I want to thank all of you for being here," Secretary Stark said. "I won't even attempt to manipulate you with political nonsense. There seems to be too much of that lately, so I'll make it short and sweet. I am now in charge." I expected a massive collective gasp, but there was none. It was almost like everyone expected this to happen, and, well, oh shucks, whatever. I raised my hand. Secretary Stark looked at me impassively. "Yes, Mr. Gunderson." "A coup d'etat?" I asked. "Congressman Hasberg, the former Speaker of the House, has formally declined to assume the role of presidency, as well as Senator Polachek, the former Speaker pro tem." "That leaves you," I remarked. He responded with a small nod. "What exactly does this mean for all of us?" I asked. "Status quo, Mr. Gunderson." He looked around the room. "We are going to continue growing Mount Weather and moving forward with rebuilding this once great society." He looked around at his captive audience. "However, some of you may want to reassess your value here at Mount Weather. Some of you seem to feel entitled to be here. Quite frankly, whoever does not pull their weight around here will find themselves being invited to leave Mount Weather." I narrowed my eyes at him. "The way you phrased that last sentence implies some of us will be forced to leave." "You are either with us or against us, Mr. Gunderson. There is no in-between." "That's a hell of an ultimatum," I said as I casually looked around. We were getting sidelong stares from a lot of people. I caught a look from Fred. Now was not the time for a confrontation, he was telling me. I understood. "We're not against you, Mr. Secretary," I said, "but don't expect me to agree with everything you say or do." Secretary Stark, or should I say President Stark, smiled easily now. "Oh, I expect you will find yourself agreeing more than disagreeing, Mr. Gunderson. Excuse me." He then walked away and approached a table full of politicians and their aides. They all looked tense. Hell, everyone looked tense. "What does this mean for us?" Janet quietly asked. I saw Cutter about to say something, but I cut him off by clearing my throat. When he looked at me, I made a subtle gesture toward a table near us. At least two of them heard Janet's question and were obviously listening. "It's a nice day outside," Josue said. When he had everyone's attention, he made a subtle gesture toward the door. Everyone seemed to understand. We walked outside, and I led everyone to our parked trailer. Everyone was present except one. "Where's Kira?" I asked her sister, who shrugged indifferently. "All right, the big question, how will this affect us, and what are we going to do?" I posed both questions for everyone, and then waited for someone to respond. "Will they impose martial law or something?" Kate asked. "Technically, we've been under martial law since the outbreak," I answered. "So the answer is no." "What do you think, Zach?" Janet asked. "I think it'll be status quo for the most part. I think the only people who will suffer will be these politicians. They're going to find themselves obsolete." "What'll happen to them?" Jorge asked. "If I have a good read on Stark, he'll relegate their status down to common laborers. They'll put up a fuss and try to resist, but the only way they know how to fight is with words and manipulation of people's own personal interests. Those tactics won't work anymore, I'm thinking." "And then what?" Kelly asked. "At first, you'll see a subtle change. Things will be run more efficiently, but without the power of the vote and individual rights, it'll eventually become a totalitarian type of government around here." "What do you think, Fred?" Josue asked. "All I know is I don't care much for some of these people." "So it begs the question, what do we do?" Kelly asked. I looked them all over. "All right, here's what I think. They have a pretty good setup here. Plenty of livestock, good gardens, electricity, a functioning water supply and sewer system, a couple of doctors, a dentist, a veterinarian, a structured education system for the kids. These are things we didn't have back in Tennessee. With the politicians out of the way, I foresee improvements continuing." "Like what?" Maria asked. She'd been quiet the whole time, as usual, but now I could see genuine concern in her expression. "They're going to expand. Once they're sure the vaccine works, the word will get out. More people will be coming here. Parvis has already told me they're expecting this to happen. They have two major goals. The first one is expanding the power grid into Bluemont, resettling people there, and then to expand eastward to Dulles Airport." "Why Dulles?" Janet asked. "That's where Sarah plays a major part. Once they get fuel, they're going to get the airport up and running again. It's a long-range plan. They have a 10-year model all written up. It's pretty impressive." "What's the downside?" Fred asked. "The political dynamics are going to change dramatically. I'm guessing about all of this, but I foresee a lot of rules being created in the next few weeks or so. And if you don't follow the rules, they'll instate some type of punishment. Banishment, probably. It's not much of an ultimatum for us. We can simply go back to Nolansville. But for a lot of these people who've been accustomed to their elite status, they're not going to fare so well." Chapter 35. Peggy. Melvin walked into the conference room to an audience of 8 people. "Good morning, Sergeant," Stark said. "Back at you, sir," Melvin replied. "You know, I think this is the first time I've walked into a meeting in this conference room when it wasn't full. It's a rather stark contrast, don't you think?" Melvin arched an eye, wondering if anyone caught the pun. Stark responded with a tight smile. "We've come to the conclusion large meetings with a bunch of gas bags is no longer an efficient means to operate at Mount Weather," an aide said. "You'll get no argument from me," Melvin replied and cocked his head. "Say, how do I address you now?" "President Stark, or Mr. President," the same aide quickly replied. Melvin nodded, grabbed a chair, and made himself comfortable. "Well, Mr. President, what's cooking?" Melvin was hiding his apprehension. He assumed he was getting a new mission, but something in Stark's body language suggested something more was brewing. "Sergeant, how do you like Mount Weather?" President Stark asked. "Oh, I like it okay. The people here are decent for the most part. There are some who don't care too much for me, but that's all right. Why do you ask?" "We want to begin implementing outposts around the area, and with your experience and knowledge, we want you to start setting them up. What do you think of that?" General Foswell said. Melvin rubbed his face. "Sure, sounds fine. Who are the personnel for this, if I may ask?" "I think you will agree there are certain people who have not pulled their weight around here. They will be given the option of manning these new outposts," Foswell said. "In time, it is hoped they will become self-sufficient." "What if they refuse?" Melvin asked. "That is their choice, of course," President Stark said. but they will be summarily evicted from the Mount Weather community and receive no other assistance from us. We'd prefer not to exercise the latter option, an aide said. So if we can provide them with relatively safe locations and get them set up, it would go a long way to achieving our long-term goals. Melvin nodded slowly. He knew who was going to be kicked out. Most, if not all, of the politicians who have skated by ever since the evacuation from D.C. All right, I can do it. A couple of questions. How many locations, how far apart, and when do you want me to start? The aide stood, picked his laptop up, and carried it over to Melvin. He pointed at the screen. We think a reachable goal is to have at least 5 and maybe 10 before the first snowfall. We'd like them focused starting in Bluemont and then various locations southeast along the 734 corridor. Our goal is to eventually establish an outpost at Dulles. You should try to find structures that can be fortified and hold 10 or more people. Melvin nodded as he looked at the computer screen. Do you see this? The aide pointed at an overlay of a blue line running along Highway 734. There were occasional symbols along the line. Yeah, what is that? That's a power line, President Stark said. Parvis and a couple of others are going to go with you and assess it, see how damaged it is and if it can be repaired. Melvin nodded in understanding. You want these new homes to have power? Yes, President Stark said. Melvin grunted. The further east you go toward the larger cities, the more Zeds you'll encounter, not to mention damage to the infrastructures. He thought about it as he looked at the computer. Yeah, I already have a few places in mind. He looked up at President Stark. You're going to evict 100 folks? There's only 130 here. As soon as your mission gets underway, we're going to initiate radio broadcasts inviting people to come live up here. Having a working power grid will be a major selling point, we believe. Yeah, okay. When do you want me to get started? How about tomorrow morning? General Foswell replied with a tight expression. We already have a family who is ready to relocate. Melvin listened as they explained. His mood grew somber. It sounded like a certain politician was being railroaded, but he kept his opinion to himself. When they were finished, Melvin stood. Well, I better get going. I have a lot of stuff to do before tomorrow. There is one other item we need to discuss, Sergeant, President Stark said. Melvin slowly sat back down. We've had complaints about Peggy, he began. She isn't bothering anyone, Melvin retorted. There was an incident yesterday in which some curious children got a little too close to her before one of the guards manning the front gate intervened. I'm wondering how that guard allowed those kids to get out of the gate unattended in the first place, Melvin mused. Probably because the guard was not paying attention, General Foswell said. It happens, and kids will be kids. Let's not beat around the bush, Sergeant. You need to find somewhere else to keep Peggy when you are in garrison. It's nothing personal, but it is a serious safety issue. Captain Foswell leaned over and whispered to his father a moment. It's my understanding Mr. Gunderson's intuitions indicate she's a threat to Mount Weather. He was only speculating, Melvin replied. He speculated about an imminent attack as well, and it seemed to be well-founded, the general rejoined. She can't be kept anywhere close to Mount Weather, President Stark said. Melvin stood again. I understand. I'll take care of it. He turned around and left. We should follow up on it, the aide said. Maybe we should direct someone to kill her tonight. Gunderson, maybe. No, Stark said. Sergeant Clark is a man of his word. He said he'll take care of it, and he will. Savannah was waiting for Melvin outside of the conference room. He didn't say anything and walked directly outside. She followed, and the two of them walked toward the main gate. How's it going, Melvin? Hi, Savannah, Slim said as they approached the gate. Guard duty again, Melvin asked. Yeah, Slim replied. As long as the Marines are gone, I'm going to have it every day. You'd think certain people would step up and start volunteering to do more, give us peons a break once in a while. Slim was a maintenance man with Mount Weather. He had no political pull and no specialty skills other than knowing little things like how to unstop a toilet. He'd never even fired a weapon until Melvin taught him. Yeah, Melvin said. Melvin had a feeling there would be a lot more volunteering once word got out of Stark's plan to evict some of them. I'm going to check on Peggy, he told Slim. All right, buddy, Slim said, and helped with opening the gate. Savannah wondered what he meant and kept following him. She watched as Melvin stopped in front of Peggy and carefully took her helmet off, which he normally only did when he was going to feed her. Do you have something to feed her? Savannah asked. No, Melvin replied. It won't matter. He moved closer to Peggy. Careful, she admonished. Melvin ignored her and dropped the helmet to the ground. Peggy usually took the opportunity to gnash at Melvin whenever he took the helmet off, but this time she stared at him silently. He faced her, his face only a couple feet away from hers. "Hello, Peggy," he said. She stared back at him with her black eyes. "Maybe she's thirsty," Savannah suggested. Melvin thought about it and then retrieved a canteen out of the truck. He held it while Peggy drank sloppily. "Come on, let's take a ride," he said to Savannah, and then yelled up to Slim. "We'll be back in a little while." Slim acknowledged with a wave, and the two of them got in the truck. "I'm heading out on a mission tomorrow," he said to Savannah as he drove down a fire road southeast of the compound. Savannah looked at him questioningly. "What kind of mission?" she asked. Melvin didn't answer immediately and stopped deep in the woods. He turned off the truck and got out. Savannah followed him to the front of the truck. He stood there, staring at his wife. "Melvin," it came out as a guttural rasp, barely understandable, but Savannah jumped in surprise. "Oh my God, she just said your name," she exclaimed. Melvin didn't say anything. "Has she ever done that before? I mean, since she became infected?" Melvin shook his head. "Melvin," Peggy said again. Melvin stared intently into his wife's eyes, trying to get a reading on her. As he watched, a single tear fell down her scarred cheek. He looked over at Savannah, who was standing behind him. He turned back to Peggy. "It's time, sweetheart," he whispered. She smelled bad, like roadkill simmering on hot asphalt. He'd never gotten used to it. He stepped back, drew his Glock, and fired. The bullet entered an inch above her right ear and exploded out of the other side in a mist of brain tissue and black goo. Savannah yelped as she jumped back in surprise. Melvin holstered his handgun, pulled out his knife, and began cutting through the duct tape holding his late wife to the chair. When he finished, he picked her up and laid her down on the side of the road before getting a shovel out of the back of the truck. He found a spot that looked free of roots and rocks, but before he could stick it in the ground, a chorus of unhuman screams emanated from within the woods. Both of them instinctively crouched partially and drew their respective handguns. "What the fuck was that?" Savannah asked under her breath. Melvin wasn't sure. His first thought was zombies, but he'd never heard zombies make blood-curdling screams like that. Savannah gasped. "Oh shit, look!" She was pointing down the fire road. Zombies started emerging from the woods, dozens of them, and started walking toward them. "Get in the truck," Melvin urged. He need not have bothered. Savannah had jumped in the truck and locked her door before he'd even had a chance to close his mouth. He was right behind her. "Where the hell did they come from?" she asked. Melvin had no answer. They'd patrolled all around Mount Weather and thought they had eradicated all the infected. Even though the last patrol was back in June, he had a hard time understanding why the things would move back in. "What are they doing?" Savannah asked. "I don't know. There were probably 30 of them. They'd stopped and were now standing together, motionless, less than 20 feet away from them." Savannah gripped her handgun tightly. Melvin noticed. "Easy now," Melvin said. "They aren't attacking us. Let's not waste bullets. Something else is going on here." They sat there and watched 6 of them walk forward and surround Peggy. They then picked her up and carried her back to the main group. "What the fuck?" Savannah whispered as they watched the zombies carrying her. Within a minute, they disappeared into the woods. They sat there for several minutes, but they were gone. Gone back to wherever they'd come from. Melvin started the truck and drove back to Mount Weather. He parked at the decontamination station this time, and the two of them began washing down his truck. Slim exited the guard shack and walked down to them. "Where's my girl at?" he asked lightheartedly. Savannah waited for Melvin to answer. When he did not, she answered for him. "He put her down," she said. Slim's grin disappeared. "What do you mean? He killed her?" Savannah nodded her head. Both of them looked at Melvin uncertainly. He ignored them and continued scrubbing his truck. "What'd y'all do with her?" Slim asked. "We were going to bury her, but a bunch of zombies came out of the woods and carried her off." Slim looked at her dumbly. "Come on now, don't bullshit me with something like that." He kept staring at the two of them, but neither responded. Savannah shrugged apathetically. "I'm gonna call it in," he said, and jogged back to the guard shack. Melvin finished washing his truck and drove it through the gate, absently thinking it was the first time he'd brought his truck inside the Mount Weather compound in over 3 years. He parked it in the parking near the main building and looked over at Savannah. "Why don't you go get something to eat? I'm gonna prep the truck for tomorrow." "Aren't you gonna join me?" she asked. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, not looking at her. "I need to be alone for a while." "I can wait. I'm not that hungry right now." Melvin cut her off. "Damn it, Savannah, is it too much to ask for some alone time? You're up my ass constantly, for Christ's sake. I just want some fucking space." Savannah looked at him as he continued staring straight ahead, gripping the steering wheel. "Okay," she said quietly, fighting the tears welling up in her eyes. She got out and walked inside. Savannah made a detour to the women's locker room. She locked herself inside one of the stalls, sat and cried silently. Other women walked in and were chatting about nothing important. She waited for them to leave before exiting the stall. She washed up at the sink, retrieved Melvin's comb out of her back pocket, and fixed herself up in front of the mirror before going to the cafeteria. She put on a pleasant face and walked to the cafeteria. Most of the Tennessee people were present. Maria saw her first, smiled, and waved her over. She got halfway through her meal when she felt a presence looming over her. It was Captain Foswell and Ensign Boner. "Where's Clark?" Captain Foswell asked gruffly. "I don't know," Savannah replied. "Don't hand me that shit. Where is he?" demanded. Kelly jumped to her feet. "She said she doesn't know. Stop being an asshole." She literally shouted it, causing everyone to stop talking and turn to the commotion. Ensign Boner stepped closer. "Sweetie, tell us what happened with Peggy." "Her name is not Sweetie," Maria shouted. She was standing with Kelly. "Her name is Savannah. Either call her Savannah or ma'am, you sexist pigs." The rest of the Tennessee crew stood now, even Shooter. "You know, if Zach or Fred were here, you two would already be flat on your asses," he said. Boner held his hands up and backed off. "I'll go check the armory," he said, and quickly left. Captain Foswell looked uncomfortable now and left soon behind him. Everyone sat down then. "Holy shit, I've never heard you yell before," Cutter said to Maria. "Me neither," Kelly said. "You go, girl." Maria actually blushed a little. "So," Shooter said, "what the hell were those two bozos wanting to know?" "Boner said something about Peggy." Savannah drank some water, her hand trembling slightly, but nobody said anything. "Melvin took her out in the woods and killed her," she said. "What?" Jorge asked. "He killed his wife?" "Well, she wasn't his wife anymore. She was a zombie," she said. Yeah, I meant to say that," Jorge said. "What'd he do with the body?" Cutter asked. "He was going to bury her, but a bunch of zombies came out of the woods and carried her off." Now there was a collective gasp. Savannah told them the details. Melvin walked in a little before midnight. Savannah was already in bed, but she couldn't sleep. The dim light in the hallway illuminated the room when he opened the door. He closed it quickly and moved toward the bed. There was enough light coming through the crack at the bottom of the door where she could watch as Melvin stripped to his underwear and then crawled in bed with her. "Hey," she said quietly. "Hey." He was silent for a long 10 seconds. "I'm sorry about earlier." "It's okay," she said. "I can go sleep in the dorm if I'm making you uncomfortable." He was lying on his back. Savannah rolled over, draped an arm across his chest, and snuggled into his shoulder. "I want you here, with me," she said. "Okay," he said. "Are you okay?" she asked. Melvin sighed before answering. "I knew this day would come. It just hit me a little funny. I shouldn't have taken it out on you." "It's okay." He sighed again. "How was your day otherwise?" "It was okay. I went to my follow-up with Dr. Salisbury after lunch." "Oh yeah? Everything okay?" he asked. She snuggled a little closer. "She gave me a clean bill of health." She was silent for a minute before speaking again. "So if you want to, we can." Melvin was silent. After a moment, he turned toward her and kissed her on the top of her head. Savannah started stroking his chest and waited. And kept waiting. He was quiet for so long she thought he'd gone to sleep, but then he kissed her again. And again. He worked his way down to her mouth and kissed her passionately. He then helped her out of her t-shirt. Melvin awoke at his usual time and lay there trying to clear his head. He'd dreamt about Peggy all night, mostly bad dreams. He arose quietly and went straight to the locker room. He hoped a long, hot shower would put him in a better mood. He heard the shower curtain opening behind him and turned to see Savannah. She removed her towel and hung it on the hook, self-consciously folding her arms over her breasts. He looked around nervously, wondering if there was anyone else in the locker room. "Get in," he said, and pulled the shower curtain closed behind her. "Oh, shit, you've got it really hot," Savannah said as she stepped under the water. He looked at her as she closed her eyes and turned her face up, letting the water spray her face. He found himself reaching for the shampoo bottle and lathering up her hair. She murmured in contentment and leaned back against him. "You've gained weight," he said. "I noticed last night." "Dr. Salisbury weighed me. 98 pounds. She said my target weight should be 120 by Thanksgiving." "Good," he said, and rinsed off. "Maybe you should start lifting weights, build up your muscles." "Will you work out with me?" she asked. "Sure." He watched as she rinsed off, fighting the urge to get frisky. "There's something I have to get off my chest," he said. Savannah rinsed the soap off of her face and looked up at him with her big brown eyes. She knew better, but somewhere in her brain she suddenly worried he was about to dump her. "There've been a couple of women since Peggy," he said, "but they weren't anything serious. Casual flings, friends with benefits, whatever you want to call it. They weren't anything serious." "Okay," Savannah said. "I kept it that way on purpose, so when it was time to end it, there'd be no emotional attachment. At least not on my end." Melvin searched for the right words, even putting his face under the shower head, momentarily hoping the hot water would get his brain moving. "So anyway, I wanted you to know that. And I want you to know that I don't think of you in the same way. I laid there last night trying to think up something to say to end our relationship. I thought of a few reasons, but ultimately I realized it was the last thing I wanted. I want you, not for just a casual fling. I want more than that. Is that okay?" Savannah stared at him deeply. "You'd have me?" she asked. "Absolutely." She hugged him tightly and then kissed him. "You won't be sorry," she said. Melvin smiled. "Good. Let's get out of here." He peeked through the curtain. Nobody else was currently in the locker room. "Come on." They hurriedly dried off, wrapped the towels around themselves, and went back to their room. Chapter 36. Jim. "All right, start it up," I directed to Savannah. Savannah dutifully cranked the ignition, and after a moment, the engine roared to life. Jim nodded in somewhat sad gratefulness. "I appreciate it," he said. I removed the jumper cables and closed the hood as Melvin did the same to his truck. Savannah exited the car, a Subaru Outback, and joined the rest of us. "Are you sure this is what you want to do?" Parvis asked him. Jim looked at his wife, Linda, and nodded. Parvis looked solemn, but did not argue with him. He reached into his pocket and handed Jim a set of keys. "All of the entry doors on the house use the same key. The barn and tool shed have different keys. These are the ones," Parvis said, and pointed them out. "And another thing," he continued. "As soon as you get settled in, give us a shout on the radio. If we don't hear from you in 2 hours, we're sending out a search party." "I will do so," Jim said, and held out his hand. "I appreciate everything," he said, and looked over at Linda. "Are you ready, honey?" Linda, Jim's wife of 30 years, was a statuesque blonde who carried herself like a beauty pageant contestant, which she once was. She nodded once, trying hard to maintain her composure. He nodded at his 2 girls, 2 younger versions of their mother in their late 20s. The 4 of them got into the car and quietly drove away from Mount Weather. Melvin gestured at his truck, which was loaded down. "I'm going to follow along, help them get settled in, and then I'm going to check on some stuff. I'll be back in a couple of days." He gave Savannah a long hug. "I want to go with you," she begged in a low whisper. "We've talked about this," he said. "As long as Lonnie and his boys are in the area, it's not safe." She continued holding him. "I still want to go," she said. "You'll be fine here. I check in every day on the radio, and I'm only going to be gone a few days. Besides, you need to start socializing. Get some female friends. If you have any problems with anyone, you go tell Kelly and she'll sick Zach on them," he said, looked over at me and winked. "Okay," she said, and reluctantly let go of him. Everyone else had walked in, with the exception of Savannah and me. We waved at Melvin as he left. "Well, I don't have anything to do until 3. Lydia finally stuck me with the evening shift maintenance duties. I think I'll go pester Kelly till lunch." I paused, waiting for her to say something. She looked a little apprehensive. She'd been looking that way since Melvin drove off. "You got any plans?" I asked. She shook her head. "You want to come with me?" Kelly had a group at one side of the room teaching them math. Maria had the younger kids, including mine, in a separate room. She was reading them a story both in English and in Spanish. Savannah and I found a chair in the back of Kelly's room, sat and watched. She really seemed to be enjoying herself, and the kids were being attentive. One kid raised his hand. "Yes, Billy?" Kelly asked. "Why do you need to know what square foots are?" She seemed at a loss for words for a moment. Then she looked back at me and smiled. "Well, why don't we let Mr. Zach explain? What do you kids think? Should we let Mr. Zach explain?" There was a chorus of yeses. I stood reluctantly and walked to the front of the class, thinking along the way. When I got to the front, I saw a ruler. "Oh, here we go," I said. I used the ruler and a marker to draw an almost perfect square foot on the board. "So, this is 1 square foot, right?" I asked. I was met with silence. "Yes, that's right. I'm glad you kids agree. Now, answer me this. If this were 1 square foot of earth outside, how much wheat could you grow in it?" There was more silence, but at least I had their undivided attention. "Let's say you can grow 1 wheat plant in that square foot of earth. So, how many plants would a 1-acre field yield?" More silence. "Okay, hold on. Let me give you guys some information." I turned back to the chalkboard and wrote out the number of square feet to an acre. 43,560. That's how many square feet are in an acre. So, how many wheat plants can you grow in an acre? Sammy tentatively raised his hand. I pointed at him. 43,560? He asked. Yup, you nailed it. So, now that you know how many wheat plants will grow in an acre, you get a pretty good idea of how much wheat you can harvest and how many people you can feed. I paused, looking to see if any light bulbs were going off in their young brains, but honestly, I didn't see shit. I tried again. Here's another example. Say you want to build a house, and you need to know how much concrete to pour for the foundation. The first measurement you take is the square footage. Oh, and how thick it's going to be. Then you know how much concrete you'll need. See? After a moment, a little girl raised her hand. I pointed at her with a smile. Are we going to build a house? No, not right now. Why not? Another one asked. I looked over at Kelly. Okay, I give up. She giggled at my efforts and looked at the clock on the wall. Okay, everyone, put your things away and line up to go to lunch. Chapter 37. Return from Fort Detrick. All right, men, 5 miles to go, Justin said over the radio. He was in the lead vehicle and was standing in the open hatch. In addition to the second striker they brought with them, they were bringing the 2 abandoned strikers back home with them. If the vaccine works, it was going to be a successful mission. He might even pester General Foswell for a promotion, he thought, with a smile. He keyed the microphone. I want to tell you I'm proud of all of you. Nobody died, nobody got infected, and we accomplished the mission. You done good, men. You done good. I've never been so glad to see this place in my life, Joker said as the grounds of Mount Weather came into view. Yeah, Kirby agreed. They parked the 4 strikers at the decontamination station. Everyone got out and stretched. One of the guards exited the post and started walking toward them, but Justin waved them off. Gather around, everyone, Justin ordered. He waited until everyone was together in a loose formation. The 2 scientists awkwardly stood off to the side. Justin motioned toward them. Why don't you 2 go on inside? We'll bring your equipment in shortly. Justin waited until they walked away before speaking in a low voice. First, I want to commend you, Marines. Everyone's performance was top-notch. You made my job easier. We'll have a more detailed debriefing at a later time, but for now, I just wanted to say I'm proud to be a part of you hard chargers. Thank you, sir, Sergeant Crumby replied. Second, we're going to go ahead and get these vehicles decontaminated before we do anything else. He got a few hard looks, but nobody said anything. We'll worry about the rest later, but I must insist all of you shower before evening chow. We all smell awful. There were a couple of guffaws now. Now, for the final thing I need to tell you, men, I owe you Marines an apology. There are some things that have happened here while we were at Fort Detrick, and I kept the information from you. What happened, sir? Joker asked. The President was murdered, Justin replied. The Marines erupted with sounds of disbelief, followed by a barrage of questions. He waited for the noise to die down and then explained. What are we going to do? Corporal Conway asked. Justin saw 2 carts approaching, each being driven by a Foswell. He lowered his voice and spoke quickly. For now, we'll obey our chain of command. We'll talk more about all this later when we know more details. Whatever we do together, and we only talk about this amongst ourselves. Hoorah! Hoorah! The Marines said in unison. All right, let's get this equipment cleaned up. They started up the pressure washer and quickly began spraying down the strikers. Justin helped out, but watched out of the corner of his eye as the 2 Foswells spoke with the 2 scientists for several minutes. The scientists got on one of the carts with General Foswell, and they made a U-turn. A guard opened the gate, and Captain Foswell drove out. He made his way down the roadway and parked a few feet away. Justin walked over and rendered a salute to the captain. I need you to load up the doctor's equipment, the captain said. He hadn't even bothered getting out of the cart and made it clear he had no intention of assisting with the manual labor. Justin recruited Joker to help him with the equipment. When they got it loaded, Captain Foswell stared pointedly at Justin. This stuff isn't going to get unloaded by itself, Lieutenant. Justin held back a sigh and looked at Joker. Give him a hand, will you? Absolutely, sir, Joker said, and jumped in the passenger seat. He then stretched, letting his left armpit get close to the captain's face. Captain Foswell looked at him briefly in annoyance, before focusing back on Justin. There will be a briefing in 30 minutes in Secretary Stark's conference room. Your presence will be required, but don't bring any of these smelly soldiers with you. Aye, sir, Justin replied, and then lowered his voice. Can you give me any additional info, sir? All in due time, Lieutenant. Yes, sir, Justin said, and rendered a salute. Captain Foswell returned the salute casually and started to drive off, but paused momentarily. Since you've been gone, General Foswell took the liberty of appointing Corporal Bullington as his administrative assistant. You didn't hear it from me, but she's anxious to see you, and She may even have some answers to your questions. Aye, sir, Justin said. Even though he'd been going on only 4 hours of sleep a night for the past 2 weeks, he had a feeling Ruth was going to keep him up half the night, telling him everything that had been going on. They got the armored vehicles hosed down in no time and double-timed to the locker room. Justin caught Ruth in the hallway on the way to the cafeteria and pulled her into an unoccupied side room. He kissed her and hugged her tightly. Easy, big guy, she said, smiling. I'm pregnant, you know. Besides, you need to take a long shower. You smell. Maybe you can scrub my back.